Just a quick note before we begin. I have now finished this investigation. What you're going to see is mind-blowing. It's going to make your whole entire mindset on the reality of this whole situation just implode. However, when I first started filming this, I did not plan on it being however long it is right now. It's like 7 hours long, right? I only meant it to be like an hour, 2 or 3 hours, but as I kept going, the more discoveries I made, the more information I had, the more things that I came across, the more and more mind-blowing everything became, and I just kept going down all these rabbit holes, trying to figure out what I could solve, what I couldn't solve, and I discovered I could solve a lot more than I thought I could at the beginning, and that's why it's so long. So I know you're probably not going to get through it all at one time, so make sure you guys subscribe, hit that bell button, share it to yourself somewhere so you don't lose it, so you can continue watching it later when you... I hope you do watch it all at one time, guys, because it's a mind-blowing journey that you're about to go on. But make sure you subscribe, make sure you hit that bell button, and put this somewhere where you can find it so you can finish it all the way through, because, guys, I think this is the most important video you're ever going to watch. And guys, at one point I probably will chop this up into smaller pieces and put like little reels out and little highlights and stuff like that. But for right now, guys, I feel like it was most important to have this whole video as one big piece for the context of the whole entire investigation to be all one piece. In the future, I will chop it up and put little highlights and stuff like that and little smaller video clips. But guys, right now I feel like the most important thing and the most easy way to understand this is if it's watched straight from the beginning to the end, to have the biggest impact, to help people come to the truth, to help unite the movement, and to move on from this. Let's go.
Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us.
First of all, guys, a little bit about me, and welcome to the Order of the Comanche Moon. And just a little bit of an introduction to myself. I have a degree in criminal justice, and on this channel and in any endeavor, I try to use the knowledge that I gained getting this degree to come at things with an evidence-based and also logic-based perspective. And so, guys, I have a unique perspective here coming from that background to also this background where we're analyzing something that's a little bit abnormal, but also I have knowledge in how evidence and all these different things work, unlike a lot of people that are on the internet just speculating about things who are confusing a lot of things as evidence for other things. Anyways, we're going to get into all that later, but the most important part is, guys, that's my background, and now you know. All right, so now you know a little bit about me, and I want to tell you why I've made this video, because like I said, I rarely do political stuff. But I feel like, as ironic as this sounds, we are at a turning point. I feel like there's not really any more important subject than this right now because of what's going on with the Charlie Kirk incident. What happened on September 10th, 2025 is the worst thing that's ever been broadcast on social media or on TV, live, ever. And what should have brought the country together, what should have brought the conservative movement together, and I think what should have brought every decent human being together to go, we are never, ever going to let any of these people who want to silence freedom and freedom of speech ever have any power in the United States ever again. That's what should have happened. But that's not what happened. Instead, the Conservative Party has been split into 100 different factions fighting over whether Israel did it, TPUSA did it, our own party did it, whether there was exploding microphones, whether the FBI is lying to us. But guys, what is the cost of getting this wrong? What if your favorite YouTuber, your favorite Instagrammer, your favorite influencer, what if they're mistaken? What if they're doing it for the clicks? What if the FBI is telling us the truth? Or at least most of the truth? What if the FBI is lying? It's important to find the truth. We shouldn't just group together and forget about this to win an election, because that would be wrong too. If our party really did this, we don't ever deserve to win another election, period. And maybe we do need to be thrust into the darkness of the enslavement of the liberal mindset to wake us up to recreate a new, better party. Who knows? If that's the truth, then that's the truth, right? However, what if these people are wrong? What if our party had nothing to do with this? What if the FBI isn't lying? What if they just got some things wrong? These are things we need to look at, to observe, to test. And that is what I've done in this video. This video is almost 4 months worth of investigation, 4 months worth of testing, experimentation, testing each of these theories. Is there an explosive microphone? Is it possible that the shooter was anywhere near Charlie Kirk? Are there bullets being caught on camera? Is it possible that it's a 30-06? Is that really that impossible? We're going to find out. Was it Israel? Was it TPUSA? It's really hard to prove anything for sure, but that's why I've spent so much time, 4 months worth of time, doing investigations, looking at all the facts, actually doing testing, actually doing experiments to find out what the actual truth is. Because I don't want to just throw out things for clicks. I don't want to just throw out theories out there and then be wrong and have it be my fault that some person out there votes the wrong way and sees the enemy as the wrong enemy, and we lose our freedom in the next few years. That would be very irresponsible of me and anyone else who's putting out all these theories, because guys, we really are at a turning point. If we lose any of the next elections, I don't know if we ever get our freedom back again, really. And that's why it's so important to get this right and not to just fall for the sensationalism of everything. And what I'm not saying is I'm not saying we should just coalesce and unite and just ignore the truth and just say, hey, if our own people do this, who cares? We need to win the election. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to find out what's true for sure before we destroy our own party. So hopefully this video, the purpose of this video is to find out the truth. Was it a 30-06? Was it Tyler Robinson? Is the FBI lying? Shouldn't we at least wait till after the trial before we start tipping over chairs and saying we're being lied to? Because we don't even know the full story yet. Is that wise? Anyways, guys, this video is a little bit long, but it might be the most important video you've ever watched. And it might just be something that can unite us to actually finding the truth, because the discoveries I make in this video are absolutely mind-blowing. And you might see that there is a conspiracy going on. That's what I believe. But I think we're being misled and misdirected on purpose as who the real enemy is behind this conspiracy. One thing I do have to say real quick, I feel like there is some conspiracy going on within what happened, okay? But any smart conspiracy theorist who's looked at any conspiracy, whether it's the moon landing, whether it's 9/11, whether it's January 6th, whether it is July 13th, whether it is JFK, or just name however many you want to name, the truth is that those are 99% true with 1% nefariousness. Meaning you're not going to just look at what happened to JFK and be able to be like, oh, there it is. Like, the people that conduct these operations are smart. They're not stupid. They're evil, but they're not stupid. And they carry these things out in such a way where it's hard to uncover things. So when you observe some of these things, you're not going to be able to just, some fat guy in his mom's basement isn't going to be able to just point at the TV and be like, I solved it. Like, that's not how it's going to work. And that's why I've spent 3 to 4 months looking at things, re-looking at things. I've gotten things wrong. I've corrected them. And you're going to see that several times throughout this video where I think I've discovered something and then I come out and correct myself. And I've taken 3 to 4 months to carefully analyze these things. I haven't just made shorts up and thrown them up willy-nilly, hoping I'm right to get views and clicks. And I hope you guys appreciate that. But when we look at the truth of this situation, a lot of you guys are going to think that I'm like a Fed or something, because a lot of what happened does match up with the narrative. And I'm not saying the narrative is 100% true. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's like any other actual conspiracy that's ever happened, where it is like 99% true with 1% nefariousness. They do these things under the cover of darkness, hoping their acts won't be brought to light. And that is how it always goes. And so we need to be very careful, be very, very intent on finding the truth. And that's what I've tried to do. Anyway, guys, before we get to all the experiments and even the narrative and what I think about the narrative, I'm going to tell you, which is probably the second or third most important part of this whole entire video, is my theory of what I think happened. That way you don't think I'm just like a person believing the complete narrative. Guys, remember the sheep are always more dangerous than the wolves? Let's go.
We're under attack because I know we're doing something significant enough where Satan tries to attack us. Truly.
All right, guys, I am done with everything. I've pretty much stitched everything together, done editing, and through everything I've been watching, my whole video, all my experiments, and all these podcasts that I've been watching, all these YouTubers, I feel like it was necessary to do this little pre-video real quick just to kind of help try to bring us together a little bit. And because this video, guys, is going to be a little bit intense, I am going to test theories, and I'm going to kind of go through what I believe is true, and it might disagree with what you think is true, but I don't want you to think that I'm criticizing you or calling you dumb or telling you that you guys should just go away and not say anything, because I'm highly appreciative of all of the people who disagree with me. The only reason I made this video to begin with is because I started watching things and I'm like, is that true or not? And I thought it could be possible. And it was not the people who I agreed with more, it was the people who I disagreed with more that really inspired this video to be made. Does that make sense? So I'm highly grateful. I'm grateful you're out there doing experiments and grateful you're out there questioning things. For example, there's other people who are shooting steaks and meat, and I'm kind of critical of that experiment, but I'm grateful you're out there doing it. I'm super happy that you're actually out there doing it. You're not just a couch detective. You're actually doing something. Whether I agree with your results or whether I agree with if it's true or not, I don't care. I'm grateful you're doing it, and it's what inspired me to actually go out and do a lot of these experiments. Does that make sense? I don't think we should be divided. I think we need to be, even if we disagree on each theory, I think we can investigate in our own parallel lanes and come together based on evidence. And we're going to get to that in just a second, because it's all going to come down to the evidence and whether or not we're willing to agree on the evidence and ditch what we maybe thought was true if it's proven wrong. But that's the important thing. We have to be willing to be humble enough to accept the evidence in the end. And we're going to get to that in a second. But guys, real quick, I think we're all on the same side. Okay, I don't think that we're on opposite sides of this. I think we're all on the same side. We all want to find the truth. Now, I will give one exception. If you're only in this for the money, and if you know you're putting stuff out there that's false and it's been proven wrong, and you're just knowingly lying to people, or you're sharing stuff that you know is already false, then we're not on the same side, okay? But if you are honestly, truthfully trying to find the truth, and you're trying to share stuff, and you're even if I disagree with what you're sharing, I think we're still on the same side. Does that make sense? What I think there's a disconnect. And guys, this is exactly what the leftists wanted, okay? I think that they've done this and they're using it against us. But the truth is even if they didn't do this, even if my theory is wrong and they didn't do this, they're still going to use this against us, right? So even if I'm completely wrong on my theory, we still need to fight them and come together. Does that make sense? Because whether or not they did this, they're still going to use it to divide us, okay? Now, what I think is really going on is there's a bunch of people who are kind of more where I lean, where I think the government is kind of like the con man, where they're, whispering like 98% truth to us while trying to sneak in the nefariousness with the 2%. It's not saying that they're telling us 98% truth or they're 98% honest or 98% good guy and 2% bad. It's that they're 100% bad, but they're like the devil where they're trying to sneak the 2% underneath. Whereas the other side is more like they think that the government is like 80% lying, 20% telling the truth, but it's more like a bank robber where it's like, hey, it's super obvious. And the con man and the bank robber are just both equally bad. They're both there trying to steal the same amount of money. It's just the mechanism. I'm going to show you guys a little chart that maybe helps explain this a little bit better right now. All right, guys, so I made this chart. I just want to go over this really quick. And basically what this is saying it's saying that the government, the mechanism of their lies and their deceit is to use this amount of truth and this amount of lies, okay? And this isn't saying that the government's 100% honest and this is the government being 0% honest or 100% lying and 0% lying. That's not what this is saying at all, guys. This is assuming the government is 100% dishonest and malicious at all times. This is just explaining the mechanism, okay? And the easiest way to explain this is like a con man, okay? Does a con man come to you and, he hasn't showered in 5 days, he has long hair with, food in his beard, and he looks all grungy, and he's trying to convince you to invest into his Ponzi scheme? No, he shows up at your door in a nice suit, he tells you 99% truth, and then it isn't until later that you find out that there was a 1% lie where that's the part where he steals all your money, right? He's not like a bank robber where he shows up, at the bank with a mask on and it's 100%, that he's there to rob the bank. They're both there to take the same amount of money. They're both just as terrible. One is telling you 100% lies, or is 100% malicious and it's obvious, right? You can tell it's 0% truthful. Whereas the other one, it's really hard to tell if he's being honest or not. He's dressed up in a really nice business suit. He shows you all of his success he's had before, and he swindles you out of your money. He's just as bad as the one that's obviously bad. It's just that he's hiding that underneath the guise of being truthful. It's not saying that he's truthful. That's how the government is, and I think that's what my theory is, and that's what I think the people on this side that I agree with is that they're trying to be very sneaky. They're trying to be, they're trying to dress up a wolf in a bunch of wool, and they're trying to throw that into the sheep pen. Whereas the people on this side that are way down here, they don't even think that they're going to dress the wolf up at all. They're just going to throw the wolf right into the pen. And then there's people right here in the middle that are like, you know what? They're not going to really dress up the wolf in sheep clothes and put hooves on it and all this stuff, but they're going to at least paint it white and make it a little bit harder to tell. Right? So there's people all over the spectrum, but we're all on the same side. It's all about the mechanism. Are they, I think COVID is like right here. COVID is a time where it was like the government wanted to see if they could lie to us like 80 to 90% and only tell 10% or 20% of the truth, and to see how many people would fall for it. They were 100% malicious. They weren't 20% malicious or 10% malicious. They were 100% malicious, right? They weren't even 90 or 80% malicious. They were 100% malicious. It was just the delivery of their mechanism during COVID. I think that was a test to see how stupid the people were, and people failed miserably. Okay, it's all about the mechanism. Let me give you one more example. Let's just say in this example that black fluid is always poisonous, and you knock on your friend's door and he doesn't answer the door, so you call the police. The police go into the place. They found a bottle of this on the countertop, and it's obvious that it's poison. There's even a skull and crossbones on here, and the government, says that it was lemonade. Well, this is pretty obvious that it's poison because you found this whole entire bottle on the countertop. Okay, that's one scenario. Okay, and that's what the scenario of the people who think this thing is so obvious you can do a simple Google search and discover it. Nothing wrong with that. That could be true, right? But then the people that are more on what I agree with is more on this side, where the cops bust down the door. You find this on the countertop. The police say that it was a lemonade that he drank. Maybe it went rotten, went stale, got some kind of bacteria or something in it that made it poisonous, and that's what got him. Okay, well, that is the story. That's the narrative they're telling, right? The government comes out, says it's lemonade. You say that it's lemonade. It's basically what you see, and it's the truth, right? It isn't a lie, right? It is not like they said it was lemonade and it was this bottle, like in the other scenario. It was this bottle, it was lemonade. But what you don't see is that when you zoom in, you see this little black speck right there. That's the poison. Okay. It wasn't that the government was completely telling the truth. It was just that they were telling 99% of the truth to try to hide that there was some poison in there. Okay. For whatever end, whether it was themselves or they were trying to cover up someone else's involvement, whatever. It's that little speck that you're looking for right here. And that's the difference. Okay. The people that are more on this side of things are saying that, this is basically that poison bottle on the counter, and it's that obvious to see, and it's super, super simple, and it's really easy to see and discover. Whereas people that I agree with more, I think it's more like that lemonade bottle where the government's telling us 99% of the truth in order to hide the 1% of the conspiracy. Does this make sense, guys? But the truth is that we're all on the same side. Again, this isn't saying that we trust the government 100% or that they're being 99% truthful. They're still lying 100%. The 1% versus the 99% truth here is just the mechanism of them trying to trick us. Just like the con man trying to trick you, he's still trying to take $1 million from you, whereas the bank robber is also trying to take $1 million from you. It's just, which one is it? Is it obvious or is it a little bit less obvious? But guys, we're all on the same side. The side that's over here still thinks the government's 100% malicious in this. Right? They're still covering up. I don't know if they're investigating who they should be investigating. I'm not sure if they're even doing anything with that. And that's what we need to investigate and find out if they're actually doing that and forcing that, in my opinion, is to try to influence that side of things. Whereas the people on this side think that it's a way bigger conspiracy and it's like this obvious. But we're all on the same side. We all want the actual truth. We all want the government to be honest with us. And either way, they're not. Does that make sense? And guys, I think that's what's causing this main disconnect is the people that are on this side of things where they are thinking it's like this obvious down here, don't understand that the people here that think it's right here where they're saying that it's 99% truth with 1% nefariousness hidden underneath. They don't understand that the people that are here are still saying the government are 100% liars. It's just the mechanism that we're going over. And that's why they call these people a Fed slop and Kool-Aid drinkers. It's not that we believe the government at all, guys. We don't believe the government is a good entity. We don't think that they have our best interests at heart. We don't think that they're being honest and truthful about everything. It's just that we think the mechanism is a little bit more sneaky, while you guys think that it's a little bit more obvious. Another simple way to describe this is the side that's over here thinks that we need like a microscope to find the conspiracy, because it's there somewhere. The side here that's kind of in the middle thinks that we need binoculars, and the side that's way down here thinks that we can see with our bare eyes, and the side that's like way over there is like the aliens on top of Mount Timpanogos side. Let's move on. Guys, I think this is the truth. I think we're all on the same side, but just like that chart said and showed, it's just the mechanism of the evil they're trying to perpetrate onto us, okay? Right? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are looking into these other people that I think is the 2%. And maybe they are looking into them. Maybe they are arresting them. Maybe they are doing that investigation. And maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. But I think we're all on the same side. I think we all distrust the government 100%. I don't think these people over here are crazy conspiracy theorists, psychopaths, and all this stuff that this side's calling them. I don't think that this side over here is fed slop, fed babies, believers, narrative drinkers, Kool-Aid drinkers, like this side is saying. Okay? I think we're all on the same side. I think we've been turned on to each other on purpose by the people who actually did this. And like I said before, even if they didn't do this, they're still using it to turn us on each other. Okay. So where do we go from here? I think it's possible for us to disagree and to stop turning on each other and to turn this energy into investigation into the truth on both sides, okay? And this only works if we're willing to accept the evidence, okay? And let me just say one thing real quick, guys. My main criticism, because we're allowed to have criticisms, right? I can make a criticism without being like a mean person. I would never go on anyone's podcast or YouTube and call them a crazy conspiracist or a crazy psycho or a fed slopper. I would never do that. I think when either side does that, whether it's my side or the other side does that, it really, really reduces their credibility, because when you have actual facts and knowledge to use, you don't need to call names, right, on either side. But the one criticism that I will put, respectfully, is I feel like this side is way too fast to point fingers and name names and make accusations as to who did this. I've already heard like 15 to 20 people be accused as the one who did this. And it's all based on, from what I can understand, it's all based on motive. I could be wrong. Maybe there's evidence there. Maybe there's evidence, right? I admit I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm not seeing it presented well enough to see that there's the evidence. But what I'm seeing is motive, okay? And if we're going to use motive as to who did this to Charlie Kirk, like half the country didn't like the guy. Like half the country is literally his enemy, trying to tell him to, shut up and to censor his freedom of speech. 180 million Americans have pretty much motive to do this. Not to mention foreign governments, the IRS, like who else? I mean, who else out there? You're going to use motive, which is a slippery slope, because motive, we're going to get to motive and what the difference between motive and evidence is in a little bit. So we're not going to go into that too much right now, but that's my one criticism. I don't think we should be naming names. I kind of put some suspicion on certain people, but I actually have some evidence. I have actual posts from these people. I have actual X posts. I have actual Instagram posts. I have actual texts and actual stuff that, and videos and fingerprints and different things that we're going to go over. That's actual evidence. That's not just motive. That's not hearsay. That's not just some random person saying something, right? So we need more evidence like that if we're going to accuse people. That's the one criticism I have of Candace Owens. The one thing that I'm super happy that Candace Owens is doing, that I could give her a huge compliment on, is that she's helping people question the government, okay? And create distrust in the government, which I think is a huge, huge benefit. Would I rather have people question the government zero or way too far? I'd rather have the government questioned way too far than not at all, right? Right? I think everyone would at this point, at least on our side, right? And there's only been two things in recent history. The first was COVID, where I think the government did what they did, like we talked about in the chart, on purpose to see how stupid we were. And we failed miserably in a lot of ways. A lot of people did, right? Even today, people are still wearing masks because they're so scared. But this is the second thing, the Charlie Kirk incident. I feel like a lot of people are waking up. Whether she's completely wrong or completely right, to me, it doesn't matter on this aspect, on this compliment. Because even if she's wrong, she's still waking up a lot of people to not agree and to not trust the government 100% on everything that they say. Does that make sense? So while I don't agree with a lot of her theories, I don't agree with that. My main criticism, honestly, is her willingness to just come out with accusations without the actual hard evidence. Like I said, I could be wrong. Maybe there is evidence. I just don't see it, right? I don't know. Could be wrong. But just coming from my perspective, I haven't seen the evidence yet. But even if she's wrong or she's right, that's one thing that she's doing that's amazing for the cause, amazing for the movement, and I think that is a great thing. It wasn't my side, like I said before, that caused me to do all these experiments. The reason I did these experiments and went through all this trouble was not because of the people who I agree with. It was because of people that I disagreed with. I looked at their experiments and I said, is that possible? I don't know if that's possible. I'm not sure if that's true. Let's go out and do my own experiments to try to prove this. And then I met some people, on both on completely different sides of this, who really, really helped me to actually want to make this video. At first, I wasn't even going to make the video. I was just going to do these experiments for myself. But then I saw the value that they were adding, and I decided, hey, they're adding value to this. Maybe I can add my own value to this and see what I can do. As I have 0 subscribers, I hope I can get this to some people to show them this. I think it has a lot of value. I think it's one of the most mind-bending, mind-breaking, awesome videos you're ever going to see. Maybe the most important video you're ever going to see in your entire life. If it helps us to maybe come together and it helps us to find the truth, I don't know. Feel free to use my experiments. Feel free to use the information you learn in this video to go out and do your own experiments, to maybe tighten your own experiments down. Come out and try to debunk my experiments. The more things that are debunked and the more things that are proven, the closer and closer we get to the truth. So if I'm wrong and you can prove that I'm wrong, great. We're closer to the truth, right? But I just wanted you guys to know that I appreciate you guys doing these experiments, even if you disagree with me, because it's what led me to do my own experiments. It's what led me on my own search for the truth. And I appreciate it. Even if I think you're wrong, I'm highly appreciative of what you're doing out there. You're not just a couch potato, couch detective sitting there, just, if that makes sense, okay? And I have my opinions. I might think some of the experiments and I might think some of the things that, people believe that I tested were far-fetched. But I would never call you stupid or call you an idiot or call you dumb or call you a crazy conspiracy theorist for putting it out there. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I highly believe most conspiracies. And most conspiracies have come true recently, right? Like, you're almost an idiot if you don't believe in conspiracy theorists at this point, right? And I might use conspiracy in this video as a term of, hey, this is a conspiracy theory, but I'm not using it in a negative, condescending way. I hope you guys know that if I do use it, okay? But I'm just wanted to make sure you guys know that I'm grateful for anyone who disagrees with me. I highly appreciate you putting your own stuff out there because it's allowed me to go out there and test things against that. I would never test a theory that I thought was ridiculous and stupid and dumb. For example, there is a theory that I think is really dumb. That up there behind, it's kind of bright, but up there is Mount Timpanogos, like right here somewhere. I've heard theories that aliens landed up there and took out Charlie with a phaser gun. Okay, that is a stupid theory. That right there, that's sorry to like the 0.002% of people who actually believe that that's what happened. But I would never get my hiking boots on and try to march up to the top of Mount Timpanogos. I probably couldn't even make it if I wanted to. But that's something I would never do. I would never go test that because that is stupid. I would only test a theory that I thought was plausible. Maybe possible, okay? The one thing that I thought right off the bat wasn't possible is maybe the catching the bullet on camera, because I am a photographer, and I was like, without a high-speed camera, that really isn't possible, and I thought it was kind of a little bit ridiculous to put it out there, but I still went out and tested it because it wasn't like a crazy, stupid one, like the Timpanogos one. Anyways, guys, I just wanted you guys to know that I appreciate you guys, even if I disagree with you, even if you're on this side and you 100% disagree with the people who I agree with more, or even myself, I appreciate you being out there because it makes our argument, to have competing ideas and to have competing theories helps strengthen all of our arguments, and it helps us to be forced to look for evidence. And that's what we're going to get to now, guys. Division is, like I said, a good thing, but only to a certain extent. At a certain extent, guys, if we get so divided that we lose the next election, we probably won't get any of our rights back ever again. Probably just be thrust under the yoke of communism, and we won't even be able to do experiments like this even if we wanted to, right? We'll just lose all of our freedom of speech. Like, we were almost about to. Like, literally, I couldn't have made this video 4 years ago. It would have been taken, it might still be taken down, but it literally would have been taken down for sure like 4 years ago, right? Now, the one solution is that we have to be focused on the evidence. If we're willing to come together and say, hey, in the end, I disagree with you right now. You disagree with me right now. It's fine. I'm not going to call you stupid anymore or a fedslop anymore. I'm not going to call you a crazy conspiracy psychopath anymore. Let's agree to work on our parallel lanes and spend the energy working on the truth, trying to find the truth rather than to fight each other. If we're willing to focus on the actual evidence and say, hey, in the end, whichever one of us comes with all the evidence first, we're willing to side with you. So, for example, if Candace Owens is able to come up with all the evidence, not motive, not hearsay, not all this random stuff that we keep hearing, our side should, if you're a smart, intelligent person, people on my side and myself will have to say, hey, if that evidence is true, and if it actually is evidence, we'll have to be forced to come over here and say, hey, we're sorry for calling you conspiracy theorists. I've never done this. But anyone who has will have to be forced to call these people over here and say, hey, we're so sorry we called you conspiracy theorists. We're so sorry that we called you crazies and psychos. You were right. Let's get together, unite, and go fight the enemy that we found with the evidence. If this side over here is correct, and this side over here doesn't have the evidence, and we find the evidence first over here somewhere, then this side over here is going to have to say, sorry for calling you fed slop, or sorry for all this other stuff. And they're going to, if they're logical and smart people, will come over here, merge with this side and say, hey, let's go after the true enemy. Okay? Right? in the end, guys, if it is aliens on top of Mount Timpanogos, and some guy does hike Mount Timpanogos and he finds an alien spaceship and he finds a green phaser laser gun on the ground, and the spaceship's time log that's crashed there says that it landed there September 10th, 11:30, and it took an hour for the alien to prepare to take a shot, and then he took the shot from the top of Mount Timpanogos right there. If there's actually evidence for that, I would expect all of us from both sides to go, this is crazy, but there's the evidence. Let's all go fight the aliens, right? That's what I would expect. And that's really the only way that this division can solve itself, is if we're willing to accept that evidence and kind of merge together. Because at a certain point, if we're not willing to accept evidence on either side, it is and it will become necessary to kind of fight each other on, hey, like, you're causing way too much division with no evidence. I don't think we're at that point yet where that's necessary. I think that when the evidence comes out, and if the evidence comes out on both sides, we'll have to decide at that point, hey, now the evidence has been shown and you're still not believing it. Now at that point, the division will become so great that we're going to lose the elections, we're going to lose our freedoms if we don't actually start fighting towards each other and saying, hey, like, where's your evidence? You're misleading the people and all this stuff. I don't think we're there yet, but at a certain point, if we're not willing to, on either side, accept the evidence and then unite with that side who actually has the evidence, at that point, it will be necessary to go to that point. Anyways, guys, let's get on to the actual video. I just wanted to make this video to help you guys understand. I love all of your guys' work, even if I disagree with you, even if I've debunked your theory, even if I criticize your theory, even if I criticize your experiment. I'm sure you guys have criticism of my experiment. And there's several times where I say, hey, if I'm wrong and I have the wrong numbers, please tell me. Please go in the comments. Don't come in here and call me a fed slopper and call me stupid. Go in there and actually tell me what I need to do better on my experiment to narrow down the parameters to make it correct. I want to help find the truth. And if I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong. I'm not going to go on your podcast and call you a crazy person. Don't come in mine and call me a crazy fed slopper. Like, let's work together. I'm on your side. I'm glad you're looking for the truth in your own way. I'm glad you're in this lane looking, even if I don't agree with it. I'm glad that I can be in this lane also trying to find the truth. Let's find the truth together instead of fighting each other. I'm on your side. You're on my side. I appreciate you. Guys, real quick, this was one more thing before we begin. Like I said before, I met two people. I met Paramount Tactical and I met Diligent Dennison. Both people, guys, are on completely different sides of this whole entire thing. Honestly, I feel like if we had all met each other, and I feel like all of us on either side, if we had all met each other at some conference somewhere just randomly, we would honestly all be best friends. We all agree about the Constitution. We all agree on morality. We all agree on all these things. This is the one divide, and I think that this is exactly what the leftists wanted to do, is to split us all up and divide us, because we're so strong together. They need us divided to win the next elections and to take the power from us. That's what they need. Because I met both these guys. Both have great, I think, in my opinion, great integrity, both honest guys, both looking for the truth, have completely different idea sets on what's the truth or not in the situation. But in reality, we're all the same, and we would be best friends. And both are honest guys looking for the truth. And we'd all be best friends and have great times if it wasn't for the split that has been put on us. If that makes sense, guys. I just think that we all have way more common than we do separate, and we could be much stronger together going forward on this. Now let's watch this video, guys. It's going to blow your mind. Let's go.
Charlie Kirk was somebody who united. I am sick of the division. I am calling it out. I call it out to its face. I disavow it. I'm sick of it. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough. I've had enough.
Guys, before we get to my theory and what I think happened, it's important to understand where we are in our political situation and what separates either side the most. And I think the two people who have the biggest handle on this right now is go watch a bunch of content from either Jesse Kelly or Dad Saves America. I'll put links in the description down below. Both amazing people, great people, awesome information. I think they hit the nail straight on, especially Dad Saves America's latest series on the death of debate. Anyways, guys, let's get to this real quick. As far as the political climate they were in, I can't cover this too long because I could go on for like 3 hours just about this. But what we have right now is we have conservatives who really love free speech, prefer to be able to say whatever they want, don't want to be controlled by the government, prefer small government, prefer everyone to have their freedoms to be able to say whatever they want, even if they disagree The other side, not so much, okay? The other side really wants everyone just to watch CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, whoever it is, their commentators on podcasts, and just fall in lockstep and do whatever they say. We see this with the poke. We see this with pretty much everything, right? Whereas the conservative side might not agree with that, but they allow you to say it and don't get pissed off and all mad and angry that you can say it, right? Anyways, so where do we go from here? We see that for the last 24 years, this side has pretty much had government control and has censored the conservative side on all social media and all these places. Yes, guys, companies can censor what they want and control what they want people to say. However, that's not what was happening. I mean, you see that with like the Biden laptop story and with the poke. The government was definitely involved there, shutting everyone down. And I think that was happening forever. We just didn't know about it, okay? It wasn't until Donald Trump wins again, Elon Musk buys Twitter, that conservatives have a voice again. This side over here, guys, no longer has the government's support to squash the conservative voices. This side finally, in like 24 years, has a voice, is able to say whatever they want without fear of persecution, getting squashed by the government, being censored, canceled, and all this stuff. So what does this side do? The same thing that they've pretty much always done. If we look throughout history, if we see Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, JFK, look what they tried to do with Trump. Look what they tried to do to Tim Pool a couple weeks ago at his house. Look what they tried to do to Nick Fuentes last year at his house. Look what they did with Mark Hoffman. Look what they did with Ella Cook. Look what they did to Charlie Kirk. It's always the same. When this side does not have the government controlling the people and squashing them for them, they have to find a way to do it themselves. Whereas this side just wants to be left alone, and they don't understand why this side hates them so much. And I think that's part of the reason why we cannot comprehend. Conservatives don't have part of this brain where just gets enraged and seizes the teeth and just wants to go clobber anyone who doesn't agree with them. This side does. This side does not understand that. The conservative side does not understand that rage and that anger. And so we would rather believe that it's some foreign entity that did this or something like that than the truth. Anyways, guys, that's the political climate that we're in. And I think this is what happened. I'm going to break this down into two parts. We're going to go over the evidence for what I think happened, and then we're going to go through the strategy of what happened. The evidence for what we have happening is that, first of all, we have not just one, but two different groups that were posting a lot of stuff online, and it's obvious that they knew something was going to happen, okay? And one group posted a bunch of different stuff online, a bunch of things saying, Charlie Kirk's coming tomorrow, I hope he gets evaporated, all kinds of random stuff. And it's obvious that from like a week and a half up until the actual event, people knew what was going to happen. How did they know this? Where did they find out? Who told them? Were these people also in on planning it? We don't know. But it's obvious that people knew about it. So where's that? And why is nobody interested in this? Okay, then the day of the event, we have everyone deleting those posts, and we have a whole other group deleting all of their Facebook posts, all of their Instagram posts, all of their accounts even. So why did they do that? If they have nothing to hide, why are they deleting all of their accounts and just disappearing from the ether? There is now evidence that shows that at least Lance Twiggs and maybe Tyler Robinson were in chat rooms with some of these people that are posting some of these things. Is this evidence that they were helping to plan this event? Maybe they just knew about it. I don't know. But it's possible they helped plan this event. If not, why delete all your stuff? Also, are these text messages to these chats, is this Tyler Robinson's way of letting them know, hey, I've been caught, go clean up your stuff? Possibly, maybe. Is this text messages that he writes to Lance Twiggs his way of exonerating Lance Twiggs and anyone else to point it all at himself? Possibly. Why is no one interested in this? Why is everyone so interested in Israel and foreign legions and microphone things that aren't even possible probably, but they ignore actual things that are actual truth, like these groups knowing about it and people knowing about it beforehand? Do we know if they were involved in planning it? I don't know. Hopefully the FBI and those that are doing the investigations are looking into this, because I think that's one thing that is happening that no one really knows about. And I think that no one knows about it because if people knew about it, then these people could hide better, right? Next, guys, as soon as Charlie is hit, we have this crazy guy, George Zinn, jumping up in the air with his pants down to his ankles, screaming that he's the one that did it and yelling that he did it and I did it, get me, and all this stuff. That's kind of fishy to me as well. He admitted that he was trying to help the person getting away, but did he have knowledge beforehand of everything that was going to happen? He also admitted to helping and wanting to help the actual person get away. But I wonder if he had foreknowledge that this was going to happen, if he was part of the plan, if that was part of the plan to help Tyler Robinson or whoever did this get away. I don't know. They did arrest him for having really disgusting material on his phone, and hopefully he goes away forever for that. and hopefully he has a fun time in prison. But I wonder if also part of that is part of a cover-up, and they're actually arresting him for like accessory, because he did admit to wanting to help the person who did it. If you help someone commit something like that, you are an accessory, right? They should be charging him with that, I think, as well. But I think they also might be using him as an informant against all these other collaborators, okay? Because guys, the truth is, if these other two groups for sure knew about it and they helped plan it and they were the ones posting about it, how many more people knew about it and how many more people were in on it? Because if like 5, 6, I don't know, 10 people were posting about it beforehand, that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? More people had to know about it. All right, guys, so this is the crux of my theory, that there was definitely more collaborators, because there's more people who know about this. There was at least like 8 to 10 people who posted about it, and then another group that's a very large group deleted all their accounts, and then we have George Zinn seemingly knowing about it and trying to assist, okay? Maybe or maybe not part of the plan. Okay, we have that section as kind of the crux, and I think that's part of the stuff that we don't know about, that I think the FBI and the police are investigating, hopefully, but they're not going to tell any of us so they can try to catch them without information getting out there and spoiling their investigation, right? But then there's also some things that show that there was some planning that went into this, and we can't prove who these people are. It might be Tyler Robinson, it might be other people who helped collaborate, but we have evidence that there was people on that roof twice before the incident. Okay, in the week or two prior to the incident, there's a student and a professor who both claim that they saw someone on that roof twice. All right, guys, is this him, or is this someone up there helping him to plan it? Either way, it's proof that someone was on there a few weeks beforehand helping to plan the incident. And guys, you don't go on one roof and then take the hit from another roof. You go on the same roof that you planned it the whole entire time, and if they have evidence that was Tyler Robinson, that's just another piece against him as well. All right, guys, let's get to my theory as to why it hit here. I think there's a bunch of different reasons why you would never aim there, and so I think it has to be a very, very sloppy, bad, terrible, 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 terrible shot. The problem with this is not a hard shot to make, guys. It's 143 yards. He himself said that he had hit a 400-yard shot before, bragging to friends, bragging about his knowledge about weapons. So this isn't someone like his grandma says, I don't think he's ever seen a gun before. Guys, that's not true. 143 yards is not hard. It's not something crazy. It's not unbelievable. Do you know what MOA stands for? It's called minutes of angle. And just a short description, guys, basically is at 100 yards, if you have a good scope and you aim at 100 yards, you should have a grouping of 1 inch. Whether or not you hit the target in the correct spot, it doesn't matter. You aim at one spot over and over and over again, you should hit within 1 inch. If you adjust that up a little bit, you'll hit here or here within 1 inch. Okay, so at 100 yards, this is 150 yards-ish, that's about 1.5 inches. So if you're aiming here, for example, or if you're aiming here, even if you're a little bit off, you're still going to hit in a general range. The reason I think he hits here is because there's a few different reasons, guys. I mean, if you're up at a slope and up at a higher elevation, it's likely the bullet's going to rise, and you can also hit here if you're aiming here. But there's also a possibility that I think is the truth, and I think this is what happened. I think that he goes up there, he screws the rifle together, and he either doesn't level the scope correctly, the scope is off a little bit, it's loose, whatever. He doesn't get the whole entire barrel seated into the stock correctly, and maybe that's a little bit loose. And so, guys, he thinks he's either aiming here or he thinks he's aiming here, and instead, for whatever reason, he's actually aiming around here, and that's where he hits. Okay? I think that's the explanation. It matches up with them saying that he put the rifle together on the roof. Guys, he definitely didn't take it apart. That was made up by some random YouTubers and Instagrammers after they heard that there was a screwdriver on the roof. They said that, and then the FBI got blamed for saying that. Go on the internet. If I'm wrong, go find the FBI saying that, because I cannot find the FBI or Cox saying that. Cox is the one that said that he changed clothes like 5,000 times on the roof, and that wasn't true either. Okay. Guys, also, there's another thing we need to talk about with the 30-06, because just real quickly, I do think that even though it's, in the beginning to me, it was the weirdest thing, and in the beginning to me, I was listening to all these people say that it was unbelievable and all this stuff, and guys, not only has the more and more research I've done about this topic make me not think that it's super weird, but the more and more I believe that it's actually highly likely, okay? And we'll get to that here in a second, and hopefully you can see why. But the other thing I think that kind of proves that the 30-06 is not super crazy, not super weird, is that if you are some crazy high-level government, if you're Mossad, if you're like the Navy SEALs, or 20 of the other groups that have been alleged to be the ones that actually did this, because no one else could make that shot at 143 yards, and all these other things, why would you have a contradictory story, right? Why would you have your most professional hit people in the entire universe show up to the scene? And also, guys, why would you have your patsy scout the roof out a week or two before and then make a dry run in the morning and then make another run later and go there? You would just tell your patsy, hey, make sure you're at this place at this certain time, right? You wouldn't have to have them do all this planning. I think that's also part of the evidence, but you also wouldn't have your patsy bring up a 30-06 to the roof and then hide that rifle, and then have the round being the one that's found in the body, and then have the person who really did it hit them with like a 9mm from 5 feet away, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It contradicts everything. And you'd also have like 10 days of people making all these conspiracies up and then nobody believing it. And you'd have 10 days to be like, you know what, call the doctor and call the guy that we have doing the autopsy who's also in on it, and make sure that they say it's a 9mm instead of a 30-06 so that people will actually believe it, okay? Anyways, guys, this is part of what I think. I don't think that any professional team would go up there and use something so unbelievable and then not cover it up, and then also the patsy's still walking around. Usually, usually the patsy gets eliminated pretty quickly after they do something like this. So, and also he's willing to take the fall. His parents are willing to let him take the fall and not stand up for him if he's innocent. All this stuff just doesn't pan out, guys, to me, as far as him not being the one that did it. Do I think everything we're being told is true? No. I think there's definitely a bigger conspiracy to that, and we're going to get to that in just a second. All right, guys, another part that we hear about is these text messages. I don't see these text messages as being that weird anymore. I used to think they were kind of strange, but maybe that they were AI, that they were trying to cover up things for maybe so that a speech pathologist couldn't link him to any one person. Maybe he was him trying to exonerate Lance Twiggs and all this other stuff, and maybe that's what it's actually going on still. But we do know for sure that he calls Lance Twiggs my love, and we know that in the text that he refers to as Grandpa's gun and all that stuff. So how do these people know about that if he's just some random patsy and they don't know anything really about him? They're just using him, right? Kind of strange. So I think the texts aren't that weird, especially in a generation where people start using languages like skibbity-doo, la toilet, Riz, Ohio. Like, to me, him saying vehicle is not that strange. That's not super weird to me. So the text, I don't know if that's something that was maybe used to help cover up Lance Twiggs' involvement or others' involvement. Maybe they did use ChatGPT to try to fool a forensics expert so they couldn't tie it to any one person, even though that they had planned those texts to point it all at Tyler, who was maybe willing to take the fall. I don't know. Anyways, we don't have to talk about that too much. The next thing that's really interesting is supposedly there was a lot of people wearing maroon on campus. I don't have any evidence of that. I don't see that when I'm looking through things, but a lot of people believe that. Candace Owens has said that. I don't think that they're involved with Egypt and all these people that they say that they're involved with. But what we do know is that Tyler Robinson did go on campus wearing a maroon shirt earlier that morning. So I think it is possible that maybe there is some correlation there. If there actually is people on campus wearing maroon shirts, that maybe they were there to help fool security cameras while he went and did his dry run. Maybe he was actually supposed to change back into those clothes on the roof and then join them and give his rifle to someone else, and they were supposed to take it for him. Maybe they never showed up. Maybe that's why he panics and runs off the roof. And I don't know, guys. But it is possible that those maroon shirts were there, if they were there, to assist in helping confuse security cameras, maybe for some reason. All right, guys, so we know what the situation is. We know that we are now free. They are still trying to capture us, but they've kind of lost a hold of that. There's been too big of a movement. Charlie Kirk helped spawn that movement. People are no longer listening to the propaganda. There's too much social media. There's too much truth out there. People are making fun of the Democrats. I've heard stories of little children in elementary school pointing at their friends and using the word Democrat as basically a slur. They'll say aha, you're a Democrat, something like this, right? So it's gotten that bad. So what are they going to do? They're never going to win again. Their policies are unpopular. And where are they at? This is the situation they found themselves in. What are they going to do? How do they get out of it? The only way they're going to get out of it is if they can somehow split up the Republican Party, create enough infighting that we implode ourselves, lose our momentum, and no longer trust each other, right? And I think this is where the plan comes from. Because, guys, let's be honest, calling us fascists hasn't worked. Calling us names hasn't worked. They've lost their censorship platforms and their ability to control us, so they only have one more option. And I think this is it. All right, so what do? They start looking for a way, something sneaky, something in the darkness, something in the shadows. What is it? They need to take a figure and they need to martyr him, but not in such a way where the martyrdom creates a movement, a revival, a movement of... Because usually when you martyr someone, it creates 1,000 or millions more support for that cause than if you hadn't martyred them. And people know this by now, right? So you have to do it in such a way where you're not going to create that movement. So I think they start looking. They try to find someone that they can do this to that has some suspicious things going on that they can use to make look weird and to create conspiracy posts right off the bat. All right, so they see that Charlie Kirk has made some criticisms of Israel in several YouTube videos recently. They see that he's going to audit TPUSA. So what do? I think that even before they did this, they started creating posts. They started making propaganda. They started creating YouTube shorts, YouTube reels, all kinds of stuff around Israel, around TPUSA. And I think a bunch of other things too, just to dilute the pool, to confuse people even further. And then I think they orchestrated this. And immediately after orchestrating this, they set about putting all of these theories out immediately, creating chaos, creating confusion. They took things that the FBI got wrong. They took things that the FBI didn't even say and put them in their mouth. Governor Cox said that he changed his clothes like 3 or 4 different times. The FBI never said that. Guys, the FBI or Governor Cox never said that he took the rifle apart multiple times. That came from them saying they found a screwdriver on the roof, and then somebody, we don't know who, I suspect it's these people that orchestrated the whole entire thing, said the FBI said there was a screwdriver that he used to put it back together and apart and back together a bunch of times. So this created so much confusion because I talked to people and they're like, there's no way the FBI story makes sense. There's no way he took the rifle apart. There's no way he changed clothes. Guys, this is all misinformation. This is stuff that the FBI never said. Yet it's being used to create cognitive dissonance to where people cannot believe the truth. They cannot see the truth, and they're ignoring everything that's being sold to them because they think things that they've been told are true, and they're not. The FBI never said, Governor Cox never said the rifle was taken apart and put back together. It was speculation by some person who made a reel that said the FBI said this when they never said it. Okay, stuff like this. I think there's been, thousands and thousands of these things were propagated before and they even took the shot. And I think the purpose of that was to create confusion and to help split up the Republican conservative cause. Okay. If you don't understand this, let me give you kind of an example. Let's just say that I went over to Bob's house and Bob and Larry and Thomas are there. And let's just say that I get there and Bob tells me, hey, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but I kissed your girlfriend last night. And I get super angry. I go to punch him. I say, I wish I could just, but then I walk away. I leave the house and I leave. Okay. Larry comes back over that night, takes out Bob. Bob is roasted. It's all over the news the next day that Bob is toast. What's Thomas going to think? Thomas is for sure going to think that I did it. He's going to call the cops. And when you look at all the information, it's going to look like I did because I had some kind of a conflict there, even though Larry's the one that knew that I had that sketchy encounter and he knew that's what it would look like. And so that's when he did it, took advantage of the moment and is using it against me to basically frame me for something I didn't do, and everyone's going to believe it because Thomas is saying what happened between us the day before. I think that's exactly what happened with Charlie Kirk, and I think these people are sophisticated. There might even be foreign governments involved. There might be deep state involved. I'm not sure if upper echelon Democrats are involved. I'm sure that they were happy about it, and they were super stoked because even after this happened, they still would not condemn us being called fascists and stuff like this. So I'm sure that they were jumping up and down. We know that the street communists were jumping up and down in the streets. We see videos of them jumping up and down, celebrating. We see them dressing up as Halloween with wounds in their necks, tipping over Charlie Kirk memorial sites, all this stuff. All right, guys, I think this was orchestrated. I think it's worked out perfectly to how they wanted it to work out. We have like 5,000 different theories. We have like 100 different factions. Some on Candace Owens' side, some on Tim Pool's side, some on Ian Carroll's side, some on who knows side, all fighting over who did it, fighting over whether it was the military, whether it was Donald Trump, whether it was TPUSA, whether it was Israel, whether it was French Foreign Legion, whether it was Egypt, and all these other people. And we're not actually looking at the real enemy. And what should have been a coming together and uniting against the actual enemy has become a splintering and exactly what I think their goal was. And I think this is the truth. And I think there's a couple of reasons why I think deep down inside people actually know this, but I think that there's a couple of reasons why they refuse to think this, refuse to believe it. And I think the reason behind that is people would rather think it was aliens from the top of Mount Timpanogos. They would rather think it was Egypt or Israel or French Foreign Legion. They would rather think it was anyone else besides their own fellow man that would want to take them out. That is terrifying, and it's the truth. However, people would rather think that it's some foreign adversary across the ocean. They would rather think it's some deep state figure, and it might be some deep state figure, but I think that there was for sure your fellow neighbor, these groups that knew about it, that orchestrated this, that probably live next door to you, and you just don't want to believe that. And I think that's so shocking to the conservative mind, because we're not like that, so we don't understand these kinds of people, and that's why it's so unbelievable. And I think that's why people, even if the inside know the truth of what happened, I think that it's so hard to comprehend for them, because we don't think like this. They don't want to think that that's a possibility, that 60% of the other side wants to end you. That's why a lot of these conspiracies took off so fast, even ones that are so unrealistic and so ridiculous, because it's easier to believe that than to believe that these people hate you that much. Because I also think that conservatives are susceptible to a lot of conspiracy theories, because we are free thinkers. We're not just told what to think and then we just think it. So if the FBI, who's lied to us a bunch in the past, tells us something, it's of course going to be normal for us to question that. And I think that's healthy. But we've got to be careful that we're not wrong about this one, because if we're wrong about this one and they get their way and it really is them and my theory is true, we're going to lose the next election. The fact is we have to find out what the truth is. And that's why I made this video. That's why I've spent 4 months pretty much every single day researching, doing experiments, making this video to help clarify, help find the truth, help to maybe settle the debate. Because guys, if you knew that the government never said they took the rifle apart a bunch of times, if the FBI never said that he took his clothes on and off a whole bunch of different times and all this stuff, and all you heard was he went up to the top of the roof, took the shot, and then got away, would you think it was that weird if that was the story? Or has it been diluted by foreign enemies of freedom, and all these people who wanted to orchestrate this to help destroy the Republican Conservative Party? Is that possible? That's my theory. Let's go on to the rest of the video and examine the rest of the evidence for this theory in far greater detail.
What happened 3 weeks ago was nothing less than a national trauma. Really, it was two national traumas. The first national trauma occurred when an assassin's bullet silenced the most prominent proponent of peaceful debate on the American right. The second trauma occurred moments later, when mainstream voices on the left minimized, mocked, and even celebrated the murder. Popular leftist streamer Hassan Piker called for the murder of conservatives more broadly. Quote, "Kill them, kill those mother effers, murder those mother effers in the street, let the streets soak in their effing red capitalist blood." It was not just professional pundits and political figures. What was even more shocking to most people was how many ordinary, normie liberals minimized, justified, and even celebrated the bloodshed. The American left reacted to the highest profile assassination of a political figure in more than half a century. The assassination of a figure, moreover, who held no public office, who passed no legislation, by minimizing, justifying, and even celebrating the violence.
To understand this whole thing, I think we have to go back to the very beginning, kind of in like a step-by-step thing of what we heard. And I can't speak for all of you, but I know what I was told and what I heard and saw coming from the media, social media, and everything, pretty much in order, is that first, Charlie had been shot. Horrific news, and I think right off the bat, we were all shocked. I'm sure pretty much everybody was shocked about this, but if you live in Utah, and especially if you were like a UVU student, or pretty much any college student in Utah for the most part, nothing ever happens here. Like literally nothing ever happens here, right? So when this happens, it's already like a huge shock. And then within just a couple of minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes, we hear that George Zinn is in the crowd screaming with his pants down, I did it, shoot me." And they take him into custody, and then they release him, realizing it's not him. And then later on in the evening, we hear that they have another suspect in custody. And then about 2 hours later, we hear, wait, that wasn't the right guy either, right? And then we have like a whole day in between. Sometime during that day, they come out with security footage. And I think this is where a lot of the conspiracies begin. And guys, when I say conspiracies, I'm not saying that conspiracies are a bad thing. I'm probably one of the biggest conspiracy believers in the world, okay? But the conspiracies that I believe in have some sort of a reason. There's some evidence behind it. It isn't just speculation of me wanting to believe something and then me making up evidence for it. And I'm not saying that's what everyone here in this situation is doing. And it's definitely good to question the government. I mean, how many times has the FBI lied? The whole government lied. We have COVID, we have the vaccines, we have January 6th, January 13th, we have the moon landing, we have JFK, we have, 9/11, if you want to go into that. So it's definitely a good thing to question the government. I support it 100%, but we got to make sure that we're being smart about it. All right, guys, what I remember getting next was the next day, sometime we started getting security footage. And maybe it was earlier in this, but this is just what I remember, guys, is that sometime either that day or the next day, we started getting photos from security footage. Okay, and one of the first ones that came out was a very, very blurry photo. And we didn't know who this person was yet, but we have pictures. And what the FBI did, or the police did, is they took these photos and they ran them through an AI pixel / sharpener program, which a lot of people use. I have one of these. I'll show you how that works. And they spat out like 3 or 4 different photos of someone that looked like Tyler Robinson, but they weren't all exactly all the same. Shortly after this, we get the video of him running across the roof, jumping off, kind of walking, hobbling across the street over into the wooded area. And then we get news that there was a rifle back there recovered. And then about a day or so later, we get the news that his grandpa recognized the rifle from the photo. His parents recognized him, and they got a hold of some former sheriff or deputy or someone that worked for the police department and turned himself in. Okay, from there, we didn't hear anything for about another 10 days or so, I believe. And that's when we get the news from Andrew Kolvik that Charlie is a man of steel, and that it was a 30-06 that went into his neck. It got stopped just below the skin. And by this time, all kinds of theories had already started to come out, and we're going to go over those, but this did not help the situation. I mean, they called it a miracle. They called it a man of steel, like Superman, and that this was the only person this could have ever happened to where the bullet stopped behind the skin and didn't go through and cause a lot more damage. Guys, forgive me if I missed a few details, but from what I understand, this is basically the narrative that we were told from these details, was that Tyler Robinson showed up onto campus, walked down that street, through the tunnel, up around the building, and into the stairwell, up the stairwell, onto the roof of the Sorensen building, changes his clothes, puts the rifle together, takes the shot, goes and takes the rifle back apart, changes his clothes again, then runs off the roof, jumps off the roof, goes across the street into the wooded area, and then puts the rifle back together again and leaves it there. And then after that, guys, we have all those weird text things that came out as well. And then he was turned in and captured by the police. And if I'm wrong, please correct me in the comments down below. But that, as far as I understand it, is pretty much the narrative.
You guys are the beginning portion of the greatest political comeback in American history. Is that you could put Donald Trump in exile at Mar-a-Lago, but you can't make 75, 80 million people disappear.
All right, now that we've covered the narrative, we're going to cover why the narrative became so unbelievable. And I think why all the conspiracies sprouted off of this so quickly, and why nobody believed it, and why people still don't believe the official narrative. And I'm not saying I believe the narrative completely either. I think it's plausible and possible. But guys, the rest of this video, we're going to go into a lot of the stuff that is possible and is not possible, but I think it's important to understand why they exist in the first place, okay? Let me ask you a question. If you had simply heard Tyler Robinson went up the stairway, got onto the roof, took a shot, ran and jumped off the roof, and that later that night he confessed to his parents and they took him to the police department and turned him in, would you have thought anything weird? Would you have been like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. There's no way this could have happened like they say it did? No, you would have just been like, oh, like, case solved, right? At least I think the majority of people would have. Whether or not it's a good thing, I don't know. I think it's still good to question things even if they sound legit, right, at this point. But I think we can get to the root of why everyone thinks there's no way it could have happened the way they say it did. And maybe it didn't. Maybe there's no way it could have happened the way they said it. But I want to get to the root issue. Guys, now I'm going to get to why I think people have such a huge explosion of conspiracies, why nobody can believe what they're being told. And I think it has to do with just cognitive overload, okay? For example, let's just pretend like maybe you're going through a divorce, okay? Then you crash your car and your car is disabled and then you got to rent a car and spend a bunch of money on a rental car. And then you find out you're getting divorced. And then you find out you lost your job. And then you find out the stock market crashed and all your backup savings are just completely gone, okay? All right, so now you're just in a state where you're just so stressed out. You're so already panicking about money. You're panicking about your situation. You're worried about your future. And you can hardly even just think. I mean, I'm sure we've all been in situations where similar to where it feels like this. And then you go to the store with your kids and your kids are like, I want this piece of candy. I want that piece of candy. I want this, I want that. I want to go to Disneyland right after this. Like, hey, Mom, I saw my friend's house on the way to the store. Can you drop me off there on the way home? Blah, 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 blah. And you're just already thinking about way too many things to make rational decisions, and you just start screaming at your kids like, don't you know we're going through a divorce right now? Don't you understand I don't have any money? We can't go to Disneyland, blah, 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 blah. And you just start like freaking out because you don't have the rational mind just to remain calm and just relax and just kind of deal with it in a cognitively rational way. You might even start crying. I've seen people break down in tears. I have no idea what they're going through in the middle of the grocery store over their kid asking for something, and they're freaking out, and they have no idea what to do because all their kids are just doing crazy things. Maybe that's a bad example, but I think you understand where I'm kind of going there. And I think that's something that's similar that happened in this case. All right, guys, what starts this chain of this cognitive overload that I'm talking about? First, guys, we see Charlie Kirk get shot, and that was just a very terrible, terrible moment. It's probably the worst thing anybody's seen publicly happen. And I mean, it was basically a public execution, or the martyrdom of Charlie Kirk was just so shocking, you know, like, and the first things you feel after that, first of all, you feel like very sad. It was just very, very sad, right? I mean, I'm sure people know what I'm talking about. It's a very, very sad feeling. But then right after that, you just start feeling some kind of rage. Like, who did this? Who could have done this? We need to catch this person and make sure that they're punished, right? Like, that massive feeling of vengeance, okay? And that on its own is a very, very powerful feeling, okay? And then right after that, we get George Zinn. We get George Zinn yelling that he did it. And then immediately after that, a couple hours later, they arrest someone else and they release both those people. So already, guys, we're already enraged about something that happened to someone that was so nice. Like, Charlie Kirk was such a nice person compared to like some of these other commentators on our side that are just brutal, honest, and truthful. And I agree 100% pretty much with most of them. But they were not as nice as Charlie Kirk, you know? And then you have all these feelings of like, man, the police cannot catch this person. This person got away already. Like, the police are inept. They can't do their jobs. Like, they've already arrested 2 people and let 2 people go away. Like, how can they not catch this person? Okay. So already your brain is already starting to question the ability of the police to do their jobs correctly. Okay. So you're already thinking, man, the police suck. Like, the government cannot do its job. Okay. Then what we get the photo that's turned into 4 photos, and people are like, why are they releasing a photo of 4 different people? They did not understand that photo was only one person. It was enhanced to try to find someone who looks similar so they could catch this person as soon as possible. People immediately started coming out saying, oh my gosh, there's 4 different suspects and they all look very similar. Okay, so that started happening. Then right after that, you hear from Governor Cox. Okay, guys, it was Governor Cox. It wasn't the FBI, who said that Tyler Robinson went on campus, that he changed into clothes like 2 or 3 different times.
When he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing.
And then he went on the roof, assembled the rifle, then he took the shot, disassembled the rifle, then went into the wooded area and put the rifle back together again. And I don't know where that came from, because that's obviously not true, right? You can clearly see the rifle already put back together on the roof. It's possible that he had it disassembled down his pants, like they were saying, on the way in, maybe. But there's no way he took it back apart again and then put it back together after he jumped off the roof. At this point, we're already enraged because Charlie got shot. Then we're like, the police can't even catch the right guy. Then we get a photo of 4 different people, and people don't understand it's just one, but that's what was going on at that time. People couldn't understand because I think their brains were already so confused. Then we hear that he changed on the roof 2 or 3 different times, and then he took the rifle apart, put it back together, and then and everyone's brains are like, this is just no way this is true. Like, this is the most ridiculous story we've ever been told in our entire lives. Like, there's no way that he changed clothes a bunch of times. There's no way he took the rifle apart a bunch of times, and all this other stuff that didn't make any sense. And guys, like I said, that was Governor Cox, not the FBI. It's attributed to the FBI. Okay. At this point, people are already overloaded. They're so confused. They're so like bewildered about how does any of this could be true. And so people start trying to piece things together. And they're like, well, none of this can be true. Nothing we've been told is true. If he didn't change his clothes, and if he didn't take the rifle apart, nothing else can be true. Nothing can possibly be true about this whole situation. And so they start looking for evidence. That's when they get the video of him on the roof. And they say, well, there's no way this is real because the shadow disappears on the white spot. And then there's a person running into a tree and disappearing behind the tree. And so they kind of try to debunk that video. And so people are out there getting this information and they're hearing that that video is fake. They're seeing that that video is fake and they're taking it as gospel. Maybe it's some influencer that they really like sharing that news that this video is fake. And if they say, well, if that video is fake, that means the FBI is for sure in on it. And from that point on, we start getting theories just exploding like popcorn, like all kinds of theories coming out of nowhere, just thousands and thousands of theories, from Dairy Queen to that it's Israel, to that it was his own people, all the way to the theory that it was aliens on top of Mount Timpanogos with some kind of crazy technology, to people saying that they see bullets on the camera, caught on camera, to someone saying it's behind them from a car with an infrared laser. Infrared lasers don't even work during the day, guys. But just so many things just start coming out that, okay, because of the narrative being so crazy, which I don't think it really is that crazy, guys. I think the only reason it's seen as that crazy is because we were being told all this stuff. And I don't think that they were necessarily even lying to us. I think that they didn't have the security footage. And we're going to go over this next, guys. We're going to go over this stuff in more detail next. But I think what happened is they didn't have all the security footage yet. So they saw him wearing two different outfits. And they figured, oh, he changed on campus somewhere. When did that happen? We don't know, but we're just going to release that. And then I think the video of him jumping off the roof, you can't really see clearly that he has a rifle, unless you're very, very analytical and you watch it like a whole bunch of times. You can see that the rifle's still put together. I think Governor Cox probably just thought, oh, he took the rifle apart. I don't know why he released that or why he said that, but it's a very dumb thing to say. But I think he was just speculating. I don't think he was necessarily lying about it. Guys, I swear I had the footage of Governor Cox saying the suspect had taken the rifle apart and then put it back together and then taking it apart again and then put it back together again. I cannot find it anywhere, so it's either been scrubbed from the internet to save Governor Cox embarrassment, or he never said it at all and I just thought he did. But I also cannot find it anywhere where the FBI said that he took the rifle apart and put it back together. So I did some digging, and what I've discovered is Kash Patel did say on an interview with Fox that there was a screwdriver with DNA on the roof. That's all he said. He didn't say that it was used to put it back together and take it apart and put it back together and take it apart again. He mentions that there's a screwdriver with the DNA on the roof. And I think if the narrative is true, or if it was Tyler Robinson, because if it's his DNA and it's on the roof, right, it could be planted, whatever. But if it is true that the narrative is true, I think what probably happened was that on the way there to the roof, he probably had the rifle disassembled to begin with. Maybe he had half the rifle down one leg and half down the other, or both halves down one. It would be a lot easier to carry that because he'd be a lot shorter, right? Instead of 48 inches, you'd probably be looking at 23 inches or so. Anyways, I think that he probably got on the roof, put it together, took the shot, and then ran off the roof, left the screwdriver, did not take it apart and put it back together, and then take it apart and put it back together again. That's really stupid. And then just jumps off the roof with the rifle. I think that's probably what happened, if the narrative is true, and if he was the one up there, or if it was someone else. I think that's what happened. I think what I've discovered is that people took the statement about the screwdriver, and they made their own story about it, and they shared that information in a bunch of reels like we're going to talk about, and pretty soon that became the narrative, even though no one ever said it. And then we get to the point where this video gets put out, convincing everyone that it's for sure fake, and then it's all AI, and then from there, everyone's minds just were already agreeing that it's all crazy, and then everything went from there. But guys, in the next couple of videos, we're going to show you Dairy Queen, that whole thing is manufactured. We're going to show you that that photo that they released was only one person. It was just an AI representation trying to find the suspect as quick as possible. And then I'm going to show you proof that that video on the roof is real. There was a person on that roof. Whether or not it was Tyler Robinson, I can't prove that, and I can't prove the narrative is 100% correct. But what I can show is that there is a person on that roof, and that's a legitimate video. There's no disappearing teleportation tree. That tree is not sketchy. There's no weird AI thing going on with the tree. That is all legitimate, guys. And so at the end of this section, I just wanted to say, like, this is what I keep going back to. If you had just heard someone climbed on the roof and took that shot, would you think it was so unbelievable? I don't think so. I don't think it's that unbelievable when you just put it that way. Like, if you didn't think you had been lied about the changing of clothes, and you didn't think you had been lied about the rifle, and you hadn't believed that that was AI, would you still think this was that crazy of a story? And I will give it to you, when we heard that it was a 30-06, that to me is the weirdest part about the whole situation. But even then, guys, people coming out saying, I have talked to 15 hunters, and they've all said that every time they've shot a deer, it goes straight through, and all this stuff. A lot of these people don't realize that there's like 10 different types of, or more of different types of 30-06 bullets. And I don't know. That's the weirdest part to me as well. And I can't prove it was, and I can't prove it wasn't. But what you're going to see in this next video is probably going to blow your minds, because I'm going to show you the truth about a lot of it. And what my goal is I can't prove anything true, really. But what I can do is I can disprove most of these theories. And by disproving theories, we can find the truth easier and easier by eliminating. If I can eliminate 4,997 of the 5,000 theories, and then we can focus on the 3 options that are actually legitimate and actually possible, I think that helps a lot.
The good guys can win if we push hard enough. It goes to show that we can turn the symbols where they are trying to ostracize us into symbols of victory.
Have you heard of the Monty Hall problem? It's a problem in the game theory, and we're going to use game theory a lot in this, whether it's Occam's razor or Monty Hall problem. But the main strategy of my whole entire video and the thesis behind this video is kind of like the Monty Hall problem. And what the Monty Hall problem is in game shows, you'll see this a lot in game shows, like The Price is Right or similar game shows I'm sure you've seen. And what it is basically you'll have 3 doors. And behind those doors, you'll have 2 goats and a car. And they will allow you to pick one of the doors, okay? And you'll pick a door. Let's just say you pick door 1. All right, so you pick door 1. And now what the host is going to do is the host is going to say something like, I'm now going to reveal to you one of the wrong options. And I'll have an assistant open up door 3. And behind door 3 will be a goat, not the car that you're looking to win, which is behind one of the doors. Now what will happen is the host will say to you, you can either stay with your first choice, which is choice 1, or you can change your choice to door 2. And this is an interesting phenomenon, because contestants and in game theory, if you change your choice to that second option, you win like 66% of the time. It's somewhere around there. It's like 60 to 70% of the time you actually will win by switching. And the reason is because in the beginning you were choosing 1 out of 3. When you have a second choice, your chances are 50-50. And I can't explain it. No one can really explain it. It's really unexplainable. And if you watch on YouTube about Monty Hall problem, you'll find out it's really unexplainable. For some reason, making that choice to switch is winnable like 60% of the time or so. And guys, this is kind of how my video is going to be useful. I can't prove all of these theories right. I can't prove a theory right that I have. I can't say, well, was it a guy on a different roof? Let's try to prove that. Was it Tyler Robinson? I can't prove that. Is it a palm gun? I can't prove that. What I can prove in this video is, surprisingly well, I can prove a whole bunch of these theories wrong. And by doing that, I'm basically like the game show host showing you there's a goat behind each of those doors. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to find the door that has the answer behind it. Okay? Does this make sense? This is why I'm so excited about this video. I'm sorry this introduction is so long, but it's important that we understand the reason behind everything and the purpose of the video. And I think if I can show you that 4,997 doors are wrong, and now we have a choice of 3 doors instead of 5,000, we are much more likely, even if we guessed, we shouldn't guess, but even if we guessed, is it easier to guess 1 out of 5,000 or 1 out of 3? I mean, like, come on, guys. My point is that we shouldn't guess, but even if we did guess, we'd have a much better chance of getting the true answer than listening to all these clickbaiters out here just posting a new theory every day where most of them know that their theory is wrong. Make sense? All right, let's start opening doors.
Everybody, it feels good to win back our country.
All right, guys. We gotta talk about something really quick. I don't think this is super relevant anymore. I think this is kind of ridiculous. It's not something we really need to talk about too much. So we're gonna try to keep this one very short. But this is something that those who do not believe it was Tyler Robinson at all have used as like a clinch pin of all clinch pins, that it's not possible for him to have been the one on campus. And I don't understand how or why this is relevant or even a thing, even if he had changed on campus, but he didn't. And that is that they think that the FBI said that he changed clothes like several different times on campus. The FBI never said that, guys. Governor Cox said that.
When he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point.
And I think what happened, and I'm pretty sure we have good evidence of this now, is that at the time, they didn't know who this person was yet. They had some surveillance photos of him. They probably have surveillance photos of him wearing the light blue jean shorts and the maroon shirt, as well as this one right here that we're looking at. And they probably thought, oh, he changed on campus. How is he wearing two different clothes on campus? That doesn't make any sense. And so Governor Cox just put this out there, trying to do his best, trying to help the situation, trying to help people catch him. What they didn't know at the time is that he had actually been on campus twice. Once getting out of his car in the maroon shirt and the light blue jean shorts, and then going back to his car, changing into this outfit that we see here, and then going on to campus. Let's look at that really quick, because this is Tyler Robinson arriving on campus in his gray Challenger. And so we know that this is his car. He's on campus, or this is a road right next to campus. Guys, what we see next is this person here, or Tyler Robinson, walking to campus. And what do we see? Light blue shorts and then a maroon shirt. I would also like to point out real quick, I think that him doing this person going out and scouting and doing a dry run before he goes back to campus again, is evidence of not only intent or planning, but it kind of shows that he's not necessarily a patsy, because if you're a patsy, why do you have to scout this out? Why do you have to do a good job trying to figure out where you're going? I think it's possible that he also had a scope in this backpack that he possibly drops off on campus to make it easier to put the rifle down his pants later on. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I haven't heard that from anyone or anywhere. I'm just speculating that that's a possibility, and maybe that's why he did do this dry run, is so that he could drop off some supplies there before he went again, to make it easier and not as obvious. Anyways, guys, we can see clearly light blue shorts, maroon shirt. Whereas in this photo, when he's entering campus in this photo, he has kind of like these darker jeans on, or darker pants, and then the dark shirt with the American flag, and then this hat. The hat looks the same. This is entering campus, when he's not even on campus yet. The narrative is that he changed on the roof. My point being, guys, that this is before he's on campus, and this is right as he's entering campus. All right, guys, here is allegedly Tyler Robinson again, making his second trip from the car to campus. And this time he's wearing long pants, the dark shirt with the American flag on it, and then a different backpack. It appears to be like a darker backpack. And then the hat, and then the shoes are similar. Okay, so this guy's, obviously, if you have logic, you can tell that he went on campus the first time in the shorts and then the maroon shirt, came back, changed into this outfit, and then walked back to campus a second time. The alternative that you're asking me to believe, which I don't think is true, I think is actually absolutely absurd, is that he goes on campus wearing the shorts and the maroon shirt, goes up onto the roof, takes off all those clothes, changes into this, runs all the way back out to the neighborhood, and then walks all the way back to campus again to that same roof for no reason, and then takes the shot. Because we know that's not true because of the times that he's seen on security footage on campus. He wouldn't have had time to run all the way back out to the street to do this, but just common sense says that's a ridiculous theory. Governor Cox got that wrong. Unfortunately, said something wrong. It's come across as that's part of some huge narrative that he created or the FBI created, when in reality they just got it wrong. That's it. Okay. Anyways, you can see him with that limp here as well. Guys, this is just another piece of evidence. And even if this isn't Tyler Robinson, this is whoever did it. And according to all the information we have, this points to being Tyler Robinson, allegedly. Now I have to talk about one more thing, guys. People have been saying, well, how was Tyler Robinson here wearing the shorts and the maroon shirt when he was supposedly up on the roof doing what he was doing and taking that shot? It's impossible this could be Tyler Robinson, blah, 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 blah. Guys, I do think that there's a possibility that there was people in maroon shirts that day that were there for a distraction or to create confusion like this afterwards, to help create these narratives, just like you guys saw in my theory. So that's a possibility. But we can clearly tell that this is not Tyler Robinson, because guess what, guys? Black shorts. Black shorts. Also, guys, look how long these sleeves are compared to the shirt that Tyler Robinson is wearing. This is clearly black. This is clearly a maroon shirt, but look how long those sleeves are compared to these ones, guys. Those sleeves were way down to here, and these shorts are clearly light blue, not black. Clearly not the same person. Clearly this is a different person. That is not Tyler Robinson in the crowd running away from people. Guys, this is Tyler Robinson right here walking to campus. Completely different person. Unless you want me to believe that he cut off the sleeves earlier that morning and then he went on to campus, changed into black shorts, and then re-glued his sleeves back on. I guess. Anyways, guys, I hope this clears up some confusion, because I think this was one of the huge supporting pillars. The narrative was somehow all faked and false, and that they were lying to us. I think we have proof now that they weren't lying. He just went to campus twice. They only saw him on campus originally in those first few hours on that security footage, and they were just putting the best information that they thought was out there. They got it wrong. but they weren't lying. Anyways, guys, I think this one is debunked. We can move on and not really talk about this whenever. This is not something that's relevant to anything.
And if there is one thing that you teach your child, it's you must do the right thing, even if it is the challenging thing.
In this video, we're going to be talking about there being the handprints on the roof as proof that there was someone on the roof, whether or not that was Tyler Robinson or someone else. The fact that there's no shadow and how that has to do with dynamic range. And then we're going to talk about the person disappearing behind this tree and how that is not AI. And guys, I just want to prove real quick that I was actually here because I actually saw the handprints on the roof with Gray Hughes Investigates, who was there as well. Those are not edited like some people are saying. And I actually was there. I talked with him. I saw those on his screen. They were not edited, okay? Unless he has some kind of magical editor that can edit things as they are filmed. Guys, about a month ago, I went out here and I met with Gary from Paramount Tactical. If you haven't subscribed to his channel, please do. Phenomenal channel, great content. Not just about this, but about all kinds of cool stuff. Currently, he's filming, demonstrating how this is not AI, and we're going to get to that in a second. But guys, this isn't some magical tree that you can just walk into and get teleported somewhere else. It's not AI. No one's disappearing over here, okay? Anyways, this is Steven Gardner. Great channel as well. Make sure you subscribe to him. And then if we rewind a second, this is Gray Hughes Investigates. He has a really cool channel as well. Great guy. It was really fun to kind of get to know all these people at UVU during this day, guys. And guys, if you still don't believe that I was here, here I am catching up with Steven Gardner after we were kicked off campus by campus police. They were actually pretty cool. He kind of gave us some insights to some of the investigation stuff, like how long it took, some of the technologies they may have used, and some different stuff like that. And yeah, it was cool to talk to Steven Gardner, kind of get to know about his channel a little bit. And it's always fun to meet fellow YouTubers.
That was kind of weird to be kicked out by the police, huh?
Oh, yeah. I think all the conspiracies are completely true.
Well, the other thing that was really interesting, and a super nice cop, I don't have a negative thing to say, but
yeah,
he said that they've been asked not to talk about all the forensics that were done with lasers and measurements and
exactly how long they took to do the investigations. All right, guys, let's get back to the footage. Now that we've established that I was actually there, I can kind of give you my firsthand experience seeing this stuff on the screen and then attesting to that it's true. Let's get on with this, okay? And guys, I know by saying this, people are just going to say that I'm paid by Israel or something. Like, that's the problem with like chain link conspiracies or if then this conspiracy theorists is just because I said this is now proof that I'm part of this conspiracy somehow. Like, come on, man. Anyways. So here is whoever's on the roof, whether it's Tyler Robinson or someone else. And guys, people say this is AI, and we're going to be talking about this whole entire thing in this whole entire video because he's coming off here. There's not really a shadow that you can see. Then he's getting off here, and people say this is a 30 to 40 foot building. Guys, it's not that tall. You just saw me and Gray Hughes. You just saw Gray Hughes standing next to it. And then you also have a guy walking down here disappearing behind this tree. And so supposedly when this came out, everyone said this whole thing was AI. Well, we're going to watch this right now and just show you that it's not all AI. All right. So what you're going to see is him kind of like bend over. He's going to kind of put his hand on this wall here. And then he's going to kind of come down, put his foot here and kind of brace himself. And then you're going to see both of his hands slide off of this right here and then land on the floor. Okay, there he goes, getting down. He's going to put his foot down right here, right there. And then you're going to see one hand slide and then the next hand slide, okay? Did you see that? Right here. Okay, one hand slide off right there. Then the next hand slide off right there, fall on the floor. Okay, now, if we go back to this handprint, what does it look like? It looks like a sliding fingers, and it looks like some kind of a skinny device that is like, what could that be? To me, it looks like it's whatever he's holding, which looks like a big rifle in a towel. And guys, we're going to go over dynamic range here in a second. That's why everything appears to be so skinny. But right there, you can see whatever he's holding kind of brushes against the edge right there as well. Right there. Okay. And it's hard to tell for sure, but what this looks like it could be is it looks like that could be the end of whatever he's holding. And that for sure looks like some kind of a, maybe my measurements are off, but quarter of an inch to an inch, something, you know, whether it's in the towel still or not. It looks like that's an end of a barrel or something kind of rubbing against the edge right there and then going off the roof as well. So what do we have, guys? We have a handprint, something here, and they're both sliding like it looks like in the video. And there's also some tape down below on this section here. And yeah, it's guys, this is still here. I went back like about a week ago. It's almost been 2 months. These marks are still here. It's rained a couple times, and that's one of the things that I keep hearing about, how this cannot be true, and it has to be someone going up there and rubbing these marks on there. Every time it rains, apparently someone's going back up there and rubbing these marks there, because there's no way this survived a rainstorm. like, I don't know who keeps going up there and putting these marks there or for what reason, but that's what I keep hearing, or that it's just fake to begin with. And I can guarantee it's not fake, and I can guarantee that they're still there. I saw them like a week or two ago, and that was about 2 months after the event. Even 1 month after the event, guys, it had rained, but it was like sprinkling rain. It wasn't like a major thunderstorm or major like rainstorm tsunami kind of a thing. There was a little bit of a sprinkling rains here and there, maybe once or twice, but guys, not enough to wash this off. And we're going to do an experiment right now. All right, guys, one of the arguments I keep hearing is that it's impossible for those handprints to still be on the building because it's probably rained since then. So I just went back and looked, and they are still there, and it's like almost 2 months later, but we're going to do an experiment, okay? I'm going to take a little swipe of this. I'm going to leave that there for a few days, and then we're going to pour some water on this. And I'm going to show you that even if it rains, and even if it rains super hard, it's possible to leave marks that stay there. Let's put a couple more. Guys, it's been about 4 or 5 days, and as you can see, these marks are still there. I've been driving on the freeway, non-freeway, just around town, and those did not get blown off by 60-mile-an-hour winds or 70-mile-an-hour winds on the freeway. Now we're going to see if a little bit of rain would wash those right off or not. All right, so what we got is this bucket of water, and I'm just going to kind of give this a heavy dousing. All right, guys, as you can see, I doused that thing pretty well with that bucket of water. That was a lot of water, probably a lot more water than just a normal rainstorm. And, you know, it's worn off a little bit, but you can clearly still see it. Those marks are obviously still there, and that's what we see also on the building at UVU, you know. So, I mean, this is a glass window. This isn't a piece of metal. I assume glass is probably a little bit less porous and probably a little bit more smooth, so I would, like, it's just ridiculous to think that a couple rainstorms is going to wash that off. You need to scrub that off in order to wash any marks off. So, guys, I think we can say that, you know, even if it rained once or twice, those marks are definitely going to still be there. And I know they were because I was there and I saw them. So here's another angle of those marks. Still there after I doused it with water. All right, guys, just in case you don't believe me, this is December 7th, 2025. And as you can see, there's snow on the mountains back there. And here are the handprints. And I believe what is the rifle print still on the roof, still there after numerous rainstorms, thunderstorms, and some snow. Guys, there's the mountains. If you don't believe me, it is snowing now. This is about 3 months after the incident. I know some of you are going to be like, that's impossible. Well, guys, it is possible because look, here's September. Here's some rain and snow right here. This is precipitation. And if we go down here, we can see an actual chart day by day of rain and thunderstorms and snow since September 10th. Okay, look, light rain, mist, light rain, heavy rain, light rain, mist, light rain, heavy rain, light snow, light rain and snow, light snow and rain, light rain and mist. Okay, December, we have light rain and snow, light rain and snow, heavy rain, light rain. So guys, you can see until December 7th, which is the day that I'm here taking this video, just like the roof where I poured water all over it, these handprints are still here. So either someone is coming back every single day and then putting them perfectly back on the roof, or they're still there, and you can probably go check it out right now. Right now it's December 28th, 29th-ish. You can go check it out right now if you'd like. All right, guys, what did we learn from the last video? We learned that those handprints are clearly still there. I was an eyewitness. Plus, you saw them yourself. You saw that rain doesn't wash off handprints that easy. And guys, I mean, go duplicate that yourself. If you don't think I put enough water on that, it was actually pouring down my leg on the side of the car, so it was pretty hard to film that thing. But go duplicate that yourself. See what you can do. Guys, all these tests, like I said before, are all duplicatable. All right, what are we going to look at next? We're going to see if that shadow disappearing on the roof is AI. I think it's important to analyze this video real quick. This video is one of the first videos that came out, and it really started triggering everyone to be like, oh my gosh, if this video is fake, then everything has to be fake, and therefore it has to be some kind of grand conspiracy, and therefore nothing we're being told can be true at all, so it has to be the opposite of what we're being told. And that's where everything kind of started spiraling out of control, with everyone's brains being overloaded with so many theories that nobody knows what's true anymore. And the main premise of this is that people are saying this has to be an AI video, and therefore nobody was ever on this roof, and therefore it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson or anybody who took the shot from over here, and therefore everything we're being told is fake, right? And the reason people think that, and we know, guys, first of all, we know that's not true because there is handprints right here, and I've been there and I've seen them myself firsthand, and we just saw a video on that. But we also can show that this is not true at all, okay? And what this comes from is people saying, well, he has no shadow when he's on this white part of the roof. And also the rifle disappears, and maybe his legs even disappear, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Okay, well, what can you see right here? You can see a shadow. But as he gets onto the roof, it is true, the shadow is gone. There's no shadow, okay? And then it gets over here, and you can see the rifle is right there still in the towel that he wrapped it up with. And then he's going to get off the roof, okay? Guys, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to bring this up just real quick. A lot of people are bringing up this part right here and saying, well, he has a shadow here. Why doesn't that shadow appear here if it's just dynamic range? We're going to get to dynamic range in a second, but I just wanted to kind of bring this up right away so that it doesn't even become a question later. And in my opinion, this camera is probably using a quad Bayer sensor. And guys, other sensors also do this. It isn't just quad Bayer sensors that do this, but quad Bayer sensors and other sensors will actually add pixels to a video or a photo to negate some of these phenomenons. It works better than it would have if not, but it still doesn't work perfectly. And let me explain what a quad Bayer sensor is, guys. All right, guys, so what a quad Bayer sensor is, for example, you'll see a drone or some other kind of a camera. A lot of these are smaller sensors, so they're trying to make the quality and enhance the quality and kind of get rid of some of these phenomenons that smaller sensors or bad quality sensors have. And what it basically means is you'll have a sensor and it'll say, the drone will say that it shoots 48 megapixels, for example. But if you look further into the specs, you'll find out that it's actually 12 megapixels. And what it does is it makes it into 48 megapixels, okay? And how that works is, let's just pretend that you've zoomed in onto something and there's a megapixel. Okay, that's 1 megapixel. Okay. Now what this quad Bayer sensor is going to do is it's going to go, oh, that is 1 megapixel. And so guys, normally this photo would be about this big, right? Does it make sense? It would be about this big, and that'd be one of the pixels. Okay. And what it's going to do is it's going to say, well, that's a 12 megapixel photo. What we're going to do instead is we're going to take this megapixel right here, and we're going to copy it, and we're going to put it right here, right here, and right here. And then instead of having that photo be that big, it's now going to expand to that big. And because you've copied that color, that pixel to right here, and it's filling in that spot, now you can zoom in, you can blow it up bigger, you can look at it on the screen better, and it won't be as blurry. Does that make sense? That's my best way of explaining it, is using this as an example. Other sensors will also do this a little bit. Not to as much of a degree as a quad Bayer sensor will do it, because it's not multiplying it by 4. But sometimes it'll just be like this, 1 pixel, and it'll kind of copy around the pixels around the outside of it, just to, and blend the pixels in around with it to also kind of give around this phenomenon. Okay, so you have quad Bayer sensors, but you also have other sensors, and apparently a lot of security cameras do this. All right, so now we're going to look at this. Okay, what I believe is happening here is, I think you can see there's a shadow around the outside of this building right here, and it's kind of jagged, and that's not what a shadow does. Okay, and you can see that this is a little bit different color here, and this is a little bit different color here. And a shadow, guys, only appears for like half a millisecond. You can kind of see just a weird, unnatural blip right there, right? What I believe is happening, we're going to zoom in here, Do you see how the shadow right here is very rugged and it's just very, very ripply and jagged? I believe this is caused by the sensor. I don't think the shadow actually looks like this. I think this is the sensor trying to copy pixels and put them there. Like, I'm not sure for sure. It could be jagged. It could be like that. But I believe what you're seeing with that little blip is just the camera trying to create pixels to blend in with this, because that's what these sensors do. That's what these pixels do. And now what we're going to see is going to play into what we're going to talk about here. See how skinny his legs are? His legs didn't just magically teleport away and make his bones appear, and then they're going to come back later when he gets off the roof. And this isn't AI messing up. And as he gets off the roof, guys, we're going to have more information about what's going on. Okay, let's continue. Okay, suddenly his legs are back. Okay, his legs are back. His right leg is back. Suddenly everything is back, and he looks like a normal human being mostly again, right? Okay. The reason this is because of a thing called dynamic range. And guys, we're going to go through some examples of this real quick. But basically what dynamic range is it's the amount of light that a camera can see. The range of the darkness to light. From dark to brightness, okay? And all photographs is data. And the more data a camera can get, the wider that spectrum is. Guys, and so what that means is pretty much some cameras can only get a range from like here to here, okay? Anything past here is going to look like pitch black, even though it's not. Anything past here is going to look like white. It's just going to be bright white, and there's not going to be any data on there because all the data is lost, okay? So that's what I'm trying to explain. Dynamic range is that capture of data of what a camera can see, and anything outside of those two ranges is lost, either to the bright white or to dark black. Okay. Our eyes, for example, also have a dynamic range of about 30 stops. And that's just a photography term. We're not going to get into that. But basically what that means is the eye can see this bright white and all the way to this black. And after that, everything's pitch black. And from here on this way, everything's lost to white. Okay. In a camera, for example, if we were to compare, this is a raw file compared to a normal file, but there's cameras that are similar, right? There's cameras that have 10 to 12 stops, and there's cameras that have 12 to 14 stops. So let's just pretend these are different cameras, for example. If I take this camera and I take a picture of a scene and anything's brighter than this, that's going to appear as bright white. However, if I have this camera, since it has 12 to 14 stops, which are more stops than this one, anything brighter than this, I still have two more stops. So the next one's going to look a little bit gray. Then I'm going to get to white. Then everything will look super white, right? So I'm going to have I have more detail here than this one, meaning I have two more shades of gray or shades of colors that are not lost to the white range. Okay. Same thing over here. Over here, anything past here would be pitch black. Anything here would still have detail. And on this camera, I would still have detail here, and I would still have detail in the shadows here, and then anything from here on out would be pitch black. So because there's more data, I can see more of what's on that photograph, okay? All right, guys, to help you guys understand this, I'm going to use another example. I love to use examples. I'm sorry, for this whole entire video, you're going to see me use tons of examples. But let's just pretend that you're out camping. And we could say this about a movie theater as well. You could say it's a bright day, you walk into a dark movie theater. Let's use the camping example. It's a little bit easier to understand, I think a little bit better, and we've all been there. You're at your camping, there's a table at your campsite, you have a lantern there, you have cards there, there's flashlights. Anyways, guys, you can see around the campsite, and you can see on the table, and, at a certain point around the table, you look out and it's pitch black, right? It's pitch black out there, and, the lantern is this bright spot right here, okay? Nothing's brighter than that lantern. Even the lantern, parts of the lantern are probably in this range that you can't even see. But at a certain spot around the table, you can see that things look pitch black, which would be about right here, okay? Now, let's just say you finish playing your card games, you turn off the lantern, you and your friends decide to go on a moonlight walk, and, you walk off 5, 10, 15 away from that table. You don't have any flashlights. You're walking into this area here, where everything appears pitch black. You can't see any details in the trees, the ground. You can't really see the ground. Everything looks really, really dark. Everything's pitch black. Well, what ends up happening after 3 to 4 minutes, you get your night vision is what you would call it, right? But what's really happening is your pupils are getting bigger. It's letting more light in. And what used to be pitch black, what you used to see like this, is now around here. And now those pine needles become visible. The ground has become visible. You can see pieces of gravel. You can see dirt. You might even see like a possum or a skunk up ahead of you, or a deer right up ahead of you or something. Whereas when you were at that table, you couldn't see any of that. All that stuff appeared pitch black. It isn't that it was pitch black. It's just that your eyes have become accustomed to it and kind of moved into the range of visibility. That's kind of like dynamic range. It's the best way I can kind of give you an example, I guess, kind of to help you understand, is that the range of what you can see changed because your eyes got, bigger. Like your pupils got bigger so you could see it. Right? So the range, and at that point, what looks really bright white, you could light a match and it would look just as bright as that lantern, basically, on your, on the range of your view. Anyways, let's move on. So why is this important? In this video right here, guys, first of all, it's a terrible camera. It's probably 720p or even 480p. It's probably not even downloaded from the camera. It's probably it's probably downloaded onto the phone and then sent out. It's probably not even like the pure high quality footage if they do have it. It's probably just something that they downloaded on the phone and then sent out. They might have higher quality video. I don't know. But what they gave us was not high quality. Okay. That's one thing. You can see how pixelated it is. You can see how not good quality it is. But then we have dynamic range playing into this. Okay. And what we see is these shadows here are pretty well exposed. Okay. What that tells me is that the lights are going to be a little bit less as good exposed. And you can see that in this photograph very easily, guys. You can see back here, you can see things that are poking out of these roofs that you can't really see very well. You have cars, like this roof of this car is bright white, no detail to be seen. You can see the rooftop bars of this. This one's almost disappearing in the light. There's a lot of evidence that this is exposed to the darker side, not the lighter side. And what that means is that this right here is going to be the same as this car roof. You're going to lose details because it's not exposed correctly. Okay? And that's why there's no shadow. It's not because aliens came and abducted his shadow. It's not because it's AI. It's not because a magician wizard guy is over here projecting a projection of Tyler. Guys, it's just because this roof is not exposed very good because it's overexposed. Okay. If this roof was better exposed, you would see more detail, right? But because this is a little bit overexposed, and you can tell it's a little bit overexposed because of all the evidence, all these cars missing details and all these things, and the shadow here being able to be seen. If this wall, guys, was pitch black, you would see this better, right? Does that make sense? Because that means that there would be a less of an exposure. The problem with these types of cameras is they don't have a variable aperture, meaning that that lens is wide open all the time, and they're trying to capture as much of what they can see the best, and you can see brighter things better than you can see darker things. Okay? Meaning they don't want this wall to be pitch black where someone can just go hide up against the wall and not see who they are, and they can just creep up along the wall and then sneak into the building. That wouldn't make any sense. So they're going to overexpose it so they can see more things and more people. But that leaves a little bit of a weakness because the dynamic range can't capture the detail in this white area. That's all it is. But we're going to go through some examples really quick. All right. Here's a photograph of two different shots, and it has the same exposure, it looks like, on the bottom. Pretty close. However, the cameras that these are taken with have very different dynamic ranges. You can see on the right that these trees here have detail in mostly all of them. There's some really dark spots where you might be starting to lose some detail. It's hard to tell without really zooming in and pixel peeping, okay? And the trees over here, they might have some dark spots as well. But what can you notice up here, guys? What you notice is that all of these clouds are blown out, and you cannot see any of the detail in these clouds whatsoever. Okay. Over here, the exposure is nice. The sky, you can see the clouds there. You can see even in the white areas, you can see the detail in the clouds. You can see the shadows. You can see the highlights. Everything in between in this whole photograph is intact because the data is all there. At a certain point, like over here, there is some clipping way over here, but for the most part, you can see all the details. Whereas over here, this camera had a range that overlaps this one, because the exposure is similar. However, you can see this whole area up here is clipped, guys. The sky, the highlights, the clouds. The only cloud that is at all visible correctly is this one right here. Everything else is completely clipped, And that's because of the dynamic range. It's not because somebody faked this or AI came and stole the cloud's definition or aliens came and got it. It's just because, sorry, it's just funny. Because that's a couple of people have told me that the aliens obviously did this whole thing. But it's just the clipping from the dynamic range because this data is missing. Let's do one more. And this one right here, you can see that her hair is decently exposed. This is decently exposed down here. But what we get is we lose the detail in this guy's shirt. It's underexposed. And what that means is all that is gone. That is gone. And then up here, all of this is clipped. There's missing data. It's just not there, right? Because the dynamic range isn't wide enough to capture this. In this one, the dynamic range is wide enough where his shirt still has some detail, as well as the brightness up here is still in range to be captured. I'm hoping that I'm explaining this correctly and easily for you guys because it's not super simple, but it's pretty simple, okay? So basically, guys, this one has a wider dynamic range. This one has a lower dynamic range, meaning there's only a certain amount of shades that it can capture correctly, whereas this one can capture more shades without having those details lost. Basically what that means, guys, is like that first photograph, the sky is out here, and in this second photograph, the sky falls in this range here, therefore the detail is still there. And his shirt still falls in this area. That's why his shirt is still here. And in the other one, his shirt is back here. That's why it's pitch black and there's no details. So I took my drone out to kind of demonstrate this a little bit. And in this beginning part, you can tell that this is correctly exposed for this grassy area down here and these trees. But once you get to these mountains where the sun is really beating on them and also the sky is completely lost the detail, you can completely tell what's going on here, okay? You can tell that this is properly exposed, and you can tell that the sky up here is not, okay? Now, here's the thing. On most cameras, you can actually adjust this. So when I say adjust this, basically, you can change the exposure. And basically, when you're changing the exposure, guys, what you're doing is you're changing this range up or down as if this was a dial, okay? If that makes sense, what you're doing is you're basically taking this right here and moving it a couple this way. And then this right here becomes into detail. And down here becomes, and this part here would become too bright, okay? So to kind of help you visualize this, guys, on my video that I'm showing you, the first part of it is like this, where the grass is exposed and the sky is all lost, the data is all lost. Well, when I change the shutter speeds and a couple of different factors in there, it's like this box moves to the right. And now this part here that was lost gets placed here, and the grass is going to become darker and darker because it's going to be underexposed, whereas the sky is correctly exposed. So guys, this is as if the box is where it's at, right? Where the grass is kind of in the middle of that box. And then as I move that box to the right, getting more of that data that is white and blown out back into the scene, what you can see is now the grass gets a little bit darker because it's moved to the left on that chart. And the sky is now properly exposed inside of that box. All right, guys, what you can see here is I have a broomstick. And that broomstick, guys, is not magically disappearing. It is just not properly exposed, and it is getting lost into the details because that sidewalk is not properly exposed. Okay, you can see there it is, and then as it sinks into the sidewalk, it appears on the other side. Guys, it's not magic. It's you can still kind of see it a little bit right there. This isn't a magic trick. It's there, and then as I lower it down, oh, it disappears. I'm a magician. No, it's just not properly exposed. It's not AI. This isn't some crazy trick, guys. It's just that you can barely see it because it's there. And also, guys, what you notice is my shadow. My shadow disappeared. Oh no, I lost my shadow. No, guys, you just can't see my shadow on the sidewalk because guess what? It's right here still. You just can't see it on the sidewalk because this is outside of that box. It's not possible to see it. It's not magic. It's not AI. It's not aliens. It's just the exposure and how cameras work. You know, and you can see me as I move in and out. You can see the stick disappears. You can see my shadow disappears. This is just normal, guys. This isn't anything fishy. I didn't go pay Mossad or Israel or the FBI to edit my photo and make it look all crazy. You guys can go demonstrate this yourself. Just go out get a camera that doesn't have very good dynamic range and expose for the grass or expose for shadows that are around, and then go expose for the cement. And guys, look what happens when you expose correctly. You can see the stick no matter where it's at, whether it's in the grass or whether it's on the sidewalk. You also can see my shadow on the sidewalk. The lines of the sidewalk even reappear. I mean, this isn't a magic trick, guys. The aliens didn't give back the lines. It's just an exposure problem with the dynamic range. Back here, I didn't go cover all the cement with like a bright, shiny light bulb thing, guys, or something crazy like that. You can go duplicate this, okay? Aliens didn't come back down and reinstall the lines. It's just the exposure, okay? But like, I keep saying crazy things, but that's what I see when people say that the aliens came and took away the shadow off the building or that it's AI. It's not. Like, this is clear proof that it's not. Okay, let's just give you one more example. So in this video here, you can see these houses are a little bit underexposed, and the sky is also not great. So it's decent. But when you properly expose this down here, these all get blown out and you lose all of these details. Okay, that's a dynamic range problem, because this camera, if you look hard enough, you'll find a spot that's really, really dark. Like right here is what I would expect is the darkest area. And then the brightest area that has any data is these mountains back here. Anything darker than that's going to be lost, and anything brighter than that's going to be lost. Okay, the same thing if we change the exposure on this. Okay, now we're going to expose the sky correctly. And when you expose the sky correctly, this sky, it becomes detailed, and you can see all the details, right? It's a little bit blown out right here. So that's probably the brightest you can get with details, probably in this cloud somewhere-ish, you know, somewhere in this area. And then the darkest you can see without losing details, probably this right here. This right here, you're losing details because it's too black. And, you know, these windows are too black. You can't, it's too dark. You can't, it's just all blacks. And anything brighter than this is all into the whites, and you lose those details. This just happens in every single camera. It's not possible to avoid this, guys. It's something that's with all of them. All right, guys, you see this airplane right here? For the grand finale of this section, I'm going to make it magically disappear. I called upon my alien friends, and guess what, guys? They answered, and they are going to disappear the airplane right now. It's gone. Can't see it anymore. But I guarantee it's still there, guys. You just can't see it, right? And that's just the dynamic range. This right here, this little glow on the roof, that is what's called halo effect, or chromatic aberration in this case. And that just happens when you have a high contrast area meet another high contrast area on really low quality lenses and cameras. This is not anything weird either. And I've seen people say, well, what about that line or that purple thing? I mean, what do people think this is? Like an alien coming to teleport this person off the roof or something? I mean, beam me up, Scotty? I don't know. Now that you guys understand dynamic range, I think when you look at this video right here, it makes a lot more sense now, right? You can't really see the towel. You can't see the rifle very well. His shadow disappears. But we just saw that with my video, guys. This does not prove that this is AI. We now have a clearer understanding of what this is, and all it is dynamic range. Now we know that that shadow disappeared on the roof is just dynamic range and other camera exposure issues. Now we're going to be looking at the infamous tree. You know, the one that people just walk into and disappear behind. Is it alien spaceships? Is it a teleportation tree? Is it a time machine you can walk into and teleport to wherever you want? Or is it AI? Or is it something much, much simpler? It seems like if you were going to pay someone the money to make an AI video of someone on this roof and then pay someone to sneak back after every rainstorm and re-stick the same exact fingerprints, the same exact patterns, and the same exact form and distances, and have the ability to do that, and then you were going to pay someone to AI video someone walking into a tree and disappearing over here, it seems like that you would have paid them enough that they would have finished the job correctly. They wouldn't have left the shadow off. They wouldn't have used a cheap camera. They would have enhanced this and got rid of this aberration, and they would have had this guy walk through the tree and over here, and so nobody would question it. But you're telling me someone spent millions of dollars hiring some computer graphics experts and AI experts, and they didn't do a good enough job? This is similar to the Google searches that are people trying to use, not realizing that the Google Trends is not like a historical data fact, and that also that those things change with time. And They don't think that a foreign government would be using, and they actually think a foreign government would be using Google instead of their specialized search engines they have that aren't capped, like Google or Yahoo or these other search engines. I mean, it just gets ridiculous at this point. All right, back to this video. What you're going to see is you're going to see a guy walk from here and disappear behind this tree, and this is what causes the controversy. Boom, gone. Let's watch it one more time. All right, so you see him walk, and then, boom, disappear. So people saw this and they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's AI. The person who made the AI forgot to have him walk out here or whatever. They just walked right straight into this tree, and for some reason they didn't walk into the tree and bump their nose and fall on the ground or hold their head or get a headache or a concussion. They just walked right into the tree and disappear. And guys, they think that there's only two explanations for this. There's no way it could be any other explanation besides AI, or there's some sort of teleporter in this tree, like that TV show From, which is actually a really cool TV show. But I think that they he just walked into this tree and disappears. That is not what happens. Let me show you what happened.
All right, so I just wanted to address one other thing here, guys. A lot of people have come out and talked about this AI video when he comes off the edge here, this is being AI. Well, another thing is you see these three trees here, and you see where I have Gary from Paramount Tactical. He's going to take a walk down here and kind of show you. There's these two trees, and then there's a path that goes behind those two trees.
And guys, this one's very easy to debunk because just watch this.
Boom, he disappeared, right? That's automatically going to be assumed that's AI. The thing is that's a path that goes down, and you're going to see another person that's going to walk down it right now as well. That isn't a straight path, guys. It goes down. And so it goes down and it goes in front of those two trees, and then you don't see that person anymore. From that camera way back there, you can't see that that's a pathway that goes down and to the left. So you just see a person disappear there, and you assume that they just disappeared, and that's not what happens at all. It's just there's a path, goes down. Nothing sketchy about that one, guys, at all.
Here's what the pathway looks like coming from the other side, coming up the pathway. As you can see, guys, it's a pretty steep pathway, and it comes up and behind that tree. All right, guys, now that you've seen the truth, let's watch this one more time. And guys, from the very beginning, people should have understood and actually seen what was going on. And the reason they don't see this is that they're watching some guy's short who's explaining this, and there's like graphics and stuff over this probably, and he's talking, and there's music, and he's just telling you what's going on, and they just believe it. From the very beginning, you can tell he's not even on this path. He's behind this path walking down that brick road. Let's watch it one more time. All right, walks down that road and it goes off this direction. Okay.
Guys, one thing that really upsets me about this whole situation is that people are saying that they're releasing all these theories because they want to help Charlie Kirk and his family, and they want to find the truth, and they don't want to let the government win, and that they are trying to find answers, and they're trying to investigate. The problem is if you do a simple Google search, you can prove like 99% of these theories wrong just by doing a simple search, guys. For example, you can say, well, is it possible to stop a bullet on camera that sharp and that frozen in frame, like that big, on a 30 frames a second cell phone? And maybe you're going to say, well, cell phones go up to 240. Fine, Google that. Same difference, okay? You're going to find the answer is very quickly no. Yet we have people making video after video after video that are getting thousands and hundreds of thousands of views saying, look, I caught a bullet on the camera. And what this immediately tells me is that they did not do a single Google search or any kind of search or any kind of research about anything that they're saying. Because if they had, in 4 seconds, you can type those words in and you can know the truth. So if you're not doing any research and just posting your theory, you're not a very good investigator, or you're just trying to get clicks. I'm not sure which it is. I have my suspicions. I think you do too. But if you're not willing to do simple research into finding out if your theory could be true before you post it for millions of people to see and spread. And guys, even if you're spreading these, if you get a meme or a news story or some kind of new theory from your friend, before you share it, just do a quick Google search to see what's possible. That way you're not part of the problem. All right? No matter how interesting the theory is, it's important to find the truth. And that's what we're trying to do here, as well as several other places. Okay, and I think that is I think this is a bad disservice to all of us as a community, as well as anyone who actually did care about Charlie Kirk and who actually does want to find the truth. Because you find the truth by finding the truth, not by making your own theory true or making yourself true. You find it by finding the actual truth. Okay. Part of the reason why I find this video so upsetting and so discouraging is because this is one of the biggest ones out there. One of the first ones that came out that I think helped the rest of them become so believable is this AI video. Because people said if this is AI, then the whole thing's for sure made up, because why would they make an AI video if anything was true? Does that make sense? I think this one's obviously put out there on purpose to mislead people, because if you just do a simple Google search, you can see clearly that there is a path behind that tree leading down and around that tree. I mean, even before you use Google Maps, you got to use Occam's razor. And what that is basically what is the most likely explanation is usually the explanation, right? Like, basically you look at the situation and you say, okay, well, is this, okay, let's come up with scenarios. Is this a tree that is AI and this whole thing is AI, that person is AI, and the person walking behind the tree is made from AI and that's why he disappears? Okay, that's one option. The second option is aliens abducted them. This is some kind of special teleportation tree that can teleport you. And when you walk into it, it teleports you. That's an option. Let's say maybe there's a hole in front of that tree and then you can fall down the hole. If you go by that tree, you can just disappear falling down a hole. Or maybe there's a pathway behind that tree. And you use Occam's razor and say, well, what's the most simplest, most likely explanation? The theory is not always correct, guys. Sometimes it isn't the most likely explanation that is the truest one. But the point is in the theory is that it's most often the most likely explanation is the actual explanation. And in this case, even if you just think yourself that, you go, okay, is there some other explanation that's more likely than it's an AI? Let's go look at Google Maps for 5 seconds and find out. And that's all I had to do. Let me show you. And you can see this path right here, guys, starts about right here. And then it goes down very steeply. You can see this tree in the video. You can see that tree right here. You can see that the path kind of ends like right here-ish somewhere. And you can see someone walking up it, and you can see this person walking down. Let's watch it one more time. Okay, you see him past that tree, and then he hits right there. And guys, this is a fairly steep path. It kind of goes like this, and then it goes steeply down, okay? Like you saw in my previous video. But guys, any of these people could have done it in Google Maps, and they could have just drawn a line straight through here to that light post and see, oh, there's a pathway that goes down there behind these trees. And then you got to use Occam's razor and say, what is the most likely thing to have had occur? Is it more likely that it's AI and someone paid a bunch of money for a crappy AI video that doesn't make any sense? Probably not. Okay, is it a tree like that TV show From? A great TV show, by the way, where you walk into a tree and it teleports you somewhere? Probably not. What else could have happened? Is it possible that he just ran into that tree and then kind of like fell over on the other side? I don't think so. We didn't see that happen. Oh, wait. There's a path here. The most likely thing is he probably went down this pathway. Very simple solve, guys. Nothing sketchy, nothing weird, no AI. As you can see, those handprints are real. They were on the roof. This is evidence that somebody was on the roof. Was it Tyler Robinson? Maybe, maybe not. They say it was. They say that they match his fingerprints and his palm prints. They also say that the Converse on the floor when he jumps off matches his shoes. Right? So in order to believe otherwise, you have to believe that the government is completely in on this. Even the ones that Donald Trump, one of Charlie's best friends, sent to investigate, which I don't think is the case. I think if there was any government involvement, it was a deep state type stuff. So to me, this is pretty solid evidence. To you, it might not be yet. Let's continue though. We see, and guys, like I said, guys, I've been there 3 times now. Handprints are still there. We can see that there is a shadow on the roof. You just can't see it because of dynamic range of the camera. And we can also see that if you just did a little bit of Google research, you could have discovered that there was no magical tree, no AI tree, and that tree exists with a pathway right behind it.
The people that hope to destroy this country, they do not believe free speech is a fundamental value. They don't. And part of the tradition of freedom of speech is you sometimes have to hear things you don't always want to hear.
All right, guys, now we're going to talk about the infamous 50 Tyler Robinson Army. which is which is ridiculous, which is the rumor that there was like 50 different people dressed up as Tyler Robinson, and that each of these people were real people. And this stemmed from the FBI taking this blurry photo and running it through an AI generator. We're going to do something similar. My AI generator is obviously not as good as the FBI's, but we're going to do something similar and show you kind of what they did to get these photos. Okay. And like I said earlier in the previous video, the best way I can relate this is if they had like, if there was a crime and there was like, let's just say 3 different witnesses and 3 different sketch artists. And each of these witnesses are describing their experience to these sketch artists. And each of those sketch artists has their own little style, their own technique, their own skill level. And each of these witnesses has a little bit of a different definition of what this person looks like. This might be, you know, sketch from number 1, sketch from witness number 2, and sketch from witness number 3. Obviously, we're not looking for 3 different people or 4 different people. It's pretty obvious that these people are just describing the same suspect in what they remember seeing, and we're getting a little different variation. It's the same thing with AI, guys. AI can take this and interpret it different ways and spit out different images slightly. And the reason they did this was not to say, hey, look for these 3 different people. The reason they did this was, hey, if you see someone that looks like any of these photos, let us know. But let's look at these photos, guys. You can kind of see some artifacting in the back. Not too much. This one's actually pretty clean. My program does a lot of artifacting. You'll see that in a second. This one has a lot more. You can see the floor here does not have all those ripples. But you can clearly see this is an AI-made image because of all the artifacting that you get back in here. Also, the shirt changes quite a bit. All right, here's the original. You can see that there's not those ripples back there. That's just the AI making something out of nothing back there. Here are similar photos that they had of him. And guys, these ones right here are not AI. These ones right here are just the original. They're not very good photos. They're kind of grainy, kind of blurry. But these are the originals that they have. All right, guys, now I have 2 photos of myself. This one, as well as this one. And what you could tell is this is very blurry. These are pretty blurry. Let's go into my AI software and see what we can do. All right, so what you would do is you go in here, you set some parameters. Let's 4 times the megapixels to kind of clarify things a little bit. Suppress noise, face recovery, remove blur. Well, there we go. Look at this, guys. I mean, obviously, you can see the artifacting in the back. Mine is not going to be obviously as good as the FBI's, what the FBI uses, but, you know, you saw some artifacting in theirs as well. And now you can see we go from this to this, just from AI interpreting what I look like. All right, guys. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this one. We're going to set it to a model of 6 times the scale. We're going to add 6 times the megapixels. We're going to set to low resolution model. Suppress noise, remove blur, face recovery strength 100%. All right, let's see what we get. Ooh, look at that guy. This guy looks pretty cool. All right, guys, as you can see, I took my blurry photo here and I put it through the AI. And you can see, you know, mine's not as good as the FBI, but you can see it clarified things and not blurry anymore. I'm sharp as a tack. I look great. And this is just a representation of what I could look like if it was not blurry. Obviously, it's not that great because you all know I look better than this. And then same as this one, guys. This right here, super blurry. This drone is like probably like 60 feet away or if not further. And you can see this is what it comes up with. You can tell that this guy right here and this guy right here look quite a bit different. But it's just me. It's just based off me. So you could come in here and say the same thing about these guys. You could say, well, this guy right here looks quite a bit different than this guy, or this guy a little bit chubbier cheeks. This guy is a little bit skinnier of a face. But if you compare all of them to this guy, they all look pretty similar, right? Or have similar features. They might not be exact, but all this is, guys, is a AI representation of what this guy could look like if this was not blurry. Just like these right here are just an AI representation of what I could look like if I was not blurry. All right, guys, I think we spent enough time on this one. This one is obviously not true. There wasn't 50 Tyler Robinsons running around UVU campus. There was just one, if there was even one. But if there was, it was just one, not 50. And this is debunked. We can move on from this now.
We conservatives that love this country, we did not declare this culture war. We are in the midst of it. There is an entire sector of our country, an entire half of our country that is more angry to be in America than they are thankful to be in America.
All right, guys, we're not going to spend too much time on this Dairy Queen thing because I don't think it's that relevant. It might have been relevant. I don't know. It's possible that Tyler Robinson came here and to celebrate what he did with a bunch of his co-conspirators, if there are any. I don't know. That might come out in court. It might be irrelevant in court because maybe this got released and maybe that ruined the ability for the police to be able to use this. I don't know. Anyways, one thing that people were saying is that there's no way anybody could commit such a heinous act and then come to Dairy Queen right afterwards. And I'm thinking to myself, like, really? Like people are saying that someone who did this would be so sad that they did such a thing or whatnot. These people do not understand these people. People like this, people who are not intelligent, people who cannot have a disagreement with someone without wanting to take them out. They're not intelligent, guys. You might have a 4.0, but someone who wants to take you out because they don't agree with you is not intelligent. Intelligent people like Socrates, who also got taken out because he was having debates with people and changing their minds. Intelligent people can debate, and even if they get upset with the other person, they're not wanting to take them out. And they understand that it's just a debate of opinion, and it's okay to have different opinions, and that having different opinions is not violence, it's not hate speech, it's a difference of opinion, and they can have that without being irrational. People that are dumb are completely able to go do such an act and then go celebrate it. And that's exactly what I would expect. Because, you guys, we saw people dancing. We saw people dressing up as Charlie Kirk as Halloween with their with the wounds in their necks. We saw people celebrating this. I don't know why this is so mind-blowing and so confusing to people. We know people celebrate the demise of conservative people. Like, we've seen it, especially Charlie Kirk, right? And we know that people would celebrate other conservatives as well if the same thing happened to them. So what's the big issue with him going to Dairy Queen? He's the one that, if he's the one that committed it, he'd be the one that would want to celebrate the most. Like, he just became a hero. Anyway, guys, I think that's part of the problem is where this whole situation is we don't see how anybody could be like this. Because we ourselves, we can have dialogue, we can discuss something with someone, and they can disagree all they want with us, and we don't want to end them. We don't have that desire. These people do. It's completely different. It's a completely different type of person, okay? All right, guys, now let's get to the other part of the conspiracy about Dairy Queen, which is that he went here. And, guys, this is the way that she said that he went here, right here. She shows the map saying that he went this way and then to the Dairy Queen right here, okay? Maybe that's not the one he went to, guys. I don't know. I'm just basing this off of what she said. We're not going to have a whole entire thing going through. Did he go to this one? Did he go to the one that's over here? There's another one way down south. We're not going to have a debate on which one he went to because we're just basing this off what Candace Owens says where he went, okay? And we know it was either this one or this one. We know it wasn't the one over here somewhere because that one's been closed for a long time. It's like down here more. And guys, we know it's been closed down for a long time because it has been closed down for a long time, okay? And that's where the conspiracy is. Some guy, like the day after Candace Owens said that Tyler Robinson went to the Dairy Queen, came out to the one that's closed and filmed a video saying, oh my gosh, here's the Dairy Queen that Tyler Robinson went to. The FBI came in and the CIA came in and the Department of Homeland Security came in and Mossad came in the next day and shut it down and put the owners in protective custody and why would they do that? Why? It's so weird. Like, why would they shut it down and put everyone in protective custody? This is so sketchy. There's a conspiracy. They're trying to cover up the government's involvement. Guys, let me just show you real quick. This is the Dairy Queen that Tyler Robinson went to. It is still open. The FBI, the CIA, they didn't come in here and shut it down and take all the owners and all the other patrons into protective custody and take all of the fingerprints down and wash it off with bleach. And then, like, really, guys, people actually believed this and they shared it with like millions of their friends, and these videos got millions of views. Here's a map. And this is kind of one of the first things that kind of kickstarted my curiosity about all these theories, because I'm thinking, did this person really mean to like put this out, like as far as like trying to like hoax people, or was he genuine and really thought this happened? Because I thought maybe he just tried to search, Dairy Queen and find the closest one, and that's the one that maybe appeared. So I went on here and I searched Dairy Queen. UVU is right here, and lo and behold, here's a Dairy Queen. This is one that is still open. It's not the one that the guy shows in his video. Okay, And if you look at what Candace Owens says, is that Tyler Robinson goes this way and then up this way and then over to Dairy Queen over here. That's the Dairy Queen, and you see that one's still open. The one that this guy is saying Tyler Robinson goes to is the one that's right over here, guys. And that is a closed location. It has been closed for a long, long, long time. It didn't close the day that Tyler Robinson went there. It didn't close the next day. It didn't close a week later. It closed like months and months, if not a year, before Tyler Robinson went to the Dairy Queen up here, okay? And guys, we can go back to the common sense thing. Common sense tells you that they didn't follow Tyler Robinson from here's the Dairy Queen down south. Common sense tells you that they didn't follow Tyler Robinson and go to this place and close that business down, and then they follow. What are we supposed to think that they followed him down all the way down to Washington County down here? Are you telling me that they closed down every single gas station on the way and every rest stop, and they took all the people in all these places into custody like for no reason? Like, guys, that's what you're saying. You're saying that he went to Dairy Queen, therefore they had to go shut it down to cover up some kind of a government psyop. Like, common sense tells you that really, like, you know, if you stopped at a gas station in Fillmore, are you telling me that they went to that Fillmore and the FBI cleansed that whole gas station as well? And then maybe he stopped for more food down here in Cedar City, and they closed that restaurant as well. And maybe there's a rest stop somewhere up here in Beaver that he stopped to and used the restroom, and they've closed that restroom, taking all the toilets out. And guys, like, and then the guys, the same people who are saying that Tyler Robinson is going to Dairy Queen, and then the CIA is coming in and scooping up every single person that are at these establishments, are also the same people saying that Tyler Robinson was never on campus at all to begin with. So, like, why would they be scooping up all these people if he wasn't there to begin with? And they're not even scooping them up at all. So which one is it? That's enough for this conspiracy. It's not true. They did not close the Dairy Queen down. The Dairy Queen that he went to is still here, and it's still busy. The people and the workers are not in protective custody. Guys, we can move on from this one. I just thought I'd cover it because this is something that went huge right afterwards, and I don't know why it went so big. And I don't know why the proof that he didn't go here was that he'd feel sad about Charlie Kirk, and that's why he wouldn't go here. Of course, he'd go here. He would celebrate. I don't know who would celebrate at Dairy Queen, but supposedly he did. You know, people that think like this, that can't disagree without wanting you hurt, are not normal. They're not intelligent. So, of course, you would go here and celebrate. That is not proof that he didn't go to Dairy Queen. And, guys, here is proof that this is the real Dairy Queen. It's not the one that got shut down.
Do you know why I cried on election night?
Because you thought it was a restoration of the Judeo-Christian values that are inherent to the Constitution.
Let me tell you why, because I think you might appreciate this as a historian. Joe Biden sent the entire federal government after Turning Point USA and me personally. They wanted me in federal prison. Right. And by the way, that's what despots do, not Donald Trump. Let me finish. And so when Donald Trump won, it was a sigh of relief that maybe I won't have to go to federal prison. Sure. Maybe I can actually be around my kids. Yeah. And maybe we can live in a free society.
Guys, I have to make a quick video because the more and more I watch this thing go down, and the more YouTubers I watch, I was so confused because I'm watching all these videos and I'm like, what? There's never any evidence presented, ever. And the more and more I'm watching these videos and the more I'm watching everything go down, I'm realizing, and more from the comments and the videos, that people are confusing motive with evidence. And I mean, I think I understand why. In all the movies that you watch, every single crime buster, it's always about why someone wanted someone to get croaked or the reasoning behind it. It's not actually about the evidence. You know, you look at some of these shows and it's all about the storyline, and it's some crazy big story. And I think people have wanted this to be some crazy big story because they can't believe just some dweeb did this. It has to be some crazy big story. And therefore the evidence is these crazy narratives and not actual evidence. They're using motive as evidence. And let me show you a little bit better, okay? And guys, this applies to all sides of this investigation, whether you're on the side that is like aliens on Timpanogos, or if you think the government is hiding stuff but just trying to be sneaky about it, or if you're somewhere in the middle. This applies to all of these sides, no matter which side you're on, okay? We need to base everything on evidence, not on motive, okay? For example, a criticism I have for my own investigation and my own maybe bias is I am pretty sure that it was these leftists that did it. Why? We do have evidence that they knew about it, okay? Those texts that they posted and those posts that they posted on Twitter and on Instagram and on other places, okay, that is actual evidence of them knowing about it. So we have absolute evidence that they knew about it, okay? Do we have absolute evidence or really any evidence that they helped plan this thing? I don't know. Okay. And so I know sometimes I'm a little bit overly confident in saying that they did it because we don't exactly have the exact evidence that they planned it or had anything to do with it. However, we have the evidence that they knew about it beforehand, and there's evidence that shows that Lance Twiggs and maybe even Tyler Robinson was in some of these groups with these same people who did post knowing about it, and that leads me to believe that they maybe were helping to plan it, but at least they knew about it. We have absolute evidence that they knew about it. Now, that's one of the reasons why I would hope that some of these more powerful podcasters, more powerful YouTubers, and more powerful people who have a way bigger followings than I do, because I have 0 subscribers at this point, would actually investigate this, because maybe we could find the evidence on if they were actually involved or if they just knew about it. So that's a criticism I have for myself, and I'm open to more criticism, and I'm open to more recommendations on what you think I should do from here on out. But I just wanted to make sure you guys know that I'm not saying that, the other side has no evidence at all, and I have all the evidence, and my investigation is perfect, and my theory is perfect. No, my theory is not perfect at all either. I don't have all the evidence. I hope the FBI is looking for that evidence, and maybe the FBI and the police do have that evidence, and they're just keeping it a secret for the trial. I don't know. Right? But I just wanted to make sure you guys knew I'm not just saying that it's like, when I say crazy narratives, I mean the actual crazy ones. Like, is there any evidence that it came from Mars? Are there any evidences that it came from the top of Mount Timpanogos? There are some other ones that I think are a little bit more out there. But guys, I'm basing this all on the evidence, and I haven't seen any evidence for a lot of these theories. And I'm not saying that you're dumb or stupid for thinking them. I'm just saying, like, I need the evidence personally, right? And I think that we all need to base this on evidence. And what this video here is about is helping people understand the difference between evidence and motive, because I think a lot of people are confusing the two, are confusing motive for evidence. And guys, the reason this is important is there are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of people who would have a motive to take out someone like Charlie Kirk. Okay. I mean, for non-political reasons, because he was super rich, super wealthy, that could be any of those things could be motives. Because of political reasons, because of his politics and trying to silence him, to like Israel, if he was going to leave the pro-Israel cause, to, if there was some kind of an audit going on, to just people didn't like him, he offended somebody at some debate sometime. I mean, there are thousands and thousands of people who would have motive, but motive doesn't prove anything. And I think that's where a lot of people are coming up with a lot of these theories. They're like, well, 10 years ago, Charlie really offended this guy at the debate, and that guy's never been the same since. Therefore, that's proof that guy did it. Well, no, there's no evidence. That's not evidence. There's no proof there, right? That would just be a motive, for example. All right, guys, and to help you guys understand this a little bit better, I'm not going to give you an entire criminal justice class because that would be crazy, but I'm going to try to, in like 3 to 5, maybe 6, 7 minutes, kind of give you an idea of the difference between motive and evidence. And guys, just to kind of break it down, in order for there to be a criminal act, there has to be 4 different things, okay? First, there has to be actus reus, mens rea, concurrence, and causality, okay? And what this means is actus reus is the act itself, mens rea is the intent to do the crime, and then it has to be at the same time, and then it has to actually cause the harm. Let's just give an example, okay? Let's just say that there's a poor guy who's broke, and he really, really wants the inheritance from his dad, and so he's just waiting, and he can't wait for his dad to croak. He's told all of his friends, man, I just wish my dad would croak so I can get the millions of dollars that he has in his account because I'm broke, and I could really use that money. That is motive. It's not really a crime. It's a reason why he could commit the crime. If something happens, they're going to look and say, well, you had motive, but is there actually any evidence? This is not evidence. Just because he told his friends, I want that money, that's not evidence that he did anything to his dad. Okay. So let's just say that one day the dad is driving down the road, his brake line goes out, he crashes into a tree, he gets croaked. Okay, for this to be a crime, we have motive. This guy actually has to do the crime in order for that to be a crime. He can't just have motive and not do the crime. If the brake line has got old and he crashes, you can't say, well, his son said that he wanted the money, therefore it's evidence that he did this. Okay, and that's what we're seeing with Charlie Kirk. We're saying, well, TPUSA wanted to audit, therefore that's evidence that they took him. Or he criticized Israel, that's the motive, but really that they're saying that's the evidence that they croaked him. It's not evidence, okay? Now, if at the same time, this guy's going around telling all of his friends, hey, I really, really can't wait for my dad to croak, and he actually goes and does it, and then they find fingerprints all over the brake lines, they find fingerprints near the car, they find his footprints by the car, they have cell phone data of him near the car, all around that same time period in the morning, right before his brake lines go out and crash into the tree. Now you have the act, because you actually did it. You have the intent and the motive that for doing it. And then you have the brake lines being cut, and then you have that causing the actual croaking of the dad. The evidence isn't the motive or the reason why he did it. The evidence is the fingerprints and all these things. Guys, the evidence can be circumstantial. There can be circumstantial evidence like, footprints near the house that aren't even near the car, but it's like, okay, well, you were in the area, even if it wasn't exactly like directly correlated, there's circumstantial evidence that can be looked at as well. I mean, guys, but the evidence is the fingerprints on the brake line, the fingerprints on the tool that was used to cut the brake line. All this stuff is the evidence. The motive is not the evidence, okay? At the same time, if the guy had gone and had the motive, had gone to the house, cut the brake line, and the guy hits the tree and then gets out of the car and he's fine, the crime changes. It isn't now a murder. It is now an attempted murder, right? Because he caused that to happen, and he can prove the intent behind it was to croak him, even though he didn't, okay? But at the same time, if he does both those things, and then on the way, the guy gets in a car accident and it isn't related to that brake line, and some other car smashes him from behind, and whatever happens, then there is no causation. So there's no crime anymore. The same thing goes with like car accidents, guys. If you are driving in the middle of the night and you're not being negligent, if you're not speeding, if you're not doing all these things, and some person just randomly jumps in front of your car, the act happened, but you didn't have intent, and it was just an accident. Because you didn't have an intent, it is no longer a crime. Anyways, guys, the point is you have to have all four of these things, and this right here, motive, is not evidence. That's my main point for this whole video, to help you understand motive is not evidence. So when people are saying things like, well, he criticized Israel, that's evidence that they did it. Or the Egyptians were following them on airplanes, that's proof that they did it. One of the biggest ones that I see is they say if it's not a 30-06, then that's proof that Israel did it. Like, really? That doesn't make any sense at all, guys. Like, if it's not a 30-06, it's proof that Israel did it. If it's not a 30-06, it's proof that the Egyptians did it. If it's not a 30-06, it's proof that the TPUSA did it. If it's not a 30-06, it's proof that all of these random people did it. It's not proof of anything, guys. Even if you could prove that it was not a 30-06, it would just prove that it was not a 30-06. It wouldn't prove that all these other theories are correct, if that makes sense. It's not a contradictory thing. It's not something that contradicts something does not prove something else in most cases. Especially not this one. Guys, the more and more I've watched a lot of these theories, it seems like most of these are people trying to find the best motive. And they're trying to prove that the best motive is the one that has actually happened, when it's the actual evidence that people need to be looking for. And that's why I've made this section. All right, guys, let's say there's an incident where a guy is ran over. There's tire marks over the body. The guy's watch is missing. The guy's phone is missing. The guy's shoes are missing. He has been stabbed a couple times. Maybe his fingernails are missing. And he's just laying there, okay? Now, let's just say an investigation starts, and how the investigation goes is, let's just say that they go to his son's house, and they find out his son is broke. They find out that his son wants the money from the inheritance. He's told a couple people that, and the father has a large inheritance that he's going to get in the will once his father passes away. That's his motive. Let's just say that he has a business partner that he's on a trust with or on a business with, whatever. And let's just say that if this guy passes away, that he inherits the entire business. And then let's just say that, his wife got a huge life insurance policy on him. And if he passes away, she gets the life insurance policy. Okay. So all three of those people have motive. One's going to get the inheritance, one's going to get the life insurance policy, and one is going to inherit the business from this guy. But then they also present a fourth option. On this fourth option, they have a video of this guy running over the victim in his car 2 or 3 times. They have a video of him getting him with a knife. They have the knife in this guy's car that has the DNA of the victim. They find fingernails under this guy's shirt when he was trying to defend himself. They find this guy's phone. They find this guy's shoes. They find other evidence from this victim in this guy's car, and they're presenting this to the judge. And the judge is sitting there going, what's the motive for this one? And the prosecutor's like, we don't know the motive yet, but we have all the evidence. We have the security footage. We have the fingernails that this guy tried to defend himself. We have the DNA on the knife in this guy's car. We have the video of him running him over. We have all this evidence against him. Oh, and he also confessed to his best friend that he did this. Oh, and he also told friends he was going to do this beforehand. And the judge goes, well, that motive doesn't really sound that great. I really, really, really like the business partner motive. That one sounds really epic. Let me put this out on Twitter real quick and just see how people feel about it. And everyone comes back and says, well, 20% say the son has the best motive, 40% say that the business partner has the best motive, 20% the wife has the best motive, and like 5% say that the guy with the evidence that it all points to didn't have really any motive at all, so therefore it can't be him. It has to be the business partner because their feelings dictate that was the most epic, bestest motive in the world. That is basically what's going on here, and it's ridiculous. Guys, how an actual investigation goes, and what maybe some of these people who are saying stuff like this do not understand, is an investigation is all about the evidence. That has nothing to do with motive. Okay. A lot of the times when you're looking for motive is when you are trying to solve a crime and you can't find out who that person is. The person gets away. There's not really any security footage. There's not very much evidence at the scene. And therefore you have to kind of start looking into who would want to do this. And then you go kind of reverse investigate and try to find evidence from that. You're going to go look at those people. You're going to interview them. You're going to get search warrants possibly for their cell phone and different types of subpoenas and stuff like that to try to find the evidence that they did it because you couldn't find any on the scene. That's where motive kind of comes in a lot of the times, where you're trying to actually like solve something that you couldn't solve before without looking into people who would have motive, if that makes sense. But guys, even in these cases, the motive does not replace the evidence. You still have to find the evidence to present that in order to catch these people. So even if someone gets away and they have to use motive to try to catch that person, they're still looking for the evidence. The evidence is what convicts them, not, well, this is the most epic piece of motive, so therefore it was them. All right, guys, we need to look at these motives real quick and kind of go over a couple of things. Let's just look at a few specific ones, okay? Because, like I said, it's not evidence. Motives are not evidence. But let's just look at the strength of motive versus other motives, okay? Because I think who had the biggest motives to do this was far woke leftists, communists, deep state. I think these people are the ones that actually had the biggest, hugest motive to take him out. The most legit motives to take him out, right? And all the evidence. But let's just say motive. Let's just say motive, okay? Because supposedly motive is the most important thing. Let's look at some of these other motives that people have, okay? Let's look at TPUSA, guys. TPUSA has a bunch of stuff coming out about their financials, and they have different companies that they've set up in different states and all these things, and they've spent way more in an election year than in a non-election year and all this stuff. I'm going to say 2 points real quick on this one. Number one, during election years, TPUSA's whole entire purpose is to be a group that supports candidates and lobbies and does all this stuff. Of course, they're going to spend way more money during election years than non-election years. To say that it's suspicious that there was no spending in 2021 and then all of a sudden some spending in 2022 and then no spending in 2023 and then a huge amount of spending in 2024 and then not very much spending in 2025, like it's some suspicious, crazy conspiracy thing. Guys, those are election years. When Donald Trump's running for president, TPUSA is spending millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on campaigns to get Donald Trump elected. When no one's up for re-election, there's no money being spent. It's not suspicious. It's normal. All right, guys. Then we have these things about them making all their businesses and different things in different states and everything like that. And guys, this is just something that normal companies do, especially when it's political pressure against them to have them arrested or thrown in jail or fined or to punish them for freedom of speech or in case of lawsuits. For example, if you are a conservative and you're operating out of, Florida, and then you go to California and you go to a campus and you hurt someone's feelings and they want to sue you for all you got, and now they can take your whole entire business because they're going to sue you, and the judge in California is going to award them whatever they want because, they hate you and you're turning people against the liberal cause. You're going to open an LLC in California and operate in California as the California LLC instead of the Florida one. And that way, if they want to come after you, it's like, hey, here's my California business. It's worth $10, right? There's just a lot of stuff like this that goes on that's normal. It's not fishy. It's not weird. It's not crazy. And guys, even if it was, let's just say the TPUSA was doing crazy stuff and illegal stuff and doing all kinds of money laundering and all this stuff, the government and the IRS, especially underneath Joe Biden, has been trying to go after TPUSA for years. For years. So what you're telling me is the IRS has been going after TPUSA and Charlie Kirk for years, at least a decade, okay? And even when Trump's the president, guys, there's still deep state actors and there's still government, like 90% of government employees are liberals and leftists. They're still working against us, even when Donald Trump is the president. And you're telling me that for like 10 years, they've been going after Charlie Kirk and after TPUSA and they haven't found anything? But there's something that they should have found, but they didn't find it, even though they're the ones that would have loved to find it the most.
Joe Biden sent the entire federal government after Turning Point USA and me personally. They wanted me in federal prison.
So, guys, the reason why this one is so unbelievable to me is that you're telling me that the IRS and a bunch of other government agencies underneath Joe Biden for years and years and years has been digging through all of Charlie Kirk's, TPUSA's records, all their business filings, all of their taxes, everything that they have to do as a business, and couldn't find anything. But somehow some guy was able to go on Google for 10 minutes and find everything that the IRS and all of these agencies would have needed to throw him in jail. To me, this doesn't pan out, guys. I don't think there's anything there at all. Let's look at some other motives and see what strengths that there are or weaknesses. Let's look at Israel. The Democrats and leftists have been trying to weaken support of Israel for many, many years, okay? And I don't know what I think about Israel. I don't think we should be sending them millions and millions of dollars. I don't think we should be sending the Ukraine millions and millions of dollars. I don't think we should be sending anybody millions and millions of dollars. It still turns out we're sending like millions of dollars and billions of dollars to Afghanistan, still to the Taliban. Like, what the heck, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? I don't think we should be doing any of these things, but I also don't think that we should allow them to be wiped off the face of the earth. However, we know that the leftist goal for many years has been all this free Palestine stuff and, get rid of Israel, wipe them off the map and all this other stuff, right? And the conservative support has been somewhat, there's kind of a divide, but, way more support than the leftist side, right? The leftist side support is way down here and it always has been. And the conservative side is kind of split between here and really high support, right? So what is the motive between Israel taking out Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk criticizes them a couple times. Even after Charlie Kirk criticizes them a few times, even if he just leaves the cause, the support is still pretty high among all the ones that support them high. Maybe this middle group drops down a little bit less, but they were still being supported. They were still having the majority of the conservative side support. So let's just say that's their motive. Charlie Kirk criticized them a little bit, said he was leaving the cause. That's their motive. What happens after they take out Charlie Kirk, guys? What have we seen? We've seen the conservative side, the ones that were supporting them way up here, have dropped down to like right here, and the ones that were in the middle are like vroom, no support at all, like equal to the leftists. Sounds like they got a lot of their motive, right? Like, usually when you have a motive to do something, it's usually to better your case and to better your standing somewhere or to come out on top. Like, if you're telling me they did this thing and they've tanked their entire like reputation among conservatives completely and their support on purpose, like, that one doesn't pan out to me at all. Okay, let's look at TPUSA. TPUSA probably has the least amount of motive to do this because now like half the country hates their guts. Half the country that used to love them and used to love Charlie Kirk and love TPUSA is now dead set that they're the ones that did it. So same situation as Israel. Now their reputation is in the tank and they are in the dumps, and they still have some support, right? But like not nearly as much as before. Seems like they got a lot out of their motive, right? All right, let's look at the Republican Party. Some people at the Republican Party as a whole, or the government that was elected by Charlie Kirk, is involved somehow. Okay, so before they did this to Charlie Kirk, Charlie is attributed to getting Donald Trump by 2.8 million votes. Donald Trump wins by 2.3. TPUSA and Charlie Kirk essentially got Donald Trump and a lot of other people elected during that election. Republicans have been so united, so strong, kind of on like a rocket ship straight up in the air on course for winning, pretty much not just winning, but steamrolling the midterms, steamrolling in 2028, and who knows how much longer. The Democrats have been in the hole. They are losing. They are in a terrible position. And then what happens after the Charlie Kirk incident? All of a sudden, the Republicans are in turmoil. You have like 15 different parties fighting over which theory is correct, whether the Republican Party did it themselves, whether it was the feds, the actual government, not the deep state, guys. People are blaming the actual federal government that Charlie himself elected, and all this other stuff. So you have like 10, 15 different, 20 factions infighting. We're probably going to lose the midterms. We're probably going to lose the next election for the presidency. So it really seems like that motive didn't work out so well. Like, what's the motive, guys? What purpose? Like I said, usually a motive makes your situation better. not worse. So I just don't see it. I don't see where doing this for the Republicans, TPUSA, Israel, any of these people, I don't see where it gives them a better situation. So how's that a good motive? How's the motive behind to help them? Because, guys, if you look at every single crime, why does someone rob the gas station? They rob the gas station because they want to get more money in their pocket. Why does someone embezzle money? They usually want to embezzle money to get money in their pocket. Why does someone break out of jail? They usually break out of jail because their incentive and their motive is to get out of jail and be free and live somewhere else. When someone robs the gas station, their motive isn't to get thrown in prison or get caught by the police. When someone, embezzles money, their main goal isn't to get caught and thrown in prison for 50 years for embezzlement. When someone escapes prison, their goal isn't to get caught again and spend more time in prison. Yet, all these people theorizing to put all these motives out there, their motives are all exactly the same as that. And not only are these just motives, there's no evidence for them at all whatsoever, but let's look at the motive for who I think really did this. If you look at the leftists and the Democrats and the deep state, those parties are the ones that had stuff to gain. Like I mentioned before, guys, the Republicans were on a straight course to steamroll. Now that's all broken. That is a great motive. And there's a bunch of evidence that leftists knew that this was going to happen and maybe were involved in planning it. So not only do we have a motive that makes sense, taking out one of the highest, most influential conservatives in the movement, stifling the Republican Party and causing confusion, stirring malice towards everyone, taking people that were used to be friends and putting them all against each other, stirring confusion, making them blame the Republican Party even. And now we're going to lose all these elections because of it. That's a way better motive, and these people get way more out of it than Israel and TPUSA and the Republican Party, who all lose because of their motive. Okay? Do you see how that works? It's a way better motive for these people. They get rid of someone they hate, that they've been trying to get rid of for years through the IRS and the government. They got rid of him by taking him out, just like they tried to take out Donald Trump and other people. I would also like to point out who was dancing in the streets after this was done. It wasn't TPUSA. It wasn't Israel. It wasn't Egypt. It wasn't the French. It wasn't Erica Kirk. It wasn't Donald Trump. It wasn't JD Vance. It was a bunch of leftists on Instagram and on TikTok and on YouTube and on Facebook, jumping up and down, celebrating their victory. Anyways, guys, I just wanted to take a quick examination of these motives and which ones were the best and which ones are the weakest. Because usually when there's a motive, the person doing the motive gets something out of it. It doesn't make the situation worse. It usually makes the situation better if they get away with it. Anyways, guys, I just wanted to kind of help you kind of clear out and show you guys that the difference between motive and evidence, and I hope that's clear now. So next time you watch someone say all these things, like the reasoning behind something is not evidence of the actual thing happening. Anyways, guys, let's move on.
Spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life.
All right, guys, some of these theories can be shown to be wrong, like like what we've done with some of these tests and these experiments and what we're going to continue to show you. Some of them can, in fact, be proven wrong that way. In other ones, you can't really prove things wrong that way. It's just going to be my opinion versus your opinion, because these theories are just opinion, right? That Israel, for example, took him out, or his own people, or whatnot. I mean, there are some texts that show that there was some friction between Israel, but just because you're friends with someone or you agree with something or you support them doesn't mean you agree with everything that they say, right? And I think that it's kind of ridiculous to say, well, he said this about Israel, therefore they came and decided to take him out in the middle of a huge crowd in the worst way possible, in the most sloppy way possible, that was obviously going to make people question them. Let's just think logically. If I'm Israel and I'm in the middle of this war, and right now it's a huge public relations disaster, and I need support from the USA, and at this time more than ever, am I really going to go take out one of America's biggest political figures who's been supporting me for a long time, who just give me some minor criticisms, and I'm going to do it in such a way where, like, Israel has one of the best CIA, Mossad type organizations in the world. They're really going to go do it in the most sloppy, terrible way, that's the most questionable way possible. They're going to choose a 30-06 and make it look completely unbelievable. They're going to choose Tyler Robinson, Patsy. They're going to do all this in the most sloppy, dumbest way possible, so that people are going to question it. Guys, If an organization wanted to take you out, no one's going to know about it. Okay, logically, no one's going to know about it. It's going to happen in your sleep. They're going to just, you're going to drown. You're going to have a heart attack. They're not going to take you out in the middle of a crowd where everyone's a witness, where it happened so sloppily. And you're telling me that Mossad's best sniper or hitman hit Charlie in the neck and didn't even get a good shot on him? I mean, it's just unbelievable, okay? I think that discounts the Mossad theory, the Israel theory, the Egypt theory, who also has great military stuff.
Hello, soldier. I had a command for you. We have a high-level target. We need him discreetly taken out.
Discreetly, huh? So, the usual, right? Heart attack, home invasion, gas station, robbery gun, camping accident, drowning, car accident, usual.
No, we need to be even more discreet.
What you thinking?
UV rally with 3,000 to 4,000 students, each with their own cell phone recording.
So this is not so discreet. Everyone is gonna have like a million conspiracy theories about this, and this target just criticized us. It might look a little sketchy.
There's no way they're going to question this. Come on.
Okay.
All right. So what you need to do is find a patsy. This patsy is going to go up on a roof. He's going to change a couple different times, like 2 or 3 different times, take the rifle apart a bunch of different times. And, yeah.
Why? Why is he going to do that?
I don't know. Just,
Okay. Alright. So this rifle round, the Pepsi uses these to match what's actually going to hit it, correct?
What actually hits him is not going to go through him. It's just going to stay in the skin. Just go to 30-6. Make the most powerful one as possible.
Sir, none of this makes sense. Everyone's going to question us.
There's no way. This is the best plan, the most discreet plan I've ever heard of.
Okay. Okay, sir, this sounds like everybody's going to think it's us. But, okay.
Guys, this is kind of what I hear every single time someone says that Israel or Egypt or the CIA or some other high-level organization did this. This is the planning that I'm imagining going on behind the scenes. If this was done by a professional organization, whether it's our own government, whether it's Mossad or some other government agency that has high-level operators, they're really going to go in and create a narrative where the person changes a bunch of different times and then takes apart the rifle a bunch of different times and it does a whole bunch of stuff that makes the thing so sketchy that it's going to get pointed back at our own government or whoever else. And actually the 30-6 being the round actually is, to me, more evidence that it's not our own government or Israel or one of these other groups, because think about it, guys. Especially if it was our own government. You really think that they're going to do an investigation and make the investigation so unclean and so unclear, the changing of the clothes, the taking the rifle apart a whole bunch of different times, the weird text messages, all this stuff, they're going to make it so weird that they're already getting questioned? And then all these theories start coming out that it was them or Israel or whoever, and especially if it was our own government kind of a thing, you really think that they're going to have 10 days to figure it out and then realize, okay, you know what? Like, this doesn't make any sense. People are starting to question us. What kind of bullet should we say it is? And since they're in control of the whole narrative and they can make it look like whatever they want it to look like, they're really going to go, okay, well, if we say it's a 9mm, no one's really going to question it. If we say it's this, that, or the other thing that they're not going to question, we could just say that and then no one's going to question it and we'll get off the hook. Or we could say it's a 30-6 and nobody in their right mind is going to believe it because it's such a powerful round. And let's just go with that one and make ourselves even more suspect. No one would do that. I think, and I think that's actually one way that and I think that's one thing about the 30-6, even though it's kind of weird, it kind of almost lends credit to the fact that it wasn't an inside job, because no one would, after 10 days of having time to come up with a different theory, say that it was something so unbelievable that it leads even more heat and smoke on themselves. Okay, then we get to his own people kind of thing, right? We hear that they did it because Charlie was turning down Israel for $2 million or whatever. And it's like, well, do they think that if they kill Charlie, they're going to split $2 million with each other? I mean, I'm sure that they were all on salaries. And then we saw what happened right after Eric Kirk became the CEO anyways. And guys, in case you guys don't know how businesses work, businesses usually pay people hourly or on a salary. They don't just take everything that they earn in a whole entire year and then just split it up with all the employees, okay? So like, because there's probably people out there who are thinking like, oh my gosh, Charlie said in a text that he turned down $2 million. Maybe if we take him out, we can split it. I mean, like, really? Like, that money is just going to go into the coffers of the business, like, and then it's going to get paid out over years. I mean, what was Turning Point? Like a $98 million a year business, and like so they supposedly took him out for 2%. Even if it was going to get spread around, that 2% was worth taking him out. Their figurehead that was going to keep the business going for the next however many years. And now you've seen what's happened afterwards. I mean, all these conspiracies about them doing it, and it's the same argument about the Israel thing. They're really going to do it in such a sloppy way where everyone's going to think they did it themselves. So what, you get a $2 million business and now you'll go out of business because no one trusts you anymore? I mean, like, logically, guys, none of these theories make sense. And you got to ask yourself, using Occam's razor again, like I talked about earlier, what is the most likely thing that happened? Probably none of that. Guys, real quickly, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on Erica Kirk because I don't think there's anything here. I have not seen any evidence. What I'm not saying is that we shouldn't investigate Erica Kirk. And guys, I'm also not saying that we shouldn't investigate Israel and that we shouldn't investigate TPUSA. In a case like this, you should investigate every single source, every single suspect. A lot of the times when there is a murder, it is the person that's closest to the victim. So of course, investigate. What I don't think is right is to come out and accuse anybody, whether it's Erica Kirk, whether it's Israel, whether it's the United States of America, whether it's TPUSA, whether it's anybody, without any evidence. Okay. I also don't think that even if you did find evidence, I think you should actually go to the authorities with that evidence and present that to the authorities. And if the authorities don't listen, then as a last resort, then maybe go to the people with the evidence and present it. But I don't think it's right to go slandering people's names without having the absolute 100% proof and evidence. Right. And like we talked about earlier, that evidence is not motive, right? Because then every single child who has a will that they're in is somehow that motive is the evidence of them croaking their parents. Like that's what people are essentially doing with Erica Kirk and some of these other people, is they're coming out and they're finding motives, or they're finding things that they did in their past, like lying about not liking alcohol or lying about an ex-boyfriend, and then somehow that's motive, or guys, that's not even motive. I don't even know what that is, but it's not even motive. You know. Maybe you could say, well, she knew she'd become the CEO and that was the motive, right? That would be a motive, but it's not evidence, right? Guys, and I just think in reality, anyone who was going to become the CEO of Turning Point USA was going to be under attack from day one, whether they decided to reach out to Daily Wire and take Michael Knowles on, or Matt Walsh, or if they were going to reach out to, I don't know, anyone else, who knows? It could be anyone. That person from day one, it would have been, oh, you took him out so you could become the CEO, or you were always jealous of him and you didn't like him that much. That's why you took him out so you could take his job at Turning Point. No matter what, whoever took this job was going to be under attack. And because I think, like as I said, I think every single lead should be questioned. Every question should be answered. Everything should be investigated until we have all the answers and the truth. I just don't agree with throwing out accusations at people without absolute proof and absolute evidence. And how would you guys feel if your spouse got taken out and everyone in the world was trying to dig up their body to make sure that they were really dead, and they're coming after you? You're also trying to not look like a coward by keeping this organization going. And guys, that's what I think that's what she's doing. Do I think she's the best spokesperson? Do I think she's the best, most awesome lead for this job? I don't. I would much prefer someone like Michael Knowles, or someone like, I don't know, I don't know who else would do a great job in here. I don't know if there's anybody who can replace Charlie Kirk. In my opinion, it would have to be someone like Michael Knowles or Jesse Kelly or Dad Saves America or like a few other people, maybe like Steven Crowder. But regardless, anyone who took the job was going to be attacked by the left and put conspiracies on to undermine them and the movement. And guys, just think about it. Like I just said before, if people were following you around, giving you threats, trying to dig up your husband's body or your wife's body while you're trying to hold an organization together, like trying to keep the movement together. I don't know how long is Erica Kirk going to be the CEO. Is she just going to hold it together for a year and then quit just to show some rebellion against the people who did this to her husband? I think that's what's going on. I think she's trying to grieve, trying to mourn, while also trying to put on a smiley face and go out there and get people excited about the movement. Is it the best choice? I don't know. Is it a brave choice? I think so. Like, who else would actually go out there and do this? And like, I mean, like, that's the problem, guys. If she goes on stage and she smiles, all of a sudden it's, oh, she smiled way too soon. It hasn't been 10 years yet. If she goes on stage and she's frowning and she's scowling and she looks miserable, it's like, why does she look so guilty? So what does she do? She smiles and then she gets accused of being too happy, and then she frowns and then she looks like an evil witch that looks guilty. I mean, there's no winning here. She's on TV. She's on live screens. In a normal situation, if this happened to your spouse, you just go home and not want to talk to anybody for however so many months or years until you feel better about everything with your children. In her case, I feel like she has this responsibility to the movement where she doesn't want to look like a coward who just gave up, but at the same time, she looks weird and suspicious because of it. But none of that's evidence and none of that's proof. Okay, guys, I don't want to talk about Erica Kirk again. I feel like this is a little bit dirty. I don't like I don't like doing this to people. I don't think I want to focus on this anymore. And guys, just one more thing about this. I feel like if you feel like Erica Kirk is the one that did this, you also have to assume that Charlie Kirk was some sort of moronic, stupid person who never saw the red flags over 6 years of being married to her and couldn't do a simple Google search to find out that she was some secret assassin. Because somehow people are going on Google and in 15 minutes they're discovering that she's some sort of secret assassin. Why didn't he do the same? He's just so dumb that he didn't do that. First of all, guys, I don't think you can go on Google and find out that she's some secret assassin. But like, people are trying to say, well, because she didn't like alcohol, but then they have videos of her drinking alcohol, or that she had 2 ex-boyfriends, that's proof and evidence that she's some secret assassin that did this to Charlie Kirk. Well, why didn't he do the Google search to find out that she had 2 boyfriends and then be like, hey, you had 2 boyfriends, are you gonna get me? Like, to me, it's just bizarre. And guys, real quick, I think we can use Occam's razor to solve a couple of things just really quick that I think we need to talk about because I think it's important. There's a lot of people who think how Erica Kirk has been acting, think that it's like super suspicious, and I don't think that's suspicious at all. I think that her selling this book, her making money, her fundraising, all this stuff, I don't think it's suspicious at all. It's what TPUSA has always done, and she's just trying to continue that while not trying to look like a coward, even though, you know, like she could just go home and run away and quit and retire forever. I think she's continuing this, even if she doesn't want to, at least for a little while, to not look like a coward who's going to be afraid of the people who did this to Charlie Kirk. Okay. Now, does it look suspicious? Maybe. Okay. But here's the thing. I think Erica Kirk is intelligent. Like, I think that she's probably had some acting training and some stuff like that when she was a beauty queen back from, you know, her younger years when she was like Miss Arizona or whatever. She knows how to act. Do you think someone who's intelligent, who knows how to act, is going to act this way when they know that it might look suspicious? If they actually did this and actually were the person who took out Charlie, don't you think that if they know how to act, they would be acting like a grieving person like everyone would expect her to? That's what I think. Someone who's intelligent, who knows how to act, isn't going to just go take out someone and then go act all happy and try to be all smiley faced, right? They're going to act grieving. They're going to act like in a way that would be believable and all this stuff. So I think we can kind of roll that out using Occam's razor. I feel like what's going on is that she's trying to put on a smiley face and act in a smiley way, even though she is sad. I think she's trying to act the opposite to try to assure the people that she's capable of running this company, to assure the people that it's in good hands, and to bring in those donations to get the money for the next elections so that the conservatives and the Republicans can continue winning and not get crushed by communists. That's what I think's happening with that, okay? Also, for the people who think that it's suspicious that she's earning money and selling books, Let me just ask you, I don't know, if you're a man who has a wife or if you're a wife that has a husband or whatever, vice versa, do you think if you found out you had like 2 or 3 months to live, let's just say you own a business, let's say you own a bakery, okay, you own a bakery, you've written a cookbook that's going to sell millions of dollars worth and you know it because you're famous and you have a famous bakery and you find out you have 3 months to live, okay? What is the nice thing to do? Not even the nice thing to do, what is the right thing to do? Okay. Is the right thing to do is to, give that book to your wife, finish that book and tell your wife, hey, publish this after I'm gone so you can support our children? Is the right thing to do is to get that bakery all put into your wife's name and get the bakery up and running and teach her how to run that bakery, or teach someone else how to teach her how to run the bakery so that she can do it herself, so that after you're gone, she has a business that she can run to support your children and to sell that book and to make money? Or is the right thing to do is to, as soon as you find out you only have 3 months to live, is the right thing to do is to go burn the book, delete all the files, go to the company, sell it to some random person, and then donate all that money to someone else, and then tell your wife, hey, sorry, we're broke now. I've donated all of our money. The book is gone. You can no longer sell it. And I did this because I love you, and I don't want anybody to accuse you of having anything to do with this. That's what I hear what people expect from Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk. I expect what I feel like that's what people would have wanted to happen. They want this poor woman to go bankrupt to prove that she had nothing to do with this. And they wouldn't be happy until she was homeless. And even if she was homeless, they would probably still have someone following her around to make sure that she didn't get enough donations being homeless, and make sure she didn't move to like a better part of town to get better donations. And they'd be like, see, she did it. She's using Charlie Kirk's name in order to get to a better spot of town, even while homeless. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting a little bit on that, but that's what I feel like. If you're a husband and you have kids and a wife, you wouldn't even care if it looked suspicious. You would just want your kids and your wife taken care of in the future. Anyways, none of this is evidence anyways. Even if it looks suspicious, even if it is suspicious, it's not evidence of anything. So I don't think we can make claims based off of it anyway. Should she be investigated? Yes, for sure. Should Israel be investigated? Yes, for sure. Should TPUSA be investigated? Yes, for sure. Should everyone else that was also close to Charlie Kirk be investigated? Yes, for sure. Should these people who knew about it beforehand, that I think they're the ones that did it, be investigated? Yes, for sure. Like even these people that I'm saying posted about it before, I'm not accusing them yet. I'm saying I think that they're the ones that did it, and I have some evidence, and I'm showing that evidence. Okay, I wouldn't just go on there and say I think leftists did it without having those tweets, without having those posts, without having those comments that show that they actually knew what was going on before it happened, right? That's the only reason I'm mentioning them at all, is because there is some evidence, but I'm still not saying I know for sure 100% that they're the ones that did it and these are their names and we should go put them on blast and ruin their lives, right? Right? Does that make sense? I think we have enough evidence to present them and to say, hey, look into this. We don't have, I don't have enough evidence that says that they for sure did this. So I'm not going out there and then just putting them on full blast saying I know for sure that they did this. And that's why I'm not like for sure just, going out and saying full-fledged committed to it, because do I have evidence that they for sure knew about it? I mean, I think it's pretty clear that we do. They posted about it before it happened. Do we know that they were for sure involved in planning it or involved in doing it? I don't know. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say, guys, the presenting of these people online should be proportionate to the evidence that we have. I think we have enough evidence to present that those people were known, that those people knew about it. There's not enough evidence to say that they for sure did it. I don't know. Is there evidence that any of these other people did it? Is there evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA or Israel did it? I haven't seen any. So, guys, I just don't think we should be presenting these things until we have 100% evidence. And that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't know. All right, guys, we got to talk a little bit about school security and whose responsibility it is to secure the school and to police the area. Because Charlie Kirk's security team can only do so much. They don't actually have any authority. They can protect Charlie Kirk, but the school and the police of any area where you're in, no matter where you have your security, still have the authority and the jurisdiction over that area. Meaning the police are still the ones that need to stop people from trespassing on the roof, make sure there's no one trespassing inside of the buildings, make sure that the area is secure. That's not Charlie Kirk's security detail's job. And guys, Charlie Kirk is not the president. He doesn't have Secret Service protection abilities where They spend millions of dollars each event. That's just not possible, guys. And the biggest threat at any of these events, guys, is within the first like 30, 40 feet where someone's going to come up close range and try to do something to you. The average event like this throughout history has not been a sniper up on a roof somewhere, okay? I mean, we have a few. We have Martin Luther King, JFK, maybe, right? Donald Trump, and then we have Charlie Kirk. I mean, that's like 4. I mean, if you look at what happened to other people like Garfield, that wasn't a sniper up in the roof somewhere. That was someone close by, and his close security failed him miserably, right? Anyways, the point is could this have been prevented? Well, UVU has like 16 police officers. They should have probably called in more from Orem. I have friends that went to the event and they only saw a couple officers the whole entire time they were there. That's probably been very irresponsible. But then again, guys, this is Utah. Nothing ever happens here. This isn't something like that you plan for, because it's like nothing ever happens here, like we said in the very beginning of the show. So was it preventable? It's hard. When you're on defense, you don't have the element of surprise. You only have as much security as you can have. For people to say that Charlie Kirk should have like, you know, a tank and a helicopter and an F-15 on standby and then a drone in the sky and then all these assets is kind of ridiculous. I mean, if you look at like any major celebrity, whether it's like Taylor Swift or other famous singers or people that are much more famous than Charlie Kirk, they don't even have like snipers on top of roofs everywhere. Like, so like, why are people criticizing Charlie Kirk? It's because something happened. It's the one time something does happen that don't have a counter sniper on the roof that, of course, you're going to get criticized. But that's not the norm in security. It's not the norm in how these things work, right? And then you got to look at the costs of everything. They did actually hire some extra security for this event because they knew it was going to be bigger than other ones. But at the same time, they don't have the money to hire hundreds of people. Like the Secret Service has hundreds of people on every single event, millions of dollars spent. And Charlie's probably thinking to himself, do I want to have one event a year where I spend a whole entire budget for the whole entire year on one event? Or do I want to have 50 events around the country and I, you know, spend a few $100,000 on my security on each one of them? And it's one of those things, guys, the cost of freedom and liberty is a risk, and the risk of spreading the truth is a risk. And Charlie Kirk was definitely a legend and a hero for doing that. And it cost him his life, unfortunately. That's the problem. And he became a martyr. And what should have been, and I think his martyrdom should mean something, and it should inspire all of us to be free thinkers, support freedom, and to voice our opinions unashamedly. And I think he's a symbol of hope and a symbol of what we should be doing, spreading that same message of freedom, hope, and light throughout the country, unafraid and unashamedly. Anyways, guys, I don't think this was really that preventable. Anyways, guys, for those that say that they should have had a drone in the air, it's probably a good idea to have a drone in the air. They may or may not have had a drone up in the very beginning. I'm not sure. There's rumors that they did, and that's kind of become a controversy. They very well may have had a drone up in the very beginning. Here's the problem. Gary's guy had a drone up when we were there, and UVU police came and made us take it down. And so even if they did have a drone up in the very beginning, it is very possible that they made them take it down. I don't think that they were like, hey, hurry, take the drone down before this thing happens because we knew about it. I think UVU probably made them take it down if they did have one at all. There's a lot of evidence that says that they didn't have one, but they also might have had one. It's just kind of confusing. But either way, I think the police had them take it down. It's also illegal to fly over crowds, guys. If you have taken any FAA classes, unless you're part of like a production crew and you've agreed and signed waivers that it's okay to have a drone flying over you, it's actually very illegal, and you can have your like drone license taken away for flying over a crowd of people. So even if they did have a drone up in the beginning, it would have been illegal for them to be flying over the crowds, and UVU, for liability reasons, will make you take your drone down, just like they made Gary take his drone down right in front of me back in October when we were there. Anyways, guys, was it possible to stop? Very hard to stop something like this when someone has the element of surprise. You only have 16 police officers, and you don't have the budget of the Secret Service. All right, guys, another thing I wanted to point out about the security of this campus is even if there was a drone up in the air, and even if they had a lot more security, guys, this campus is all windows. You have windows all across this. You have windows all across this. You have windows here. You have windows all the way here. Under here, these are all windows. These are all windows. These are all windows. There's windows here. There's windows here. There's windows here. There's windows here. Windows here. Windows here. Literally, guys, you have all the windows in the world. If some guy had come on campus, if it's Tyler Robinson or whoever else it would have been, and they see drones up in the air, all they have to do is sneak into one of these rooms and, you know, if there's someone in that room, scare them away or do whatever, who knows what, hopefully not. But it wouldn't be hard to get to this window or this window or this window and do the same shot before anybody would have enough time to warn anybody. Okay. I mean, even behind him, you got windows and windows and windows. You got windows and windows and because there's just windows everywhere. So, and it's one of those things where no matter how good your security is, no matter if you had 15 drones in the air, to police every single one of those rooms would have had to have had hundreds and hundreds of police officers, hundreds of security. It's just not something that's possible. And unfortunately, what happened. And we just got to learn from this, move forward, have better security in the future, have more police officers in the future, hopefully change some protocols around this kind of stuff. And hopefully this doesn't happen again.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. I think the people that have been running the conservative movement the last couple decades should just go be liberals, because that's what they actually are, and leave the conservative movement and allow us real conservatives to be in charge.
Shortly after the narrative came out and people started questioning it, the next thing we started seeing is all of these people saying, Charlie's security guards started touching their glasses, making hand signals, doing different things, and then that was a signal for the person who took him out to take the shot and all this stuff. And that's absolute proof that his security was in on it. And guys, there's people who have made far better compilations of videos than this one. But I just wanted to cover a couple of these because if you watch closely, guys, you can see his security is always doing things. And it just happens to be a coincidence of when it happens. The other alternative is you're meaning to tell me that there is an assassin somewhere on this campus as well as the other campuses I'm about to show you. And that person just didn't see the hand signal and didn't take the shot when they were supposed to. I mean, guys, that's ridiculous. That's what some people are probably going to say. They're going to say, well, that person didn't take the shot when they were supposed to. Like, come on. Anyways, let's watch a couple of these. All right. What's he doing is putting his hands in his pocket. He's going to push a little detonator button or something. Oh wait. Nope. Nothing happened. He's just messing with his pocket. All right. Okay. Wait. Oh, nope. Okay. Yeah. Nothing happened there. I mean, did you guys see that? He scratches his ear and nothing bad happened. I mean, and Charlie scratched his nose in response as a response to the scratch of the ear. I mean, okay, very strange. But I guess the guy missed the cue. Okay, he just put number 2 down and number 2 signal down. He looks to the left, and then he's going to check his watch. I mean, really sketchy. He's checking his watch. He's like, why is the shot late? I signaled the guy for 2 seconds, and then nothing happened. Super sketchy, guys. All right, he's signaling someone through a microphone. He's saying, do it now. Oh, and he looks around because nothing happened. I mean, the guy just, they hired some really lazy people during this one. Guys, real quick, I'd like to point out that they caught a bullet on camera, and it's right here. And it's one of those really technologically ones where you can make it whiz all around and curve around, kind of like they had at the Charlie Kirk event. And yeah, wait, never mind. That's just a fly. All right, guys, he has his hands down his sides, and then he puts them together, and that's a signal. That's obviously an Illuminati secret Mason symbol, and that's supposed to be a signal, and nothing happens. Guys, I guarantee you, if Charlie had been hit right here at this moment, let's just say that guy did this right here, and then Charlie got attacked right then, I guarantee everybody and their dog would be saying, he did that right before, therefore it was a signal for this to happen. And that's just not true. I mean, you can see that he did this right here and nothing happens. But if it had happened, that would have been guaranteed proof that that was a signal, right? Everybody would be saying and thinking that. Oh no, the guy just turned on his glasses. Did you see that? He's turning on his meta glasses. He's getting ready for something to happen. Therefore, he turns them on. Oh, wait, but nothing happens. Nothing happened. I mean, he turned his glasses on, but he's like so confused because nothing's happening. The lazy assassin at this campus forgot to do something. I mean, guys, they're hiring some really bad people to do these things because every time this guy makes an action to do something, nothing happens until like the 50th event. The guy's going to start recording something on the camera or focus on something. He's going to grab his ear and then he's going to slip something into his pocket. Maybe it's like a detonator or something. I mean, like, really? Like, really, guys? Same thing as this, guys. I can guarantee that right after he had grabbed his ear and then grabbed something out of his pocket, and you can see that it's just a cell phone. But I guarantee you, if something had happened right here, people would be saying, oh my gosh, did you see him making an ear signal? But nothing happens. All right, guys, I think we can put this one to rest. We've seen a lot of these signals on other rallies and other places that Charlie Kirk went. These aren't abnormal. there's Charlie Kirk grabbing his nose. And if nothing had happened during this event, you wouldn't have thought anything of it. Because something did happen, unfortunately, it's seen as proof as to it being a signal to take the hit or whatever. And this is not the case.
We were inches away from a civil war. You see, our leaders talk a big game, but anytime they actually feel the pressure, they fold. And we saw who Donald Trump actually is in that moment. When he fell to the floor and he rose, he spoke to all of us at a fundamental level, at a level that we can't even put into words. When he ascended and he said, fight, fight, fight.
All right, guys, we're on my computer now. I just want to show you how easy it is to make one of these, okay? Because if you're like just not really familiar with social media, or if you're maybe older and you think these social media platforms actually fact checks these or something, then I just want to show you that you're wrong and how easy it is to make this, because it doesn't take hours to make one of these, guys. It takes literally 5 minutes, and then someone puts it out there. And like I said, you remember the days right after you saw thousands of posts, and then people just reposting them without doing any fact checking of their own, just putting them back up as if they're a gospel truth. In fact, this is one that I made myself, and I shared it to a political chat that I'm in, and I swear about half the people in there fell for it. And they were probably all about to share it until I told them that I made it. And honestly, if I put this up anonymously and people in that group chat saw this, they probably would have been sharing this within like an hour as if it was the truest thing ever. Before they saw the next one, of course, I shared that one. And then the next one. So let me just show you how easy this was. All right, so I have a video of Charlie Kirk, I have a video of the crowd, and then you would see it pause or something like this, okay? And what would happen is it would pause, and then you would see something on the screen, like, okay, number 1, number 2, and number 3, and it would say, oh, this is Netanyahu's niece, Dick Cheney's daughter, and Hollywood's best makeup artist, all at the same event together, and people would see this and be like, oh my gosh, that is the sketchiest thing I've ever seen. There's no way that Dick Cheney's daughter and Netanyahu's niece could be at the same event if it was legit. And guys, the thing is like they wouldn't even Google this to find out that this wasn't true. They would just automatically see this, freak out, send this to their friends, and then their friends would see this, send it out to their friends, and then pretty soon like 200 YouTube channels would pick up on this and do their whole entire video on how crazy that these people were at this event together. When the truth is that just some dude put this out on the internet, and they have no idea who that guy was, no idea what his motivation was, and it's all for the clicks, all for the show, all just for the more subscribers and the fame, right? I'm just saying, when you see something that looks this ridiculous, you gotta do some research, right? Let me show you how easy it is to make one of these now. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna do your own little screen recording. You're just gonna grab a video, you're gonna hit play. Normally you'd have the video sound on and everything, okay? Then you're just gonna pause it. All right, now that we have our video, all you have to do is go on to like DaVinci Resolve or Premiere, or you can just use your phone. In fact, I used my phone for that last one I just showed you real quick, but I like to use the computer. It's a lot easier, but it's easy on the phone as well. And a lot more people have phones to do this with, right? And basically all you have to do is I added a little bit of a freeze frame here. And then I zoomed in on the tree right there. Okay. And then basically all you have to do is do something like this. And basically, you're just going to talk. You're just going to talk like, guys, look, I've solved the case. This is one of the easiest cases I've ever solved. We know that they're lying to us. The FBI, the police, that YouTuber guy over there, that YouTuber guy over there. Everything they told us is wrong. It could have been aliens. I thought it was aliens yesterday. But guess what, guys? I've discovered the truth. Where the bullet actually came from was in this tree. And how do we know that? There's a dark object in there that is obviously a person, and that is obviously where the shot came from. It didn't come from the building over here. It didn't come from over this direction somewhere. It didn't come from behind them. It didn't come from the tunnel. It came from the tree. How do I know that? There's a dark spot, and I think it came from the tree. And guys, I just want to show you even more proof that it came from the tree. There's an arrow pointing to it, and there's a little caption underneath it that says, breaking news, real location of shooter discovered. That means it has to be this dot right here. Guys, please like, subscribe, and let me know what you think. If you think that this is the truth, please like even more and share even more. I mean, I'll let you know if I think this is true tomorrow, because tomorrow I have even more breaking news coming out that it wasn't from the tree, it was for somewhere else actually. And the next day I have another theory about where else it could have came from, but for right now, it for sure came from this tree right here. That's for sure where it came from, until this one dies down and it loses the clicks. And I'll have another one for you tomorrow to get more clicks and views. Subscribe. Talk to you guys later. And guys, this is kind of because I mean, obviously I'm trying to be a little bit funny, but guys, this is just how it goes down. Look how fast that was. It took us like less than a minute and a half or 2 minutes to put together. All you have to do now is save this, upload to Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever, and then you get your views and your clicks until they die down, and then you make another one, and you just keep the cycle going, and everybody's sharing them without fact checking. So guys, if you get these in your feed, if you get these in your talk to people, tell them, hey, please fact check before you send me stuff. And you guys really should be fact checking before you send some stuff out. Don't just see something like this and then just resend it because you think it's sensational or you get excited about it or it proves your narrative right. Make sure you do some fact checking, but at least look around, at least look on the internet, at least do some research, like before you just think something's true and then share it, because even if you don't believe it's true, there's people out there that actually believe this stuff is true. Everything that comes out is true. There is stuff that is true, and it's important to find. That's the purpose of this whole entire video that I've made. But stuff like this, guys, where it's just made up in some guy's basement, don't believe it.
We should love on the cowardly church. We should try to bring the cowardly pastors into the courageous category. We should challenge them and say, you could do better than this. I love it when pastors say, well, we don't take stances around this sort of stuff at our church. And I say, well, what exactly do you take a stance on? And they say, well, we're not a political church. Well, are you a moral church?
And guys, remember, one of the best ways to become a better investigator is to stop theories in their tracks that are bad. Guys, what I mean by that is some of these theories are going to be hard to find the truth. Some of these are going to take a little while to prove right or wrong. But many, many, many theories, guys, in my experience in this whole entire thing, like 99.999% of theories can be proven false with a simple Google search. And if the theory is that weak that a simple Google search can stop it, it's one that's not worth sharing. Right? If it's one of these ones that needs more collaboration and it needs to be collaborated and talked about and investigated deeply, then yeah, for sure. We need to investigate those things. We need to find the truth. But if you can do a simple Google search and find out it's not true, don't share it. Okay? Protect your mind, protect your family's mind, protect the future minds. Guys, the stuff you put on the internet right now stays on the internet forever. And every single person that sees that and then shares it propagates these things faster and faster and faster until it's an avalanche of false information. It's also an avalanche of true information if it's true, but if a simple Google search can prove it wrong, it's not worth sharing. And this is not a game. Our very future livelihood and freedom depends on it. Let's start treating this as such, right? Okay? And guys, remember, we should not be okay being lied to, even if it is a lie that approves a theory that you've thought is correct. If you can prove that someone has lied to you, I probably wouldn't listen to that source anymore. And if you can prove that someone's continually putting out things that are debunked, even though it's been like weeks or months that it's been debunked, and they haven't had a chance to come out and correct themselves and say, hey, sorry, I was wrong about this, then I probably would not listen to that source too much longer either. But only you can decide that, guys. Only you guys can decide. And your threshold for that might be much lower or higher than mine. Right? I have a pretty strict threshold on, if I find out something's been debunked and someone's still putting it out like 2 or 3 weeks later, that to me, that's plenty of time for them to have corrected themselves and moved on and not be posting these things still. However, only you can decide that, okay? I wanted to give you guys a quick example of 2 things. One is one that I used to believe that has been debunked that I have been able to move on from. And then another one is I'm going to try to show you how I think a respectful way to debunk something is by showing you guys evidence and proof that this theory that just came out recently is not true on one of the other sides of this argument. Where I'm doing it in a way where I think is the right way to debunk something, where I'm not calling people stupid, I'm not calling them crazy, I'm not calling them fed slop, I'm not calling them an idiot. I'm just simply presenting the evidence that shows that the theory is not true. And then if someone on the other side wants to come back and respond to it and present evidence that, hey, you're wrong about this, it is actually true, here's my evidence for it being true, I think that's the way we have a great dialogue and come to the truth together instead of just calling each other names. So here we go. For example, guys, one thing that I really thought in the beginning of this is the body armor theory. I really, really was on the whole entire thing about body armor, and that it had been body armor that had either been hit and deflected the bullet, or the body armor itself had shattered in some way and then injured Charlie. I was really on that bandwagon, and right? And the more research I did and the more I watched the video, the more I could tell there's not really any body armor here. And then after that, a few influencers that I do watch came out and also said, hey, we confirmed there's no body armor. And then at that point, I had to drop that theory because at that point, it wasn't standing up. It wasn't standing up to scrutiny, and there was enough evidence that there was not any body armor. And even though I told like 50 of my friends, there's for sure got to be body armor here. Like from what I can see and what's happening, that's exactly what it looks like. But as soon as I found that out, I had to drop it and be like, hey, you know what? I was wrong. Let's move on, right? All right, guys, now I've given you one of the things that I thought was true, and I've shown you that it's not true. And now I'm going to give you my version of a debunk on something I have seen come out recently that I think is not true. And guys, I feel like a lot of you who are sharing these things have good intentions. I feel like the person who's creating these things, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and hoping they have good intentions, okay? And what I hope would happen, and I hope what's happening, guys, is that they're just so busy that they don't have time to do a bunch of fact-checking and Google searches to find out if this stuff is not true or true or not. Guys, with a simple Google search, I was able to find this. However, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And guys, what I would hope would happen, just real quick before I start, is I hope this person would start to kind of structure their podcasts and their shows a little bit differently, because if they have the right intention, and I hope they do, what I feel like would be very helpful is if they would come out before they put a theory out there and say, hey, I'm really busy, I don't have time to fact check this, I'm putting this out there to the community, and this is what I'm hearing what's happening, guys. A lot of people are telling me that this is what's happening, is that they're just getting information overload and putting it out there for the community to solve. And that's great if that's true, right? The problem I have is that we never hear any follow-up on things that have been debunked. I hear a lot of theory coming out and then it's being debunked. At least some of it is, right? Maybe some of it isn't being debunked. Maybe a lot of it is true. I don't know. But a lot of it I've seen has been debunked, but then we never get revisits, right? And I think what could be a great service is if this person would say, hey, I'm putting this out there. It's Saturday at 10 a.m. Tomorrow, Sunday at 5 p.m., I'm going to do a podcast presenting all the evidence that has been sent back to me, proving it true or false, and saying, hey, this is true. I've proved it. Here's all the evidence showing that it's true. And actually showing the evidence, guys, showing the motive, showing hearsay, showing any of this stuff that is not evidence. It would have to be actual, hard, factual evidence that can be proven. Or, hey, guys, good job to the 5,000 of you who went out there and researched this and have proven it wrong. I was wrong about this, or maybe not even that I was wrong about this, but hey, the source that sent me this was wrong. This is the truth. We need to move on to better topics. Here's my new theory. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., I'll also present if this one was true or not. And in this way, we can keep finding the truth and getting rid of bad theories, okay? And this happens on both sides. There's bad theories and good theories on both sides. And I feel like we need to be more organized to find the actual truth instead of just coming up with theories and then never visiting them again, telling people who follow you if you found out if it was true or not. Does that make sense? Anyways, guys, I'm not here to call you stupid if you believe this. I'm not here to call you an idiot. I'm not here to call you a crazy person or anything like that, or a fed stopper. My job here is to help you become a better investigator. Whether you're on the side that believes like I believe and you're more towards my beliefs, or if you're on the side that completely believes like stuff that I don't believe. Like, my job is to help you become a better investigator on either side. Does that make sense, guys? I'm not here to call you stupid or belittle you. I'm here to make you a better investigator. That way we can solve this. I want better investigators on both sides. I'm on your side as well. Anyways, let's move on. So what this theory was that Charlie Kirk had an event on September 11th at Charis Bible College in Colorado on September 11th. And what the conspiracy is that Charlie Kirk never called and set up security for this event. That's what we hear. That's all we hear. We don't hear that it was called the Truth and Liberty Conference 2025. We don't hear that it's put on by Andrew Womack Ministries, who actually owned and started and founded this college. We don't hear anything except for that it's like a TPUSA event with Charlie Kirk on September 11th at Charis Bible College. And what the inference is that Charlie Kirk's security never called the chief of police in Colorado, where this school is, to set up security. And the implication is that they never did this because they knew Charlie Kirk would never make it to this school. Therefore, TPUSA had to know that he was going to be taken out on September 10th. Therefore, they were in on it. Okay. The problem is, here's the evidence. Not here's the hearsay, not here is the motive, not here is, some other random thing, but here's the actual evidence. Okay. This is the actual flyer for the event at Charis Bible College on September 11th. We can see that this is a huge event. It's not just a Charlie Kirk event. It is an event for Truth and Liberty Conference, GOP leaders. And what you can see is Charlie Kirk was going to be like kind of like a keynote speaker, speaking on the first night at 7:05 p.m. Okay? That's it. That was his only spot in this whole entire conference. Okay? And what do we see? We see a whole bunch of other people went on to talk. We see that there's senators, there's House of Representatives, other GOP leaders. We see that there's governor candidates. We see that there's other representatives, other senators, and even some sheriffs. We see that this is a huge event with a lot of prominent people. These people, guys, are all going to have their own security. Charlie Kirk's security team is probably going to also be there. But who would have been in charge of calling the police in this situation? It would have been Andrew Womack or employees at Cherry's Bible College. Okay? That's it. Debunked. That's the reason why Charlie Kirk's team never would have called the police or the chief of police or any other police in this area. Because Andrew Womack in the school would have been chosen to do it. And if not him, probably one of these senators or these governors or somebody who's much more important, right, than Charlie Kirk, as far as governmental stuff goes, right? State senators, House of Representatives. There's a lot of people here. Okay. Now, that's my debunk. It's very simple. And guys, the other thing that this turned into was that supposedly the event was canceled after September 10th and that it was turned into some kind of a memorial service. And that's not true. This event still happened. It still went on. The only difference is that Laura Perry Smaltz spoke at 7:05 in Charlie Kirk's place as kind of like a memorial to him. That's the only difference. The whole entire event was not turned into a memorial. It wasn't canceled. It still went on as planned. And guys, that's my debunk. Okay. I never called you stupid. I never called you an idiot. I didn't bring up this chart and then just be like, oh my gosh, everyone who believes this is so dumb. A simple Google search would have solved this. I didn't do that, did I? I just showed you the evidence, presented it to you. And right now, if you still think this is false and you still think this theory is true, present the evidence to me. Okay. What I want you to present is that it was just a TPUSA event. It was just a Charlie Kirk event. Charlie Kirk was in charge of the security. If you have proof that Andrew Womack called Charlie Kirk and said, hey, we're having an event tonight. I know you're only the keynote speaker and you're busy and it's just a 45-minute speech, but you're in charge of all the security. Please call the police chief and set up security. If you have proof of that, that's what Andrew Womack requested of Charlie Kirk. And you have proof that Charlie Kirk and evidence of this, that he was the one that was supposed to be in charge of security. Great. That would be a great debunk of my debunk. Does that make sense, guys? Coming on here and then trying to use some kind of a motive or hearsay or something, that would not be a great debunk. A great debunk is if you actually had evidence that Andrew Womack asked Charlie Kirk to be in charge of security, and then Charlie Kirk's security team failed on that. If you have that information, great. Okay, if you have the actual evidence, actual hard evidence, that would be awesome. That would be a great debunk to my debunk. Anyways, guys, I'm just trying to help you guys become better debunkers and better investigators, because the more information that comes out that is false that we can get rid of as soon as possible, the more likely we're going to get to the truth. Guys, for example, this has been out here for almost a week or two now, and people are still sharing it. And a simple Google search. I looked on Google, September 11th, Cherry's Bible College, Charlie Kirk event, and it popped up in 3 seconds. And anyone who would have seen this would have known that this guy right here, Andrew Womack, who owns the school, would have been in charge of setting up that security. Anyways, guys, that's my debunk. If you have a better debunk of my debunk with the actual evidence behind it, great. If not, I think we need to put this one to sleep. And if you have people who still believe this, and whoever put this out, I think should come out and say, hey, sorry, this has been debunked, and move on. Anyways, let's move on. All right, guys, so that's my version of a debunk, not calling people names, using evidence, not hearsay, not motive, and actual facts and evidence that have been proven. And I think if we could all do that, we'd become much better investigators and have much better credibility for both of our sides. The other thing, guys, that does not do a good debunk is calling anyone names. And guys, it's like in Game of Thrones when it said that when you try to rip someone's tongue out, it doesn't mean that you're right. It just proves that you're afraid of what they're going to say. In fact, one of the first things I learned in debate class in high school and in college, it's been a little while, but one of the first things I learned is that when you're in a debate or even in an argument, when someone starts to get emotional, that's the first sign of showing that you are kind of right. Like, right, that's the first telltale signs that you're correct about something is when someone starts to get emotional, because it's starting to show that it's on their mind that they can't argue back because they have no facts to get into the argument well. Also, it shows that they have no evidence. And when they start calling people names, then that's the point where it's like almost guaranteed that you're correct, because when you're only left with names, it means that you have no evidence or facts to back up your argument. So that you're left to resort to name calling and all this other emotional tactics. So when you go on someone's podcast or YouTube or Twitter or X or whatever, and you start calling someone names, it actually starts making your side look really weak, and it makes you look like you have no evidence to support your side because you're calling someone names. And if you had evidence, you'd be putting the evidence there instead. I've seen this from both sides, and it's really upsetting when it's your own side. And because it's like, come on, man, you have better evidence than this. Right? And we need to hold our own sides accountable. If you have a favorite YouTuber or influencer that's still putting up something that you know has been debunked, or you know it's a complete lie, call them out. Say, hey, why are you lying about this? Right? Even if it's someone you agree with. I think that's important to do. And if we can hold our own sides accountable, then we can sharpen our pencils, basically, and make our arguments better, get better evidence. Okay, I think that's important. And guys, I think this is what happened with the left and Charlie and just society as a whole right now. When the left ran out of evidence to present people that their policies were good, when it became evident that their policies were terrible for everybody, and that free speech restriction was not good for anybody, and high taxes were not good for anybody, and controlling people like they're some kind of dystopian dictator is not good for anybody. When they ran out of evidence and people started to see this and started to wake up, the next thing they went to was name calling, right? And when the name calling didn't work, and when trying to shame people into submission didn't work, and people still live their lives in freedom and happiness, and they didn't succumb to this negativity and disillusion and depression and darkness that is living the leftist lifestyle, when that didn't work, what did they do to Charlie? Their last resort, right? When you have evidence and your policies are good, the free marketplace of ideas will award you. When you run out of good ideas and you don't have any evidence to support your ideas, and you run out of evidence that your ideas are good and it's proven that they're bad, then the first resort that people go to is name calling. The second is they try to throw you in jail. And guys, the IRS and people have been after Charlie for years and years and years, trying to throw him in jail. The same as what they tried to do with Trump. And then the third option, when that doesn't work, is you see what they did to Charlie, what they tried to do with Trump. And guys, while better than calling someone names to try to debunk them or discredit them, hearsay, meaning something that you heard that someone else said, is also not a good debunk. And also what's even worse than hearsay probably is trying to use motive as a debunk. And guys, basically, motive cannot be used as a debunk or any kind of evidence towards something. We've already gone over that enough, so we're not going to talk about it anymore. But the point is if you have evidence for something, that is the proof for something or against something. Motive is nothing. It's nothing. You have to have evidence, okay? And the one last thing that we can do to help strengthen each of our sides is, if you know something is wrong, if you know something is a lie, if you know something is false, do not repeat it. Do not share it again. Do not show it. Now, I'm not saying to forget about it. For example, the body armor thing, as soon as I learned that was not a thing, I didn't continue going around telling people that it was the truth, that there was body armor, just because it helps my narrative be more true and prove my narrative. I feel like that would be the stupidest thing I could ever do, because I feel like that would just discredit me, because people would just look at me and be like, you're just dumb. Like, when you keep saying something that you know is not true, people out there also know it's not true, guys. It's not, you're not tricking anybody. And so even if I thought it would strengthen my case, I wouldn't still go around telling everyone that it was still body armor, if that makes sense, right? I'm not saying to forget about it. Maybe in the future, if someone provides evidence that there was some kind of body armor, I would be willing to go revisit it. Okay. And guys, for example, the whole body armor thing to me in the beginning seemed like the most realistic things. I hadn't done any research yet. I hadn't done any tests. I hadn't done any experiments. To me in the beginning, that seemed like the most likely, best explanation for what we saw. But it turns out, after doing all kinds of investigation, I actually found out that the 30-06 is not some crazy thing. And guys, we're going to see that in a little bit, you're going to be amazed at what we find out about the 30-06 round and how many times this has happened before, guys. This isn't something that's only happened once. This isn't something that's only happened twice. This isn't something that's only happened with Martin Luther King and also with Charlie Kirk. This is something that's happened a lot of times. And guys, if I had stuck with the body armor thing and I had just been so stuck on that I was like, it had to be body armor. The 30-06 is ridiculous. It has to be body armor. And just stuck my fingers in my ears because it proved my narrative correct, supposedly. If I hadn't have let go of the body armor theory and moved on and tried to investigate other things and to do more research into other things, I might not have ever found this information, and I might not have ever been able to provide to you guys in this video what I found out. So guys, sometimes letting go of your own preconceived notions of what you think is the correct theory, and if they're proven wrong, sometimes letting go of those as soon as possible can actually help you find the truth, and a much better truth that actually proves your narrative much better than the thing you thought previously. What I have found out now proves my narrative way more than body armor. And guys, when I say my narrative, I mean like my theory, like my beliefs, like what I've discovered through this whole entire thing. This confirms that. I'm not talking about the narrative the government's saying or the narrative that someone else is saying. In reality, we all have our own narratives. We all have what we believe, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that you have to stop saying something just because it's been debunked. If you think something's been debunked, but it actually hasn't been debunked, there's not enough evidence for it to be debunked to you, then by all means, keep saying it, right? What I'm saying is if you absolutely know 100% that it's not true, don't say it, don't repeat it, don't share it. And by doing that, we can remove some of these things from this really polluted pool of theories and ideas. They're obviously not true, but things keep getting propagated based on these theories that have been debunked already. And I think I have a solution or an idea of what could help us stop that from happening. The other thing I'd like to see happen, guys, is there's a lot of these theories that have come out a long time ago from both sides. Some of them have been proven true over time. Some of them, when they first came out on both sides, have been proven false within like a week or two. Yet they're still out there, they're still kind of weaving their way through the internet, and there's people who are new to the scene who are seeing these old theories that have been debunked a long time ago. For example, like the body armor. And people are still seeing that information out there on the internet and still propagating their own YouTube videos about it and spreading that to even more people who are unaware. And I wish that we had some sort of a database where we could come together on both sides, all sides of this, because it's not like, guys, like we said, it's not like one side. There's like 7 different, 15, 20, 5,000 different sides to this whole entire thing of people who believe different things. But I wish there was some sort of database where we could say, hey, like, here's the microphone theory. Where is this at right now? What's the evidence for or against this? Where's the body armor thing at right now? So that we can kind of go on there and see, okay, what's been debunked, what hasn't been debunked so far. And then if people want to make further investigation into something that's been debunked and look for more evidence to prove, hey, it really isn't debunked, then someone can do that. But I think it's important because there's a lot of straggling theories that have been proven wrong that people are still making content using old information. If we have new information and new evidence, that would be great. And I think that'd be really awesome to have some sort of a database that it takes all these things, puts them together cohesively, and maybe all of us as a community can vote on everything. And maybe that's not really important because, voting is kind of like your own opinion, but, it might help to kind of say, hey, what's more important to focus on right now? And maybe kind of help us find more evidence towards certain theories. Even if they've been debunked before, maybe we can reopen those cases if necessary, right? Anyways, guys, this video has just been showing you how to recognize bad things that have been put up there. I think it's important to not get fooled by lies, to show you how to be a better investigator, do some Google searches. If you get a text or a tweet or a reel from someone, make sure you investigate it before you share it with anybody else. These are all ways we can become better investigators, find the evidence, find the truth faster for Charlie Kirk, and also, guys, hold our own sides accountable. It's very important. Let's move on.
Let's be honest, we got to raise our game in this culture. If the most important thing for you is just feeling good, you're going to end up miserable. But if the most important thing is doing good, you will end up purposeful. Purpose will give you happiness. You see, we live in a country where they think that purpose, where they think that happiness is pleasure. We know that purpose is above all of this. Serving God, understanding why we are here, that we are made in His image, that there is a struggle of good versus evil. Men, you are on the front lines of saving this country. And you look around, our numbers are increasing. We are happier, we are joyful, we love the nation. and we're going to defeat the left. It's just a matter of time. We're going to win this country. We're going to win.
How many of you guys actually know about crime scene investigations and what they do at crime scenes and why they keep things a secret? Well, if you don't know already, we're going to look at that right now. Hey guys, as you can see, we are at a mock crime scene, and the reason we're here is I think there's a lot of conspiracy around UVU replacing and cementing down that area of the grass only like 4.5 days after the incident. And I just wanted to go through what a crime scene investigation actually entails, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what goes on during a crime scene investigation, how long it lasts, what they do, how it works. And there's only so much you can actually do at the scene. And after a little bit, it's all there is. And no matter how long you wait there, nothing's going to change. And right now I'm going to show you step by step kind of how a crime scene investigation actually works, what they do, so you can kind of get a better grip and a better understanding of the actual dynamics of it and why it wouldn't take longer than a day or two, especially in the incident that happened at UVU. All right, so let's just say that we've been called to the crime scene. Someone called 911, they witnessed this, and there's a body on the ground. We can see a few things on the crime scene. The first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that there's nobody in the crime scene. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to push everyone out if there's anybody in there as gently as possible and secure the crime scene. That's the first priority. All right, after you've secured the crime scene and everyone's gone, you do not want to enter the scene yet. What you're going to do is you're going to get something like a caution tape or a police scene crime scene tape. You've seen this before in movies and around town probably. If not, you can physically barricade it with other items as well. We're just going to use this as a demonstration, okay? And how you're going to barricade this is you don't want to enter the crime scene yet, right? You want to find the barrier, the outside edge of the crime scene, and that's what you want to tape off or barrier off. So basically, guys, you're just going to take the tape, and I don't have any orange cones or anything to tape this to, so we're just going to use these trees real quick. I hope it works. So now you can see we have a nice barrier around the crime scene. There shouldn't be any evidence outside of the crime scene because you've done a good job looking around the rest of the crime scene and make sure there's nothing outside of it. And now you're ready for the next step. The next step, you might do two things. First, you might take a video of the entire crime scene as best as you can. And you want to get an overlay of the whole entire crime scene. And then you want to get close-ups, okay? And what you're going to do is, before you even enter the crime scene, you're going to get video and photos as much as possible. So that might look something like this. In reality, you'd probably circle the whole entire thing. I'm not going to take the time to do that because this is just an example. You know, you're going to look for any kind of evidence you can find, take videos of that, where it's at. And then someone's actually going to crime sketch this on a piece of paper also afterwards. You know, you might point out that there's a hammer there, there's the body, there's a knife right there, there's a can, there's a glove in the bushes over there. And then a really gnarly looking blaster looking thing. On the table, we got, looks like a wallet and a soda can. Like I said, you'd probably go around the whole thing and get better video than I just did. But this is just an example. Now you're going to take some photos of the actual scene. And in real life, you're going to take as many as possible so that you have from many different angles. Now, after you have taken as many videos and as many photos as you need to accurately portray this, in the case you need to rebuild it, or in case you mess something up, you have an actual record of what happened. Now you're going to enter into the scene. A lot of the times you'll wear these things on your feet to cover up your own footprints. I don't have those, but normally you would do that. You would be very careful not to disturb anything. And what your goal is to do now is you might take a whole nother video closer up, okay? We're going to do photos. So normally you would take the photos, some fluid. Okay, maybe take a couple shots, a little close up, medium, a little further away. You be very careful. Like I said, normally we'd be wearing these footprint things that keep your footprints from contaminating the scene. We're going to get a couple shots of these glove. And then we're going to get some more, there's some more drops right there. Get a couple photos. Get a couple photos of this blaster from different angles. As much information you can capture as the better, obviously. Okay, now we're going to approach over here. We're going to see there's more of this fluid. There's a hammer. Get a couple close-ups. Get a little bit further away. And then, of course, you're going to take a photo of the victim. You want to get a couple different angles. And like I said, this is just for an example. You'd be much more through than this for sure. Looks like there's a hole in this shirt right here. So we're gonna get some photos of that. We're not gonna disturb this yet. We're gonna leave it as is and take more photos, okay? We see there's a can on the ground right here. There's another can here. And then there's a wallet. Okay, after you've taken those preliminary photos, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna do it again. Next, what you see here are these little crime scene markers, and they're numbered, and this helps you keep track of evidence, okay? And how this works, as you look around the crime scene, you can see that each piece of evidence that is known is labeled with a number. And what you're gonna do is you would go to, for example, see this one right here. Normally you would have a whole bunch of these measuring things that they have for measuring crime scenes, and you would take a picture with that as a reference to the size of the piece of evidence, right? So for example, now that we have the one marker, we're gonna take a photo of the knife with the one and the measuring sticks. Okay, and then we would just go around and we would do the same thing with all the rest of this evidence. Of course, you would be a lot more careful not to disturb anything, but this is just for demonstration. And we're just gonna do one more, but you would do this to every single one if this was an actual crime scene, all right? I'd also do some more advanced techniques, like you might see where you think this blaster is, and maybe you walk around the scene a little bit and try to figure out, okay, maybe it came from here. You look and see if it came from there. Maybe there's some splatter behind the body, and you wanna see what the right angle is that could have came from, right? And you wanna just use some tools like that, and then you might measure some things as well. Okay, you might measure, how far away from this table is this liquid down here? How far away from this tree root is this box cutter? About a foot. You're just going to measure a few things, so that there's going to be a person who's going to sketch the whole entire scene as well, and that's very important as well. You have the photos, sketch is also important, taking measurements is also important, okay? At this point, you have all the photos done, you have everything marked, you have everything measured, you know exactly where everything is. The person who's sketched the crime scene has sketched the crime scene. And now you're going to kind of come in here, or the detectives are going to come in here, and because a lot of times these are technicians doing this part, and then the detectives and more people are going to come in for the scene, and they're going to try to figure out what happened, okay? And I mean, you can't always tell right off the bat, but now we have everything recorded, we have photos and videos, so we can kind of look at it later if we need to, and that's very important, okay? Now, at this scene, we see, the first thing we notice is a wallet on the table, and there's kind of a sign of some kind of a struggle, because you see that there's some soda cans knocked over on the floor. There's one soda can still standing there. I mean, you can't tell anything conclusively from this. However, it's the best you got to go off of, right? There's a person laying on the ground. There's a box cutter next to him. There is a hammer over here. What does this mean? We don't really exactly know. And then there's a blaster here. And then there's a glove over here. We know this person got shot because there is a hole in the body right there, okay? Now, all right, so you observe the scene as much as you can. At a certain point, standing here and looking around doesn't do you any good, because you can only do so much. If there's witnesses, you're going to interview them as well, of course, okay? And you might put a gag order on them, and I'm going to tell you why in a second. But you're going to get some witness statements. If anybody witnessed this, whoever called the police, you're going to get their statement, those kinds of things, and then try to piece this together. But at the actual scene, there's only so much you can do. I mean, staring at this hammer for 20 seconds or 20 weeks or 2 years isn't going to solve anything. You're not going to find anything new from this at the scene, okay? Most of everything that you're going to figure out after this is going to be later on, and this is going to be used as evidence to collaborate that, if that makes sense. At this point, we haven't touched the body at all. At this point, we're going to start cleaning up and collecting evidence. And at this point, someone might come and roll the body over. I'm being sloppy and stepping on things. In normal life, you're not going to actually do that. You're going to be very careful. Now we've rolled the body over. What do we notice? We notice right here, there's 3 stab marks. And this is important, guys. And we don't want anyone else at the crime scene. We don't want anybody to see this. We don't want anybody to report this. We want to keep this to ourselves. That's very important. And I'm going to tell you that why in just a second. So now we have a little bit more information. Okay, now when we look at the scene, there's a little bit more clarity. It looks like something happened. And it looks like that person it looks like the suspect at one point stabs him in the back, drops the knife. Maybe there's some kind of a struggle at that point. He pulls out this hammer, maybe in self-defense. I don't know. It's obvious at this point that this knife is not his because he wouldn't have stabbed himself in the back. Right? So it looks, this is probably his hammer. And the person probably then pulled out this blaster, shot him, and got away. That's my observation from the scene. Everything else is going to be done later. Real quick, guys, we're going to make a longer video about this, but there's several reasons why keeping secret to the crime scene is very, very important. And that's for the integrity of the case against whoever you catch, but also to help catch that person. If everyone in the world knows all the details, you can't use those details anymore to catch the person who did it. So every single piece of evidence, there's going to be a bag like this that is labeled. You can see it's item number 1, who labeled it, how far away from some item it was, where it was located, and it's going to be all marked on the sketch as well as the photos and everything else, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to get that bag, and then you're going to go down to the evidence, and if this item has fluids on it, you're going to wear a glove for everything, and a paper bag is really important for anything that has fluids on it because you don't want it to mildew or rot, and ideally it's going to dry off before you even put it in the bag, but if it's still wet and you need to collect it right away, this bag's then allowed to dry off and not rot or get mildew, mold, stuff like that, okay? Normally you would tape this off with a crime scene tape so that it's sealed. Nobody can tamper with that. And then there's a chain of custody down here that's going to be filled out anytime anybody checks this evidence out or looks at it. And that's going to keep the integrity of this evidence. Anytime you touch something that might have any kind of fluids on it, you're going to remove the gloves and discard those ones because you don't want to contaminate the next bag of evidence. For fluids and stuff like that, you might take something like a Q-tip or some other kind of device to capture those. And you're going to try to solve them as much as that is possible and put that in the bag as well. It's going to be a paper bag, same reason as before. No mold, no mildew, stuff like that. Tape that off. For some of these bigger pieces of evidence, like this hammer, for example, you'd want to get a cardboard box. And in real life, you would probably get some zip ties and zip tie this to the box. But you're going to place this in the box. Same reason that it's cardboard. It's breathable. It can dry off if there's any kind of fluid on there. Same thing with this blaster. And of course, all these boxes are going to be labeled and everything as well. Same thing with this blaster. You take the blaster, put it in the box. Basically, at that point, you're going to collect the rest of the evidence in the same fashion. They're going to take the body to the coroner. Your job at this point is just to collect the rest of the evidence, put them in more bags, put them in more boxes if they're bigger, and collect all of the evidence and take that to collection where it can be preserved, analyzed. They're going to do tests on the fluids. They're going to do analysis on that blaster. They're going to check to see if it matches the bullet that is inside of this person down here. They're going to do all that stuff at the lab, not on the crime scene. Guys, as you can see, the crime scene has been completely cleaned up. All of the evidence has been collected, has been sent in for processing. The property is now back to the property owner, whoever owns the property, whether it's a school, whether it's a homeowner, whether it's a business, okay? Everything that you see here is no longer evidence. It is now back to the owner's responsibility, okay? You can see down here, there's a couple pieces of tape left. That happens sometimes, okay? Sometimes people don't collect everything correctly as far as not the evidence, but like the crime scene tape, stuff like that, that does happen. You'll see that sometimes, okay? Any fluids that you see on the ground, those are most of the time going to be up to the homeowner or whoever owns the crime scene. That's going to be most of the time their responsibility, okay? So it's most likely that UVU's job was to go hire somebody to come clean the sidewalk, to come clean that grass. And they probably just decided at that point, the easiest thing to do is just to tear up the grass and put pavers down. Okay, if you see some of these videos, it's not completely cemented over, it's just pavers. Okay, no one's going to find out anything else by looking at this area. Okay, by sitting behind a tree and looking for the next 2 or 3 years or hiding in this area and blocking it off and watching it isn't going to solve anything. Like if you look at this scene that we just created, all the evidence is gone. There's nothing else they can do. They can analyze that evidence. They can process that evidence, find out what the information from that is, but there's nothing else they can do with this scene, okay? So if this scene took 1 day, if this scene took 2 days, if it took 3 days, if it took 4 days to process, after that, it's done. There's nothing else they can do with it, okay? So the fact is if people are angry and upset that UVU went and paved over that area after 4.5 days, I mean, I'm just going to be honest about that crime scene. the crime scene happens from that building way far away, 143 yards away. That's part of the crime scene. Okay, then you have the trajectory of the round to the crime scene itself right there. You have Charlie, he gets hit, falls on the floor. You have some fluids on the ground. There's not much of a crime scene, okay? They're going to come in and do an investigation. It's a very, very simple crime scene. And it would be cleaned up in 3 to 4 days, probably even less. The investigation where we ran into some officers on campus when I was over there, and they were talking about lasers and different measurements that they had used to do experiments. I don't want to get into too much of it because I don't want to reveal too many details. I'm not sure how many details he revealed to me even. But we do know they did some investigative stuff like that. Now, how long that takes? If it only took 4 days, now the crime scene is done. I mean, this was a pretty complicated crime scene compared to that crime scene. And it probably took me like 2 hours to do this whole entire video. There was a hammer, there was a box cutter, there was a body with several things different things that happened to it. There was a blaster over here. There was a glove. There was some soda cans that were kind of messed around with. There was a wallet on the table. There was a bunch of different things that could have led to different theories. Okay. And a bunch of different evidence to collect. Fluids on the ground as well to collect. So what I'm trying to say is that different scenes take different times to collect. Some scenes only take a couple hours. Okay. Other scenes do take a couple days. I mean, there's there's some scenes that have been weeks or even up to a year. The Koberger case, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Koberger case, they left that house, a crime scene, about a year. And then they bulldozed the house. And there's still people to this day that are saying that they should have kept that crime scene for another year or 2 or 5 years or however long. I mean, no one's ever going to be satisfied. They think they're covering up the Koberger case because after a year they took the house down. It doesn't make sense to me. Okay, but I just wanted to show, and this might help people understand by doing this mock collection of evidence and the staged crime scene, showing, first of all, what do they do in the beginning? Block it off, get people out of the zone. Number 2, tape it off, make a barrier. Number 2, photograph, take videos, sketch the scene, take measurements, etc. Okay, then what do? The detectives come in, kind of observe, see what they think happened. Okay, and then they collect all the evidence. Once the evidence is collected and secured, sent out to processing, the scene is then cleaned up, collected, all the barriers are removed, and then the area is handed back over to the owner of the property. So if it took 4 days, it's done. And people are going to be upset about that. People are going to want that crime scene to stay there for like a year or 2 or 5 years, like the Koberger case. If they had locked down the whole entire part of UVU for like 1 year and then let it go, people would still be like, oh, it's not good enough. We need to keep it locked down longer. That's the truth. So while it's kind of suspicious to the normal person who doesn't know about crime scene investigation, what goes on, how things are blocked off, how things are then photographed, then collected, then processed, then clean the whole scene up, and then it's back to the owner, I can see how it's suspicious. But 4 days is a pretty long investigation for any crime scene, let alone where the crime scene is basically just one person lying on the ground with some fluids around him, and then supposedly a sniper off in the distance and a crime scene in that location. That scene might have only taken like a day or 2 to collect, even less. But I think since it's so high profile, they did take 4.5 days. And then they handed it back to the school, and then they processed it and did the paper thing, I think, to clean it up and to get rid of all of the ugliness and to make it fresh for the students. I'm not saying this proves that it's not sketchy. I'm just saying, for those of you who don't understand how a lot of this works or maybe aren't familiar with this, it is reasonable that it was done in 4 days. So having that done in 4 days and then cover it up is not a huge cover up. It's just a normal crime scene investigation and hand over back to the property owners. I would like to point out that in our crime scene that we did on this mock crime scene, we had a whole bunch of different evidence markers out there, and we had to take photos of each one and then collect each of those pieces of evidence. And the Charlie Kirk scene, they're at the actual scene where he got hit, there might only be 2 markers, and then up where the actual shot was taken from, there might only be like 2 or 3 markers, maybe even less. So I'm just logically, guys, think to yourselves, how long would it take to photograph those? How long would it take to video those? And how long would it take to grab the evidence from that scene and collect it? Like, not very long. Like, once you grab a picture of, the mark of his heel on the floor, or where his knee was, where he was prone, or once you take some samples of the fluid at the scene where Charlie Kirk was, and take some photos of where the chair landed and a couple other things that are evidence over there, like, what else is there to take photos of? That's what I'm saying, guys. It's a very simple scene. It's probably one of the simplest scenes any of these officers have ever seen. I think they gave it a lot more time than they actually needed to, based on it being a high-profile case, though. All right, guys, that's what a crime scene investigation actually looks like and how long it actually takes kind of to get everything done from that process of setting of discovering the crime scene, taping it off, and collecting evidence, taking the photos and all that stuff. But this is what people want to think a crime scene investigation looks like. This is how some people expect the crime scene to be investigated. Make sure you don't pick anything up or disturb anything. And we're going to stay here for 10 hours. Maybe over here behind this bush. Nothing's changed. It's been 10 hours. Nothing. Okay, nothing. We're not solving anything here. Man, nothing's changing. I can't solve anything out here. Hey, Larry. It's been about 50 years. Do you think we can collect the evidence and clean up the crime scene so that they can pave over it now?
There are a lot of different voices out there telling young men that all the world's problems are your fault, that your masculinity and the instincts that God gave you are somehow wrong or toxic. I want you to understand something. They are telling you that not because you have no power. They're telling you that because they understand how powerful you could be as a young man on fire for God and determined to save his country and his family.
This is going to be about keeping the crime scene secret, okay? And the reason why the police, FBI, any investigative agency does this is not necessarily mean that they're lying. And I mean, they could be lying, and it's important to question the narrative at all times, okay? This video is not saying, oh, they for sure didn't lie because of this. This is just showing you what could be happening as well, because this is a standard in any crime case. They're going to try to keep this as secret as possible, okay? And the reason why is they want to try to find the suspect, number one, okay, prove the case, try to find out who did it. And the second reason why is they want to keep the court case viable, okay? If everybody in the whole entire world knows every single detail of the case, and then they get a jury pool that already knows all that stuff, and the guy that's the suspect is pretty much obviously guilty, his attorneys can argue that he doesn't have any, there's no way for him to get a fair trial because everybody's already judged him guilty, and then he gets off scot-free. That's the worst case scenario, right? Okay. The other scenario is secrets in the case can help you catch a perpetrator. If we take a look at the mock crime scene that we did, what did we see on the guy's shirt? On the guy's shirt, we saw that there was 3 stab marks. Okay. We also saw there was a hole in the shirt. So we know that he was shot, and we're going to go over 2 scenarios. Okay, there's also a blue knife right here, and there's also a hammer right here. Okay, so we know that there's a few things that were used, and we know there was a blaster right here, okay? Now we're going to go over 2 different scenarios. So scenario number 1. Can you tell me why there was a green hammer at the crime scene? Don't you mean the red hammer? I'm not really, I don't know. You mean that guy that got stabbed 3 times in the back? I had nothing to do with that. All right, guys, so in this scenario, you can see that this suspect knew that the guy had got stabbed 3 times in the back. The only way he would have known that is if he was the one that did the crime, correct? Also, he knew the hammer was not green. He knew that it was like a reddish color. So how would he have known that? Okay, if people leaked information, maybe somebody did leak that he had gotten shot. Maybe that was common knowledge, okay? But he knew exactly that the guy had gotten stabbed, and the police kept that completely under wraps. The FBI kept that under wraps. He admits to knowing that. That's your number 1 suspect. Here's scenario number 2. Oh my gosh! I'm the fancy YouTuber family guy. I see this 3 stab marks. I see the red hammer. I see the blaster. I see the whole crime scene. Oh my gosh. Mr. FBI, you cannot lie to me, FBI. I'm going to prove you wrong on the internet. I'm going to be famous. All right, Joey. Come clean about this. Like, what did you see at the crime scene? What about the green hammer? Oh, the green hammer? No, okay. First of all, it was a red hammer, and there's also a blaster over there. He got sliced like 3 times in the back, and like, it's awesome. Like, I think I figured out the whole entire thing. I think that the guy came in the house, he wanted to sell all his Pokemon cards, and, you know, there was some like sodas on the table. Obviously, he really wanted those sodas for himself, and got him. We got him. How did he know about the 3 slash marks and the hammer and the blaster? Oh, everybody knows. Like that fancy filmer YouTube guy showed everybody everything what happened, and now everybody and their dog knows about the 3 slashes and the soda cans. Are you serious? The Pokemon cards, I just put that part up. I have no idea. All right, guys, you can see how this is important because everybody in the entire world knew what the details were of the scene. Now they can't use it to catch anybody. Now that person's going to get off scot-free, possibly because there's no way to find them, first of all. And if they do find them, everybody in the entire universe sees all the evidence. They already have already put them in their mind as guilty, and now they can't get a fair trial. And that's going to be argued in court, and that's going to ruin maybe everything, maybe not, but possibly. And this is one example of them keeping secrets for a reason that the average person doesn't really understand. But if you know how crime scenes work and know how investigations work, it makes complete sense that they would keep some of these things secret to try to put traps out there to catch people. And there might be a bunch of other people in this Tyler Robinson case that we don't know about, that they're trying to catch, that might have helped plan things. That they don't want all those chats getting out. They don't want all the texts getting out. They don't want all this information getting out. They put out as little as possible in the beginning. And I think that made it look a little bit confusing and made it look like they were lying. And I don't know if they were necessarily lying or just keep things secret. So secrets that can be used later in court and secrets that can be used to catch other conspirators are intact so that they can catch people. A good example of this is at Dairy Queen, right? Maybe Tyler Robinson met with like 15 other people at Dairy Queen that conspired about this whole thing. And if that whole Dairy Queen story hadn't been released, maybe they could have used that to catch some of them. Hey, where were you on the night of this? But maybe they mentioned Dairy Queen and then oops, I didn't mean to mention Dairy Queen. And then they grab that person's phone and track them to Dairy Queen. And now you know you have 14, 15 conspirators meeting at Dairy Queen. But now every single person in the entire world knows the Dairy Queen story. If anybody mentions Dairy Queen, it's not special anymore. Anyways, guys, this is just another example of something I think is misunderstood as them lying and covering something up, when the gag order and all this stuff is not necessarily them covering things up. It might just be meant to keep the integrity of the case and to help find other conspirators. Or it could be a huge cover-up, but it doesn't prove it's a cover-up.
There is a crisis of courage in our country. The number one form of censorship in America is not big tech censorship. It's self-censorship. I'm not going to talk about politics at the meal. I don't want to lose these friends. I'm not going to tell my neighbors what I think. I get it. You live good lives. I get it. I understand what people say about you matters. Should it? You can be a lot of things, but if you are not courageous, they're all very brittle. Aristotle famously said, without courage, there is no other virtue. That it is the virtue that holds all the other ones in place. And so what is courage? Courage, simply defined, is doing the right thing or the good thing when the outcome is uncertain. If you're really wrestling at this, and this is speaking to you, just list the courageous people that you've seen in your life, that you see in history, and you write them down. And you ask yourself the question, do I want to be more like them?
Today, we're going to cover something that can pretty much debunk 3 or 4 of the things that are out there. When I first heard this, I was kind of interested in it, but then I was thinking, you know what? This is pretty unrealistic. And so I decided to do an experiment, okay? And that's what we're going to do today. And that theory is right off the bat, people started saying, and this is still to this day one of the biggest theories that people are still coming up with and still believing, is that it was somehow an exploding wireless microphone. And there's several different theories that go along with this that this experiment is going to debunk. The first one is that it was this microphone. Guys, Charlie basically wore a microphone in his shirt like this, with this on his shoulder, like right here-ish. And one of the theories that first came out is that the microphone somehow exploded or somehow had some sort of device that flung this into his neck. And debunked right off the bat because we can see that it's still on the shirt. After he gets hit, it's still right here on his shirt. So this did not come flying off and hit him in the neck, okay? All right, guys, so what are we going to do? This right here is a firework, okay? This is 150 joules worth of energy. And basically what we're going to test, okay? And first of all, guys, when this theory came out about this being an exploding microphone, the first thing I heard was that it had 2 ounces of PETN inside of it. Okay, that was the first thing that I heard, okay? 2 ounces is about 3 million joules, okay? It's a crazy amount of energy, okay? Like 3 million joules, like that's a lot, right? And I think, guys, just right off the bat with your cognitive abilities and common sense can realize that 3 million joules, if that went off inside someone's shirt, not only would their whole entire shirt split open, there'd be a huge fireball that came out, there'd be a lot of crazy stuff, okay? That was the first thing that came out, okay? Then as the weeks went on, it started getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And at one point, people were saying it was 6 grams of PETN. Guys, this is what 6 grams of PETN looks like. Rocks flying through the air. You can see there's a huge massive fireball. You can see that it's putting like 2-inch dents in like 2 or 3 millimeter steel. Even 6 grams is insane. Okay, then that amount lowered down to 2 grams, because I think they realized even 6 grams was a ridiculous amount. Because yeah, and guys, the reason that it keeps getting lower and lower is they wanted to fit the narrative that they're trying to create. And they realized that no one's going to believe 2 ounces because it's way too much. No one's going to believe 6 grams because it's way too much. Now they're saying 2 grams. All right, guys, so to fit the narrative, they've lowered that amount down from 2 ounces, okay, down to 6 grams, down to 2 grams to make it believable, because, guys, they really thought it was 2 ounces at first, and then it just keeps getting lower and lower. I don't even know if 2 grams is fatal. I mean, that 6 gram explosion you just saw looks pretty big, so maybe, right? However, guys, this is 150 joules of energy in this firecracker, and we're going to test these other amounts of joules, because 2 grams of PETN is about 13,000, almost 14,000 joules of energy. 6 grams of PETN is about 70 to 90,000 joules of energy, and 2 ounces is 3 million joules of energy. And how we're going to test this is we're going to take this and we're going to put that inside of a shirt, and we're going to put these 2 magnets on it. And guys, this magnet right here that holds this on is only one magnet held the metal. These magnets are much stronger, much more powerful, and they're much stronger than this magnet holding onto that metal. And we're going to see if 150 joules is enough to fling this off. Okay? If it flings the magnet off, if 150 joules is enough to do that, we can automatically assume that 13,000 or 14,000 and 90,000 and 3 million would also fling it off, correct? Okay. The other thing this also disproves, guys, and what I've looked up, is if the other theories is that like some kind of a 9 millimeter projectile somehow inside of the shirt shoots out of this. Well, guess what, guys? That takes about 450 joules of energy. And so basically, guys, what we can disprove with this is we can disprove the magnet flying up and hitting them. We can, because we already know that because it stays on. Okay, so that one's already debunked. We can prove that this does not explode if this stays on. And we can also disprove that it shoots some kind of projectile, because even if I shot a projectile out, it would still exert more than 150 joules and it would still fly off, okay? We can also debunk this using the timings, because if this went off and then it took 0.216 seconds to hit him, that means they would have hit him at like 0.0004 feet per second or something like that. That's like less than like a fly landing on you. That's not fatal. Anyways, let's get on with the experiment and see what happens. Will 150 joules knock this off? Or is this going to stay intact and I need to go find something bigger? I don't know. Let's find out. And there's the magnet attached. Let's see what happens.
All right, guys, I'm going to do this twice right now, and then I'm going to put one in an enclosure. But just watch this, guys. Look how that flies off. It is actually really cool. It's really fun, but boom, that just flies right off. And that's with one firecracker, 150 joules. If that was 90,000 or 3 million joules, it would have fallen off into the crowd somewhere. It probably would have hurt someone really bad.
Guys, look what we got here. We have a huge hole. I even did it twice. Okay. We have inside here, we have large amounts of just like black spots everywhere. It's singed. The shirt has debris all over it inside here. There's just no way. The magnet flew straight off every single time, both those times. Okay. I'm going to try one more thing real quick just to double check. Some of you are going to be like, well, it's inside of a casing, and that's why it doesn't fly off. Well, this time I'm going to put it like this and inside, and like this inside of the shirt, and see what happens. There it is inside of the casing, inside the shirt.
And you can see when this goes, it throws plastic all over the place from that casing out of the shirt, guys, out of the front of the shirt. It's absolutely crazy what this does. It isn't just, breaking it up into little tiny pieces and leaving it in the shirt, and then they're going to fall out later. They're actively spraying out of the front of the shirt.
We gotta look at this shirt, guys. Not only did it put a whole nother huge hole in the shirt, guys, this is just ripping the shirt apart. Like, it also exploded the whole entire casing of that all over here, and it flung that magnet. I found one of the magnets right there, but I can't find any other magnets because I'm not sure where they're at. I know there's going to be some people in the comments that are going to be like, why is the fireball look so weird? Or why is it only in one part of the shirt, not the other part of the shirt? Well, luckily for you, I'm a photographer. And here's a couple good examples right here. You can see how it kind of rolls up into the shirt. The fireball is kind of rolling. This is what's called rolling shutter. And you'll see this with other fast moving subjects like a light pole in a car. As you drive by, it'll look like kind of curves, or sometimes it'll become kind of detached. It's because the camera is exposing different parts of the frames at different times as the shutter rolls up. Okay, and that's why you see these fireballs kind of rolling up. In reality, the fireball's in the whole entire shirt at the same time, because it's happening so fast and that shutter doesn't have enough time to catch up to it. You see these things happening in incremental times. And guys, this is also important when analyzing the Charlie Kirk incident. There's a lot of information missing out there, whether it's from rolling shutter or from frame rate or just all kinds of stuff. It's hard to see, like, for example, the necklace. You don't see the whole entire necklace, what happens with it, because the frame rates, rolling shutter, all kinds of stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to kind of go over these in slow motion with you guys just real quick. These are at 10% speeds. Just watch how cool these look as they fly by, okay? This is one of those things that I think disproves the bullet caught on camera. Because, guys, this camera right here is at a much higher frame rate. These cameras are at 120 frames a second and 240 frames per second. So, guys, these are going to capture these much more sharp than a 30 frames a second camera or a 60 frames per second camera that people might have had at these events. And these are about the same blurriness or more. On a 30 FPS, guys, this would have been much more blurry. It would have been blurry way out to here. We're going to go over that later on a special section. But guys, this right here debunks the whole bullet caught on camera thing by itself as well. The other thing, guys, that's really interesting is look at these explosions. Like, look at that, guys. Look at that explosion. Do you see that? Do you see this? Like, this is 150 joules. That's an explosion caused by 150 joules. Look at that. It's 150 joules. You can see that explosion happening inside the shirt. All right, guys, this explosion is actually shooting out of the shirt. How is this possible? How is it possible that 150 joules is spraying out of the shirt? Okay, and the shirt, guys, doesn't have anything inside of it. It's hollow. If there was skin pressed up against this, I guarantee this fireball would be pushing outward even more, right? Logically and scientifically, if it's pushing up there and doesn't have anywhere to explode within the shirt, it's going to come out of the shirt, right? But when we go over here, where's that fireball? Where is this massive? Where's this massive fireball of bright light shooting out of the shirt? It's not there. But it's here. Why? What the heck, guys? Like, this does not make any sense. Does it make sense to you? It does not make sense to me. There's no explosion in that shirt. The other thing that's interesting is people talk about, oh, there was pieces of plastic, ABS plastic in the car from the microphone being exploded. Well, guys, when this one explodes with 150 joules, guess what? It sprays plastic all over the place. Like, there's plastic flying this way, there's plastic flying that way, there's plastic flying this way. Guys, these lines right here that you see are good examples of when we talk about the bullet being caught on camera. This is what you're going to be trying to look for, like a streak like this of something flying through the air, not a little dot. And guys, these are just small little pieces, but because they're flying through the air, the frame rate is catching them. They're blurry, okay? But guys, look at this. Look at these pieces flying through the air. Like, this is just absolutely bonkers to me. Like, you're telling me at 100, and what you want me to believe is that 150 joules of energy is shooting plastic through the shirt, out of the shirt, all the way out here. But guys, when you look at this incident, when there's supposedly 90,000 joules of energy in there, or even 3 million joules of energy, supposedly there's no explosion, there's no fire, there's no hole being ripped in front of the shirt. The magnet that's holding the explosive device stays on the shirt. It doesn't even fly off. And there's no plastic flying through the shirt in an explosion that's 90 to 5,000 times more explosive. And guys, yeah, and we're gonna talk about here in a second. If this was somehow screwed to a shirt or something stupid like that, it still would have flown off. And it would have blown up a huge fireball in the shirt. Guys, this puts like huge dents in steel that I'm going to show you as well, and huge holes in the shirt just from 150 joules. Guys, I think we can safely say this one is debunked at this point. How's there a huge fireball flying out of there with 150 joules, but 90,000 joules or 3 million joules doesn't shoot a fireball like 50 feet into the crowd? There's like, It's ridiculous. Guys, look at this. Look at this. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. If 150 joules, if 150 joules does this, whether it's just straight to the shirt or inside of a casing, like it would have been, like 150 joules blowing holes straight through the shirt, the magnet flying off, but not only the magnet flying off, but those holes in the shirt, like this is debunked. There's no way. If 150 joules can knock a hole in the shirt, guys, look at the inside of the shirt. Like, you could see it on the outside, but look at the inside. Look what it did to the inside, guys. There's 150 joules. You're telling me that 13,000 joules or 90,000 joules or 3 million joules isn't going to just, like, that's like a... That hole right there is like the size of a nickel. This hole right here is the size of like a dime. You're telling me that something that's 90 was 13,000 divided by 150, 90 something, right? You're telling me that's gonna be, you're not gonna have a hole that's 90 times bigger, or at least twice as big, or at least 3 times as big, or a hole at all? Like, wow, this is a conclusive experiment, guys. From this experiment alone, guys, the only thing you're gonna be able to say to this is, and I know there's gonna be some person that says this. Well, what if they screwed this onto a shirt? What if they took a screw and they screwed a hole through the through the magnet and then drilled it into his shirt so that it couldn't fly off? Guys, really? First of all, we know that didn't happen because he's throwing hats out to the crowd, guys, and he does not have the microphone on. And what you're trying to tell me is that he went to put his microphone on and one of his crew guys was like, hey, let's screw that onto your shirt for extra measure so it doesn't fly off in this really crazy wind. Guys, we know that didn't happen. There's no way that one of his guys came over with a screwdriver and was like, hey, let's screwdriver that let's drill that into your shirt so it doesn't fly off. Guys, even if someone had taken the microphone and somehow drilled it into a shirt, guys, it still would have exploded the whole entire thing off. Guys, an explosion that's 90 to 100 times more powerful than this at the 13,000 joule range, not to mention the 3 million joule range, like 13,000, 14,000 joules is like 90 firecrackers at the same time. And 3 million, I think, is 5,000 firecrackers at the same time. There's no way. This is not possible. We can get rid of this whole entire exploding microphone theory. We don't ever have to talk about it ever again, guys. 150 joules, guys. If you don't believe that this happens, go test it yourself. Like, every test we do in this whole entire video is completely duplicatable, and you can go duplicate it, guys. It's crazy. It's crazy. I can go on and on about this because we don't have to. It's over. I did this 3 times. You saw me do 3 different times. Twice with just firecrackers. One with one firecracker inside of a little enclosure, just like this would have been. And not only does it blow off the magnet every single time, it also explodes a hole in the shirt, makes it black, makes a huge fireball. And guys, we can also debunk that it's the magnet flying off because we can see it on his shirt. We can also debunk it being anything more than 150 joules. And guys, those magnets I used were stronger than this normal one, so we could really say like maybe 75 joules, really, because it's 2 magnets instead of just 1 magnet. Like, let's just use 150 though. Anything more than 150 is going to knock this off. Anything less than 150 joules is probably not fatal. So yeah, no flinging magnet, no exploding bullet, no device shooting off, no explosion. The timings don't match it, and the explosion doesn't match it, and the energy that it takes to fling this off doesn't match it. Debunked. All right, guys, I had to revisit this one real quick because there's been some new theories that have come out recently, and I think these theories keep evolving because they keep realizing that 3 million joules is way too much. And then they realize, oh man, like even 90,000 joules is way too much. Let's just say that it's around 13 to 14,000 joules, even though that's probably way too much, but maybe that's the only number that's really fatal. I don't know. And now, even from there, they're coming down and saying, well, now it's a directional charge. Even though they say it's a directional charge, they contradict themselves moments later. I'm just going to kind of go through this with you just for a second real quick. And they're also saying that this explosion left a bunch of plastic pieces everywhere. All right, guys, another thing that's come out recently is this photo that has gone around the internet. We don't even know if this photo is legitimate. We don't even know for sure. Supposedly it's from the car that transported Charlie. But guys, we don't even know whose car it is. We don't even know if they have kids. We don't know where these things come from. It's not like there's like a huge, piece of it that says road on it, from the microphone. So it's kind of hard to say that this is for sure from the microphone. It doesn't really make sense to me to say this is for sure from the microphone, that it's evidence of the microphone. For all we know, it's someone who has kids who are back here, smashing things. It could be pieces from, if it is from the car that they transported Charlie, it's possible that they're opening, gauze packs and there's some sort of plastic on that wrapper that comes out and they're stepping on that. Or, it could be the microphone, right? What if they're trying to perform life-saving actions on Charlie and the microphone falls on the floor and they're stepping on it while they're doing this? Who knows, right? I'm just saying, this isn't proof that even if it is the microphone, it isn't proof that the microphone. This is another one that came out recently, and they're saying there's pieces of plastic everywhere, all over the floor and stuff. Well, if you notice on this one, guys, this piece of plastic is in front of him. It's not even behind him. So how did this get on the floor before he even got to this location? Right? It's this little piece right here. What you're meaning to tell me is that they dragged him all the way across here, shook him around a little bit, and then backed him a few feet, and then walked him again to the car. To me, that doesn't make any sense, right? That this is just a driveway with lots of stuff on it. All right, guys, for a closer photo, there it is, there again. Guys, that is in front of them. So did they drag him in front, shake him around a bunch, and then drag him back over? And why would they do that if they're trying to cover up this plot that they just carried out? It doesn't make any sense. Okay. All right, guys, then they're showing a couple different things in the air, and these just look like the bugs that we saw earlier. There's a few of them. Earlier, people were saying that those things were frozen bullets on screen. Now they've become fragments of plastic that are blowing out. And I think that has evolved because they've probably realized you can't catch a bullet on camera, so now it has to be a piece of plastic. They haven't realized that it's actually just a bug, right? All right, guys, now what this has kind of evolved to is now they've realized that if it just had just exploded, it would have gone everywhere. But then they're kind of contradicting themselves here, okay? And let me show you why. And guys, I really do appreciate this, guys. This is John Bray with Trigger Smart and Valhalla VFT. I think these guys are doing a good job of trying to find out what's going on, doing investigations. At least they're trying. This guy's actually put a 3D model together of what it would look like if this was a true theory. And I think he means on testing it. And I'm excited to see those tests because if he actually puts 2 grams of PETN, I think I already know what's going to happen. But at least they're out there doing the work, and I appreciate that. I just don't agree with their theory, and I think that it's wrong. And I think that what they're saying now is they're saying, now it's a directional charge. It isn't just an explosive in the shirt that's just going to go off and get him. One thing they say in this video that they're still on is that it's the magnet still could have done it. We know that's not true because the magnet is still on the shirt after the event, and the magnet flies off with 150 joules of one firecracker. So we know it's not. We know that's for sure not that, and they're still saying that. But what they're saying now is that it's some kind of a directional charge where there's going to be some PETN or something inside of here, and that's going to go off, and that's going to spray a bunch of explosive, I guess, into Charlie, and that's what's going to take him out, or maybe it's going to push the battery into him or something. I think just from our experiment, we can already debunk that because 150 joules, even if it was a directional charge, guys. Let's look at this real quick. Even if it was a directional charge, the magnet would fly off with even 150 joules of a directional charge as well. If it was a directional charge, it would shoot off like a rocket ship. The shirt with just like a normal charge, just with 150 joules, makes a huge explosion in the shirt. It makes it to shake everywhere. If there was a directional charge in the shirt, and there was stuff spraying out one direction like this, first of all, I think we'd still see a huge fireball. Right. And I think the whole entire shirt would start moving away from Charlie's chest, in one direction. Just imagine grabbing the front of your shirt and then just pulling it with 13,000 joules of energy away from your body. Physics still applies, when it's still equal reactions to equal force or whatever, if 13,000 joules of a rocket ship is going in one direction in a directional charge, you're not going to see the shirt just kind of, poof up and then go up and then down. If it's any kind of explosion, you're not going to see it. You're going to see something more like what we see here, right? Where it at least has a huge explosion in the shirt. But I think in the case of Charlie Kirk, if it was a directional device, you're going to see the shirt getting pulled like I said, take your arm and just grab your shirt and pull it in one direction as hard as you can. That's what you're going to see happen, and we don't see that happen. So I think we can already debunk this just from that. But we already debunked it with how much energy is with, flying this off. There's no way there's any kind of explosive because the microphone would have flown off from the magnet. I think the other thing that we can debunk, I think the other reason we know this is not true as well, is first of all, in their own video, they're saying there's pistic plastics flying everywhere from this happening. And if it's directional, supposedly the only direction this should be shooting anything is straight this way back into Charlie. And supposedly the rest of this should be fine. It shouldn't just be blowing this up into a whole bunch of pieces of plastic. And in their video, they're showing things going every which direction into the crowd over people's hats and all this other stuff. And that wouldn't have happened. It would have all shot one direction instead. It would have all shot in one direction. But what they're trying to say happened is similar to this one, where stuff's flying off into the crowd, stuff's flying down towards his legs, stuff's flying out, even out towards his back. And I don't know how with a directional charge that's supposedly shooting something straight this way is going to shoot and wrap around his back and shoot that way and shoot out his right side, his left side. Like, I don't understand how that's possible if it's a directional charge. And like we see with this one, guys, stuff just goes everywhere. And that's what they're saying happens. If I put a directional charge in this shirt and it only shot out a little cone-shaped thing going this direction, you wouldn't see a piece flying that way. You wouldn't see a piece flying that way. You wouldn't see any pieces flying this way. You would see all of these pieces only flying out this way. Does that make sense? So while I appreciate the work these guys are doing, I don't think that it can be a directional charge only going that way. For those two reasons, guys, the shirt would be being pulled like a rocket ship in one direction. If the blast shoots out this way, the shirt's going to shoot straight to the left. Okay, it's gonna be a massive bright explosion in there, and all these pieces are also the ones that do break off are going to go that direction. And guys, if that directional charge is strong enough and it's not held in there strong enough, that whole entire microphone might have shot off actually in this direction and shot right out of the shirt. Right, exploded a hole in the shirt, went out. Guys, we know that would have been supposedly if it's 2 grams of PETN or even 1.5. Because, guys, we know that if it's over 150 joules, it's not possible. Even if it was a directional thing, and even if these pieces did go flying everywhere and everything, we know it has to be less than 150 joules. Actually, it's even less because, like I said, those magnets are even stronger than what's holding it onto his shirt. And we find out after this, guys, that there was actually one of those firecrackers only exploded like 3/4 of the way. So we could really say it's like more like 50 or 60, 70, 80, 90. I don't know. I didn't measure the amount of firecracker still left in there. But let's say even if it was 90, like I assume later, like 90, even 150, guys, 150 joules is not enough to do this, even if it was directional. Like, it would still have a huge fireball in the shirt. You don't see any fireball. You don't see a stream. Like, for example, guys, let's look at this real quick. Even this one right here, guys, has a stream shooting straight up at one point from a non-directional, right? We have this one right here where it shoots a huge fireball straight this way, okay? And if this was a directional explosive of any sort, not only would we see this, but maybe it would be shooting off in the direction that it was going. So if it was aimed this way, we would see this, but like 90 times bigger, shooting straight this way, while his shirt shot off this direction. It's just mind blowing, and it's. I think this experiment did a great job showing the possibilities of 150 joules versus 13 to 14,000 to 90,000 to 3 million joules and what the effects would look like. And it's just not something we would see with these. And like I said, guys, with those plastic pieces, there's no evidence that that's actually what this is. I appreciate you guys. This is really hard work. I really like what they're doing as far as at least trying to find the truth and doing experiments. And these guys, from what I can see, have been really, really great guys on this side. They're not going around slamming people and calling them stupid names. Even though I don't think that they're right, I still think that there are people that are great to follow and to check out. And maybe the curiosity from you following them will make you do your own experiments and we'll come to the actual truth of everything. And guys, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll go out there and they'll do their experiment and it'll prove me completely wrong. That's possible. Right? I want to see them weigh the amount of PETN they put in there, though. I want to make sure that it's 2 grams. Right? I mean, maybe they recalculate and find out 2 grams wouldn't be the right amount. Maybe 0.5 gram is fatal, and that's the amount they put on there. Maybe they can duplicate and put the... I want to see if just a couple tips for their experiment. I'd want to see how much PETN they put in there, because if they put like 0.00000000001 grams in there, just enough to make it loud enough to demonstrate, okay, there's an explosion. that's not gonna cut it for me, right? It needs to be an amount that would be fatal, and they need to put a microphone clasp, the same magnetic one on the outside of the shirt, and I would want to see it, does that fly off or not, and I want to see how much PETN they put in there, and so we can tell that it was done correctly, not just as a demonstration to prove the theory right, but an actual experiment that's actually true. And maybe they prove me wrong, guys. It's possible. I could be wrong, right? I'd want to see this whole thing performed in such a way where you show that magnet on the shirt with the explosive in the shirt. You've shown how much PTN is in there. It's all weighed out. The explosive goes off. I want to see the same exact or a similar reaction to the shirt that happens to Charlie. I want to see that magnet stay on the shirt. If the magnet flies off, it's pretty much debunked. Do it at least 10 times. And if the magnet stays on, 7 out of 10 times, right, a good majority of the time, the magnet stays on, okay. And the shirt reacts the same way. We don't see a giant fireball. We see the same thing where the battery somehow flies into his neck, and we see no fireball. The shirt reacts in a similar way. It doesn't just take off flying off in one direction, like I'm hypothesizing. Then okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't want to see at least some of those factors, stay the same and react the same way that they do at the Charlie Kirk event. If it reacts the same exact way, and there's enough PETN that it's fatal and everything, then I'm wrong. But if that microphone goes flying off, if that thing explodes and pieces of plastic are flying off in all different directions, and it's acting like a rocket ship in his shirt, and there's a huge fireball in there, and it's completely not like what we see at the Charlie Kirk event, then I can say, hey, great job on the experiment, guys, but either tighten it up a little bit, tighten up some parameters and do it again to see if you're still correct, or maybe move on and maybe I'm right and 150 joules is enough to prove this wrong. I don't know. But from my experience, guys, I gave this my honest opinion. And I think, guys, one more thing, they're saying that they use some sort of a polymer, like an ABS plastic polymer, to make this directional charge. And they talked about it maybe possibly being copper. Guys, we saw what this did to like a 2 millimeter to 3 millimeter steel plate. It literally puts like a 2-inch dent in like 3 millimeter steel. So, while this is designed to be a directional charge, I don't think if this went off in reality with 2 grams of PETN in there, with 6 grams of PETN in there, especially with 2 ounces of PETN in this little tube, there's no way it goes off and is directional. It would just shatter the whole entire tube and it would just explode in every which direction. All those pieces that you see that are supposedly we're seeing that look like bugs, those pieces, guys, would be vaporized. And guys, you see how small these little pieces of plastic are that are shooting out, okay? You see how small these are. This is 150 joules. If this was 90 times more explosive at that 14,000 joule range, these would be vaporized, okay? I could be wrong. I don't have the equipment to test this, but I guarantee these pieces of plastic would probably not even make it out of the shirt. They would just be gone. And if they did, they'd be even much smaller than these little tiny pieces that you see flying by. And guys, this piece of plastic is not this big. It's like that big, but it blurs because of how fast it's moving. If it was going 14,000, if it was going 90 times faster at 14,000 joules, or can you imagine 90,000 joules, however much faster that is, or 3 million joules, that would be 5,000 times more explosive than this. It's just these would be vaporized, and these things that we're seeing on the screen, these little bugs and stuff, it would be way smaller than those things. And guys, those things, like I said, at 150 joules, look how much of a streak this leaves. The ones that we showed you earlier that are supposedly from this explosion, that's at least 14,000 joules. They're just a little bug-like looking type thing. It would look like this, guys. There's no way that it would leave pieces this big. If it was 90 times the explosive or 5,000 times the explosive, there's no way. There's no way that this piece right here, guys, would be flying through the air in a huge chunk that's this big. It's literally not possible, okay? This is a bug, and even if we saw a big piece, guys, it would be at a big streak, shooting way faster than we see what we just saw. What we just saw was a big, huge streak. It was like 3 inches long, even though that piece of plastic was like, the size of like a rock salt, okay? And you're meaning to tell me that an explosive 90 times bigger to 1,000 times bigger to 5,000 times bigger is going to shoot things out that are this big and not vaporize them and not make them at least the size of a piece of salt. And it's not going to have a huge streak following behind it. It's just going to be stuck there, frozen on air, caught on camera. It's not possible, guys. We can move on. All right, guys, funny story. Only about half of that last firework went off, so can we really say that it's 150? It looks like it's more around like 80 to 90 is the minimum amount to blow off one of these magnets. Well, 2 magnets, even more powerful than the microphone magnet. So, yeah. Let's move on.
America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America.
Hey guys, if you're wondering where we're at, we are at an amphitheater, an actual amphitheater. If you follow me, if you look over here, you have the amphitheater and it goes all the way from there to over here. What you need to ask yourself is why we're at an amphitheater. Okay, the reason we're at an amphitheater, if you can't guess yet already, is many people have made the argument, even though like 99% of the people, when they hear the shot go off, look exactly at the building that the supposed shooter, whether it's Tyler Robinson or not, can't prove that. But that seems to be where the shot came from, according to where 99% of people heard it come from. Yet people are saying, oh, that's impossible because you're at an amphitheater. It's impossible to hear where any noise comes from. Well, today we are at an actual amphitheater designed to have acoustics, designed to have all those acoustic abilities that people say it's impossible to hear where a direction comes from. And we're going to test it out. Also, real quick, if you haven't watched Matt Kester's video of his audio test where he shows all the rings intersecting on that same building where the supposed shot came from, make sure you go watch that. Matt Kester does a great job of laying that whole thing out and showing that that's where everything intersects. Like I said, that doesn't prove that it was Tyler Robinson, but it does show some evidence that it came from that direction. And guys, this video, like I said, isn't meant to prove that it was Tyler Robinson or anything like that. It's just meant to test whether you can see where something comes from in an amphitheater. And also to see if those 99% of people who looked in that direction, or first reaction was to look in that direction, to see if they could also tell if it came in that direction. Or maybe you guys are all right, and maybe in an amphitheater you can't tell where something came from. We're going to test that out today and find out. We're going to use 2 different methods, okay? First, we're going to use this animal call. This animal call uses extremely loud decibels, and it is going to be up somewhere in here. I'm going to have my eyes closed so I can't tell where it is. I'm going to have an assistant place this and then play loud animal noises, and we're going to see if I can tell where those come from. And guys, just real quick, I know that before we begin these tests, some of you are already thinking, there's no way that this sound maker or these snappers or these poppers or these firecrackers that we're going to use are anywhere near as loud as a 30-06. If you've ever been to a shooting range, yeah, the sound right off the rifle is going to be like 150 to 160 decibels or more. However, if you're downrange, if you've ever been to any of these ranges where you have to go put your target up downrange, you know it's not very loud, you know, where you stand in like a little valley and you use the ropes to lift it up. Or even if you just go sideways, like, 20, 30 feet, that sound is a lot quieter. But if you still don't believe me, watch this. All right, guys, we're going to do some decibel testing. We're 130 yards from the car where I'm going to be shooting from. All right, guys, what we have here is a decibel tester and the decibel testing app on my phone. And I want to show you that at this distance, even a 300 Win Mag is going to be a lot quieter, maybe even just as quiet as those snappers at the amphitheater. I took a screenshot of this decibel reader at its highest point, guys. It appears that it's about 88.8 decibels at 130 yards. It could be more around the 69.5-ish that you're about to see in just a second, but I'm not sure. The reason I say that, guys, is that traditionally this one's been about 10 higher, what the phone says. But, guys, the phone does say 89.8 right here on its highest level. That's only within 2 degrees of what that says. So maybe at the longer distance away, I've never really tested anything long distance before. So maybe because it's a long distance, maybe they're more accurate together. So, guys, it could either be 69.4 or it could be 88 or 89.4 like the phone says it is. And I'm not sure which was exactly correct, but for the sake of this, let's just go louder because all of you guys are going to be like, no way, 30.6 is like a cannonball. There's no way it's 69 decibels. So for the sake of this, guys, let's just use 88 or 89 just for the sake of this demonstration. Now we're going to do decibel testing pretty much point blank. This is like a yard in front of me, okay? 130 max. All right, guys, far away. I need to go over this for sure later, and I still need to test the poppers, but at 130 yards, which is less than 143 yards, the decibels were around 89, I believe. I need to check for sure because I haven't looked at the GoPro footage, but guys, the close-up decibel test is a little bit inconclusive because the maximum range of my decibel meter and the decibel meter on the phone is 130 decibels on each of them. It reached that maximum number. However, Google searches that I've done say that a 300 Win Mag up close right outside the barrel should be around 160 decibels. So it's very likely that it was 160, but guys, right up by the barrel, it's at least 130. A 30.6 is going to be a bit quieter than that. Also keep in mind, guys, that we are quite a few yards short of the 143 yards that Tyler Robinson was allegedly at. And we're using the 300 Win Mag, which is louder than the 30.6, like we just said. So, guys, this 88 or 89 decibels that we are going to use is going to be even louder than it would have been at 143 yards. But basically, guys, we have at least 130 decibels up to 160 up close point blank to 89 at 130 yards. So, and this is a 300 Win Mag. A 30.6 is going to be even quieter. So we're going to test the poppers, and then we're going to compare. All right, so for this test, we're going to throw about half these poppers, about the same amount we were throwing at the amphitheater, about 2 feet in front of the decibel reader and the phone reader. Okay, on this one, we got 98. And on the phone reader, we got 90.7. And then we're going to throw the rest of these about 15 feet away and see what the decibels are at that distance. All right, guys, on the decibel reader, we have 95. And on the phone reader, we have 88. So guys, as you can see, at this distance, these are almost equal to a 30.6 at 140 yards or so. It is not that much different. All right, guys, we're going to do a firecracker about 2 feet in front of the decibel reader as well as the phone app decibel reader, the phone. It's about 10 off usually, it seems like, but it's somewhere in that ballpark accurate. Guys, we get 97.6 on the decibel reader, and we get 88.5 decibels on the phone decibel reader. Now we're going to do a firecracker at about 12 feet. All right, the decibel reader reads 95 on that one, and this reads 87. All right, guys, we're going to do one more at about 30 feet, and let's get a reading from that. Guys, the decibel reader read 91 on that one, and the phone app read 84.5. Guys, the reason I'm showing you this is to show you that the 300 Win Mag, which is going to be considerably louder than a 30.6 supposedly, is around the same decibels or even less than these firecrackers and these poppers, and therefore you can't really say, well, this is an irrelevant test in this amphitheater with these poppers or the firecrackers, because they're just as loud or louder. They might have a different sound profile, but they're just the same loudness, same decibels, and so the same effect on your ears is going to have a similar effect. Is that correct? Correct. Pretty much right on that one. I hear a bird up there. I'm like, oh, it's over there. It's so funny. That is loud as crap. That was like, what, 4 or 5 of them I got? Every single one. Some of them were like right on. Some of them were like 3 or 4 feet off, maybe 5 or 6 feet. But I mean, that's not very far off, right? In an amphitheater where it's supposed to be impossible. Theoretically, according to most people on the internet, if it went off over there, I should be like turning in circles trying to figure out where it came from, pointing over here and up there and maybe in front of me, right? So we're going to do one more test with a different thing just to kind of cover all our bases, but I think this is pretty conclusive already. All right, the second method we're going to use to test this is I have a whole bunch of these snapper popper things. And I'm sure you've seen these. They're these little white things, and when you throw them, they make loud popping noises, and we're going to test to see if I can hear what direction those come from as well. Correct. Correct? Holy crap. This is too easy. That was close. Holy crap. That correct? Okay. All right. All right, guys. We also have these firecrackers, and we're about to use these right now to do the same test. Yeah, guys, I think this is the most conclusive one so far. This amphitheater that is supposedly impossible to hear where something came from. I might have been off by a few feet. Okay. I might have been off as much by 10 feet on some of those. I'm not sure. I need to take a look. I haven't seen the footage on where I'm pointing. I know a couple of them I was straight on. A few of them I was 5 or 6 feet off. I might have been 10 feet off at some times. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at all the footage, but guys, according to the theory we're testing, when something went off over here, I should have been like, oh no, where is it at? I can't tell. I'm not sure. Was it over there? Was it over there? Was it up there? No. I could hear it every single time, and I pointed within 10 feet, if not right at it. I would say most of the time I was probably within like 4 or 5 feet if I'm correct. So guys, I think we can clearly state that the theory of it being impossible to tell where something came from while in an amphitheater from the sound alone is debunked. I could clearly hear where it came from. And I think that the conclusion from that is that we can tell that 99% of the people, when they look in a certain direction, that's a large amount of people. If it was like 1 or 2 people that looked in that direction, I would be inclined to believe you and be more tempted to say, okay, maybe you're onto something. But 99% of people looked in the same direction. And by the test we did here today, if you don't believe me, if you think I cheated somehow and like knew where everything was going to happen, go do this yourself. Get some poppers and have your friend test this with you. And you're going to be able to tell exactly like I did where it came from. I'm not messing with you. This is true. So guys, what do we get from this? We can't prove that it was Tyler Robinson. We can't prove who was on that roof that took the shot. But what we can prove is, number one, you can tell where something came from. We know that 99% of people looked in one direction when that shot went off. Matt Kester's amazing work with audio rings and where everything came from matches up in that same position as well. So what do we know from this? All the evidence from this is pointing that we don't know if the narrative's true. We don't know if everything with the narrative's true, but it seems more and more likely that the narrative where it came from is at least true. We can't prove what kind of rifle it was. We can't prove who did it, but this proves that you can hear where something came from. And therefore, if 99% of people are looking in one direction, it is likely that's where that came from, as well as Matt Kester's work. And I think you guys go check that in the description as well. His links and stuff are all in there. Amazing work by that guy, and I think it's very useful. All right, guys, I think we can say that this part of the conspiracy is solved. You can tell where something came from in an amphitheater. Even though it echoes and it's amplified for sound, you can tell exactly where things came from. And guys, one more time, I just want to point out, this is an actual amphitheater. It isn't just some school zone that looks kind of like an amphitheater. It's an actual amphitheater. So if it's true here, it's true there. And I don't think we have to talk about this one anymore.
You go to church to get saved. You don't go to church to be entertained. You don't go to church to have great music. You go to church to find out, make sure you're going to heaven, to get your friends to go to heaven, and you can live a more godly life. You go to church to find out, what did Jesus say? What did Jesus teach? What did the Bible teach? And how do I act more like that? And this is where this generation, they want more of that type of teaching. They don't want the watered down nonsense. We don't want to talk about the transgender thing or the homosexuality thing or the abortion thing because we might offend somebody. Everybody, if you are not actively being offended on a daily basis or as every weekly basis when you go to church, your pastor's not doing his job. You know why? The Bible's supposed to be offensive to your flesh.
All right, guys, I'm out here at the range, and we're going to do some tests. This one's going to be showing you what a sonic boom sounds like and what a sonic boom does not sound like. So I'm going to take these microphones, put them at a couple different distances, and then we're going to shoot a 300 Win Mag, a 5.7, a 9mm, and maybe a 5.56 over them, and kind of show you what different bullets sound at different speeds, and what a sonic boom sounds like and what a sonic boom does not sound like. All right, so here's my microphone. This is at about 130 yards, and as you can see, we're going to shoot from the car over there and test some audio for the sonic boom test. This one here is at 60 yards away from the car. All right, before we analyze this, I want to show you just the raw footage and the raw audio. Up here, you'll see the round being used. And then right here, this is how far away the microphone is in front of the barrel. So 10 yards this way, there's a microphone for this one, and so forth. Here we go. Because I'm not sure how relevant this is to the test, but I just thought it was pretty cool. What this is these are the microphones lined up from when the trigger was pulled to how long it takes the first sound to hit them. And you can see this one's at 10 yards, 40 yards, 60 yards, and then 130 yards. And you can tell, you know, at 10 yards, it hits it almost immediately. And then there's a little bit of a distance between here and where it hits it on 40 yards. And then 60 yards is almost identical. Guys, remember this is the cell phone camera right here. This is a terrible, terrible camera. So if this was a better microphone, I assume this would have started right here. It's just before this one. But because this is a cell phone camera, not super, super accurate, right? You get really good microphones down here at 60 yards and 130 yards. And this was the biggest difference. You can see that, you know, at 60 yards, the sound wave first hits here. And then the sound wave hits here. And then you can hear the shots here, here, and here. Let's play that real quick. Pretty cool. Before we analyze this, I wanted to explain to you guys what a supersonic round is and what a supersonic round is not. And it's a pretty simple explanation. And you don't have to be an expert to understand this. All a supersonic round is it's a round that goes faster than the speed of sound. Okay. And it's going to sound different on a microphone than a non-supersonic round is, okay? A non-supersonic round basically means that the bullet goes slower than the speed of sound, okay? So there's a super easy way to distinguish between these two. And also I want to note that the farther away you are from the round being fired, the longer of a distance in between the sound, both of those sounds, okay? The bullet and then the sound of the shot being fired. So this is at 130 yards. And this one's also at 130 yards with the pistol. So supersonic, non-supersonic. And you're going to be able to tell easily the difference between these two. Okay, I'm just going to play both of them real quick. Just listen to just listen to the difference of what they sound like. So you're going to hear like a crack sound. That's the bullet. And then you're going to hear the boom sound. And that's the sound of the rifle going off and the gunpowder exploding. And you'll notice on the first one, what do you hear first? You hear the crack, and then you hear the boom. And on the second one, you hear the boom and then the crack. Let's listen one more time. Okay. So crack. Boom. Crack. Boom. Okay, on this one. Boom. Crack. Boom. Crack. Okay, you can also see on the waveform, you can see that the crack is a really skinny line, and then the boom is more of a longer, defined line. So crack, thin, boom, thicker, boom, thicker, crack, thin. Okay, so it's very easy to explain. I want to show you all. I did a whole bunch of different rounds, and you yourself can just kind of like listen and tell the difference. Okay, let's go through all the rounds one more time, and then I'm going to analyze each one. I also need to point out, guys, the cracking noise on the non-supersonic round, that's not a supersonic crack. That's not the same as the crack from the supersonic round that's happening after that is from the bullet either hitting the ground, hitting a target, or the echo of it going off. Okay, that's not a supersonic phenomenon. That's just the bullet hitting something. If I don't explain that well, or if I accidentally said it's for passing over the thing, I don't think I ever say that in this video, but that's not what it is. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. When you hear that crack from the non-supersonic round, that's just it hitting the ground, hitting something, or an echo. It isn't a supersonic phenomenon. On the supersonic one, it is a supersonic phenomenon of the bullet actually passing over the microphone, causing that noise. All right. I use the word crack after the boom because that's what it sounds like. Even I'm not talking about a supersonic crack. It's just a convenient way to explain what it sounds like. But basically, guys, if you hear anything after a boom, whether it's a crack, whether it's a shattering noise, whether it's an explosion, that's not a supersonic event. A supersonic event happens before the boom. So a crack before a boom is a supersonic event. A boom, and then anything else, whether it's a crack, another boom, whatever, that's not a supersonic event. Okay, I like to use the word crack just because it's a convenient word, but I should have thought about that better when I made this video. The 10-yard microphone is a DJI microphone, a really nice microphone. 40-yard microphone is a phone microphone, okay? Originally, I was going to do 10 yards, 60 yards, and then 130 yards. I had my phone, so I just stuck it out there at 40 yards to record this. And what you're going to notice is the phone does a terrible job with audio. It's absolutely horrible. And we'll get to why that's important later, but you know, that's what most of the recordings on campus were phones. There is a Rode mic that we're going to use later to analyze a better sound, which is similar to these kinds of shots on these microphones that we're using. So it's DJI wireless mic, cell phone. At 6 yards, I have a Rode mic, which is also a really nice mic. And then at 130 yards, I also have a Rode mic. Okay. So everything's really good audio except for that 40-yard one. And that's on each round. Okay. I just kept that one consistent because 40 yards is not much different than 60. And I just had it. So I threw it out there just to get more data, but also to show how terrible cell phone audio is. You've ever heard these ones? Let's watch it one more time. And now that you understand what a sonic boom sounds like and what it doesn't sound like, kind of just guess, and then we're going to analyze it. Okay, we're going to play this one more time through, guess what you think what each one is, and then we'll see if you're right. All right, guys, what did you notice on these? Were you able to tell if they were sonic booms or not? We're going to analyze this real quick, and then we're going to move on, okay? And like I said, the closer the sound is to the, the follow-up sound, meaning the bullet to the sound from the boom of the gun, the harder it is to really tell, okay? You can look at the sound waves, and the sound waves, you can kind of see it, but it's like at 10 yards, it's going to be almost indistinguishable, okay, guys? You can't really tell. It's just really hard to tell. You can kind of see it on the sound wave. Same thing with the 40 yards with the cell phone. Like you can kind of see it in there. You can kind of see there's a little bit of a separation. If you zoom out, you can kind of see like a little bit, but it's just very difficult. Okay, 60 yards, you can for sure hear that. And you can for sure see that, right? There's the crack, there's the boom. Crack, boom. Crack. Okay. And then like we showed you earlier at 130 yards, it's super easy to tell the difference, okay? Let's keep going. And you can see that distance of the crack and then the boom right here. All right, here's a 5.7. 5.7 is quite a smaller round. It's about the same size as a 5.56 or a 2.23 round. Guys, the smaller the round, so the noise signature is not going to be nearly as large and easy to observe, but you can still see the crack and then the boom right here. Okay, it's all in one frame, so it's hard to really scroll over and show you, but it's there. All right, here's a 5.56. What did you hear? Crack, boom, crack, boom, And then at 130 yards, it's a lot more observable, right? Crack, boom. Crack, boom. Crack, boom. 9mm, what do we hear? Okay, we don't hear much. We hear boom, and then the crack of the bullet, okay? Let me just make that a little bit louder so it's easier to hear. Boom, crack, boom, crack, boom, crack. Same thing as the 22, guys. And if we zoom in on the signature, you can see where the boom is, and then you can see where the crack is. It's a very, very small bullet as well, so it's not going to have that big of a signature. It's hard to tell on the 5.7 and the 22, but you can kind of see it, okay? All right, guys, this is an analysis, so you can understand what a supersonic sound sounds like coming from a bullet, okay? The reason why this is important is because now we're going to go to the sound audio from UVU the day of the Charlie Kirk event. And as you can see, and as we've talked about, cell phone audio has the worst audio of all these microphones. They have terrible, terrible microphones. Maybe they're okay for talking on the phone. For anything other than that, they're garbage. Right here, you can see this guy has some sort of, it looks like a Rode video mic of some sort, like a shotgun mic, and it's going to have much clearer audio than cell phones. And I think from this event, it's the clearest audio we have, especially of the shot, and you can clearly hear a supersonic wave on this. So you've heard this play out before, but now we're going to analyze it in person. What do we notice? Okay, people are talking and stuff in this, so it's hard to really. It's not super isolated. It's noisy. You can hear all the noise from the surrounding area. But what do we see? What do we hear here? We hear crack, crack, boom. Okay, and now we're going to watch this several times, just going back and forth. And guys, to me, this is almost identical, okay? This is a little bit of a smaller round, and then we're in this kind of like an amphitheater area, which is made of mostly cement, whereas where I'm shooting is like trees, bushes, gravel, a lot of really nice audio absorbing, acoustically absorbing items that are going to absorb the audio and make it a much more soft, clear sound. Whereas in here, you have a lot of metal, cement, not a lot of natural absorption. So it's going to be very, very sharp. But other than that, I feel like it's almost identical. Listen to this. That is almost identical, okay? And after you hear what a supersonic sound sounds like, it's almost impossible to dispute that there's a supersonic sound going on in this auditorium, okay? All right, let's compare this even to a 5.56 round. I mean, it doesn't even matter what kind of round it is, guys. I'm not trying to prove what kind of round it is. This just proves that it's a supersonic round of some sort, okay? Now, you know, when we look at the 5.56, as far as the cavitation and stuff like that happens, I don't think it's a 5.56 that causes the cavitation or whatever. Because I'm also really curious if we just take the audio from my 300 Win Mag and just stick it underneath here. Like I said, guys, a lot more powerful than the 30.6, but it's all I had to compare. Let's just play that and see what it sounds like. Wow. Guys, that is actually pretty crazy. Guys, this is actually pretty telling. I mean, like, what was that? If I just did that, I want to mute the top one and just play the bottom one of my audio. That is almost identical to what you hear on that audio. I'm going to mute mine and play theirs. Mute theirs, play mine. Playing both at the same time, because that's pretty intense. Let me line that up even a little bit closer. I was actually able to do a little bit of work on this, and I was able to move it a little bit closer this way. And this is actually pretty crazy. But guys, I think what's kind of crazy about this is you can correlate the distances between where it was shot and how far away this microphone is. You can see that right down here, guys, where you can see where you hear the crack and then the boom, versus at 130 yards versus the crack and then the boom at 60 yards. You can almost correlate this, and there might be a way to take each frame and then take that frame and then multiply that by a certain amount of feet to find out, you know, maybe we can calculate, you know, if this was here, we could say, well, where would this be at 170 yards and calculate that out and say, well, it would be right here. Or where would it be if it was at 40 yards? Well, we already know that one because that one's right here. But you get what I'm saying. This is pretty insane. I did not mean to do this. This is kind of, and this might just be one of the most important parts of this whole video because I think we might be able to do some math. This is going to blow your mind. It blew my mind. And, you know, I actually made a whole entire video based on the 300 Win Mag. I was actually able to borrow a 308, which is closer to 30-06. So I actually ended up redoing this whole entire thing. However, I just kind of want to show you part of what we did. And this was actually incredible. What we were able to do is we were able to take this video here, you know, and as you can see, this is the 300 Win Mag, the crack and the boom. And this is from the event, the crack. And then the boom is actually this one right here. Not this one right here. I think this right here might be echoing from the crack. I'm not sure against the walls. I don't know. It kind of sounds like there's a crack right there or a boom. But this is right here. This is the boom from the actual shot right here. And what we were able to do in our original video is we were able to take this right here. And then we were able to convert that using feet per second and the frames and using that as a percentage. And then we were able to go into different 30-06 ammo and then convert that to that and extrapolate that. It's really hard to explain without doing the whole entire thing because that took like 20 minutes and I'm redoing this video with a more accurate round, so we don't need to do it anyways. But I just wanted to show you by extrapolating that using mathematics and science and frame rates and just converting this to a feet per second of the average 30-06 round, what we were able to get was this ring right here, which was amazing, okay? We did some math, multiplied that, and boom, it put the ring right here. Guess where that is, guys? And we gave ourselves a 5-yard margin of error. I think that's fair. But even without the margin of error, guys, it was pretty much right on. Like, we didn't even need that margin of error. Like, it's incredible. This red ring, and we're going to use this in further videos because it's just easier to keep this red ring. Because this red ring, guess what, guys? It pretty much matches up with more accurate ammunition anyways. Because I didn't just say, hey, what would this look like if it was at 140, you know, and this ring, guys, it's from 144 to 148 yards. There's different measurements that we were able to do, basically from here to here, and then from here to here using the software, you know, using the maps and then the software. We got a little bit of a different measurement, because look at this. It's incredible. That ring matches up right here. The shot had to come from within this ring. It couldn't really have come from anywhere else. But guys, like I mentioned before, I went out and I got a 308 from a friend that was able to let me borrow it. And I went to the store and I went and I tried to find the most average ammunition that from a 308 that would match a 30-06. I still can't find a 30-06, guys. Is it like an old grandpa gun that nobody owns anymore? I don't know. Or maybe just where I live, it's not very popular. I don't know, right? But this 308 matches pretty closely to this 30-06 ammunition, right? 2,700 feet muzzle, 2,600 feet muzzle, 2,469 at 100 yards, 2,429 at 100 yards. Okay, this is the closest number I could find on any box, so that's why I went with this one right here. And I went out and I shot this. Let's compare this, guys, because it's incredible, okay? All right, guys, before I show you the test, I want to show you how I got my measurements, okay? And we're going to go over this quickly. We're not going to spend too much time on it because I spent way too much time on it on my first video. I don't think it was that important. But basically, guys, we're measuring from where this microphone is right here to the location. And we do that through maps as well as the software, the Rhino software that Paramount Tactical made, which is much more accurate than Google Maps. But we're using both measurements just to make sure we got it covered, okay? And you're going to be surprised. It's pretty accurate no matter which one we use. But what we did is we took the tent location, okay? And then in this original video, I had taken the ring from right here in the center, and I had done some math to move it over and then forward. But basically 15 feet this way is where I kind of put this microphone. And, you know, it would have been like right here somewhere, but 15 feet is still 15 feet, right? That's 5 yards. 5 plus 143, which is what we get from maps to the top of the building, is 148. Does that make sense? Okay. The other way we got this math to 144 yards was actually really cool. And I'm just going to let you watch this video. Okay. Originally, like I said, guys, we used some math to extrapolate things, and I'm not going to go into it, but basically we're using those conversions here, and we use those conversions and we multiply things, and we get 144 yards. Okay. And then we use the Rhino software to narrow it down, and it's within a yard of that. Watch this. Guys, if we come over here into Google Maps, and guys, if we take that right here, where the microphone was, and put 144 yards this way, guess what we get, guys? That exact location, pretty much. All right, guys, as I was doing this math on both these equations, whether it was the distance and then the bullet timing conversion, or the one that was just the straight timing conversion, I was like, there's a little bit of a discrepancy in there. Because I believe that 4-yard difference is like 12 feet. I don't think that's outside of our margin of error. I think it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. Plus, I'm just kind of estimating where the people are up here. But I came into this software, and this software is much more accurate as far as the placements and the inches. I can't remember how accurate Google Maps is. I think it's just within a few feet, it says, whereas this one is within a few inches of accuracy. So I decided to come in here. You can see that Charlie is sitting around where it says the W right here. All right, guys, so if we select Charlie here, and then we go up to here where the shooter is, and guys, what we really should do is actually maybe the end of the rifle, because that's where the sound comes from. But if we choose that, yeah, let's just do that, guys. Let's choose where the actual sound comes from, right? Which would be, let's just choose the middle of the rifle. We get 413 feet divided by 3. This is 137 yards. Okay, it's a little bit different than what we're getting on the 143. And maybe that's because they're talking about Tyler Robinson's location, because that's, you know, his feet are, you know, a yard or two farther back than where the end of the rifle would be. And maybe the discrepancy between Google Maps and this. But, guys, this is interesting because 137, let's remember that. And guys, real quick, we have to analyze how far these people are back from the fence again. If we see the fences here, and then there's some people here and here, it's kind of hard to tell with them. I think that this girl here is equal to this here. And if we go and we look over here, that appears to be about 3 feet out from the fence, right? I think each of these block squares are about a foot. 1, 2, 3. That appears to be about 3 feet out, correct? Okay. So if that's 3 feet out, is it safe to say that they're another 3 feet out from there at least? To me, it seems like. And then this microphone it's hard to tell because we're at an angle. But it looks like it's about equal to where the camera is. Is that safe to say that's at least 3 feet away? Like if he stuck his arm out 2 feet, right? What's the average arm size? Is it like 2 feet somewhere in there? Is that about right? That it's going to be a little bit more farther in order for him to touch him. So at least 3 feet further. So that's at least 9 to 10 feet just from there to there, correct? All right, guys, it's really hard to see the bricks here, but these bricks are about a foot long each. So that the railing, and you can see the railing holes. The railing holes are about right there in the middle of this thing here. So let's just take each of these as a foot. If we go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-ish. I think that's kind of where we can assume the microphone is, right, from our measurements that we just did. If we take Charlie's location, he appears to be about right here where this last hat is, basically, like right here. All right, guys, so if we take that location right here, and we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we get to right here, which is, let's just go to the end of that 9, the one right there, right? We get 14.2, which is divided by 3, 4.7. If we do 137 yards plus 4.7 yards, we got 142 yards. Guys, we're within almost 1.5 yards. I think the measurements on this are more accurate. And guys, this measurement was from the rifle where the sound would have been coming from. So guys, in reality, with both these measurements, we're within like 1.5 yards-ish. I'm not sure if that's because we're using the better measurement of the rifle where the sound would have been coming from instead of his actual body, or if this map is just way more accurate, like I said. And yeah, I think that even guys, even if it was off by 4 or 5 yards, that's still within our margin of error, and it doesn't affect these rings at all anyways. But I think that the fact that we can see that we're within 1.5 yards, yeah, that discrepancy is not that important. Guys, I hope what I'm saying makes sense to you guys. I'm just trying to go quickly because this could take like an hour just to talk about this stuff. But now we get to the important part, okay? And so what I did is I used 144 yards, okay, from our what I think is more accurate. And then I also do 148 yards just to do it. And then I make a graph based on those two. And you're going to see it doesn't really matter. If it's off a little bit, it doesn't really matter. Okay, we're also going to use different microphones at the event, which, you know, are a little bit further off from each other, but we also use this one. Okay, we know this is the one we were able to measure for sure. This is 144, and this is the audio from the microphone where the measurement is taken from. Okay. Hey guys, guess what I got? Okay, it's not a 30.6. I wish it was. It's a 308, but the cartridge I have for this is almost exactly a fit for what a 30.6 can shoot. I'll show you that on the screen here right now. And what I have is down there, downrange. It's hard to see from here, but I have downrange at 144 yards and 148. I have some blinking lights, and I'm gonna shoot this from here to there at 144 to 148 with the cartridge. It's almost exactly the same as the 30.6, and see if we get a match on those sonic waves. Let's listen. It's absolutely crazy. Listen to that. Isn't that, to me, this is mind blowing, guys. You know, if you look at that, guys. Look at that. That's within a frame. It's within a frame. It's literally not even within a frame. It's within like half a frame. Like if we were to zoom in on that, it's touching. That is touching. That wave is touching that wave. The boom from each of those shots. That's exact. Like maybe not exact, but like that's like right? We saw the other one. I put the other one on the bottom. Maybe I should have kept them on the bottom. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing, right? Whether I flip these or keep one on the top or the other. What I mean is like this, right? That's touching. That's touching. This is touching that waveform. Wow. Like my mind, I just can't even comprehend this right now because you cannot fake this. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. You guys, you cannot fake this. The sonic boom is an actual scientific phenomenon that happens when a round passes over, or a fast object moving faster than the speed of sound passes over a microphone or your ears. It isn't something that you can fake. You can't just play it through a speaker. We're going to talk about that in a second, but guys, look how close that is. Look how close that is. It's touching. It's touching. I don't know. Like, I didn't even have to do any math on this one, okay, guys? And the amazing thing about the math is on the 300 Win Mag, I did the math, and it still matched up pretty much perfectly. On this one, I didn't even have to do any math, and it matches up perfectly. Like, to me, it's just wild. It's amazing. And the fact that you can do math to extrapolate it and have it equal exactly, or you can get a round that's almost exact and have it match exactly, you know, that's, you know, it's not exact because it's a 308 and not a 30.6, because that round is within 60 feet at 100 yards velocity. So I don't know how much closer you could get unless we knew exactly which round. And guys, there's a lot of overlap in these rounds. Like, it could be exact. We don't know that's the exact round or not. I mean, we're going to see from our feet per second video here in a second, there's a wide variety of ranges. 30.6 falls within this range. It could be exact, right? Anyways, let's move on. We're going to go to this. This is from another microphone in the crowd. Crack. Boom. Guys, look at this. This one might be even closer. Like, this is absolutely incredible what we were able to figure out here, okay? And guys, remember what this is telling us is that whatever shot was taken matches these waves almost exactly, and that can't be faked because each of these sonic booms has a crack and a boom that corresponds, just like we showed you earlier with the 10, the 40, the 60, and the 130. Every single one of those has a corresponding range of that sound of when it actually hits, and then when it makes the crack, and then the boom, and how far those get separated. You can't fake that. And these match, which means that this shot came from a similar distance and a similar round because they match almost exactly. So guys, like 144 to 148 yards. Exactly. It's crazy. If you were to tell me that I would have done this video, I wasn't even planning on making this video for this purpose. This whole entire sonic boom video was just to demonstrate what a sonic boom sounds like, so I could prove to you that there was one at the event. I think we might have solved this whole entire case just from this video. Crack. Boom. That one is right there within the same frame as well, guys. It's incredible. Anyways, I keep saying it's incredible, it's amazing, but like, it is. Okay, let's go to the 148 measurements in case the 144 is wrong. I think the 144 is the much more accurate one. Crack, boom. What you're going to see is it's a little bit further back here. but it's still within that same frame, guys. And it's not even just within the same frame, it's within the half of the frame. It's just barely farther away. Like, that is, to me, within margin of error. Same thing with this one over here. Guys, within the same frame, it's actually touching. And the same thing with this one, guys. It's the booms on both of those are matching. You remember you got the crack, and then you got the boom. I line the crack up, and the boom is just right on. Guys, look at this. Look at where this sound wave is. It's right here. And look at this one. It is just right there. It is literally just a hair off. And I'm thinking to myself, is this something that you would expect if the bullet was just 100 feet per second faster? Right? What this is showing is that this is reaching the camera and the microphone just a little bit faster than this one. And what does that? A little bit faster of a bullet. This one's 100 feet per second slower than this one. So it reaches it just a little bit slower than this one. Even this one, guys, look where this one's at. Like, it's just barely off at 148 yards. If this was 100 feet per second faster, would this be just right over that in a perfect match? To me, this is absolutely confirmative that this is the same rifle. It's 100 feet per second off. Like, this could be right here if this was 100 feet per second faster. This would reach at the same exact time, right? To me, this is a pivotal moment in my investigation. I just, like, I've actually seen some autopsy reports and a bunch of medical reports and a bunch of different stuff that shows that a 30-06 round does get stuck in the human body a lot of times, like hundreds and hundreds of times, if not thousands. Okay, but you can go look at this yourself in the description of my video, and we're gonna go over that later. But just this experiment, I haven't seen this yet. Like, this confirms to me, because you guys, you can't fake this. Okay, even if he didn't, okay, I guess you could say he didn't get hit by the 30-06, but there was one at least fired at the event. This proves that there was at least a 30-06 or a 308 with a little bit faster of a round, I guess, or a similar rifle was fired at the event. That is not disputable. That happened for sure. Okay, I guess you could argue that missed him and then they used something else, but I don't think you can argue that either, because there's no other sound profile, right? There's no other sound profile that happens, and there's no such thing as a silent weapon, right? Even like a slingshot, even like a crossbow makes a noise, like, and there's just nothing. Anyways, guys, let's move on. This is, to me, this is one of the most pivotal thing to me, but to me, this is one of the most pivotal moments in this whole investigation, is we just pretty much proved that it's a 30-06. Or at least there was one, or at least there was one fired, for sure. All right, guys, so what did I do with those? I took them in here, and I just created the rings for them, okay? And this is measured from the microphone spot, not from the tent, because we're measuring the rings from the microphone, okay? If we had a microphone that was right here, okay, and if I would have known exactly where those other microphones were, I could have, put those two other ones we tested. I could have put one here, and then one's over here somewhere. And the rings would have all matched up. Would have all matched up. You saw how close you saw how close they were. I just don't know the distance on how to measure those, because I don't know exactly where those people are standing. Anyways, guys, the microphone that's over here is the easiest one to measure, so that's the one we use. And what do you notice, guys? The blue ring's at 148. And the green ring's 144. And look at this. Look at this. If you take the center of each of those rings, this is with a 5-yard margin of error. Because you could really shrink that margin of error to like 1 yard. Like, the center lines up exactly where Tyler Robinson is. Or whoever that was. This doesn't prove that it was Tyler Robinson, but it proves that it came from that spot on the roof. Like, there's literally, we're going to do a walkthrough of campus if we already have it. And you're going to see it couldn't have really come from anywhere else except for right here. And guys, we're going to use the red ring that I already put for the rest of the video, because the red ring is essentially the same. The mathematics that we did earlier, which is amazing to me, the mathematics that we were able to do to make that red ring line up exactly, it pretty much overlaps this green and blue ring, at least the center where they overlap. It's It's exactly overlaying that whole entire thing using mathematics. So it's the same ring. We're just going to continue to use that one in the rest of the video. But guys, using a 308 with almost exact matching ammunition, which could be an actual 30-06 if we knew which actual ammo he was using. I think we've solved the, we can't prove that it's Tyler Robinson from this, okay? I mean, there's people that show him up there on video camera. They're going to have the high definition video version of him taking the shot and running off the thing, I think. So I think that we can kind of prove that it's him. I can't with this experiment, though. But what we can prove is that they're not lying about it coming from this location. Whatever or whoever did this, it came from right here on this roof. And I don't even know if there's line of sight from over here. So that narrows it down even more to just right there. Right there. Amazing, guys. You guys just remember the 300 Win Mag? I had to do some science to get it to extrapolate out here, and it matched here. On this one, I didn't have to do any science at all because this is that round, right? The 300 Win Mag, the ring, if I would have just put 130 yards, would have been like right here. And then I had to do the math. And when I did the math, I hit enter, and it said 144 yards, which would have been right here, which measures up with our measurement from the Rhino software to where the microphone was. And everything just lines up with the math. But the amazing thing about this 308, and I'm really, really lucky I was able to borrow this, is using the 308, we didn't have to do any math. We just put it right there, and guess where it lands? Right there. And the sound wave matches, the shockwave matches, everything is just amazing. All right, guys, let's get back to our sonic boom analysis, which was the whole original purpose of this whole video to begin with. We just happened to step on something that can solve the whole case by itself. This right here and this right here sound almost identical. You're gonna have a hard time convincing me this sounds like that, or like this explosion noise, like it would sound like if it was something coming from an explosion in the shirt. And guys, that's a lot different. Even if I was to increase the audio to make it sound louder to match what this one sounds like, because this is clearly a very loud rifle sound. It isn't just like a palm gun or a handgun or something like that. But if I make this one louder, just to match the loudness, you can still tell there's a huge difference in the audio wave. You can tell that it's supersonic and not subsonic, just from the sound profile and the audio sound. Listen again. All right, guys, what does this video help us establish? It establishes a couple things. First of all, it establishes that it's for sure a supersonic something, whether that's a gun or whether that's a bullet or some other device. It has to be supersonic. I think all the evidence shows that it's a supersonic bullet from a gun, but I think we know for sure that it was something supersonic. What does that tell us? It tells us that it's not a palm gun. Okay, it tells us that it's not some kind of a device in the shirt. It tells us that it's not a device on the necklace, because first of all, guys, if it was a device on the necklace or in the shirt, it's just not possible. But we also know it's not some kind of a pistol close up, because, those pistols aren't supersonic. And if they were, they'd hit them a lot quicker than 0.216 seconds as well. So what can we deduct from this? I think we can deduct from this pretty easily that it's some sort of rifle. It's a good distance away because it takes 0.216 seconds to hit him. And guys, if we haven't already gone over that video for the frames per second and feet per second, we're going to get to that. If I've already shown that video, then you know exactly what I'm talking about already. But guys, this video doesn't prove that Tyler Robinson did it. It doesn't prove what kind of rifle did it, like as far as like a specific 308 or 30-06 or a 5.56 or whatnot like that. But I think it does prove that it was something capable of shooting supersonic ammo, and it was a supersonic shot. Guys, I think I just lied. I think we can actually prove that it was maybe not the exact round, but we can pretty much prove that this was a 30 caliber round, probably a 308 or a 30-06. Their narrative is that it's a 30-06, but this signature from this sound profile matches a 30-06. Or a 308, pretty exact. Okay, pretty exact. So I don't see why not, right? It's this. If it was a 5.56, if it was a 5.7, if it was any other round, it would not be sounding almost exactly as a match, right? We saw that the 300 Win Mag was quite a bit far off, right? This is pretty much a match. I think we can prove that this was a 30-06 or at least a 308. But probably a 30-06. I had to buy a very fast 308 round to try to match a 30-06, and it still wasn't an exact match, but it was close. So I think this is a match. And guys, while the purpose of this video was not to pinpoint the location of where the shot came from, it was just to demonstrate sonic booms, it may have just accidentally been turned into the best tool we have to pinpoint the possible locations of the shot and the impossible locations of the shot, and what could be true and what is false, to help us find the correct theory and get rid of false theories, because the science doesn't lie. You cannot fake this stuff. The truth has to match up with the actual science. This is not fakeable. It's not conspiratable. It is just how it is, and you can't fake it, which is awesome. And what is the purpose of this video, guys? It helps us to dismiss unlikely theories. So if the narrative is not true, and maybe it is, maybe it's not, I'm not sure yet, right? A lot of evidence points to it being true, but there's also a lot of weird things that happened. You know, like what this does is it helps us narrow down what could have happened again and what is impossible to have had happen. And hopefully you using this as well as the rest of the videos in this video, we can get to the truth. All right, guys, I've tried filming this like 10 different times, and I keep trying to make it shorter and shorter because it ends up being like way too long of an explanation. So I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible, so it's not like 30 minutes long. And originally I had like 10 different clips here to compare. We're just going to do 2 just to kind of show you this. And what I've discovered is not only can you prove all this stuff with sonic wave and where it came from and all this stuff, but we can also prove 2 things, okay, real quick. We can prove that it was not played through some speaker set system to try to trick people. There's no way they could trick the people with the speaker system, okay, guys, or some kind of other thing to try to trick you. The only way they could have done that is if they had recorded this into some kind of a, they would have had to record a version for 1 foot away, 2 feet away, 3 feet, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, every single foot, every single yard away. They would have had to record a different thing and then broadcast that to every single person, and knowing exactly where they were sitting at the event to try to trick them. And we know that's not possible because that's not what happened, because people are recording this with their cell phone. And they would have had to somehow broadcast that from their speaker into their cell phone microphone. And that's not what's happening. Okay. Let's watch this real quick to kind of show you what I mean. But basically, guys, what we see here is we hear the crack and then we hear the boom. And we hear this at different timings on each one. Okay. So for example, on the top one, we hear crack, boom. Okay. Crack. And then boom, boom. Okay. You hear that? And then on the bottom one, we hear the crack, crack, boom, okay? And what we notice on the bottom one is the boom happens right here, okay? And on the second one, it happens up here, okay? Let's listen. Boom, okay? Boom. And on the top one, boom, okay? So we're hearing the crack and the boom happen at different times. We could do this reverse way. We could also just line up the booms, like, right? We can line these up and we can play the boom, and then we can listen to the crack being different and go backwards. It's easier to go forwards, okay? So what can we tell from that, okay? First of all, let me show you this real quick. This is, I felt this was so important that I went out and shot again. And what do you notice about the first one? No crack, just the boom. Just the boom. There's no crack. Do you know why? Guess why? Hopefully you're correct. The reason why is because the microphone is on my shirt. Therefore, the object, guys, it's the object traveling over the microphone or your ears that causes that sonic boom to happen when it goes through that air above you or next to you or whatever, okay? I'm not a scientist. I can't explain it the best as someone else maybe, but that is what's causing it, okay? And if the microphone is not being passed over, even though it's a 300 Win mag, even though the RAM goes the speed of sound, it doesn't travel over the microphone in this case, therefore you cannot hear it. There's no sonic boom. All you hear is the boom from the shot, right? Whereas the bottom one, okay, this is the same exact shot you're hearing, okay? This shot right here, you're hearing it happen right here. But on this one, okay, you're hearing the crack and then the boom, whereas right here, you're just hearing the boom, okay? This is the same exact boom. It's just traveling down range. It goes boom, and then it's traveling down the range. And the bullet flew over really quick, and you heard that happen because the sonic boom phenomenon. That's what you're hearing, guys, is that phenomenon of that round traveling over the microphone before the sound even gets there, okay? The sound already happened right here, but it's traveling down range. And then you hear it right here finally, okay? But it's that phenomenon that is able to prove this. Because it's a phenomenon. It's an actual scientific phenomenon that cannot be faked through a speaker. Let me show you what I mean by that in a second. Okay, if they had faked this through a speaker, what you would have heard. Okay. Also, guys, real quick, let me just show you something real quick. In the next video, I'm going to talk about measuring backwards. I'm going to say something like you can see him get hit or hear him get hit, and then you can hear the shot go off. What I mean by that is just like this, where the shot actually goes off right here. You're going to measure backwards to this event, where you see him get hit, because that's where the round is versus the sound. Anyways, we're gonna get that into the next video. Let's not waste too much time right here. You'll understand that later better. Anyways, let me go back here real quick. All right, guys, we're back to our chart of these different shots. Okay, and this is all the same shot. This is all from the same exact bullet like we explained before. 10 yards, 40 yards, 60 yards, and at 130. Okay. This is what happens when you have an actual phenomenon of a sonic wave. Okay, that if I would have added that other, the shot with no sonic wave, it would be up here, kind of a thing, right? But this is what you get when you have an actual sonic boom from that phenomenon. This is what you actually get, okay? If this was played through a speaker, let's pretend the speaker, let's just say that they went out and they recorded, let's just pretend this is 143 yards instead of 130. Let's just pretend that they recorded that sound and they played it through a speaker. Well, you wouldn't hear this, and you wouldn't hear this, and you wouldn't hear this. You wouldn't have the phenomenon happen at different feet, at different yards. What you would hear is it takes this long for the sound to get this far, 10 yards, and then you would hear crack, boom. You would hear this sound. And then at 40 yards, you would hear crack, boom. And then at 60, you'd hear crack, boom. And then over here, you would hear crack, boom, because it was played through a speaker. You can't fake a sonic boom phenomenon, scientific phenomenon of that crack and then the boom happening through a speaker. You can't make this condense into here playing this through a speaker. It's going to sound the same every single time. If you play this through a speaker, it's going to sound the same every single time. You can't make this sound like this if you recorded this and played it. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? That's what I'm trying to explain here. And because we can tell, just like at the event, there's different microphones at different distances. When you shoot the same shot, boom, and then that bullet reaches the camera first, crack, and then the shot reaches it, boom. Same thing down here. The bullet's traveling, this is 10, this is 40, 30 more yards. That bullet finally passes this microphone, crack, and then the boom from the shot finally passes this microphone, and the same thing here at 60, crack, the bullet passing, and then boom, and then finally the bullet still traveling through the air hits this microphone here, crack, and then the sound finally catches up here, boom. That's the phenomenon, and you cannot fake it. That proves it's not through a speaker. Absolutely amazing, right? To me, this was just mind-bending. I discovered so many things during this video. I think this might be the most important video of the whole entire thing. But yeah, guys, just like we see in this video here, where the crack and the boom's happening at different times on these microphones. Because like I said, I had like 7 or 8 different ones lined up, and I was going to analyze all of them, but it was going to take like an hour just to analyze this part. And I feel like this part is understandable already, right? I hope you understand this, guys. Each of these cell phone videos that were recorded at the event recorded a crack and a boom. They recorded a sonic boom, and it wasn't a sonic boom played over a speaker to try to trick you. It wasn't something that they've specifically clipped out and shown you on social media, different things that show a certain narrative. They all play differently from different places because the sonic boom is traveling over them at different times. A speaker system cannot do that. They cannot play this through a speaker and do that. It's not possible. That's incredible that we were able to prove that, right? There's one more thing that this proves, and that it was not something in the microphone that did this. We already went over this in the microphone section, and we're actually going to talk about it a little bit in the FBI section, I believe, as well. Just one more thing that proves it, because there's so many things that disprove the microphone thing. We've already done a whole video about it, but just let me show you this real quick. The other thing that's absolutely disproves is the microphone theory, where if that exploded, for example, because if that exploded, every single person in this whole entire place would hear it at a subsonic level, meaning they'd all hear it at a certain time that would match, their time, and it wouldn't have a secondary reaction. It wouldn't have a crack and then a boom. It would sound just like this. That's it. You wouldn't hear afterwards, okay? And you might argue, well, that's the echo afterwards. Well, if it's an echo afterwards, it would be the same. These all would line up, and they would all be they would all be in sync, because an echo is not going supersonic. It wouldn't supersonically happen here and then have these reactions afterwards. You would just hear one of these, and they would all line up. I hope that makes sense, guys. We've already debunked the microphone, and we're actually going to go over that even further in the FPS video, which is with an even more shocking way that you can debunk microphone theory. But guys, the fact that you hear this right here, the crack from here, and then the boom right here on this frame, and then on this one, a full further frame away on this one, like, there's no way. There's no way that they're playing stuff through speakers. You can see the distance between, and then you can see that it varies from each microphone. There's a huge difference in that phenomenon, and that absolutely proves, without a doubt, 100%. At least to me, I could be wrong, but at least to me, this proves it's not coming through a speaker. If you have information that can debunk this, let me know. But I feel like this is pretty dang hard to debunk. Let's move on.
Taking the deep, but sometimes the difficult road is the way that you should configure your life. For example, getting married and having children is a difficult but deep decision that I hope every single one of you make at some point in your life. However, the culture will tell you you might not have as much time to yourself. You might not be able to travel the world. You might not have as much money. All of those things are true. And your answer should be, so? I want a deep and meaningful and purposeful life, not an easy life. You see, we as conservatives make a decision to live a more adventurous life that will come with difficulty, that will come with opposition. But when it's all said and done, who is happier? You are a happier group of people. You have more joy. And it's because you are fighting for something and for ideas, and you are doing something that is bigger than you.
Hey guys, this might be the most important segment of this entire video that I'm creating. And the reason why is this video has to do with timings, and specifically feet per second and frames per second, and a measurement we can use to tell some very useful stuff, okay? And I mean, and the reason why this is so important is there's all these kinds of theories, of people thinking, oh, it came from 10 feet away, the shot came from 50 feet away, it came from 14 feet away, it came from the hatch, it came from, some building up top where the angle is not even possible. And there's a lot of information we can use that we've kind of gone over to say, okay, well, for sure why it can't be the one back here, or why it can't be 10 feet away, and all this sort of stuff, using just other logic. But using these measurements, we can pretty much, without a doubt, shut those down and prove that none of those are possible just on the timings alone. And why that's important is because if the timing scientifically can't happen, then no matter what you think about it, can't happen, right? Just because you think that it's possible someone was in that hatch and got him, if the timings don't match, it's not possible. So let me explain how these timings work and what it is. We can't prove using these timings where the shot came from, and we cannot for sure prove what speed the object that hit Charlie was going either. However, what we can show is we can show how long the object was in the air. And if we know how long the object was in the air, then we can do certain calculations to find out if a certain distance was possible, and at what distance, what would the feet per second of that object be when it hit him. We're going to demonstrate in a second. Let's just say this is a foot. If it takes me 1 second to go 1 foot, that is 1 foot per second. And if it takes me 1 second to go 2 feet, that's 2 feet per second, okay, or 2 FPSs, all right? Just the same, traveling 3 feet in 1 second would be 3 feet every second. So 3 FPSs. The reason this is important is that we have footage from the event of Charlie Kirk at 60 FPSs, okay? At 60 FPSs, every frame that is shot takes 0.0167 seconds. From the time you hear the crack of the shot happen to Charlie reacting, it is approximately 13 frames. Guys, in this video, when I'm explaining this, I'm referring to the actual events as they happen. So in reality, the shot goes off, then the bullet leaves the chamber, then it hits them. And from the time it leaves that chamber until it hits them, from what we can tell from the sound waves, is 0.216 seconds. It could actually be a little bit longer, and we're going to go over that in just a little bit. We're going to use 0.216 seconds just to be on the more like fringy side, meaning if we use 0.250, it actually lines up even more with the 30.6. At 2.6 seconds, it still does, but it's kind of more on the edge. And I feel like that's the safe thing to do just for the experiment and for the timings. But it could be much more conservative and much more safe if we actually use some of the other numbers that I've seen. However, if you analyze this yourself, you're going to see that it's backwards. What I'm saying is, when I refer to this, I'm going to say, you hear the shot of the sound and then you see that he gets hit. It's actually backwards if you're going to measure it. However, we know that sound actually happens first. It just takes a while to catch up to him. Right? Does that because it's a supersonic round. And just to keep things simple, guys, I'm going to refer to it as in the actual stage of events. But if you were going to go back and do analysis on this yourself and check, you're going to have to do this backwards, meaning right here, this sound right here, that's what you would hear when he gets hit, is this sonic bullet, just like we've already gone over, and then you would hear the shot of the sound, okay? Does that make sense? So in reality, like, this is what's happening. You see him get hit, and then you hear the sound, okay? Because it's a supersonic round. If it was a non-supersonic round, you would hear the shot first, and then you would hear the bullet and see him get hit. Okay? When I refer to what's happening, it's kind of more like this, just to make it more simple and help people understand like what's happening. Because it's kind of confusing to go, well, when you see him get hit and then you hear the round and all this stuff, I'm just going to say, when you hear the round until it gets hit, because that's actually what happens, okay? Let me help you understand just a little bit better on this one. Okay, let's just say this is the rifle. On a supersonic round, what you're going to see is the target get hit. Okay, it's going to shake, make a little bit of noise or whatever. And then what you're going to hear from the microphone down here, since it's way down here, is you're going to hear the sound of the rifle shot hitting the microphone. And what you can do is you can measure from what time this moved till the time you hear the sound waves come into this microphone, and that's 0.216 seconds, okay? If the microphone had been like right here next to the rifle instead of way down here, what you would have heard is boom, and then the round would have hit the target and moved. And that's how we're going to refer to it, as things actually happened, even though the sound waves don't get there. But to analyze this, you're going to have to go backwards, like we just showed you a second ago. If this had been a non-supersonic round, what you would have heard is the sound waves from the round, then you would have seen this get hit, and then you would measure from here this way to see that it was 0.216 seconds. Either way, it's the same thing, it's the same measurement. One you measure from the sound to the hit, one you measure from the hit to the sound, because one is the hit here and then the sound, and one is the sound and then the hit here. If that makes sense, let's move on. There's a couple things I want to say real quick too. And guys, we're going to use the 13 frames because it's the shortest amount of time that it could have been in the air. There's several other videos that I've watched from different perspectives, different microphones, different cell phones, and different perspectives where I've counted. And in some of those, I've counted the reaction from when it hits him to the sound. Some of those, it looks like it might be up to 15 to 16 frames of the time from the reaction till you hear the round. And I don't know if it's just a difference in cell phone quality, the microphones in these cell phones, the type of microphone that was being used. I don't know. Okay. Guys, real quick, I think I've discovered the discrepancy between those frames, and I think it has to do with what we've discovered on the Shockwave video, where at different distances, these waves start at different times, and even these things get spread apart from the crack to the boom. And so we might have some cameras that are closer together, closer to the shot, farther away from the shot, and maybe that's why the frames are a little bit different. I don't know. That's a possible explanation. I think it's probably the most probable explanation, right? We have some of these microphones that are way back in the crowd, and then we have some that are 20 yards further, and we can see there is quite a bit of a distance jump between some of these frames, whether it's, even here from 40 yards and the distance between the crack and the boom on 40 yards, and the same on 60 yards. So that's probably the explanation for that. But if it was 15 or 16, that gives the round even more time to have been in the air, okay? At 15 frames, it would have had to be in the air 0.250 seconds, which even further supports the narrative even more, 0.216 seconds. We're going to see what that does here in a second, and all the information we can get just from 0.216 seconds. But at 0.250 seconds, guys, it adds even more buffer to the actual narrative of where it came from, and that's a possibility. I don't know why it's at 0.250 seconds. I don't know why these other cameras show it being 15 to 16 frames instead of 13 frames. And like we've talked about, or we are going to talk about, it's possible because, guys, these frames are not perfect, and where the camera records the sounds and the videos and everything, it's possible that these cameras that caught it at 13 frames it's catching the audio and the video at the very end of that 13th frame, almost into the 14th frame. And maybe these ones that are catching it at 15 frames are the very, very beginning of the 15th frame. Okay. And what that means is that it could be 0.216 seconds. If it's, right in the middle of that 13th frame. Or it could be, like we discussed a little bit ago, or we are going to discuss, it could be a little bit after that. Or if it's on the 15th frame, it could be, 0.250 seconds if it's in the very middle of that. Or it could be like 0.242 seconds. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say, guys? Anyways, I just wanted to clarify what I mean by this and how we're measuring this. And we're going to use the 13 frames just because it is the shortest amount of time that it could have been in the air. It couldn't have been any shorter, but it could have been longer. But we're going to use 0.216 seconds because the majority of the videos that I've watched and analyzed are around that 13 frames, but it could be up to 15 frames, which means that the bullet would be in the air even longer, which would mean that it would have to be traveling even faster, which even further supports that it's a 30-06. Guys, like I said earlier, I don't want to show any videos of the actual incident, but we can look at the audio, I guess, and this is from the time it hits him until you hear the shot come afterwards, and you can hear the supersonic round hit right here, and then the sound afterwards. Okay, and it happens really fast, but if you count the frames, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that is what you hear, and it's 13 frames. It's hard to really analyze. Okay, and that's from when he gets hit until you hear the shot come afterwards, 13 frames. Okay, so 0.216 seconds is how long that item is in the air. So what can we do with this? 13 frames times 0.0167 equals 0.216 seconds. So we don't know how fast that is traveling. We don't know how far away it is. What we do know is that from the time it leaves the barrel until it hits Charlie it's 0.216 seconds. Now, what can we do with that? We can do a lot of stuff with that. We can calculate possible distances and possible speeds using that information. We can't prove which speed it is, but we can prove possible speeds. And what I mean by that is, let's just say that you theoretically think that the shot came from 10 feet away. Someone popped out of the hatch 10 feet away and tried to shoot Charlie. How you calculate this is you divide 10 by 0.216 seconds. What you get is 46 feet per second. Okay. That's like a Nerf dart, right? So definitely not fatal. You can also do other calculations. You can do 100 feet, which would be 460 feet per second. The farther and farther away you get, the faster that object has to reach the goal in 0.216 seconds. Does this make sense? We're going to demonstrate that right now. So in this scenario, guys, we know that the object goes in the air for 4 seconds. We don't know how far away it traveled. We don't know the speed of the object, but we do know that it was in the air for 4 seconds, okay? All right, guys, I know it only takes me about 2 seconds to walk this, even though I'm counting to 4, or I'm trying to count to 4. I'm not a great counter, obviously, but guys, this is just for demonstrative purposes. Please pretend that it took me 4 seconds each time to reach my goal. If we theoretically want to test 10 feet away, we're going to have to see how fast it would take to get to 10 feet. Okay, so for example, if I was going to walk this, it would look something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's however fast that was, that's how fast it took me to get to 10 feet. If we want to test out 5 feet, it's going to look something more like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm moving much slower to get to 5 feet. And the shorter the distance I have to get there in that 4 seconds, the slower I'm going to have to move to get there. So for example, if we want to test 1 foot, it would take 1, 2, 3, 4. Very slow. All right, guys, so what do we get from this experiment? Basically, we get from this experiment is that since we know how long something takes to get to an object, we can calculate how fast it takes to get there by testing the feet divided by that number. And this is super important in debunking all of these theories because we can look at the Charlie Kirk incident and we can divide those things and clearly see that like anything less than like 80 feet, even at 80 feet, it's questionable if that would be fatal because 80 divided by 0.216 is like 380, and there's even some airsoft guns that go up to like 450. So I mean, that's probably on the edge of lethality if it was a bigger massed bullet or whatever, but that's kind of on the edge. Anything less than that, so any of these rooftops, 20 feet away, or the van 50 feet backwards, or the hatch, just does not match up with the timing. It's just not really possible. I'm going to show you a spreadsheet, and you can go over all kinds of bullets and all kinds of trajectories and distances, and you can see for yourself what's possible and what's not, and do some of your own calculations. All right, guys, now I'm going to prove to you how, and I'm going to show you how to use frame rate to get these calculations to prove to you that this is actually true. So I have these poppers, I'm going to throw these, and then we're going to go back to my computer, and I'm going to show on the computer frame by frame how long these took, and then we can calculate how long it took for it to get to where it got. Before I show you this demonstration, I want to show you how to do the math so you can do this yourself. The easiest thing about this is that there's 60 frames, okay? And each of those frames happens each second. So to find out the fraction, how long each frame takes, is a very easy calculation. All we have to do is do 1 divided by 60, which gives us 0.0167 seconds. You can also convert this to milliseconds, which is 16.67 milliseconds, and then do the math that way. I find this much easier. So what we know now is that every frame is worth 0.0167 seconds. And I'm just showing you guys this because I know there's going to be some people who don't believe this. They're just going to, you're making that up because you're part of the narrative defenders or something like that, which I am not. But let me just show you how to do this just so you can use this to calculate things, okay? This is really useful. You basically just go to your timeline on a computer, on any kind of editing program, zoom into frame by frame, and then you're just going to count the frames. Super easy, super simple. 1, 2, 3. We see from the time that they leave my hand until we hear the snap right here is 22 frames. What you need to do is you just come in here, 22 times 0.0167 equals 0.36 seconds. Okay, super easy. So basically what that means is that it took 0.37 seconds basically from it to go from here to here. Okay, that's how long it took. Okay, to find out how many feet per second that is, we take how many feet away I am away from this tree. I'm about 13 feet away from the tree. So we go in here and we take 13 divided by 0.37 equals 35 feet per second. That means that I threw these with a speed of 35 feet per second. Let's do a couple more just to kind of get good at this. All right, let's count the frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. All right, we see that is that 35. All right, so what do we do, guys? We come in here, we take 35 frames, we multiply that by 0.0167, we get 0.58. So that took 0.58 seconds to go from where I threw them to hitting the ground about right here. That looks at about what, 10 feet, 11 feet maybe? Let's just say 10 feet. We would come in here, we would take 10 feet, divide that by 0.58, we get 17 feet per second. Guys, real quick, there's another way you can do the math, and how you would do that one is, for example, on this one, you would just take 35, divide that by the 60 frames, because it took 35 frames out of the 60. It's the same fraction kind of a thing, and you would get 58.33. This is very similar to the 0.5845, so it's about the same. I'm just some rounding up and stuff going on with that one, with that 0.0167. I'm not sure, but it's very close. All right, guys, this is similar to the Charlie Kirk situation numbers that we're using, the 0.216 seconds. I just like the 0.216 seconds. I think I like the even number, but if you do the multiplication way, you're going to get 13 times 0.0167, and you're going to get 0.217. And if you do the way dividing it, 13 divided by 60, you're going to get 0.216. I'm not sure if this has to do with some kind of rounding up or whatnot. I'm not sure what the reasons for the differences are, but you're going to get the 0.216. And guys, this is the one I like to use. I just think I like the even number and stuff. You can use either one. It's very, very close. But this is also one of the reasons why I think it's a good idea to have a margin of error when we get to the spreadsheet. This is just one of the factors on the margin of error. Let's keep going. All right, guys, let's just do one more to get really good at this. All right, there we go. 60 frames exactly. Guys, it's super nice that you can actually see like the frame marker right here. Okay, so 60 frames is going to be pretty much 1 second exactly already. But let's just calculate it just to make sure that, you know, it works out and that people don't think I'm making stuff up. 0.0167 times 60 equals, yeah, 1.002. So pretty much 1 second exactly. So that means that this took 1 second from the time I threw it until it hit the tree or the ground or wherever it hit. This is about 12 feet, correct? So then what do? We come in here, we take 12 feet, divide that by 1 second. And what do we get? 12 feet per second. Basically what that means, guys, is yeah, this is when these leave my hand, they're traveling at 12 feet per second to hit right here. Okay. All right, guys, just real quick. If I was to be standing right here when I threw these and they landed in the same spot and I was, you know, 6 feet closer, you can logically calculate in your mind that, well, what do we know? They took 1 second to hit the ground from the time they left my hand. We know that for sure. So if I was right here and I threw them, what do we know? It's going to take the same amount of time as if it was from here to there. As from here to there, we can pretty much calculate that the feet per second that they got thrown would be half, right? So it would have been about 6 feet per second. Okay, guys, and that's very easy to calculate because just like we can calculate estimates with Charlie Kirk, we can just put my body here and say, okay, well, if it took 1 second to hit the ground, how fast would I have had to be throwing them in order for them to take a second to hit the ground? And that's super easy. What we would do is we would say, okay, well, at 6 feet, divide that by 1 second. Oh, yeah, 6 feet per second. And that's how you would calculate that to kind of get an estimate on it, okay? All right, guys, if you guys still don't believe that you can do this to calculate the speeds and the times, take out your stopwatch and just listen. Time this. Just from the time I leave my hand till it hits, time that on your watch. Instead of doing these math calculations, just time it on your watch. Did that take a second? Did it take a second or did it take longer or shorter? Let's do this one real quick. Does this take 0.58 seconds? I believe this one took 0.37 seconds, so take out your stopwatch and time this one too. Does it take 0.37 seconds? If it does, you know my math is correct. To prove to you guys that this calculation is actually correct, we're going to take two known things, okay? A known distance, these soda bottles are 120 yards exactly, and a known cartridge. The 300 Win Mag bullet I'm going to be using to shoot these sodas with is 3,150 feet per second muzzle velocity. And since we know both the speed and we know the distance, we can take that distance divided by the amount of time it takes to hit it. And this bullet should take pretty much exactly around 3,150 feet per second to hit these bottles. There might be a little bit of leeway because of, you know, like we said, the frames per second on the camera aren't exact. There's a little bit of a discrepancy there. As well as this is muzzle velocity. Bullets do drop down in speed as they travel, sometimes as much as 300 to 500 feet per second in the first couple hundred yards, because this should be pretty close. All right, let's take this into the computer and do the timings. All right, guys, so here we go. We got muzzle flash. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 frames. And guys, just like we showed in the capturing a bullet on camera footage, or we're going to show in that in a second, there is data in between frames missing. So that's part of the discrepancy that we ask for when we do this chart and a couple things later. But it is possible that I hit this a little bit earlier than 7 frames, maybe like 6.5, but we're just going to go with 7 because that's all we have to go on. All right, guys, you know what to do now. We are going to take the frame rate, 1 divided by 60. We get 0.016 seconds per each frame. It's also about 16.5 milliseconds, or if you want to calculate it that way. But what do we do with this? We know it took 7 frames to hit the bottles. So we're going to take that, we're going to multiply that by 7, which gives us 0.116 seconds. So that basically means that it took 0.116.6 seconds for the bullet to leave the barrel and to hit the bottles. All right, we're going to take this and we're going to divide that by 0.116 seconds. And what are we going to get? We're going to get 3,103 feet per second. All right, guys. That is only 47 feet a second off of the 3,150. I think we can confidently say this is pretty much an exact match. especially considering that at the 100 yards, velocity of this round is 2,900 feet per second. So there is a little bit of feet per second drop on this. And so from 3,150 feet per second at the muzzle down to 2,900 at 100 yards, I would say that, you know, this is kind of in range with that number of the official numbers on this box of this ammo. And guys, this is 120 yards, but also we have the discrepancy that we talked about a second ago. When this bottle actually explodes, it could have actually hit this a little bit earlier, and now we're just barely seeing. I mean, we know it hit a little bit earlier because the water is already out around the bottle, like a foot and a half out here, right? If this had just hit the bottle, the spray would just be barely outside of it, right? But because the data's missing, that's all we got to go off of. Anyways, guys, I think this confirms the math on these calculations is exactly correct. And I mean, if you want to say plus or minus 40 feet, go ahead. But I mean, like, I think it's pretty much exact. And guys, in this example, I want to point out that we're using the flash because we can count exactly from the flash and find out how many frames that is until it reacts or the bottle explodes, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, correct? Because if we use the same method we use in the Charlie Kirk incident and go backwards instead of forwards, right? From you're just using the sound only, not the muzzle flash, because we don't have the muzzle flash, we would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where the sound happens. It's right there on that 5th. It happens right here on the 5th, not even on the 7th frame, guys. And so this is even more evidence that the bullet is probably in there longer, because if we go back to the muzzle flash, that's another frame or so. Okay, that's right here. 1. That's 7 frames instead of 5 frames. Anyways, guys, just more evidence that it probably took longer, but we're going to use 0.216 in this calculations because that is the bare minimum amount of time that it spent in the air. All right, guys, let's move on. I just wanted to make sure you guys all knew how to do this math, how to do the frame rates. You can go back and watch Charlie. I'm not going to show too much of Charlie, but if you want to go import some of that footage into your own editor and then count it out, make sure it's the 60 frames a second video, not 30 frames a second video. You can do this with 30 frames a second video. It's the same exact calculation. You just need to make sure you divide by 30 instead of 60, right? And so basically what that means is 1 divided by 30 is 0.033. Okay, so instead of using 0.0167, you would use 0.033 in your calculations, if that makes sense. Go do that, see if the timings match up. And everything that I can see, what I've estimated is 13 frames, which is a 0.216 seconds. So guys, what do we get from this video? This segment, which is I think is very important, is that by using frame rates, we can tell how long something was in the air from one distance to the next distance. By using that time, we can divide by the distance you want to test and find out if something is possible and what feet per second it would be traveling at those distances, okay? Like my chart we're going to get to in a second, and basically this whole entire video is to help make that make sense, but we can see that you can test from 1 foot to infinity feet how fast something would have to be traveling to leave and hit in 0.216 seconds over that distance. Guys, like I said earlier, this might just be the most important video of this whole entire segment, and the reason is that by knowing what speeds this projectile came from and at what distances those speeds would have to be. You can't change this, guys. You can't just say, well, I think it's from 50 feet, and therefore I want the projectile to be 5,000 feet per second. It is not possible. You have to use the math, and what we know is that the object goes in the air for 0.216 seconds, so you have to use that information. The other thing I can see some people saying is, well, maybe they had 3 or 4 different shooters, or maybe one of them had a silencer. Guys, they're called suppressors, first of all, not silencers. And if you've never heard a suppressor, this is what it sounds like. I feel like a lot of people are saying that probably a silencer or a suppressor was used, and they've never even heard one. They're super loud still, okay? It's not like John Wick where it's like or like a whispering noise, okay? That's not reality, okay? Because some people are going to say, well, maybe the guy took the shot from 0.216 seconds away, and then someone else 0.04 seconds away, really up close, got him with a faster round. That's not possible with a suppressor, okay? And if multiple shots were taken, we only hear 1 crack and 1 boom, meaning that even if they were timed at the same time, these timings still apply to everything else. So guys, my point is with this is not to debunk all of your guys' theories. My point isn't to defend the narrative. My point is that we need to find the truth. And if you actually care about the situation, we should be looking for the truth, not proving our own special theories to make ourselves feel special or something. And I think that by proving the bad theories false, not that they're bad theories, but just the ones that are not possible, whether out of ignorance or they were created on purpose to trick people for the views or the clicks or whatever, we can actually get to the true theories that are possible and therefore solve this whole thing. All right, guys, here's the spreadsheet that we've been talking about. And this is probably the most important thing that we have going from the whole entire video, because this spreadsheet can be used to pretty much disprove a lot of theories based on the location of where the shot could have come from, based on what ammunition you think it could have been, and to find possible calibers at possible distances. We're going to go over this in a second, but first of all, let me just explain something real quick. Right here, we have a column right here called feet per second minus 20%, and I feel like it's important to give somewhat of a margin of error, because first of all, guys, these are muzzle speeds, which is the speed that the bullet leaves right out of the muzzle. And guys, these muzzle speeds are based on having like the perfect barrel size for that bullet and stuff like that. And then guys, within the first 100 yards, the bullet speed drops considerably, sometimes up to like 10 to 12%. And then over 200 yards, it drops even further. So that's 10 to 12% already. And then we have other factors like, you know, how long the barrel is. Is the barrel a 20-inch barrel? Is it a 24-inch barrel? Stuff we don't really know exactly. Is the barrel in good condition? What is the weather like? Is it humid? Is it not humid? These things don't play that much of a factor within the first couple hundred yards, so it's not super important as far as that part goes. But then we also have 0.216 seconds as the number we've calculated from when we hear the shot to when Charlie gets hit. And because we're using a camera that's at 60 frames per second and there's information lost in those frames, we don't know if we're seeing the shot get taken towards the beginning or the end of a frame, and we don't know if he's getting hit at the end or the beginning of a frame. We need to give ourselves a little bit of leeway. So for example, it's possible that we hear the shot at the beginning of a frame and then we don't see him get hit until the very end of a frame because there's data missing in between those frames and we don't know exactly what it's captured. It's possible we're getting something more like this, where we need to add almost another entire frame, and that would give us 0.23 seconds or 0.233 seconds. But it's also possible that we're hearing him get shot at the end of a frame and then seeing him get hit at the beginning of the frame. And in that case, we almost need to subtract a frame, and that would look like this, giving us a 0.199 number. So guys, we're using the 0.216 seconds because that's the exact frame amount that we see, but we don't know where in those frames he got hit. And it's possible it could be 0.233, or it could be possible that it's 0.199. We're not really sure exactly. And that's also another part of this margin of error. And if you subtract 0.199 from 0.216, what you're going to get is 0.017. If you divide that, what you're going to get is about 7.8%. So I think this is another one where you take that muzzle speed and the drop over the first 100 to 200 yards, and then you add that 10% to 12% to about 8% on this factor, and we just leave out the barrel length. We leave out everything else. That's 20%, and I think 20% is fair. It could be a little bit less. It could be a little more, but I think a 20% leeway as far as a margin of error is definitely safe to go on this one, and I think it's important to explain that. Okay. All right, guys. While doing some more research while making this video, I discovered some more information, and as I've always told you, if I find more information, I will correct myself. I'm not going to go through and correct this whole entire chart, but I will provide you guys with a place where you can get this chart and it will be corrected on there. Just to correct this video and do this whole thing over again, it would just take way too much time and possibly make this video longer because I think I have a very good take on it already. However, I have discovered that there are several 30.6 rounds that go down to as low as 2,000 feet per second. That's just their base speed. That's not with my margin of error. That's just 2,000 feet per second. And that is at the lowest point. So yeah, this has been, so yeah, I just wanted to correct this. I know a lot of you guys are already out there being like, oh man, you just give yourself a margin of error to fit the 30.6 in there. Well, that wasn't true to begin with. That's not accurate at all. I did not do that. I just think it's important to have that. And I still think it's important to have that for this round, as well as all the other rounds that you want to observe. I think that margin of error is accurate and good to use for your own calculations. But I just wanted to come on here and correct this, that there are some rounds of 30.6 that go 2,000 frames per second. So right now the lowest I have on there is 2,400. At that time, that's all I could find. But I have found several rounds since then that do go 2,000. And I just wanted to update the information so you have a better thing to go on. And maybe so if you didn't trust the information to begin with, now you know there are 30.6 rounds that do not need the margin of error to fit the parameters. Guys, I could have done this several different ways. Instead of taking that 0.216 seconds and then reducing it by 20%, I just took these feet per second and reduced it by 20%. It's the same exact math. It doesn't really matter either way. Guys, one more thing about this margin of error. We might even have to add even more margin of error if we wanted to really do this correctly. I was looking into more information based on these experiments and different things. And guys, like we showed earlier, that muzzle flash happens even before the sound happens, if we're using the sound going backwards method. And so, like, this is a lot more information than I really realized. I want to explain this in a little bit more detail before we move on, and then we're going to get to the chart, because this is also really important, because this may have well been even more than 13 frames, even more than 15 or 16 frames. It could be more like 17, 18 frames before it hit him, which would even solidify even more that it was a 30.6. But let me just explain this to you guys real quick, and then we'll get to the chart. But I just wanted to make sure you guys understand that this margin of error is important. It isn't just some arbitrary thing I made up. And this right here would even add even more to this margin of error if we added it. We're not going to, but we could. And guys, I just want to go back to this chart one more time, because I wish we had the muzzle flash. And it's possible we have a muzzle flash on that window. There's some people that have kind of claimed that that is the muzzle flash. Is it from that rooftop? I don't know. I wish we had the ability to go put a lantern on that building and then go look at the window and see if a reflection from that spot where Tyler Robinson supposedly was possible. Me, Paramount Tactical, Graves Investigates, as well as Stephen Gardner were there, and an officer did tell us that they used some lasers and different technologies to do some investigation into different things and different angles, and while they were investigating the incident. I should have asked him more questions. If I could have gone back, I would ask him more questions. He was in the process of asking us to leave campus. It was a little bit awkward and kind of strange to be asking questions in that moment. But maybe that's a possibility. Maybe we do have the muzzle flash. The muzzle flash is around 13 frames as well. So it's possible that it's the reflection from the shot, but we don't know for sure. So we're not going to use that. We're going to use the sound instead. But guys, if the reason why the soda bottle test works so well is we have the muzzle flash. We also have the audio. But like we said earlier, when we measure that, it's actually around 5 frames. And we have another thing going on with this as well. And that is that we can also tell that it might be even longer than 0.216 seconds, because the microphone that we're measuring this from is down here, downrange. Okay. And the reason why that's important is when this round goes off and hits the target and goes plink, you're going to hear that plink sound. Okay. And then in the Charlie Kirk incident, what we're doing is we're measuring backwards, and we're going, okay, well, how many seconds is it lagging behind? And then we hear, finally, this hit the microphone 0.216 seconds later. Okay. So we hear we see the target react and hear that right there from the supersonic round. And then it takes 0.216 seconds for that sound to hit the microphone. And that's how we measure when the shot was taken until it hits the target. Just like if we go back here and we can measure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the sound to the target. Okay. And what do we know from this? It's probably actually more around 7. Right? So that leads me to believe that even though we're using the sound here, it's probably another frame or two around the 15. We're still going to use the 13 just to make it on the edge of the minimum, absolute minimum. Okay. Like I've already mentioned a couple times before. And guys, one other way we know that it took at least 0.216 seconds and at a minimum is we're using a microphone that's near Charlie Kirk. Okay. Meaning the sound waves have to travel this far before we even hear them. Okay. So we see and hear the plink, and then we're measuring based off this microphone right here, which is lagging behind as well. Okay. But guys, like I said, if we had the muzzle flash, it'd be even better. But if we had a microphone right here, we would have heard that sound happen right here. And there'd be an even greater distance between that and seeing the reaction, which means that there would have been an even longer amount of time that the round was in the air. I hope this makes sense, guys. We're going to continue with this. I don't want to spend too much time trying to explain this to you. I think it makes sense already. I think I've done a good enough job explaining that. I just want to make sure that I've covered all the bases so that it makes sense. And let's go. Now let's get into what this graph means. Okay, basically I found calibers, and you can add your own calibers if you think I missed a common one. I feel like these are the most common calibers that you're going to find. There's definitely a lot more, but they're also very similar. So these same statistics would match most of them. You know, so for example, if you look at these 40 and the 9mm, I could have probably just left the 40 off because that's within 150 feet per second. Very similar, if that makes sense. Okay. So if you want to go at every caliber that exists, go ahead and do so. I just added the ones that I think are the most common, the most accessible, and the most likely to be owned by most people. All right, so how this works is I took the caliber right here, and then I went and I found the slowest of that ammo that I could find, and then the fastest ammo of that caliber that I could find, and then I did the math. So what I did is I went over here, and I calculated 0.216 seconds times 710, which will give you 153. Meaning, if the bullet was a 22 caliber, and it was this brand and this model of bullet, the bullet, and if it took 0.216 seconds to hit Charlie, the person firing that would have to be exactly 153 feet away from Charlie. Does this make sense? Okay. And then right here is the feet adjusted. And then over here we have yards away adjusted. And then I added meters just for kicks, if you want to see the meters, and the meters away adjusted. For our calculations, we're going to be using yards and feet. And so how this works is if you wanted to see, for example, like I said, it's very simple math. You just multiply the feet away by 0.216 seconds, and then you're going to get the feet away from the target, and then feet adjusted if you want to use this chart instead, and then the feet, and then the yards. Okay, so how does this work? The reason that these guys are redded out is because those are not possible, because guess why? They do not reach the speed of sound, and we know the bullet that we hear is supersonic. We've already tested that. We've already heard that. So it has to be around that's at least supersonic, and that eliminates anything that is less than 1125 feet per second, I believe is what it is. So anything less than that is redded out, meaning it's not possible. I also did a margin of error of plus 20%, but that's not possible either because bullets don't go faster as they fly. They go down. I just put that here just because some people are going to complain and be like, where's your margin of error? Faster. That's why that's redded out. Okay, so how does this work? You're going to look over here and say, well, I think it was a 40 caliber. Okay, well, it could be a 40 caliber, I guess, because there is ammunition that is 1,400 feet per second. You're going to look over here, and you're going to say, okay, well, if it was a 40 caliber and it was traveling 1,400 feet per second, that means that it was 303 feet away is where the shot came from. Okay, and it could be lesser than that. It could be somewhere in between here, but it would be between 227 feet and 303 feet. And then if you use the adjusted ones, 181 feet to 241 feet, which would be about 101 yards away. It couldn't be any closer than that because we know that's the speed it took to hit him. Therefore, you're going to say, well, is it really possible that someone shot one bullet with a 40 caliber and hit the target in one try? Probably not. Okay, so we could pretty much rule out that, you know, even at 80 yards, if you use the adjusted one, that's just not realistic, guys. 80 yards, 241 feet away, or 303 feet away, that's just, you're not going to hit a target that far away with the 40 caliber. We can pretty much say that is not possible and eliminate that from contention. All right, let's do one more, guys. Let's look at, like, for example, let's look at 223. We can see that the round matches. There's no speed of sound contradiction, the meaning that these rounds are supersonic. And we would go over here and we would see, okay, well, 585 feet from the target. That's where the possible places that it could have come from. And can you hit a shot with an AR-15 or with a 223 that's, you know, an AR-15 or even like a Mini 14, something like this? You definitely can. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go over to this page over here. All right, guys, remember 585 to 812? What we're going to do is we're going to go over here, and we're going to look at this map that shows the possible rings of distances away, and we're going to kind of look at this and go, okay, well, 500 and whatever feet, the only spots where that could have been taken from are not really possible, right? I mean, there's a possibility that over here, maybe, but we're going to talk about there's a couple trees and this building might be in the way to begin with. And like we saw earlier when we did the computer program walkthrough, it's probably not a very good location. It's probably very, very hard to see the line of sight to get a shot. So we can kind of rule that out for that reason, right? Because it would have to be at least this far away. There's no way it's closer than that because the speeds don't match up. The science doesn't match up. We can kind of rule that one out using the map and go from there. All right, let's do another one. Let's do a 30-06. We're going to see the range. Yep, they're within supersonic ranges. And if we look at the feet away, 520 to 736 or 414 to 587 on the adjusted ones. Also, guys, if we look at the yards, we're going to see that yards away from target, 173 on the non-adjusted with the margin of error, and 138 yards on the margin of error one. And if we go over here, guys, you're going to see 414 feet or 138 yards is pretty much right on the cusp of where they say Tyler Robinson was. I'm not saying this is proof that Tyler Robinson did it or that it was even proof that it came from right here. All we're saying is that we know that it's possible. Okay, so is that a possible round? We can say that's definitely a possible round. Anyways, guys, this is how we use this part of the chart. And you can do your own calculations. If you want to add your own bullets, you just do like I said, you just add the bullet. If it was a 1,000 feet per second, you would multiply that by 0.216 seconds. And then you would, do your margin of error right here by subtracting 20%. And then over here, this is where you'd put your results. And then you do your calculations and you see what's possible. All right, guys, and now we have another part of this chart, which is also super useful. And we're going to get to that right now. All right, so over here we have another calculation, and this is when we've already done a couple outside. But we did the 10 feet away. If something was 10 feet away, how fast would it have to go to hit in 0.216 seconds, 46 FPSs? And then you kind of go down this line and say, okay, well, I have a theory. Maybe it's at 50 feet, Oh, that's only at 231 FPSs. And then so forth, all the way down to 1,000 feet per second. I've done all those calculations right here for you. And then I've also done kind of a synopsis to the right. This red zone is not possible. It does not match any round. And also, if you got hit by something going 185 feet per second, that's not going to do much to you, I don't think. It would have to be some kind of like a weird needle type thing, and it wouldn't have what happened to Charlie, even if it was possible. Same thing down to this orange zone. There's no bullets that matches. I couldn't find any. Maybe you can find some. I could not find any that match at all. And even if they would match, they wouldn't have the FPSs to be fatal, I don't think, okay? There was one over there that was like 360 in the margin of error, but it's a 45 long Colt and 45 Colt, which as you can see down here, I've already said is pretty much impossible because you're shooting from a far distance away. Like I said, 80 feet away at this distance with a 45 long Colt, very, very difficult to hit with a pistol. And then that's the same from there all the way down to 100 feet, okay? In yellow, I've put other ones that I also think are pretty much impossible. 9mm, but from 200 feet with a pistol. That's pretty much impossible, guys. Guys, you might have, I don't know how much you've shot, but I've shot a ton. And that would take me a lot of tries to hit. It maybe is doable. You might shoot a whole box of ammo and get it once or twice, but you're not going to have the confidence to get it on the first try, okay? I don't even know if the world's best pistol marksman could do it on the first try. I don't know. This one down here might match some 5.7 ammo. There's a lot of 5.7 pistols. You can also get that in a rifle round, but the cavitation doesn't match. Same thing with this 22. If it's a pistol from 400 feet away, almost impossible. From a rifle round, less cavitation than the 5.7 ammo. And we for sure see that Charlie gets with a lot more energy than either of these two rounds. Okay. Over here on the left, we can see that there is a 308 that matches at this range at 200 feet. We can see that at 300 feet, it matches in 308 round. We can see that some rounds match from 308 and 30-06 from 400 feet out, as well as 500 feet out, both those rounds, okay? 300 Win Mag also matches, but we've already talked about that. And then from 600 feet out, there are a bunch of rounds that match, but a lot of them, like I said, are much faster than 30-06. And I don't even know if there's a vantage point. We're going to look at a map here in a second, and we'll see, but I don't think there's a vantage point. Okay, one more thing I'd like to talk about really quick that isn't on here, but is on my longer video, is that we can pretty much rule out anything that doesn't have a sonic boom, because we know whatever hits Charlie, we know whatever happened, there was a sonic boom produced, and that can't happen unless it travels faster than 1125 feet per second. So 1125 feet per second is the speed of sound. It has to be traveling that fast when it passes you in order for you to hear the sonic boom. I believe it's when it passes you. So even if the muzzle speed was 1125 feet per second, I don't think you'd hear a sonic boom. It would have to be faster than that. And so, I mean, this 300 feet and out works because it's 1388 muzzle speed. I think that's probably fair to say that that's possible. Okay. So we can pretty much rule out, just by that information alone, anything closer than 300 feet, just from the sonic boom. Just from the fact that there has to be a sonic boom, and this is the only thing that matches anything that has a sonic boom, would be 300 feet or further. Okay. There might be some 5.7 ammo that matches a sonic boom closer, but like I said, the 5.7 doesn't match the cavitation. So I think we can rule out anything that's lesser than a 308 based on the timings. I could be wrong. Add your own ammo and test this, guys. I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong. I want to find the truth. If I'm wrong about this, great. It doesn't matter to me. Just help me find the truth. Take this chart, do your own math, help me find the truth. So what can we do with this information? Well, so real quick before we begin, I would like to point something out and talk about something real quick. I've been on campus a few times now, once with Paramount Tactical. Awesome dude, Green Beret, knows what he's talking about, has a ton of experience with all this kinds of stuff in ballistics, and he's just a really, really cool guy. If you have a chance, go subscribe to him, follow him on Twitter, everywhere else that he has socials. I'll put those in the description as well. It was really cool to kind of meet him and walk around campus and just talk about things with him for a bit. And guys, he spent all day here and a lot of time sacrificing, coming out here and actually doing a lot of investigation. And I really appreciate people that do that. There's another guy that I met yesterday when I was at UVU named Diligent Denizen. Spent a few minutes talking to him about different things. Great guy. He came all the way, I can't remember where he came from. I think it was like way out east somewhere though. And, you know, doing the groundwork. I really respect that. I think it's important that you're not just a couch detective, just trying to make up theories all the time. These people are actually coming out here, doing the work, and actually spending time out here, sacrificing time away from their families, their other work, jobs, whatever they have to do to come and do this. That means a lot to me. I hope it means a lot to you guys, because that means a lot more to me than some guy who just sees some random video online and then thinks he's going to get like, you know, a couple $1,000 from ad revenue or something from it, you know? Like people that are actually here doing the work. So, you know, I really appreciate Diligent Denizen coming out here. It was cool meeting him, and as well as Paramount Tactical. You know, I think both these guys have way different opinions about what happened, you know, but that's not what's important. What's important to me is that, you know, we need people on different sides of the opinion. We need people who are coming up with things that could have happened, that are actually could have happened, not crazy things like alien laser ships and spaceships from the top of the Mount Timpanogos, like not crazy theories that could never have happened, but we need people on both sides putting ideas into the pot so that we can look through things, decipher them, find out what's true, find out what's not true, and come to a conclusion on what really happened here. And I think it's very awesome, very important. And I think it's awesome that both those guys came out here. And there's a lot of other people who have been out here as well. Gray Hughes Investigates, Stephen Gardner. I met both of them here a few weeks ago. The same day I met Paramount Tactical. Both great dudes, both trying to find the truth. And I'm sure there's a bunch of other people who have come out here as well that I don't know. And guys, if you ever want to meet up and actually do some interviews or work together, I'm totally down for it as well. But guys, just anybody who's been out here, great job. I just really appreciate it, and I hope other people appreciate it as well. So I just wanted to give you guys kind of a shout out. All right, guys, let's get to the photo now. How this works is that these rings are 40 feet out from basically where Charlie Kirk's tent was. And so these rings aren't 40 feet. It's 40 feet from the center, right? So from here to here, 40 feet. From here to here, 40 feet. Make sense? All right, guys. So real quick, I just wanted to mention, I was out here filming some stuff around the courtyard when I saw Diligent Denizen down here talking to, I'm not sure if he's a gardener or a maintenance guy or security or who he was. I'm not sure. But he works for the university, and he mentioned in a live stream that Diligent Denizen was working on at the time. You can go watch that. It's a really awesome live stream. He does a whole entire walk around to the campus and talks about a bunch of just different stuff, talks to different students and whatnot. But he was talking to this guy, and that guy mentions that he was in the tunnel about 20 feet back right here from Charlie Kirk when Charlie was shot. So he said he saw everything. He said said, you know, they from the time they grabbed him, put him in the SUV or whatever that was, and then drove him off. And he talks about how it for sure didn't come from the tunnel, because he was in the tunnel. you would for sure know, you know, if something came from the tunnel, if you were in the tunnel, correct? He says it came from out here somewhere. But he says that there was also so much bodily fluids, they had to dig up like 15 to 18 inches, I believe is what he said, of the dirt to get rid of the bodily fluids. And they had to like pressure wash it and clean it all off, and it was just a mess. So, guys, this is not a hologram. I think we can debunk that right off the bat. And I think we can also debunk that it came from the tunnel. Anyways, guys, great information from Diligent Dennison. Super, super, super great work. Anyways, let's get to this map, okay? Basically, what this map is a visualization of the spreadsheet, okay? You can see 40 feet, 80 feet, 90 feet, 200 feet, 400 feet, and 600 feet. Okay, so what does this mean? We already know from the chart that pretty much anything less than 200 is impossible for different reasons. Okay, some are in yellow, some are in orange, some are in red. You guys can see how that correlates right here. Red, reddish, getting kind of yellowish, yellow, and then to the green. Okay, and the green represents what is possible. Those 308 or 30-06 rounds, okay? From 200 feet to 400 feet, just like the graph shows, a 308 would have been possible. And then from 400 feet to 600 feet, a 308 or a 30-06 would be possible. And then we get to this red area out here, and I don't think there's any line of sight from out there. I think we can also just eliminate anything from back here. Okay, first of all, we know the entry wound is in the front. Unless you think that it's an exit wound. But even if you think it's an exit wound, guys, if you look at this chart, there's no line of sight from here. So I think we can pretty much eliminate any of these things. This is grass. This is grass. This is grass. This is grass. There's a building back here, but it's level with this or below that. And you can't be here and see down, you know, to the courtyard. Same as over here. So I think we can eliminate anything from back here. Okay, that leaves us with the front, okay? And so from the distances alone, we can eliminate, let's just say that you think that it came from right here. Well, we know that it can't have come from right there because guess what? It's within 80 feet. There's not even a bolt that exists that goes slow enough to go from there to there in order to get to, it's just not possible. We know it's not possible from the chart, from the mathematics, from the science. When I say from the science, I don't mean like, you know, how they use science for the vaccines. I mean the actual physics. But you get what I'm saying, okay? We use this yellow thing. There's a lot of people saying it came from right here. And guys, I have a video of me standing down here trying to see if you can see even to up here. And there's a new theory that came from even the bush right here is pretty much impossible because of the timings and because the angles don't match and anything like that. But now there's a new theory that it came from over here. And we can see without even trying to see that location or anything that the speeds just do not make sense. It's literally almost impossible for it to have come from right here. It's possible, but it would be a very, very difficult shot, and the rounds that it could have come from wouldn't have very good cavitation, and it would be a very hard shot to hit on the first try, right? Mostly pistol rounds from this location at like 180 feet-ish. I'm going to say that's pretty much impossible, right? Unless you had like the greatest marksman in the entire world. I don't think that that's even doable even then though, okay? But I have other videos of me walking down around here trying to get a view of that location to see if it's even in the line of sight of this, and it's for sure not, guys. It's for sure not even in the line of sight. But the thing that's great about this whole entire map is we don't even need to know line of sights because the timings just don't make sense, which is awesome to have this information. Okay, which leaves us with a 308 in somewhere in this vicinity, anywhere from 200 to 400 feet out. And then we have from 400 to 600 feet out, which is doable with a 308 and a 30-06. And like I said, this is the location of where Tyler Robinson or the narrative shooter was supposedly. Whether or not it was Tyler Robinson, who knows? But we can see that according to the numbers, it's at least possible. Doesn't mean that's what happened, but it's at least possible, okay? Like, I'm not saying that this proves Tyler Robinson did or whoever was here did it or that it even came from here. I'm just saying that it is possible. Unlike someone saying, well, it came from right here, or it came from the tunnel, or it came from right here, or it came from 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 here. These are literally impossible because the timings are not possible. It's literally not possible, guys. Like that's the kind of cool thing about us is that we can rule these out just by the timings and the bullets that exist that are just not possible. Okay. And then guys, like I said, we have this ring about 600 feet. And I think from there on out, there's not really any vantage points that it's possible from. There is a slight possibility that it came from here or here. And I was curious about that. So I went down here and I tried with my camera to get a line of sight from here to there to see if I could even see that building. And see how that line works? It kind of goes through this right here. And this building's pretty tall. The building that Tyler was supposedly on. That is a pretty tall building, and this actually goes pretty low. Guys, and real quick, maybe I should have put this section in the exploded microphone section, but I feel like we've covered several things now that will help you understand this a little bit better, like the sonic boom and different speed timings and different things that will help understand this as well. We already know the exploded microphone cannot have happened because the amount of PTN and the joules that would have had and all that stuff is way, way more than what we see with the 150 joules knocking off that microphone. And if it was PTN, there would have been that plus way more damage. You would have been like a huge fireball. The shirt would have ripped in half. You would have at least seen a fireball. If you see a fireball with 150 joules, you're going to see a fireball with 13, 14, 90,000, 3 million joules, right? So we can already disprove the exploded microphone just from that. But what we have now is we have more knowledge about sonic booms. Okay. And let me explain something to you guys about a sonic boom that applies to the microphone. And that is that an explosion, guys, the sonic boom does not come from the gunpowder in the rifle. It doesn't come from the jet, the engine on the back of the jet, the fire shooting out of the jet when it passes over you. That's not what causes the sonic boom. What causes the sonic boom is an object moving past you faster than the speed of sound. Okay. Are there certain explosions that can do this? Yeah, like a nuclear bomb. That bomb can cause a sonic boom because guess what? It's moving air so fast that the air itself, the shockwave in that air, and that air is moving over you so fast that it causes a sonic boom. It isn't the explosion that causes the sonic boom. It's how fast it's moving everything around you. So yeah, it's possible an explosion causes a sonic boom. But if that explosive in Charlie's shirt, if it's an explosive, if it was powerful enough to cause a sonic boom, that whole entire building would have collapsed. Everybody in the whole area would have been incinerated. It's not possible for that amount of PTN or whatever they want to say to cause a sonic boom, unless it incinerated the whole entire area and caused the whole building to collapse and the air was moving past you faster than the speed of sound, like 1,125 feet per second. That's faster than any hurricane has ever gone in hurricanes and tornadoes. And guys, tornadoes are like 300 to 400 miles per hour, the fastest ones ever recorded. The speed of sound is almost twice as fast as that. So what you're telling me is that there's a microphone with an explosion big enough to move the air faster than a tornado, twice as fast as a tornado. And those buildings stayed there. There wasn't like a bunch of wind that sprung up. People didn't get blown back. It's literally impossible for it to be that microphone because of this reason at all. There is one other way an explosive can cause a sonic wave, and that's the same way that a rifle does it. An explosive goes off and it pushes the round out of the rifle. Okay. So that is possible, but but then at that point, what you have to say is that there was something in the shirt attached to that microphone that would have had to shoot out of his shirt and fly over the crowds and fly past all these microphones in order to create that sonic boom. Does that make sense? That could have created a sonic boom. The problem is the amount of PETN to do that is 1.5 grams, which is going to be up into that, 8,700 joules of energy. And we know that 150 joules knocks that off, makes a huge explosion and all kinds of other stuff. So, guys, we can debunk this using several different ways, whether it's, the magnet experiment and the 150 joules by itself, or knowing a little bit more about sonic waves, because we know there's a sonic wave, guys. We know that there's a sonic boom. There's a sonic wave that comes over, and you hear that. You hear the crack, and then you hear the boom, okay? You could try to mimic that, I guess, with some kind of an other explosion, and then another explosion afterwards, trying to maybe mimic that sound, possibly, but we don't see that. And we don't see any fireball. We don't see any fire shooting out of the shirt. We don't see any holes in the shirt. We don't see the magnet fly off. We don't see any of that. So using all three of those things, guys, we can know that it's for sure not a microphone. Anyways, guys, I hope that you can take this information and use it to narrow down the truth a little bit better, because I think this is the most important video. That's why it's been so long. And you know, it's not as interactive and as fun as the other ones, but I think it's the most important one, because we can just look at a map and say, well, it for sure didn't happen in here. For sure didn't happen within 80 feet. I would give it like a 2% chance of happening in here or less. And then out here, any of these rounds are possible. It just depends on the vantage point or whatnot, if it's possible. Anyways, guys, let's narrow down these theories and get to the truth. Guys, I have even more information now than when I first made this video, so I'm adding this in here real quick. Now we have sonic wave analysis showing that it has to be in this ring here. This speed test showed that it was pretty much impossible for it to be in this location, or very, very unlikely. And then it showed that it was possible from here and most likely in this area here. But now we have the sonic wave analysis showing that it had to be in this ring here. And guys, what do we see from this ring? It's all in this possible area. Now all we have to do is look at the actual possible lines of sight. And guys, not only do we have line of sight from here, we have a video from this building here of someone running away afterwards. We also have video of someone walking this direction on the path, seeing someone up here. So guys, what do we see from this? We see that it's possible that it's from up here because of this ring, as well as these rings from the speed test, as well as all evidence from bystanders showing someone on this roof. Not only do we have that, but we have the security footage and the charging document showing security footage of someone running up here and around this and then off the roof here afterwards. So guys, I think it's safe to say that we have all the evidence that it came from this location. That's where all the evidence points to, at least.
Charlie Kirk would call me and he would say, not attaboy, but he would say, do more, do more, do more. And I listened to Charlie because he was a dear friend and because I knew that he loved this country. My point is, the best way in your life to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy, it's not to despair, but to hope in the future of this country. If you disagree with something, then get involved in the movement to save this country. If you think that we could be doing more, then pick up the phone and get involved in the effort to change our minds and change the future of the United States of America in the process. My friends, the rebels of Ole Miss, despair is a sin. Do not give in to despair. Let's keep fighting to save the United States of America. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, guys, this video is going to probably be the second or third most important segment of this whole entire video. And guys, the information we came from the last video is going to be very, very applicable here. That's why I put these back to back, so this is still fresh in your mind. But a lot of these theories, when all these things started first coming out, I kept seeing people saying, oh, I see the bullet in the frame. You know, and yeah, guys, they would see a thing. And guys, yeah, it would look like a bullet just, you know, in the middle of the air like this. Like, all right, guys, this is from before the incident. And this right here, guess what this is, guys? This is not a flying bullet. This is a yellow jacket. And I think this looks very similar to what we see happen during the incident. Because I'm not going to show any videos of the incident during this video. I don't think it's necessary. I don't want to see that again. I don't think we need to watch that anymore. But if you want to go watch it and you want to compare this to what those flying objects look like, this is exactly what they look like, okay? And we can see it comes from up here, and it's going to fly right down here and kind of buzz around here, okay? Let's watch. Okay. Anyways, guys, those are just bugs, and I believe that's the kind of bug it was. I just wanted to give you an example of what I'm talking about when I say a bullet caught on camera from people saying this. And guys, on this video, they're saying that it either flew up from between his legs and hit him, or that it flew down. And guys, this is just ridiculous. That means that someone would have to be like, you know, hiding on, you know, in the tent basically, or there would have to be someone like, you know, right behind him kind of a thing. Anyways, we already know it's ridiculous. So we're going to go into that here in a second. But what you're seeing is right here. And I just wanted to compare it to a couple other ones as well. All right, guys, here's that same object right here. And what you actually see during this video is you see it flying around. And then at one point you see it flying up right here. And that's what you see on that one frame. But you not only do you see it here, guys, it's caught again right here going down. It's like it's flying around, guys. It's like boom, and then flying up here and then flying around. And then it just happens to have a good angle. So they screenshot that and they say, hey, look, this is around coming up caught on camera. All right, guys, here is another one right here. Another one right here, and another one right here. And guys, there's 3 on one frame on this one. And guys, if you look at those ones, it looks most similar to this one right here that we see. I think that's because those ones are caught more in the sunlight, and those other ones are more in the shade. But guys, you can see these are clearly bugs or something. We're going to go into this right now and find out if it's possible to even catch a round on camera or not. Guys, even if you are to believe this, what you're telling me is that someone up here, you know, I don't know, from like 10 miles away, shot this at a crazy trajectory, so it's coming down like this, and then 3 other people shot at the same time from over here somewhere, while at the same time someone shot from over here and this one's going this direction, and someone else shot from over here and this one's coming from this direction, and this one was shot from over here somewhere coming this direction. I mean, to believe this, guys, you have to believe that every single one of these is a round or a bullet caught on camera, and you have to believe that there's like 5 or 6 of them, because there's a couple more of these that I could have added coming from different directions. But to believe this theory that you can catch us on camera, first of all, just from this knowledge, means you have to believe that there was like 15 rounds shot at the same time and only one of them hit him, and we don't hear any other shots except for the one, and we can clearly see each of these are from different distances away, so there would have to be different shots and different timings from those shots, guys. Just from that, I say we can debunk this, but this video, guys, is really one of the most important ones. Keep watching. And guys, what's actually super useful is this technology with cameras and frame rates and everything, because it helps us explain a lot of stuff that people that don't know a lot about cameras have no idea about, okay? And for this video, we're going to be using this camera more, because this camera is more useful to demonstrate this. We can use this one as well, but this one's at 30 frames a second, this one's at 60, and this camera here is what most cell phone cameras use, is 30 frames per second, okay? And what that means is in video, the video is not one huge fluid take, guys. When you have 30 frames per second, what that means is the camera is literally taking 30 photos and then stitching them together 30 times a second. Okay, in this camera, it's 60 times per second, okay? And what that means is you can do the math, and the math is somewhere around 33 milliseconds per frame. So like, for example, every second that this camera films at 30 frames a second, it's taking 30 pictures, putting them in that 1 second, okay? And each one of those photos in there is 33 milliseconds long, meaning if there's movement in those frames, they're gonna be blurry, okay? Watch this. Even on this camera, you can tell that there's a little bit of blur. If you go over here, less blur. There's still blur, but it's less. A lot of times movies are filmed actually in like 24 frames a second because there's a lot more motion blur and it's a more soothing look. You know, 60 frames a second is very choppy. If you watched a movie shot at 60 frames a second, it would be very, very choppy. Your brain, after a little while, maybe might even get a headache, right? But guys, 30 FPS is what most cameras use. It's a good balance between the lighting and the motion blur and stuff like that, and it's able to capture higher resolutions and have cheaper cameras, whatever. We're not going to get all into that. The point is look at my finger. If I was to pause this, my finger is going to be blurry. Yet somehow people think they on the same frame rate camera that somehow a bullet moving is going to be caught on a frame moving this fast, yet traveling at fatal speed. We can disprove it just from that. We can pretty much turn this video off and move on to the next subject, but we're going to do a couple tests to show you what this actually means, okay? Let's just say this bullet was moving at like, what's a fatal speed? I don't know. Let's just say 300 feet a second, 400 feet a second. I think the bullet's probably moving more like 2,000 feet a second or faster. But what you're saying is that bullet in 33 milliseconds was frozen in time? I mean, this is very simple to just to Google, guys. How far would something move in 33 milliseconds if it was traveling, let's just say 400 feet a second, 400 feet per second, which there are some rounds that do like 45 long Colt and 45 ACP. There are some rounds on the slower end of those that could travel that fast. Oh, wow. 13 feet. So in 33 milliseconds, while that camera's taking the photo, from the time it starts taking the photo to the end of that photo, what you would actually see is you would see a line that went from here. Hang on. So guys, what that means, because I'm laughing so hard right now, but what that means is if I was to take that gun, and I mean, these cameras are not even capable of getting it on film in the first place because they're just so slow compared to what you need. But let's just say theoretically, if you could get that bullet on camera with the 30 FPS's camera, with each frame is 33 milliseconds, guys, this is what you're going to see. you would see a bullet that was 13 feet long. You would see a huge line 13 feet long. And guys, that's not even what you would really see, because in between each of those shots, this is why if you take a picture of like a ceiling fan, you're going to miss some frames. There's some frames in between because the camera's not exactly 100%. So take a picture, there's some time in between. What you would really see is, you would see, if it was possible, which is not, you would see part of the bullet, and then you would see a part missing where the frame missed the shot. And then you would see more of the bullet, and then you would see more of that bullet, and then you would see a blank spot, and then more of the bullet, and then you would see a blank spot, and then more of the bullet, and then you would finally see where it ended, if possible. So you could just get your phone, do a quick Google search, and find out if, and like I said, that's a slow bullet. Let's do a bullet that goes 2,000 feet a second. The streak that you would see from a bullet traveling 2,000 feet per second would be 66 feet long, guys, on a 30 frames a second camera. It's just not possible, guys. But we're going to do an experiment to kind of just demonstrate this a little bit more for you guys. On a 60 FPS camera, yeah, that 13 feet is going to get compressed from 13 feet down to like 6.5. And that 60 feet long streak is going to go down to like 30 or so, but it's still not possible, guys, to get shots that are freezing bullets that are actually freezing them in air. Even if it's, like I said, that slowest bullet at 400 FPSs, you actually have to have a camera that's like 15,000 FPSs. And at 15,000 FPSs, each frame is like 0.06 milliseconds. A bullet traveling, you guys can just Google this, a bullet traveling at 400 feet per second travels at about 0.28 inches every 0.06 milliseconds, okay? So if you were to be using a camera that was shooting 15,000 frames a second, which is 500 frames a second faster than any cell phone camera that does 30 frames, there are some slow motion cameras that do 60 to 240, guys, but this is 15,000. This is hundreds of times faster than even those ones. So no cell phone camera can do this. But even if you were, we just Googled it, that bullet in 0.06 milliseconds would move like that. And therefore, you could kind of see it on camera. It might be still a tiny bit blurry, but as far as the video goes, it would look like a very nice slow motion shot of the bullet moving through the frame like that kind of a thing, right? Which would be really awesome. And they have cameras that do this, but it's not a cell phone camera. Guys, we've explained this enough. However, we're going to demonstrate it real quick. And just so you can see on different speeds, even if it's 30, 60, and 240, that you still get motion blur even on very slow objects. And if you still think that you're going to capture a bullet on film after this, I can't change your mind, and there's just nothing I can do about that. But if you're logical, you can kind of look at this and you're going to be able to see, oh, wait a minute, that actually makes sense. And like I've said 100 times in this whole entire video, by proving bad theories wrong, we can start concentrating on the truth of what actually could have happened, whether it's the actual narrative, whether it's a different theory that's not been brought up yet, but we can actually start getting somewhere.
So for this experiment, guys, what I did is I took a battery, hooked it to a string, and then I swung it in front of 4 different cameras, okay? One camera is a 30 frames a second cell phone camera. That is a Samsung 25 Ultra, so pretty high-end camera on there as far as the video goes. Then we did a professional camera at 30 frames a second, same professional camera at 60 frames a second, and then we did a GoPro at 240 frames a second, okay, guys? So a lot of different footage here from different cameras at different frame rates, a lot of good samples, okay? We also threw a rock in there to show, hey, even a rock being thrown is going to be pretty blurry. All right, so here you see me throwing a rock. You can see that it's already pretty blurry just from the motion, but right here, guys, in these freeze frames, look how blurry that is. That's like an inch of blur just from throwing a small rock. Here's 30 frames a second on the cell phone camera. You can see how blurry this goes, guys, and I'm going to freeze frame it here. You can barely see the string, and that's how blurry that is, okay? Here's the professional camera, and even this one, it's a lot better than the 30 frames a second camera from the cell phone, but even this one, you can see all that motion blur, guys, and then when this freezes right here, you can still see that string is still moving about a half an inch or maybe even more, and that battery is so blurry. Like, this is just ridiculous. All right, so this is 60 frames a second on that same professional camera, and you're going to see on this one that, yeah, it's a little bit better. That string, instead of having like a half of an inch of blurriness, it's going to have about a quarter of an inch of blurriness, but it's still pretty blurry. And then here is the GoPro footage, 240 frames a second. You can see this one is much better. It's still blurry, though. At 240 frames a second, this is still very blurry, and it's not frozen in the screen.
All right, guys, so here's some side-by-side shots of the experiment of those 4 cameras. On the very left-hand side, that is the cell phone at 30 frames a second. And as you can see, it's very blurry. You can't even see the string. It's almost so blurry. You can barely see it. The battery is blurry. Just to the right of that is the professional camera at 30 frames a second. And on that one, you can still see that it's very blurry, but you can at least see the string. You can see the battery a lot better. And you can see the motion blur a lot better. It's very blurry. But guys, just the difference between the cell phone versus that professional camera, it's insane, right? And most of the people at this event had a cell phone camera, and you can see how bad this one is already just being a cell phone camera, okay? Now let's move over to the right a little bit and just look at the 30 FPS professional camera to the 60 FPS professional camera. You can see that the motion blur on the 60 FPS is a little bit smaller, not much, probably about half as small, which is to be expected because 30 FPS is half of 60. So instead of about a half an inch of motion blur, you have about a quarter inch of motion blur. And then let's go look over here at the GoPro, okay? GoPro is 240 frames a second. And you can see that string and that motion blur on the battery is much less than the 60 or the 30, but it's still blurry. Even at 240 frames a second, which nobody's cell phone camera goes faster than that as far as FPS filming, none of these are going to be able to catch even this very slow moving battery. All right, guys, here we have a zoomed in shot of both the cell phone camera and the professional camera at 30 frames a second. And when I started to look at this, I noticed something, and I think if I'm correct, this amount of motion blur looks very similar to the objects that are in Charlie's tent that people are saying are the bullet. And what this means to me is, well, what do we know from the frames per second video? In each of these frames, we're freezing about 33 milliseconds of time. And if these have both the similar amount of motion blur, I think we can deduct that this is moving about the same speed as whatever is moving around in that tent, possibly. I mean, maybe not exactly, but guys, what moves around the same speed as this battery swinging back and forth? I would say some kind of a bug. Maybe like a bee or a fly flying around could possibly move about the same speed. So I think this is pretty much debunked. I think right here we kind of have similar proof, because there's no way a bullet is moving the same speed as this battery moving back and forth. I could have swung this battery and then stepped into it and have it hit me and it wouldn't even hurt. So there's no way this is moving the same speed as a bullet, right? We can agree on that. So I think it's very possible this is moving the same speed as like what a bug would fly. And I think those are just bugs in there, just from this one photo and from this experiment. All right, guys, so this is, again, the zoomed in 60 FPS versus 240 FPS. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a closer look. How, you can see how much better the string is visible on the 240 versus the 60 frames a second. But guys, it's still blurry. It's still not a tack sharp string. It's not like they're saying like the bullet is just frozen in the middle of the air. I can't even freeze a battery in the middle of the air at 240 frames a second, which is what you would use on your cell phone if you go to the slow motion mode. I'm pretty sure that's what most of the cameras have, is 240 frames a second as their slow motion, guys. I think from this experiment, we can tell that a battery swinging this slowly cannot even be frozen. Even that 30 frames a second has similar motion to what we see in the tent on those objects. Those objects are not even tack sharp. I don't know why anybody's saying that they're tack sharp frozen bullets in the frame. They're still a little bit blurry. As we talked about earlier, they're not 13 feet blurry, and they're certainly not 60 feet blurry. A big streak. So, guys, this one is pretty much rolled out, debunked. I don't think we have to talk about this one anymore. So what can we get for that experiment, guys? I did one on the phone at 30 FPSs. I did some video from this one from 30 FPSs and 60 FPSs, as well as the GoPro at 240 FPSs. And even the GoPro, I haven't looked at it yet, but I can imagine even the GoPro is going to be blurry. And you can see how slow that thing was moving across the screen, guys. I was just taking the string and letting it go. And I didn't have some kind of cannon that I was shooting that battery back and forth across the screen. Because I think from just that experiment alone, we can debunk anybody who says that they've caught a bullet on the camera. Because if you can't catch the battery just slowly drifting in front of the camera, going 30 FPSs, 60 FPSs, maybe not even at 240 FPSs, but you for sure cannot catch a bullet going how many times faster than that? Probably 1,000 to 2,000 times faster than that across the camera sharp. There's no way. If you can't, I hope that correlates in your mind, because if at 30 FPSs you can't freeze a battery that's probably only going like 1 foot per second, You for sure cannot catch a bullet going 400 times that, going 400 FPSs, 1,000 FPSs, 2,000 FPS. There's just no way. It's literally impossible, okay, at those speeds. Like I said before, at 15,000 and higher, yeah, you're going to get it sharp and that slow motion video is going to look great. There's no way if a camera shooting 240 frames a second or 60 frames a second can't catch a battery, or even 30 frames a second can't catch a battery moving 1 foot per second across the screen. There's no way that it can catch a bullet going 400 feet per second, 1,000 feet per second, 2,000 feet per second going across the screen. It is literally impossible. Mathematically, scientifically, logically, it's literally impossible, guys. And if you still think this, there's nothing I can do to change it, like I said before. But but we're gonna just try one more thing. We're gonna go out into the field and we're gonna try a bunch of different rounds, and I'm gonna try to see if I can try to catch any of those on camera at 240, 60, and 30, just to see, just to do another test, even though I think this test is enough. So guys, let's get out there. All right, guys, here's our super technologically advanced rig that we're going to use to try to capture a bullet on camera. I doubt it's possible with any of these, but let's see, guys. This is a phone at 30 frames a second. And that's going to be what most people are filming on their phones. So most of the footage from UView is. There's some that are 60 frames a second. Here's a Pocket 3 from DJI. That's also going to be 60 frames a second. And then the Canon R5 is going to be shooting at 120 frames a second. And then we're going to have a GoPro going at 240 frames a second. Okay, guys? So anywhere from 30, 60, 120, and then 240. That is the range of frames a second we're going to have, just to see if it's possible. Like I said, guys, this is pretty much impossible with any of these, I'm pretty sure, but we're going to find out. And, you know, if this 240 frames a second one can't do it, I think it's safe to say that this 30 frames a second cell phone footage is definitely not going to do it. On the top of the screen, you can see what round I'm using, and then just below that, you can see how many frames a second it is recording at. So in this one, for example, it's 30 frames a second, and then we're going to go to 60, 120, and then 240, and then we're going to go through each gun, each round, and show those frames per second shot, okay? And when it comes to slow motion video and trying to catch a bullet on camera, basically each of those frames is basically saying that instead of 30 frames being taken in 1 second, there's 240 frames being taken in 1 second, which pretty much equates to how many chances that round was able to be caught on camera possibly, right? So for example, at 30 frames a second, you only have 30 chances. At 240 frames a second, you have 240 chances. Like we said earlier, you really need a camera that has 15,000 frames a second that can get like 15,000 chances to catch it on camera. I went through all of this footage to see if I could find any bullets on camera, and that is the 30, the 60, the 120, the 240 frames a second videos. I went through all of these for the sake of time, because it would take so long to go through all of these, guys, especially those 240 frames a second videos. It would take way too long to do that on this video. If you want me to do that separately, I will, or I can provide those videos on another video, and you can scrub through those yourself to see the results. But guys, let's get to the results. They are interesting, and let's go. Before we begin all this, I just want to show you real quick how a gun works, in case you're not familiar. Trigger is going to get pulled. That's going to release a hammer. That hammer is going to strike what's called a primer. That primer is then light on fire. It's going to light the gunpowder inside of the casing on fire. And then that gas is trapped in this barrel behind a bullet, and that's going to cause the bullet to travel down this barrel with the gas behind it and shoot out of the barrel towards whatever the gun is aiming at, okay? That's why you see this cloud of gas explode. The bullet is in front of that gas somewhere, okay? All right, let's start at 30 frames a second. All right, guys, so this is 300 Win Mag at 30 frames a second. We're just gonna go frame by frame and see if we can see any bullets, okay? And this round is shooting at about 2960 feet per second. Okay, I see the cloud of gas from the rifle. I don't see any bullets. And guys, we're not looking for a little dot, we're looking for a big streak, remember that. At 30 FPS, that streak's like what did we say, about 13 feet long? And I do not see a streak. You can look for a little dot if you think that's what it's going to look like, but it's not going to. I don't see anything. Okay, let's go to the next one. Just to kind of give you guys an idea of what we're looking for, this is a photo of the Butler rally where someone tried to take out Trump. And as you can see, the bullet is captured at 8,000 frames per second. That's the shutter speed, guys. And as you can see, that is still a streak. Okay. And I did the math. It's about 266 times faster of a shutter speed than 30 frames a second. And it's still a huge streak. So guys, just from this, we could just quit this video right now and say, there's no way a 30 FPS camera caught a bullet as sharp as a tack like this. It would look something like this. And guys, in these videos, we're looking for something like this, but much longer. It would go across the whole entire frame. I would also like to point out this is a photograph, not a video. And this is taken by a professional camera, Sony Alpha 1, it looks like, if the news article is correct. And the lens, guys, has a variable aperture, meaning you can open and close that lens to let more light in. And it also has an ISO, which is the sensitivity of the sensor, basically, which allows you to open up this to more light at a very, very, very fast shutter speed. And it's just a thing that's possible on a photograph, which is not possible on a cell phone camera, which is going to automatically optimize for lighting and not for shutter speed and those kinds of things. All right, pull the trigger right here. I don't see any bullet on camera. I don't see anything. Just the gas. All right, this is a 9mm. This is going to shoot at about 1,000 feet per second-ish. About a third of the speed, guys. Okay, there goes the casing. I don't see a bullet. Even at this speed, guys, you're going to still have a pretty good streak. You're not going to have just a single dot. If this is about a third of the speed, instead of 13 feet long, you're going to see a streak at about, what, 4 feet long? No bullet, just gas, and that's it. All right, let's do one more. Okay, shot fired. I don't see anything. Oh, wait, I see it right here. It's a crazy new technology where it just goes wherever you want it to. No, guys, that's just a bee. But that's what people think. They think that there's some kind of new technology that somehow, you know, came out of the microphone and did some kind of crazy, weird U-turn and went into the neck. But, you know, that's not possible. All right, here's a shotgun. No bullets, no pellets. This shotgun is firing at 1,200 FPS, feet per second. Let's do another one, frame by frame. Nothing. I don't see anything. I don't see anything on this 30 FPSs. All right, guys, so here we have 60 frames a second. It's a little bit wider frame of view, which is nice because you get more room to see the bullet. The cell phone camera does not have that great of a range of zoom. And when you do zoom out, you lose detail. So this is great. And at 60 frames a second, that's not that much faster than 30 frames a second. Let's see what we can get here. All right, pull the trigger, muzzle blast. I don't see anything over here. Do you guys see anything over here? I'm moving through this quickly, otherwise this would take forever. But guys, like I said, I have gone through every single piece of footage. I'm just showing you a couple to show you so you can see what it looks like when you're looking through these. All right, muzzle blast. Do we see any streaks, any bullets, any things that stuck in the air? I don't see anything. Do you guys see anything? I don't. Let's move to the next one. All right, pistol again. Muzzle blast. I don't see any bullets downrange. One thing you are going to notice is that this shell casing is not super sharp, but it's a little bit sharp because that's only moving like probably like 10 feet a second or maybe less, I would guess. And these cameras do have a little bit of ability to change the shutter speed a little bit to kind of, you know, make motion a little bit less blurry than they normally would. But that only goes so far, guys. If you turn that shutter speed up on these 30 FPSs and 60 FPSs devices, you're going to really get, like, it's just going to turn pitch black because there won't be enough lighting. But you can see that this isn't moving that much, but it's also a very slow object, much slower than a bullet. All right, let's look at this one. Bullet. No bullet. I don't see any bullets. I don't see any streaks, nothing. And guys, like I said before, this is moving a third of the speed as that 300 Win Mag or a 30.6 would be moving. So, and because we can't catch it on 60, it's less likely we're going to catch it on 30, right? And like we said, and like we just saw, we didn't see it on 30, but we're going to watch all these anyways. All right, shotgun. All right, shotgun goes off. I don't see anything at all. Do you guys see anything? I see it. It's right here. And it's a little dot, not like he said, because that's a bug. It flies from over here. That is a bug, not a shotgun bullet. Which is birdshot, not a bullet itself. I guess you can get slugs, but all right, let's do one more shotgun. I do see something right here, guys. It looks like it's probably just the wadding, which is a piece of paper or a plastic or a piece of felt that goes behind the birdshot. And what that does is inside this barrel, if you just shot a shotgun in a barrel full of BBs, it would just shoot air past the BBs. The wadding goes behind the BB, so it pushes all of that out because that's only moving about 25 to 50 feet per second. And I think I barely caught it right here. If this was BBs, I think we wouldn't see it as defined. And if we did, we would be able to see a whole bunch of them in the frame, but you can't see any of the BBs. All right, so we haven't been able to see a bullet on both 30 or 60. We're going to go to 120 frames a second on our highest quality camera, guys. And let's see what we got here. All right, gun fires. You can see that here's actually an explosion, which is pretty cool. And then the cloud of gas. But guys, again, no bullet, no streak of bullet. And I don't see anything. You guys... Yeah, nothing on this one. All right, gun goes off. I don't see any movement. Do you guys see any movement? I don't see anything. Let's move forward. Another one. I don't see anything. All right, so here's the pistol. And guys, like I said, look, this is even blurrier than even the slower footage. And that's because this is using a shutter speed of 250, which is double the frames a second that the camera uses. And you use this to get the better motion and stuff. And it's just how normal cameras work. That Pocket 3 and some cell phones do have some technology that can kind of smooth that out a little bit because it can up that frame rate. But only so much. It only can do so much. But yeah, even on this 120 frames, you can see that that's a little bit blurry. Guys, in this context, when I say frame rate, I don't mean the 30, the 60, the 120, or the 240. I mean the shutter speed of the camera when it's taking those frames, right? So you can have a camera that's shooting 30 frames a second, but each of those frames is shot at a certain shutter speed, and that shutter speed is supposed to be double the frames a second. So for example, 30 should be 60, 60 should be 120, and so forth, to get smooth, good footage. It's not choppy and weird looking. But you could up the shutter speed to, like, you know, from 30 to 60 to 120 to 200, whatever, on a camera. And the technology does this to smooth some things out sometimes, but it's not going to go all the way up to 8,000 or 15,000 or 20,000 without becoming like really dark outside, because the faster that shutter speed, the less light gets let in on each of those shots. And cameras are designed to optimize the lighting and everything when it's taking a shot, so it would never automatically set it to that speed in the first place. And even if you did try this, guys, the likelihood of the bullet being caught on that camera, because that frame is being taken at such a fast speed, it would most likely miss the bullet being in that frame. You can't really say, hey, well, a 30 frames a second camera would have caught the bullet because of that frame rate thing. It would have been pitch black. There wouldn't be any light on the camera. All right. All right, let's look at this one a little closer. Gun goes off. You see the muzzle blast. Let's go frame by frame. I don't see anything. Let's move forward. Gun goes off. Let's go frame by frame, backwards and forwards. I don't see anything. I just see muzzle blast. All right, how about this one? Let's go forward. I don't see anything, guys. Let's move forward. Because what you will notice is, even though it's blurry, you're going to see that you can see it tumble a lot more in the air. In the 30 FPS and then in the 60 FPS, each one of those is going to move twice as far. So in this one, if it moves from here to here, in the 60 FPS, it's going to move from like here to here. And in the 30 frames a second, it's going to move from here to here because there's more time in between each shot, if that makes sense. I believe this one has about 8 milliseconds, if I'm not mistaken. 60 is about 16. And then 30 frames a second has about 30 milliseconds or 33 milliseconds, I believe it is, in between each shot. So even though it's blurrier, you're catching a lot more data. All right, so this is 60. You can see how much data you're missing compared to the 120. And guys, this is the 30. You can clearly see how much more of a distance that is traveling compared to 60 or 120. And then here we have the 240 frames a second, and you can see, guys, how much data we lose in between each frame is just insane. Look how tight those turns are compared to even the 120, the 60, and then especially the 30 frames a second, guys. The data you lose in between each frame is crazy. Now here we have each of these lined up, and you have the labels on top. You can see how much distance moves in between each frame. And guys, they're about double each one the one before. 240 is double 120, 120 is double 60, and 60 is double 30. That data loss is crazy. All right, shotgun. I don't see anything on the shotgun. Do you guys see anything on the shotgun? I don't see any shell. I don't see any. I don't even see the wadding. I don't see any BBs. I don't see anything. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, gun goes off. Let's go all the way forward. I don't see anything. Do you guys see anything? I don't see anything. All right, guys, I think we can say we can't see anything on 120, a 60, or 30 at this point. All right, guys, so we have not seen a bullet on 30, 60, or 120 even. Now we're going to go to 240 frames a second, which is the slowest footage I have, and we're going to see if we can catch it on this one, okay? Muzzle blast. Guys, I don't see anything down here at all whatsoever. I don't think you guys do either. Let's move to the next one. All right, gun goes off, muzzle blast. And guys, you'll see how much, and guys, I don't see anything on this one either. There's no bullet, no streak. All right, pistol, 9mm. Even at 240, guys, we do not see a bullet. We don't see a streak. We don't see a dot. We don't see anything. Let's go to the next one. All right, guys, let's see. Muzzle blast. We got the shell casing coming out. But we have no bullet down here whatsoever. And guys, one thing I want to point out real quick. I think that if we cannot catch a bullet that is traveling a third of the speed of a 30-06 bullet. We keep using 30-06 because that's the narrative, and that's what we are comparing this to, just to kind of compare. Even if it was some kind of a palm pistol or something like that, we can't catch it at 240, okay? And if we can't catch it at 240 frames a second, there's no way that a 30 FPSs, a 60 FPSs, or even 120 FPSs, which nobody had at the event, is going to capture even a palm gun. But it's for sure not going to capture a 30-06 bullet, okay? We can pretty much clearly say that if you can't catch it with 240 frames a second, you're not going to catch it at 30 frames a second. And that's what we're seeing here. We're not seeing any bullets, guys. We're not able to catch it with 240 frames a second. And guys, if it was a 30-06, you're for sure not going to catch a 30-06. That's 3 times the speed on 30 frames a second, when you cannot even catch a bullet that's 3 times slower on a camera that's 8 times faster, okay? That's how much more data this captures. It captures 8 more times data. We saw that with these shell casings earlier. That is moving 8 times more in each frame than the 30 frames a second camera, guys. That's insane. That's how much more data we have here. All right, let's go to the shotgun. Now, the shotgun is really interesting, and the shotgun, I think, goes into that data even further, okay? And that is the wadding right here, okay? And guys, this wadding can be moving anywhere from 25 to 50 feet per second. So that is very slow. And what we see is we see it captured here, and we see it captured here. And why is that interesting? Is because there's 4 milliseconds on each frame at 240 frames a second. So each frame is capturing 4 milliseconds of movement. What this also means is that in between each of those shots, the camera took a shot and then took another shot. In between each of those shots, that thing was able to move. What is that? Probably about from here to here. What is that? About 10 feet-ish, maybe 8 feet. But all the data in between here is missing. And guys, why is this important? Well, it's important because, guys, each frame is 4 milliseconds, okay? And we have all this missing data in between here to here in only 4 milliseconds, basically. And why? And that's super important because what we don't realize, and it's hard to realize this without a visualization like this, is that at the Charlie Kirk event, the cameras that were filming those had anywhere from 16 milliseconds up to 32 milliseconds missing in between each shot as well. And you can see how much of a distance from here to here, with something only moving 25 to 50 feet per second, we're missing all the data in between. In those shots, there's anywhere from 4 times to 8 times more data missing than in these shots, if that makes sense. Okay, because this has 8 times more data with only 4 milliseconds of frame versus 16 to 32 milliseconds of movement during a frame. That's why you'll also see this motion blur. This item is only probably about this big, and you see it looking like it's this big because it's blurry. And guys, this is only going 25 to 50 feet per second. The bullet that this thing shoots is 1,200 feet per second. So if this is this blurry, you can only imagine that the bullet's going 12 to 24 times faster than this, guys. And that's why I keep saying we're looking for a streak. This is moving a 12th or a 24th of the speed of the bullet. And this is birdshot, so it'd be birdshot being captured in streaks, not a bullet. But yeah, guys, it's important to realize this because, you know, in the Charlie Kirk event, we see the chain move, we see the shirt move, we see all this stuff happening. But what we don't realize, and what we cannot realize and see, is all this stuff moving in between. We know this bullet just didn't teleport from here to here and then here, right? If we had the whole range downrange, what you would see, well, not really, because it's going to land like 10 feet this way, right? Because it's not moving very fast. and the air is pushing down it on it, slowing it down even faster. But let's just say this was going to continue down range. What you would see is, you know, here, and then after north 4 feet here, and then north 4 feet here. It's not teleporting, guys. There's a bunch of data missing because we know that it's traveling from here to here through the air. We just don't see it. So the same thing can be said about the Charlie Kirk incident. What are we not seeing in those missing frames? Because there's a lot of frames that we don't see, and people are speculating on things that they can't see or understand that are happening. And that's important because we're missing data. It's not like the chain just, you know, moves from one spot to the next spot immediately. It's just not caught on camera, just like the space in between here not being caught on camera. I just think that's an interesting point, guys. Anyways, let's continue. We can see that wadding, but it's only moving 25 to 50 feet per second. We don't see any actual bird shot or anything else. And guys, I think on this shot is the same thing. We're going to capture the wadding right here once, and I think right over here one more time. But we don't see any bird shot. We don't see anything else. That's it. And I think we don't see anything at all on any of these footages, even at 240 frames a second. Conclusion, what can we get out of this? And like I said, guys, I didn't want to make this video this long, but I think this is one of the most important ones. And we only went over a couple pieces of footage. Like I said, guys, I went out there and I shot each of these guns like 5 or 6 different times, sometimes some of them 7, on different cameras. And so like of all the shots that I did, I think I shot, I don't know, what is that, like 30 to 40 different shots, whatever. If we took the time to go through all of those, this video would take so long. I went through every single one. I just didn't go through these ones. I went through every single one, but to go through them on camera and to go through them on this video would just take too long. I can put that on a separate video if you guys want to see all of them. But even in all of those, I did not see one bullet, not one piece of bird shot, not from the 300 Win Mag, not from the 9mm pistol, and not from the 12 gauge shotgun. There was no evidence of a bullet on the screen whatsoever. And what do we get out of this? I think we can reasonably conclude that if you cannot capture a bullet at 240 frames a second and at 120 frames a second, and guys, we didn't capture it on 60 or 30 on these experiments either, but we can pretty much conclude if you can't catch it at 240 frames a second, you're not going to be able to catch it at anything lower than that. You're going to need something much faster, like which is popularly and widely accepted. The minimum speed, guys, if you look this up online and watch some of these slow motion videos that you see online, the slowest camera you can really use is around 15,000 FPSs. And the reason is because you're capturing so many more frames and so many more and so much more data. Like we've explained here, we're missing data on even on the 240 frames a second. There's still that spot in between each of those frames that you're missing where you see the wadding. 15,000 frames a second is what you would need to capture a bullet on camera minimum, okay? And we don't have that at the event. And so what we can conclude and why this video is so important is we can pretty much eliminate any of these theories saying that somebody sees a bullet coming from the tunnel, coming from the upper left, coming from the right, coming from the hatch, coming from down between his legs somewhere. Like, no, we can dispel all of these rumors, all of these theories just based on not being able to even capture it on 240 frames a second camera, guys. And guys, there's a lot of reasons why it couldn't have come from these directions, but even if it could have, you can't capture it on camera. And even if it was Tyler Robinson, and even if it was the 30-06, even that bullet wouldn't have been captured on camera, guys. So let's move on from these theories. We can kind of say, okay, it's impossible that any bullet was captured on camera. If there was one captured on camera, it would look more like this from the Trump rally. But even this one, you can see it's a streak, not a dot. All right, guys, let's move forward and move on from these theories. We can debunk these and not talk about them anymore and eliminate them from contention. Guys, I was wrong. And unlike other people on the internet, if I'm wrong, I'm going to come on here and tell you that I was wrong. I'm not going to make a new theory up and then just ignore that I was wrong yesterday. Apparently, it is possible to catch a bullet on camera on a cell phone. And I came across this video a couple days after I finished this section. And this video is called Your Camera Phone is Faster Than a Speeding Bullet from Tuco the Rat. I will put the link to this video in the description so you can come watch the whole thing. But apparently, yes, you can catch a bullet on camera. There's a few caveats, though, and we're going to talk about that real quick. Okay, first of all, let's watch the part of this video. You see that? I would like to point out just a couple things. First of all, I'd like to point out that even though he's catching this on camera, it is very blurry, okay? The second thing I like to point out is that he's using like a really old antique gun. I don't know the exact caliber, but it's probably 45 long Colt, which we've talked about before, or we're going to talk about at the end of these videos, having one of the slowest feet per second traveling of most guns, which is around 400 to 450-ish feet per second. So a 30-06 or anything faster than this would be much faster. And we know the bullet has to be faster than that because it has a supersonic signature. Therefore, even if you're using this mode on the camera, and we're going to get to that in a second, a 30-06 or any bullet that has a supersonic signature would be much more blurry than this. It would probably be about, and supersonic is around 1100-ish feet per second. You'd have a streak that was like 3 times longer. You'd have a streak at least this long. My point is that even if you can catch a bullet on camera, the ones that you see on UVU campus where they're like, like an inch long or they look like an actual bullet just frozen in air, still not possible. But anyways, worth taking a look at, and I just wanted to correct myself for saying you can't capture a bullet on camera, because obviously you can. The caveat is apparently this camera is shooting at like 1,000 frames per second, and apparently there's some more technology going on, like changing the shutter speed to, from what I'm understanding, I'm not sure if I'm correct on this, but from what I'm understanding, from what I'm reading, is it can manipulate that shutter speed up to 10,000 frames a second, which is getting a lot closer to that 15,000 frames a second we've talked about before. And even though this camera supposedly shoots around like 960 to 1,000 frames a second, somewhere in there, that shutter speed is important. And he himself in this video talks about it being very difficult to actually capture, even if it can. And the reason that is because those shutter speeds during each of those frames per second, during those 960 to 1,000 frames per second, like we talked about the fan moving, is not always going to capture the bullet, right? So you have to do a bunch of different takes on this in order to get the bullet going in the frame, in order to capture it and be successful. And yeah, the other caveat about this that doesn't make sense if this was being used at the UVU rally, and it kind of proves my theory a little bit. If you were using this technology, it's called super slow motion. How it works is there's a little box on your camera, and when anything fast moves through that box, it triggers it to start recording for 1 second only. You can't just sit there and film the whole entire UVU rally with Charlie Kirk and capture all the slow motion stuff going on with this mode on the cell phone. You have to be purposely aiming where a fast moving thing is going to be moving in order for it to trigger, and then it's only going to go for 1 second. So yeah, the reason this proves my point and my theory possibly is if someone was doing this on UVU campus using this high speed technology, they would have to know beforehand right when to start using it. If that makes sense, okay? And if there were co-conspirators and there was someone on campus being told, hey, we want to capture this bullet on camera for some reason, get your cell phone out and film at exactly this time, that way we can capture this on camera, that would have to be known, unless someone for some reason was randomly just starting 1 minute clips for no reason over and over and over again. Does the logic make sense? Like, no one would go on campus with their cell phone, go to super slow motion mode, and then film Charlie Kirk speaking. His lips aren't moving so fast that you need to put it on slow motion mode to capture his lips moving so you can tell what he's saying, right? You would just film him normally and then take your footage home and share it on social media to show people that you were there, or to try to prove him wrong, or whatever you were doing with your cell phone camera footage, right? There would be no reason for you to be filming in 1 second sections of clips. You know how annoying that would be to have to put together 3 hours of footage later on in an editing platform and be missing different parts of the thing. Anyways, I was wrong. You can capture a bullet on camera, but still, like we talked about, the bullet's still going to be much longer, even on this kind of a video technology. And also, there'd be no reason for someone to be filming that unless they knew something was going to happen and they were trying to capture that bullet specifically, which kind of proves my point, where I think people were in on this and they obviously knew beforehand. Anyways, guys, I still think we can move on. I still don't think that those are bullets that we see on the film of the event. Those are definitely just a bug of some sort, but I just wanted to correct and say for the record, hey, I was wrong, and you can capture a bullet on camera, just that those are still not bullets on cameras, guys. All right, guys, wanting to leave no stone unturned, I went out and I used this mode. You can see that the muzzle blast looks way cooler. However, we still don't get any bullet on the camera. Guys, I know some of you are going to say, well, the reason you're not catching it on camera is because it wasn't a 30-06 round. There's a couple problems with this, guys. We already know that it was for sure supersonic. You can hear that. It's pretty obvious that it's supersonic. That's not really disputable. So anything would be around 3 times longer than the streak that we're seeing. Guys, another problem we have that pretty much debunks this whole entire thing with catching bullets on camera is pretty much we hear one shot go off, yet we see like 4 or 5 of these things flying around that look all identical. Because there's like 4 or 5 of these, okay? They look identical to each other. And so what you're trying to tell me is that there's 4 or 5 rounds caught on camera, but we only hear one shot? That's literally not possible. But let's move forward. But let's just humor you and say, okay, well, what if it was some kind of a handgun? Well, the slowest handguns are around 400 to 450 feet per second. And we see that that's probably what he is using. The streak from what he is using, that round travels like 4 inches or so in that frame. So if it was anything faster than that, like a 9mm or a 22 or a 22 Magnum or a 5.7 or pretty much any other handgun round, that streak would be even longer than that one. And that's not what we see on UVU. What we see on UVU is clearly little bugs of some sort flying around. And I think we can definitely move on from this, even though we know it's possible to catch a bullet on slow motion mode, on a cell phone camera. But that's not what we're seeing at UVU. We're seeing normal footage taken with a normal cell phone camera.
The most important thing for anybody to learn is that if an opinion has to be silenced for another idea to flourish, then you're in a psyop.
All right, so this is the road that he walks down. And then he crosses this little bridge right there, walks to this parking lot. He could have also gone down these stairs right here. I'm not sure if he walked through this parking lot or he went down these stairs. It's being reported that he walks across that grass, across and then through this parking lot, but who knows, right? That's just what we're being told. Okay, and then you get here. This is where the very first photo that they released was of him, was right here, where the security caught him right here. And then it continues through here. And then you see the security camera right here. The ones that they use to enhance him, to try to find him, this is where this security camera is that gets him from right here. Okay, then up here, and then down this pathway right here. To the left. And guys, you see how a few people are right here. There's not like a huge crowd of people over here. The event is being held just down here on the other side of this building, down over here. And so everyone's over there. And right now, this is a school day, and there's still not that many people over here. On that day, there'd be even less, right? Okay. And guys, this is the path where that tree is, right? And you'll notice that right here, that's the camera's up on this right here, way far away. It's bad quality, and you can see this path, guys. It's pretty steep. It's hard to tell how steep it is, but you can see the stairway going up and then flat and then up and then so it's at least that steep, right? And so that camera, I'm getting blocked by these trees as I go up. But let's continue. We've already covered this, but as you can see right now, I would be walking. And then you would see me, right? I'm not AI coming up from behind that tree. Like, it's the same thing coming up there than done before. That's the security camera right there on that corner. All right. So then you would take this route right here, walk through the building real quick. Here's the stairway. The stairway goes up to the roof. And now, guess what, guys? We are on the roof. We didn't have to jump up there. We didn't have to do anything crazy acrobatic. And now we're there. Okay, and this right here, guys, this is the fence. Right here, this is the spot where he supposedly jumped over, put the rifle together. Okay, not take it apart, back together, take it apart, back together again. Just put together once. And then he supposedly runs across here, gets in the prone position about right here-ish, and commits the act, right? And then runs off the roof here, around this side of the building, and then jumps off. He never takes the rifle back apart and puts it back together again. This one spot right here where he jumps over and puts it together. And you can see if you were just standing here, you wouldn't even know if someone was on the other side of this thing right here. You'd have to kind of poke your head around the corner just to see anybody there. Okay. Anyways, yeah, and then over here is where he jumps off. The handprints and stuff are still there. And then the security camera is the same one right there. And you can see, guys, it clearly has a line of sight from there to where he took the shot, supposedly. So if he did take the shot, or whoever that was took the shot, they're going to have that on video. Okay? They're just not releasing it, okay? I just wanted to show you a couple other things. This is an elevator to get up to that same level. There's also the stairs right in front of me that you can see, and stairs to the right of me as well. So there's like 3 ways in this building to get there, plus the stairs we saw in the beginning that were outside. And then once you get off the elevator, you just go through these doors, and then you're on that same spot on the roof as well. I just thought it was important to show you this, guys, just to show you that this is not some sort of crazy Mission Impossible type thing. Any dweeb off the street could have walked this route, could have gotten on that roof, and could have taken that shot, unfortunately. Let's move on. All right, guys, real quickly, I just wanted to show you a little bit of some examples from campus. I've been there a few times. I took some footage for you guys so you can kind of get an idea of what the layout looks like. And guys, you can see from this photo just alone, well, it's not a photo, it's a video, but you can see, guys, there's a stairway here, and then this grass slopes down into here. So when you're up here, you're actually above this building. When you're right here, you're about equal with this building. And then, you know, you go over here, and then there's a roof here, and then this is another story up. And guys, why this is important is because if you go to the maps, if you're doing all your research on Google Maps, you're about right here. And guess what, guys? This lawn right here, it looks like a flat grass, and it looks like this is just bricks adjacent to that grass, and you can't really tell. It isn't until you get down here and then you see the shadows that you realize that this is actually higher than down here, because this right here is a slope, okay? And this is where I am on top of these stairways. So it's like, it's a completely different dynamic when you actually get there. You can't tell that this is actually higher than this building. You can't really tell hardly anything unless you actually go there and see for yourself, okay? I'm going to show you this around campus just for a second. But guys, look at this. You can see that bricks that you were just looking at, it doesn't just connect to that grass. It's way higher than that grass, okay? You can just notice that there's so much layering in this campus. I mean, from here to here to here to here to here, that's like, you know, 50, 60 feet. But from the maps, you wouldn't even know that. Okay, same thing in this courtyard, guys. This courtyard down here is like 20 feet lower than right here, and as well as all these buildings that are layered. If we go to the map again and look at this, you can't hardly tell that from this. It's really impossible. So when you're going around making up these different theories and trying to figure out what you think is the truth, it's kind of hard to do that unless you've actually been here, guys. Okay, this is a lower view of the courtyard. I kind of just wanted to show you guys how small this is. It's only like 150 feet from this edge over here to this edge over here. It's not very big. There's not much room in here. Guys, during all these videos you see from the event, it looks a lot bigger than it is because this is very small. You can throw a baseball or a football anywhere across this and hit the other side. Guys, this is the tunnel that we keep hearing about. And guys, this tunnel, it's like a 3-car garage, maybe a 4-car garage, right? Like, it's barely that big. It's barely as big as a 4-car garage. And people are trying to say that there is a shot taken from in here and no one noticed it. And they all looked this way instead. Guys, there was a gardener in here as well. We've kind of talked about that already in the feet per second video. He says he was standing right here and there was for sure no shot taken in the tunnel. So that's a confirmed negative. And then guys, out here on the back side of the tunnel, there's no line of sight here at all, okay? This is one of those things where it's really important because people, when they look at this here, they go, well, maybe it came from here, maybe it came from here, maybe it came from back here, maybe it came from this building way over here, maybe it came from this part, maybe it came from here or here or here. But guys, my point is when you're actually on campus, when you're down in this amphitheater area, when you look up here, this is that building and this blocks off pretty much everything. Like, you can't, there's no line of sight. And the same thing over here, guys. This building here blocks off pretty much everything, you know, and then you have this building here, I guess, a little bit. And then right here, and then you have the spot where it supposedly was taken from, which was right here. Guys, they have this area over here blocked off so you can't really get to it very well and get a better line of sight. I do go up top onto that second level, and then I can get a better view of the vantage point and see where it would have come from down here through here. But guys, just going up 10, 15 feet, you can see the vantage points that you can see from here are way different than what you can see from down below. Like, this really limits the places that it could have come from. All right, guys, now we're going to go look at campus through an amazing piece of technology that Gary had built. This is a 3D map of campus. This is from Gary from Paramount Tactical, guys. He did a great job. He spent a ton of time on this thing, and you can go download this. I'll put a link in the description where you can go download this yourself and look at different angles and come up with your own theories if you want, look at different vantage points. But what we're going to do today is we're going to go over the map that we have done using the feet per second, as well as using the shockwave analysis of that bullet and then the sound of the gun and the distance apart to find out that, you know, the margin of error is basically in this ring of where it could have come from. And guys, when you look at a map like this from above, like just like I just showed you, that's why I showed you some shots from the courtyard and a couple different places. I wanted to show you, like, this campus is really, really interesting because there's so much depth to it. Like down here, you're at the bottom of this pit. And looking at this map, you don't realize that if you walk up this, you're like 20 feet higher than you were when you were down here. And then you walk another 10 feet this way, and you go in this building, and this building is like, 40 feet higher than this. And this building here is like 20 feet higher than this. And then you go up another level, and you're like, right up here, this is like another, you're like 50 feet above from right here. You don't realize that each of these levels doesn't really look, you can't tell. Like, you can't tell that these are different levels. Like this right here is another 20 feet higher or 30 feet higher than just this right here. You'd have to go down some stairs just to get to this. So that's really interesting, and it's hard to tell unless you actually go to campus. And guys, this is a lot smaller than it looks when you're there as well. So let's get started. Let's look at this. We're going to use the software and take a look. And guys, basically this ring is going to be about a third of the ring or a quarter of the ring. But it doesn't really matter because there's no vantage points from back here anyways, right? Or really back here like we just showed you. Anything behind this building you can't see, right? So the ring kind of comes around out here, guys, and then encircles like this. And back here, there's no vantage point. So we can pretty much eliminate anything from behind this building using the software. That is gone, okay? Let's start right here. Let's just look at this area right here, these little circles, as well as this walkway. And then we're going to move this way. Okay, let's take a look really quick. All right, you can see the circles are right here. If we go to those circles, guys, what do you notice at first? They're down a level. And then, guys, this is what I was explaining right here. You might think that these are actually like way up in the air and you might have a vantage point here. Well, turns out if you actually visit campus or use the software, you'll find out if someone was standing down here, guess what? They're looking at a brick wall, no line of sight, not a possible location, okay? All right, let's move to this walkway. Even if they were very far back, no line of sight, not possible, okay? All right, so where does that circle go next? The circle goes from here to here, down here. Guys, this is a grassy area. There's no line of sight. You're going to be looking through these windows. All right, so what we have next is we have this location right here. And there's some possibilities here. What we see the ring do is it goes like this. It hits like barely this thing right here and then kind of curves in front right here, okay? So let's look at that real quick. Let's go over here. All right, guys, is this possible? Well, what we can see is this one right here, guys, is behind the tree. That's not possible. You're going to, this fall time, these leaves might be gone, but you're still going to risk hitting branches. Not a very good idea. Also, you're going to have to be on your knees or standing up. You're much more visible here to anyone that's over here. And also, we know that's not the case because the people down here that were walking that we saw earlier saw someone up here, not right here at all. But even if they did and it was later and they weren't there yet, not a possible shot, right? I think we can agree on that's pretty logical. Okay, the next thing we got this part right here. And as you can see, if this person right here is trying to take the shot, I mean, unless they were somehow like, you couldn't go prone, they'd have to be either kneeling or standing up, and they'd have to like lean their body over the edge here and then take the shot. Not a very likely thing to do unless you're like some kind of trick shot person. And most likely it's going to be blocked. I think the line of sight's kind of difficult to really prove here. So I think we can kind of say, it didn't happen from here. All right, what do we have next? We have the location right here where Tyler Robinson supposedly was, right here on this edge. And we have this ledge here, and we have right here as well, just on the inner edge. And so what we're going to see if we look at that is he either had to be right here along the edge. He couldn't have been out here according to the ring. And even if he was, because that's a much more visible location, and it doesn't match up with the sound waves. So he'd have to be pretty much right here. And that means that he'd either have to climb across this roof, go down this ladder, get over here, and be there. Or, I mean, he could go across this right here. It's not very hard. Just walk across this grass and then get here as well. And that's not a very hard thing to do either. But, guys, this is a much easier shot to take and less visible. This is much more visible. If you're down here in the courtyard, guys, you're much more likely to see him right here trying to take that shot, or right here on that little ledge, then right here all he has to do is peek his head over and take the shot. That's much more likely. And guys, even to get there, like I said, you'd have to go across this way, or you'd have to go over to this ladder over here. That appears to be a ladder, correct? And then kind of like jump across this area right here to get here. So yeah, not a very, very likely spot. Let's examine this spot, guys, real quick, eh? Because everyone keeps saying it to be Spider-Man or Batman or whatever to get there. Guys, there's many ways to get here. There's a stairway right here. Okay, and supposedly what he did is he came from a parking lot over here, came up this direction, walked through this building, went up the stairs, and then came across this way, and then took the shot, and then ran this way and jumps off. That's the narrative anyways, okay? But there's several different ways you could have got here, guys. He could have gone through this building here, either an elevator or like 15 different stairwells. Well, like 4. And those 4 stairwells come to here, and you walk across this roof and get over here. Or you walk up this stairway and get over here. And guys, like we just saw, there's also a ladder right here, and that's not what he did. That would be like the worst way to get there. But even if he did go that way, you didn't have to be Spider-Man to get there, okay? And guys, this is the location where he supposedly went across and put the rifle together. There's a little rail fence here, and there's a little fence here. But once you get here, guys, this isn't see-through. You can't see through this area right here. So if he was hiding here, even if someone was like standing like over here-ish or back here, you'd have to be standing right up here to see him doing anything here, guys. Okay. Anyways, that's the narrative, and that's supposedly, very simple. This isn't a hard place to get to. All right, let's continue. But guys, same thing down here. If you look down here, like if you had gone down this ladder instead, guys, and the red spot intersects right here, there's no line of sight. There's no line of sight from here to the incident, right? That's not possible. Let's move on. We can see that this is down below in a walkway. That's not up on top of a roof. That's also down below. Let's look at this edge of this white building here. Okay, also those fans might be in the red line. That's also no line of sight. And then this whole entire building here, not a line of sight. Anything where that red line kind of goes back over here, there's not really any line of sight, guys. And you can kind of see that right here. Okay. The next line of sight you get is like way over here. But guys, if you're on this roof where that red line is intersecting, the next line of sight is like right here. But then you have to like somehow, there's not really a line of sight there, right? You'd have to like lean over this building in order to get it. That's about right here. And so that's just not really a possibility. If you got closer, that's a possibility, but it doesn't line up with what the audio statistics and science is saying to us, right? And also, guys, again, very, very much way more easily to be seen up here as well. And Gary does have a guy up here as a hypothetical, guys. If you examine this spot, it has line of sight and stuff, but it's way outside of that ring where we figured where the range could have come from. And then let's look at a couple of these other options that Gary has put on that other people. These aren't Gary's ideas. Most of these are other people's ideas who have posted these. Okay. And the most interesting ones that I think have come out that people have really stuck to are people saying that it was a guy right here. The main problem with this one, guys, as well as the one that's over here, is that, guys, there was crowds of people standing right here. Guys, that's just, people are standing right here. People are standing right here. I go on campus and I look at some of these. Let me show you those right now. All right, guys. Another place that people keep saying that it could have come from is this bush, and up here in this area, up here or back here further. And as you can see, guys, I'm right at the area. I'm about 4 feet away from the actual location. And the reason that is they have it all blocked off. So I'm getting as close as I can. And I just have a hard time believing that this angle, if there was a tent over this, that you'd be able to see this spot to have a shot, or this spot. Not only that, guys, look how many people are over here. This is like 30, 40, maybe even more people. And this is like even before the event even starts. And then you have all these people right here. You have people over here looking this direction, watching the event from right here. And you're going to tell me that no witnesses are going to see somebody up here, especially like here. Even if there was someone hiding back here or up on this ledge, like right here, you're telling me that no witnesses looked up at the moment of the shot and saw this? And guys, we know from the video we see from this guy over here that's recording, doing interviews, that there's nobody over here within like a half a second. Whoever was over here, if there was someone there, has had to like have gotten picked up by a helicopter, jumped off the ledge, somehow disappeared. So, even if that camera was too slow, there would have been witnesses that would have heard that and looked right over here and seen where it came from. Regardless, I did go to campus and I did take a look and try to see, is it possible that this angle gets that from there? Guys, it's also on the wrong side that we know that the shot came from because of the entry wound. And yeah, let's just look at this real quick, guys. You can see that if it's farther back here, they have to kind of shoot through this little narrow gap. And from the software, you can see that's not really super possible. The next best thing is right up here. But guys, again, you're telling me that it was right here? That is literally right here above these people. And nobody looks back? I have a really hard time believing this. Guys, then I raised my pocket 3 up in the air to see if I can get a good angle of what this would look like from this perspective, kind of going down through my pocket 3, if that makes sense. Pocket 3 is just a lower camera, guys. It's a video camera, basically. And I try to see what the angle would be. And I don't know if there was a tent here, guys. This is where the location was. If there was a tent right here, is there an angle? Like, I don't know if you can see Charlie sitting over here under the tent. If the tent goes out to here, I don't know if there's any spot to aim even. Then I go over here and there's a ramp, and the ramp goes down, and then this grass is kind of the same on the other side. Even from here, there might be a line of sight from here to here, but that's way farther away than where the tent was. I just don't see this being possible, guys. And as you get closer and closer, that angle gets steeper and steeper, and it's on the complete wrong side from the shot, right? You're telling me there's so many people there and nobody sees it. There's people standing here watching here and nobody sees anybody. You have people standing all over here and nobody sees anybody. They all look back this direction. To me, guys, I think we can stop talking about this one. I don't think it's possible. I think it's just something that people are trying to look for because they don't want to believe. It's one of those things where if the government said it, it has to be the opposite. And guys, a lot of the times that could be true, but you have to have evidence for that, right? If the government says, hey, get this pokey poke, but then it ends up giving you a heart attack, then the opposite was true, but we have evidence of that, right? If the government says your house is on fire and your house really is on fire, but you stay in there because you just don't want to listen to what the government said, then that's kind of dumb, right? You got to do your own research no matter what you hear. You can't just go in if this, then that, and just live your life that way. That's bizarre. Anyways, guys, let's continue with the software analysis. I just wanted to show you a little bit of footage from campus, and you can see how small of an area this is, how layered it is, and you can see that I don't think it's possible that it came from up here. And guys, I just can't see a possibility where someone takes a shot from right here. There's just not really a line of sight. That'd be such a hard shot to take. And I go down here and I show you kind of what I think about this angle. But guys, either one of these things, like right here, the bush shot would have been from like right up here somewhere. And none of these are logical. And I have the same problem with a shot from over here. It's just so close to people that there was crowds and crowds of people all along this thing. And you're telling me that someone is going to take a shot right here, like 10 feet from your ear, and you're not going to go, ow, that hurt really bad. Guys, the decibels right here are like 160 or something. From 140 yards away, it's like, 80, 90 decibels, maybe a little bit less, maybe a tiny bit more, depending on which kind of caliber it is. That's not very loud. You're going to tell what it is, but it's going to be a little bit loud and a little bit, okay, I understand what that sounds like. But guys, right up close, this is like 160 or more decibels. That's going to blow your eardrums out possibly. And guys, as we've shown, you can for sure tell where something comes from in an amphitheater. That's not something that's true. It's something that people just made up to make their theories more believable. But guys, if someone shoots right here next to your eardrum, even right here, that's going to be really loud, and you're going to tell exactly that it came from right behind you. And guys, even if you couldn't tell it came from right behind you and the whole amphitheater thing is true and you can't tell where something comes from, it would still be so loud that your ears would be so hurt that you would tell that it came from somewhere close. Even if you thought it came from this direction or this direction or this direction or this direction, because you can't tell where something comes from in an amphitheater, it would still hurt bad enough that you would think that it came within 10 feet of you. You wouldn't suddenly look all the way this direction to where it's supposedly the narrative says it comes from, guys. And that's precisely what everybody up here does. You see the camera up here, everyone looks that way. Let me show you that one real quick right now. I would like to point out another thing about the theory about the shot coming from the bush or up here or over here. When you notice that this happens, look where everyone looks, guys, and look where everyone's running to. All right, so it's going to happen about right here. All right, so notice when this happens, this guy is looking this way somewhere. This guy right here is looking over here somewhere. He turns his head all the way to the left and looks. You can't tell where he's looking because you can't see his eyes. I mean, you can't see his eyes there. You just judge from the look of his where he's looking. He's kind of looking this direction. He's looking kind of like this direction. This guy's looking out here, kind of. It looks like. All right, guys, and what else do we notice? This guy right here is looking out that direction. This person right here is looking that direction. This girl's looking that direction. You know, and you might say, well, they were already looking that direction. Guys, they just heard a huge loud noise. They would have turned their head and looked straight this direction. This guy would be looking straight this direction. Everyone would be looking straight this direction, okay? Some of them might be already turning around to run, and they're going to run away, okay? You can see several people over here. It looks like these people over here are even looking in that direction, okay? It is blurry. It's hard to tell. But if you look at other footage, guys, this isn't going to be a footage of analysis of everyone who was looking in which direction. But the point is they are all looking in this direction, you know, trying to figure out what is that noise, where did it come from. I just heard this loud bang. What they're hearing is the bullet and the shot, but they don't realize that yet. And then everyone starts to turn and they start running away. Everyone else seems to continue to look this way, and then just keep watching, guys. And then everyone starts to run this direction, but
holy shit! Holy shit!
everyone down here is still kind of like in a panic. I mean, especially the people that are right up here, they just witnessed something terrible. I have a few friends. One of them was right here. I'm not sure where the rest of them were. I haven't talked to them. I know that a couple of them were pretty close, but I know one of them was somewhere right here-ish, and they said that it came from straight behind them, somewhere back over here. But guys, look at this. Within half a second, you're telling me that someone was able to take a shot from this bush area, and then within half a second or less, they disappeared? What do? Do they jump off the ledge and take a 25-foot drop? I mean, did a helicopter come pick them up? I mean, you guys tell me. You guys are the ones telling me there's a guy right here doing this, right? I guess you could still be prone back there hiding behind something, but guys, come on. No one looks at this. No one looks at this. Everyone's looking over here. I mean, there's a lot more videos that we can look at it from where they're looking at, but I mean, just from this one video alone. And then look at this. There is like 30 to 40 people over here, and you're telling me that they are not immediately running inside after hearing a shot come off from right above them? And what we know is that you can, in an amphitheater, understand where things came from, guys. Yeah, I think we can say that it for sure didn't come from here or here. And you're telling me this guy right here is just going to stand here while knowing that a shot just came from right here? Let's watch this one more time so we can see how quickly this video pans to the right. Because I think this is one of the biggest pieces of evidence that it did not come from up there, okay? Just watch how quickly this pans to the right, and from the time the shot goes off to that person having to hide somewhere, there's no way.
Above the tent, so it would be in the camp. You just move.
What was that? Oh my god! He just got shot! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit!
Right? I mean, now you can fully see it, but there's times when it's still when the camera's shaking around where you can see it already. All right, let's watch it one more time.
You just move.
What was that?
What was that?
Oh my god! He just got shot! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! You just need shooting.
All right, guys, I think from this piece of evidence, we can see that there's nobody there. And then, guys, right here, we have another guy. Just, their perspective is just same thing, just so close. There's so many people standing right here. There's just so many people. This is a much more visible location. Everyone's going to see that guy, in my opinion. And then one more place that Gary has someone is way up here. And I think that's way out of the ring of possibilities as far as what we have discovered with the ring. I thought, and as I pointed out earlier, I thought that was also a location where it could have come from, like right here or up here. But as we've pointed out, that's outside of the ring, which goes more along right here of possible locations of the shot. Guys, let's examine this one just real quick, a little bit more, both from reactions as well as just me going to campus and looking at this. And guys, one more thing I'd like to point out before we end this segment, the security camera, you can actually see it right here. This is clearly going to be captured by the camera. They clearly have him taking the shot on camera. You know, and then he runs behind here and then runs this way, but they clearly have him on camera right here taking the shot, and that's going to be evidence in the trial for sure. And yeah, they don't have to prove that to you. They don't have to release it for anyone. They're going to save that for the integrity of the case. But guys, I think this is the only relocation that it could have come from. Does it prove that it was Tyler Robinson? No. Does it prove that it came here for sure? No, but all the evidence shows that it came from here, guys. I think we've already made that case pretty clear. We have people walking this way that see him up here. We see him running away from this on the roof, from this security camera. We have people from this building over here that were inside. We have video from here, inside here, of people seeing him run this way. It's clear there was someone on that roof. Guys, I would agree with you if this location did not match up with the feet per second video rings, if it did not match up with the sonic wave analysis ring, if it did not match up with, you know, this security camera seeing him go this way, if we didn't see him running from this location here, if people did not get him on camera from here, you know, going prone on this roof here. If we had like a guy on this roof and we had footage of someone on this roof and we had a guy with a camera catching someone on this roof and we had another student catching a guy on this roof and we had a student catching a guy on this roof and we had a video of a guy on this roof over here and if we had a video of a guy up on this roof and if we had a video up on this roof of some guy climbing up there and they were within those rings of possibility, I would say, okay, well, maybe you guys are onto something. But the fact is just this is the only one that matches up with all the rings. It's the only place someone caught someone on camera that day. So to try to convince me otherwise that it wasn't at least this person right here that did the shot, when it matches up with all the evidence, that's going to be very difficult, and it should be difficult to convince you of that too. The only thing that's weird, guys, at this point is the 30-06. And is it really that weird? I don't really think so. We're going to get into that here in just a second. But guys, Gary did a great job of putting this map together with a guy named CJ. And also the drone pilot that did this was awesome. Awesome people. I would go download the program, check it out, do your own analysis if you like. If you have your own theories, like if you've always thought it came from here and that was like your dead set theory, and then you spin this around and you look at that, it's got to tell you something, right? It's going to tell you, oh man, maybe that's not really a possibility, right? Guys, before I end this section, I would like to share with you a question I was able to ask Gary from Paramount Tactical. I wish I would have asked him more questions. I also wish I would have got an interview or asked Diligent Dennison some questions. That would have been nice too. You know, he was in the middle of a live stream, so I didn't want to interrupt him. But guys, this is Gary from Paramount Tactical. He is a Green Beret, and you know, I wish I would have asked him more questions because he's very knowledgeable. Okay, guys, this is a Special Forces soldier who has experience in the field. I think he has something like 4 tours, I believe, is what I understand. And I didn't want to ask him, you know, stuff about that. And I'm not sure if he even likes to talk about stuff like that. I know a lot of military members and, you know, or friends of mine that have been in the military. I know that a lot of them, they don't like to kind of talk about it. However, you can kind of tell this guy has experience. And you know, whether it's in the field or planning stuff like this or carrying out operations or whatnot. So I figured if anybody would have any information on whether this was possible from this location, you know, whether this was doable and how this would have been planned, this guy does, right? He's actually been there, probably seen things that none of us would like to see in our entire lifetimes, and probably seen that way more than once. So I highly respect this man. I think that he is very knowledgeable. I think he's an honest guy. I really, really like his breakdowns of what's going on so far. And I just wanted to kind of share this with you guys before this section was over. Again, I wish I would have asked him more questions. And I also wish I would have asked Diligent Dennison some questions. I got an interview with him as well. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. Anyways, let's go.
Hey guys, I'm here with Gary from Paramount Tactical. You guys know my review style and how to review things, how I analyze things and my style, but I just kind of wanted to get you with someone who has a little bit more expertise in this field, and I'm just going to hand this off to him, and I just wanted him to kind of, you know, is it possible to make this shot from here? What is kind of just a short, like 1 to 2 minute synopsis of what you think.
Sure.
Overall.
So Gary with Paramount Tactical Solutions. I'll talk about what I think is possible, what's not possible. Look, this is a 140-yard shot. One of the things that I showed on my channel, I did the same exact shot on much smaller target standing up. So the distance isn't a problem. When we start talking about possibly other shooters, that's fine. You run into a real issue of line of sight, practicality, and the probability of those things taking place. And one of the things that I was really shocked about this entire campus, especially once you get down there to the amphitheater, is the perception of distances that we see on video. And, you know, I'm somebody that I've now literally have gone hundreds of hours looking at videos. You know, I spent a lot of time on Google Earth figuring out distances from this point to this point, trying to figure out what is possible. You know, there's a lot of other theories that I've looked at. Hey, is this plausible in any way? But I'll tell you, like, once you see how close everything actually is, the perception to reality is very, very different. And just standing there looking at, okay, could somebody have shot from this direction? Like, it is so close that there's no way that somebody could have got a shot off and not been seen by as many people as we have down there. You know, there's a lot of different areas. Now, there are other places that, you know, one of these, apparently this is the computer science building. I think there possibly could be a line of sight from there. That might be possible. The other thing, if you don't think that Tyler did it, this is actually in the same trajectory. To me, if you were going to have a patsy and this was well planned and all this, like, to me, this is probably one of the only other possibilities. I don't think anyone is going to have this grand conspiracy and then have a patsy and then also have a contradictory trajectory. That's going to be found out very easily. And on top of that, if you just look at the physics involved when Charlie shot, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, that shot came from the front. I think if there was a different shooter, we have a very narrow angular window from where that shot could have come from, basically from his 12 o'clock. So I think, you know, if people take the time to come out here, and I definitely recommend you come visit the campus. Number one, it's a beautiful area. You know, come pay your respects to Charlie. I think the more people that get here, the more people will realize what is possible and what's not.
Thanks, Gary. Gary's a Green Beret. I'd like to thank him for his service.
Yeah.
Go follow him over at Paramount Tactical. We'll put your things down in the description as well.
Sounds good.
This generation is the most conservative generation that we have seen in well over 50 years, and the numbers show it. This is the greatest generational realignment since Woodstock. It is far more important to think about your duty and your obligation and obedience rather than how you feel. How you feel is completely irrelevant. How you act is far more important.
All right, guys, I'm going to try to make the case for the 30-06. I know this is the one sticking point where people are like, well, if it wasn't a 30-06, then everything else that they've told us is a complete lie, because how could anything else be true if it's not a 30-06? And I understand that a 30-06 is kind of hard to believe. And what I've discovered recently is that this happens more often than we would think. Look, if we look at Martin Luther King, I'll put a couple other things on the screen here as well. But it's not like 1 in a million. It's not impossible. What I found is there's a big difference between getting hit with the round that's going straight and one that's being with an angle. And that's what we're out here to test today. We're going to test this using 3 different methods: water bottles, bigger water bottles, and then some plates. And guys, I'm not going to be like some of these guys on the internet who bring out like a steak, equate that to being the same as a human neck. Because, guys, there's a lot of things that are wrong with that steak. First of all, it's probably been tenderized to some extent. All the fluids have been drained out of it. It's not equivalent. You can't shoot a steak and then say it's the same as bodily tissue. At that point, it's a completely different device. I'm not doing these experiments as, like, I'm not trying to say plates are the same either. I am trying to demonstrate a concept, not to equate a result, if that makes sense. Anyways, let's get going. All right, guys, for this first test, we're just going to shoot through these 2-liter water bottles straight. Count how many it goes through, and then we're going to shoot through these water bottles. There's some soda bottles as well, but they're the same, and we're going to shoot them at a diagonal and see how many it goes through. Again, guys, this is not trying to be equating this to something. This is just a proof of concept to find out if shooting diagonally versus straight does affect bullet trajectory. All right, guys, on the straight through shot, we got 2 completely obliterated bottles. The bullet entered here, and it's got to be here somewhere. It bounced off. Anyways, guys, we got 3 bottles affected. This one barely. It's not even in the bottle, so it bounced off. I don't know if that counts or not. Anyway, guys, straight shot with the 22, 2 bottles and a half. Let's go over here and do an angle shot on these ones. All right, guys, now we're going to do this one at an angle and see if that affects how many it goes through. Guys, on the angled shot, it only went through 2 of them. It didn't even damage this one whatsoever. The bullet did bounce off of it, but did no damage at all. So we're going to say a 2 instead of a 2.5 or a 3. I mean, that one is punctured, so we just call it a 3. I'm not sure. Because we have so many of these bottles left, we're going to do another test with a higher power round. All right, guys, this is a 5.7, much more powerful round than the 22 long rifle. Let's see what happens with this on the straight through shot. All right, guys, that 5.7 put a hole in this one, completely destroyed that one, destroyed this one, put a hole in this one, traveled through, destroyed this one, and then bounced off of this one, or maybe the bullets inside of here, I'm not sure. So that is 4. Let's go test out the 5.7 at an angle. All right, guys, the 5.7 destroyed 4 of those. Straight on, let's see what it does at an angle right here. All right, guys, in this scenario, it took out 3 bottles and hit this one here and scraped off the label, but did not go through. But this, so far, guys, this is pretty conclusive that, I mean, it's not like it's half the power, but I mean, it went through 4, and only through 3, so that's like a 3/4 less power, I guess. If it's at an angle, that's a pretty significant drop. Let's do more tests. All right, guys, now we're going to shoot paper plates with the 22, straight on. There's the bullet. So that's about, you know what, we're just going to mark this. We're not going to count them, we're just going to mark it. We're going to mark it with this right here. That's where that one went to. And the bullet's in there, so we can tell from that anyways. Now from an angle. But right there, guys. There's the bullet. Right there. So about that much shorter on the angled one than the straight one. Let's shoot this with the 5.7 and see if we get the same results. All right, guys, this is straight on. Oh, wow. Okay, straight on. That left me with 2, 4, 8 plates with no damage. There's the bullet. I'm gonna leave the bullet there. Now we're gonna shoot this at an angle, and we're just gonna go to the end and see what it looks like. Definitely shorter. All right, let's go through these. 4 holes still, 4 holes still. It looks like this might have stopped way shorter. It might be going through the same holes, guys. Let's see. That's how much more plates the straight one went through than the angled one. So that's quite a bit. All right, guys. Now we have 2 rows of water bottles. We have 18 on each row. And guess what we're going to do? Yep, 1 straight, 1 angled. See what we have so far. So far, guys, we're 2 for 2. Plates and big soda water bottles. Both angled, quite a bit less energy, guys. All right, let's try to get this as straight as possible. Holy crap. But just like 3 or 4?
Guys, after getting home and watching the slow motion videos, I realized that it was actually 5 that I hit on this shot, not 4. It was 5.
All right, guys, I only hit 4 that time. I'm going to go one more time just to make sure that that's actually accurate because maybe I missed the rest. Let's see. All right. So we hit 4 the first time. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 the second shot. So 4 or 5 is pretty accurate as far as straight on. I lied, it was 6. 4 and 6.
All right, guys, turns out I was wrong on both of these. One I figured out afterwards, one I figured out while I was there. And it turns out it's 5 and 6 for a straight on shot. So I think it's pretty accurate to say at least 5, if not a 6, for the straight on shot of water bottles.
All right, guys, now we're going to shoot at an angle and see what this does. Okay, it was 4 the first time, and then 3 the second shot. So on that one, equal on the first shot, a little bit less power on the second shot. But we're gonna try one more angled one, okay? 3 again. On that last test, we saw 4 water bottles affected from the first straight shot.
We know now that it was 5.
And then on the second straight shot, we saw 6 water bottles affected. On the angled shot, we saw 4 affected on the first shot. And then we did 2 follow-up shots at an angle, and we had 3 on both of those ones.
All right, guys, as we watch this replay in slow motion, which is super cool and super fun, let's talk about this last test for a second. Like I said, when we got home, we analyzed this. We realized that we had miscounted some of these bottles on the smaller bottle test. And on that first straight through test, it was actually 5 to 6 instead of 4 and 6. And then on the angled shot, it was 4 and then 3 and 3. So we can say that, it was 5 and 6 on the straight shot, 4, 3, and 3 on the angled shot. And guys, it's pretty clear on pretty much all of these tests. It seems like there's about around a third to a fourth less distance traveled when you do the angled shots. You know, on some of these tests, like the bottle, like 3 to 6 is half, but even if you use 4 to 6, that's about a third less energy. The same as the big water bottles and these paper plates as well. There was quite a bit of energy expelled quicker when you hit it at an angle versus if you hit it as a straight shot going straight through. And I think this does show something, and I think it's very interesting. And guys, I don't know if I can say conclusive, but I think it's definitely telling that some of these rounds at an angle stop a third and even up to half shorter than the straight on rounds, which tells me that these rounds are expelling twice the amount of energy on those, if it stops halfway through compared to the straight one, 3 bottles instead of 6, that tells me that it's expending twice as much energy in half the distance, if that makes sense. And some of the other ones, at least a third. Okay, it's going a third less distance in every single test, a third to half. So I don't know if I can say conclusive, but it definitely means that it has an effect.
All right, guys, what can we tell from these tests? Like I said, guys, this is not meant to be a comparison. I'm not trying to say that these water bottles are exactly like a human body or that these plates are like a human body, like a lot of these YouTubers are. I'm just doing a practical test so you can correlate and see the effect of angled shots versus straight-on shots. And what we see is that 3 out of 3 times, whether it's the big 2-liter soda bottles or whether it's the plates, guys, some of those plates, some of those straight-on shots went through 2.5 inches, maybe even 3 inches more plates than the angled shots. That's a lot more power being dispersed in a shorter area and not going as farther if it's angled. This concept is true as a concept. I'm not sure if it applies exactly the same in the human body or something like this, but as a concept, it does prove to be correct because 3 out of 3 times we saw that with the 2-liter bottles, the plates, and then with the smaller water bottles, we did see that from 3 to 4 was the angled shot, and then from 4
we know now that it was 5
to 6 was the effect of the straight-on shot. So still we can see that the straight-on shot carried more velocity farther, and an angled shot, all of these either tumbled and stopped sooner, or they dispersed their energy sooner and didn't go as far as the straight-on shot, guys. And I think these experiments have proven that proof of concept is accurate, is true, and is that maybe what we're seeing? Because, guys, all these hunters saying that they've shot a deer straight on, they're not used to shooting a deer from up high. Some of these deer hunters that are up in blinds, I've actually gone on some forums, and I'll show you guys that here in a second. And some of these hunters on some of these forums are having debates on whether they prefer if the round exits or stays in. So this implies that they do stay in sometimes, and these hunters in blinds probably have more experience with that. And the reason is this concept of the angled shot versus straight on. I think it's very interesting. Is it for sure what causes us to stay in? I don't know, but it is probably a factor.
Guys, as I looked at more and more forums, I realized it wasn't just people from blinds, it was almost everyone. Almost every deer hunter has had this happen where the round stays in the body. It might happen more from blinds, but it happens to everybody. So I just went with forums that were just average, normal hunting forums to find evidence of this happening. But first, before we begin, guys, I want to kind of explain to you why some hunters might never have this ever happen. Some might have the round go through every single time, and I want to explain to you guys why that is most of the time. Okay.
I'm not sure if you ever hunted before. I've actually never hunted before. I have a lot of friends that hunt, and I shoot a lot, and I do a lot of precision shooting, stuff like this, but I have never really hunted before. However, everyone knows, or not everyone, but most people know when you hunt, you're trying to hit, from what I understand, a vital organ to hit, preferably the heart. It's like an instant drop most of the time, right? Or at least the lungs. Okay. If you hit the lungs or the heart, you might hit the lungs and the deer might wander off a little bit and you might have to track it a little bit. And you are going to be, trying to track this and finding it eventually. But your goal is to hit the heart or the lungs if possible. Now, if you look at this diagram, if you aim at the heart or the lungs, what do you see? What you're going to notice is that all you have is thin ribs that are surrounding those, protecting those, okay? So if you're standing to the side of the deer anywhere and you are aiming right here, or you're aiming right here, that round is going to pass straight through and it may or may not hit one of these small, thin ribs. Okay, a lot of these ribs are actually made of cartilage, not even just hard bone. Okay, and if you are a good aim and you are a good shot, right? So if you're talking to a hunter who has an excellent aim and is a good shot and is aiming here or here, and not aiming here, and not aiming here, and not aiming down here, and not aiming here, and not aiming, down here somewhere, if they're a good shot, they're going to hit here. And so if you go ask them, how many times have you hit a deer and the round passed straight through? Because they're such a good shot and they're hitting what they're supposed to be hitting, it's going to pass right through most of the time or a lot of the times. Okay. And guys, I just wanted to compare this really quickly to the anatomy of a human. If you look at the anatomy of a human, and guys, rounds get caught in humans seems like way more than deer even. Okay. Humans are bigger than deer. They're thicker than deer. Their bones are bigger than deer. And when, as we're going to see later, when a bone is hit by a round, it is like very common for that round to get stuck. Guys, this isn't some 1 in a 5 bazillion thing. Just stick through this. This is a crazy, amazing information we're going to come through in this video, which I hope changes your mind, because there's still going to be some people who are going to put their fingers in their ears and be like, I saw a bunch of people on YouTube shooting stakes that disproves this. But guys, in reality, in real life, there's actual data from hospitals, from the military, from like all kinds of databases that show this actually happening. Crime labs all over the place, everything, hospitals. So if it's actually happening, you can't discount that. And guys, I'm a conspiracy theorist just as much as everyone else, but I'm not going to be such a conspiracy theorist that I'm going to believe that for the last 100 years or so, that every single hospital knew this was going to happen in the year 2025. And so for the last 100 or so years, they've been keeping data and making up data where this is happening, just so that 100 years from the future, they could come out and be like, see, it does happen. Like, there's no way the government way back then was planning for this event. Charlie Kirk didn't even exist back then. There's no way that they're, creating these records just so that they can have it on record to prove them wrong in 2025. And there's no way the government has gone back for 100 years and changed every single hospital record, every single autopsy report, all these records of this happening, all these crime lab reports and everything. There's no way that they went back over the last 100 years, changed all of them just so that they could say that it's happened before. I don't believe that, right? Anyways, let's compare this real quick to a human anatomy compared to a deer anatomy. And what you're going to see is, whereas deer are leaning forward, and what you're going to see is while the deer is standing up, it's a side profile. The side profile has the lungs and the heart right here. Okay. Whereas if you're confronting someone from the front, I guess it's similar to the deer, where if you shot this way, all you have is the ribs in the front and the heart and the lungs and everything, right? But how many times have you been in a confrontation where someone is like, where you're fighting each other side to side or whatnot? And guys, most confrontations are going to happen from the front. And what do we see from the front of the human body? We see large bones. We see the neck bones. We have the ribs, we have the sternum, we have clavicles, we have a lot of bones. We have, this area especially has huge bones, hard bones, because the spine is also super hard. It supports your whole body. It's flexible. It's meant to move around a little bit, but it's also super, super strong, guys. And what do we see? What do we see from this angle from the front? No matter where something was going to come from, it's going to hit something. It's going to possibly hit a bone. The only exception is kind of in this area right here. Okay. But look at the neck, the proportion of the spine to the neck. It's almost impossible to hit the neck without hitting a bone. Okay. Same down here. It's almost impossible to hit this area without hitting a bone. Even this area, guys, it might pass through the ribs because it's a little bit wider, but you still have shoulder blades. You still have the spine back there. It's highly likely you're going to hit a bone. And that's why when we see these records later, it happens thousands and thousands of times where a bone deflects a bullet and when it hits, no matter which bone it is. Okay. Whether it's up here, whether it's down here, whether it's these ones, bones deflect bullets. And guys, if it hits a bone, there's like a 30% chance just from that hitting a bone that it stays in the body and doesn't exit. It deflects and ends up somewhere else. And that's even more amplified if it's at an angle. We're going to get to that in a second. Let's move back to the deer for a second. Now, on the other hand, if you are in a blind, you might be hitting the scapula a lot more, or maybe even the spine, even if you're aiming for the heart or the lungs, because you're aiming at a downward angle, and there's some things up above this that are protecting them. Okay. Also, the rib bones are a little bit more thick on the top because that's the source of the rib, right? Comes off the spine. It's going to be a little bit thicker up there than down here. Maybe have a little bit less cartilage. The cartilage is going to be more on the bottom section where they connect, kind of a thing, right? But many hunters, even from the side, are aiming for this area here, and the deer gets spooked, maybe it runs, and you end up hitting the scapula instead. Or maybe you're shooting from the front a little bit, and you hit the scapula or a femur instead. These shots, when you hit one of these bones, are not going to go through and out nearly as much as if you hit the soft tissue where it just passes straight through. So the difference is if you hit one of these bones versus if you're hitting the soft tissue like you're supposed to. And that's why if you talk to a bunch of hunters, maybe a lot of them who are great aims have never seen it happen. But we're going to show you guys here in a second. It has happened plenty of times, thousands of times, where it stays in the body. Same with the human. All right, guys, I think that was an amazing experiment. I think it definitely shows and it definitely collaborates that at an angle, rounds are going to expel more energy faster, stopping within the subject, more likely than going straight through. If you go on Google, you can find more information on Google. There's a lot of information on there. This just happens to explain much quicker and much simpler why. And here we go. I'm going to try to keep this section short. It's going to be hopefully short, but guys, this is one of the most important things because this is something people can't wrap their minds around. And they've been told that 1 billion hunters have said it's like a 1 in a 5 bazillion chance of happening. And that is not the truth, guys. This happens a ton. And we're going to look at that right now in this section. The neck. Estimated exit rates for 30-06. If it's a straight round, the exit rate is 60 to 80%. So if we reverse this, we can say that there's a 20 to 40% chance that it stays in the body. That is not 1 in a million. That is not 1 in 5 bazillion. That is not 1 in 1,000. That is not 1 in 20. That is not 1 in 10. That is 2 to 4 out of 10 times it will stay in the body, in the neck, if it's a straight on hit. Okay. Moderate angle, 45 to 65% exit. So that means there's a 45 to 55% chance of an exit. So that means that there's a 35 to 45% chance of it retaining in the body if it's at a moderate angle. And I think that's what we have. So we're not going to go down here, even though it's even further, at 50 to 70. I think we're looking at a moderate angle. So not 1 in 5 billion, almost 1 in 2. Guys, I would also like to point out that there's a special note on the bottom called vertebral hits. If the round contacts the vertebrae, posterior neck, the exit probability can drop dramatically, often over 30%, because bone breaks, fragments the round, and absorbs energy. This means, guys, and that's what they're saying, that's what the report is that it did hit the bone. So that means we can add 30% to that 35 to 55. So guys, what we're really looking at is more of like a 70 to 85% chance that it stayed within the body. That's not 1 in a million. That's almost most of the time if it hits the bone. All right, done. We don't have to talk about it anymore. Anyways, guys, no, we're going to keep going. Okay. This right here, if you want to pause it and read that, I don't want to read this whole thing because I'm trying to keep this short. But if you want to pause that and see some of their reasoning, there's a surgeon that Gary had on Paramount Tactical that talks about his theory, and it has to do with this angle thing. He has a kind of a graphic that he shows the bullet hitting, and because of the gravity and because there's tissue on the pressure on the top, that it tumbles quicker, and that's probably why it stops and then it hits the skin. And the skin is a little bit elasticy and tough, and that's the last thing it hits sideways instead of pointing, not being able to pierce through. And I think that's pretty accurate according to our experiment. People are making fun out of him and really pestering him, but I think he's pretty much straight on. All right, now we're going to look at deer forums. We're going to look at 3 different deer forums. The reason we're going to look at deer forums is because right after this happened, 5 bazillion people came out and said, I've talked to like 100 deer hunters and they said this could never happen. When you hit a deer with a 30-06, the deer vaporizes. You have to use something smaller than this on a deer, or even the deer gets vaporized. Or if I do use a 30-06 on the deer, it blows out the back and the whole entire deer meat is wasted. Like, guys, this is crazy. 30-06 is one of the most common deer hunting rounds. And so, guys, these people saying that are just, I don't know. Either the hunters are talking to you have never hunted a deer, or they are just making stuff up to prove their point. I'm not sure which. Anyways, guys, that's the reason we're going to talk about deer, because we're going to prove that not only does this happen with deer a lot, but deer also have exit rates and also retention rates. And guys, this is from Reddit, and on here they're debating whether or not they prefer an exit or if they prefer it retaining in the body. If this never happened ever, they would not even be debating this, right? There wouldn't be hundreds or thousands of people online debating which one they prefer if this never happened, correct? Okay, this guy says, I shoot 30-06 and I've had deer with exits and without. Okay, so this guy must be very lucky. He must win the lottery all the time because he's the 1 in 5 bazillion that has exits and without exits. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, guys, this is from longrangehunting.com, and this is a forum where they're talking about exits and not exits. And this guy right here says, the majority of the 60-plus whitetail that I hit fell to the Game Kings and ballistic tips. I would say that about 80% of these rounds also left exit holes. What does this mean, guys? It means that 20% of these 60 whitetail that he hit, it stayed in the body. 20% of those. That is not crazy, right? 1/5 of every single one of these deer that he hit, it stayed inside of the body. So what you're meaning to tell me is this guy's the luckiest person on earth because other people have never seen it ever happen. It's a 1 in 5 bazillion chance, yet 20% of his hits stay in the body. All right, guys, I'm also going to use words like hit and round in this, instead of trying to use other words just because of YouTube. All right, guys, this is from Sporting Classics Daily. This is an article called Should the Round Pass Through a Deer? So why do they even ask this question if it never happens, guys? Why is this a question even? It doesn't make sense if it doesn't happen. Anyways, we're going to scroll down to here. There's a story, and there was a deer stopped at 150 yards. He took the shot basically with his 300 Win Mag. Guys, the 300 Win Mag has like 1,000 to 1,200 pounds more foot per pound power than a 30-06. So the fact that this can do this tells you something, right? The buck took 5 steps and dropped. Later, they found a perfectly mushroomed bullet just under the opposite side skin. Okay, guys, he says that it passed through bone, ribs, and then found under the skin. This collaborates what I'm just saying about what the surgeon said earlier, because it stops under the skin. It doesn't hit the rib and get stuck in the rib. It doesn't, and it passed through 2 ribs apparently, and it stops under the skin, meaning it pretty much hit the bone, deflects, tumbles, and then it hits the skin and stops in the skin. And guys, from these forensics things we're going to look at here in a second, that seems to be what most of the time happens. Okay. All right, guys, here's a picture, and guess what this picture's of? Most of you out there are like, oh, that's a 9mm, that's a 45, that's a 40, that's a 223, that's a... No, guys, these are all 30-06s. Okay? When someone says a 30-06 round, you can't just think, oh, a 30-06 looks like this and only this, and this is what all 30-06 rounds look like. This is a 30-06 round. This is a 30-06 round. This is a 30. These are all 30-06 rounds, okay? They're diverse. There's a lot of them. And that's why when people are talking about this, well, my grandpa says that he shot 5,000 deer. Well, maybe he uses a certain round that has a lot more weight or has a lot more power. And that one, for some reason, is just great at passing through. And he's never had an experience where he's shot maybe this one. And this one maybe is a lot more likely to stay in the body, right? Who knows? I'm just saying you can't take one person's word and then broadcast it as the truth about every single situation. And guys, like we can see from here, there's rounds that are 100 grains all the way up to 200 grains. And because this round's been around for like 100 years or if not more. And actually, I think it's been around for a lot more than 100 years at this point. And so there's a lot of varieties of it and different reasons and different uses for it. Anyways, let's go on to some of these stories. Some of these are still about hunting because a lot of these have to do with actual people. And guys, I'm going to paraphrase most of these. I don't want to take too much time. If you want to pause it and look at it yourself, go ahead. But these are interesting stories. This guy hit a deer with a bullet that usually has less than 10 inches of penetration, got all 4 rounds stuck in the body, recovered them later. Crazy. This guy says that he's had the same round do massive cavitation as well as just pencil-sized cavitation. I am going to read most of this because this one's actually really interesting. He basically is in a parking lot. Some people try to rob him, and he basically loads the rifle, points it at one of them, hoping they'll back off. Then he says he grabbed the rifle and it went off, striking one of them in the neck. That round didn't exit his neck, and that was at a distance of about 10 feet. He's had nightmares and PTSD ever since, blah, 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 blah. Guys, you can search this online and find the story. But guys, 10 feet, no exit wound. And guys, it kind of talks about a case where an x-ray has the bullet hitting, coming inside, and then ricocheting and bouncing right back out the same exit wound as the entrance wound. Crazy. This guy says that he was involved with the cooling of more than 5,000 animals over 50 years, mostly with a 30-06 and later with a 300 Win Mag. Like I said, that's the one that's way more powerful than the 30-06. And he says that he saw some shots that could not be explained, hundreds of bullets out of the skin, and yeah, guys, out of 5,000 animals, he took hundreds of bullets from underneath the skin. Not from underneath the rib cage, not from underneath the pelvis. I mean, that happens too, right? But he's saying that out from under the skin, meaning it's hitting something, it's bouncing and deflecting, and then it's ending up under the skin. And the skin is the elastic thing that's stopping it because it's hitting it sideways or whatnot. It's not piercing through because it's not sharp anymore. This guy says that he was a soldier for 23 years, hit in Afghanistan with the equivalent of a 30-06, a 7.62 millimeters, went in his side, destroyed his kidney, and then they found it in his pelvis. So guys, that did not just go straight through him. It deflected and went down, and it found it in his pelvis. So these things do deflect when they hit bone. All right, guys, now we're going to look at some forensics and medical case studies. And in this case, we're going to look at Martin Luther King. And guys, there's might be some conspiracy around this one too. So some people are going to be like, oh, I can't believe that one. And guys, even with the Martin Luther King conspiracies, none of those conspiracies that were around there were ever about the 30-06. It was about a lot of other things, like who did it, and stuff like that. Not that it was a 30-06. Not until Charlie Kirk got hit did anything really pop up on the internet about Martin Luther King's not being a 30-06. Because the thing is if it was a 30-06 in Martin Luther King's case, now all of a sudden it puts a hole in the narrative that it wasn't a 30-06 in the Charlie Kirk case. So now people are going back like 50 years or whatever and trying to discredit that one, even though back then it was widely accepted and widely proven that it was a 30-06. Don't worry, we have more examples. In this case, the bullet entered the right side of the face, passed through the lower part of the face and the neck, then lodged in the upper thoracic area. No exit was found. Okay, the round fired from 30-06 entered the face, blah, blah, blah. Same exact story, right? We know that it hit the jaw and the vertebrae and came to rest without exiting the body. So, guys, this all shows to deflection. This guy says that he was also in the military. A guy got hit in the neck with the 7.62, and it came out of his hip on the same side. Explain how that happens without being able to ricochet. You guys don't know how good this guy's ammo was. It was just not that simple. They're talking about the Charlie Kirk incident. But, I mean, this one did exit the body. But what he's saying is this guy got hit in the neck, and it came out the hip. Like, it went inside the neck, way up top, and then somehow went all the way down and then out the hip. So this does happen, guys. All right, guys, these are from books and case studies that are actually documenting actual people who've been hit and their findings from the studies of these events and these incidents, okay? Guys, I would like to point out real quick, I'm going to go through some of these and kind of show you some quotations from these books and from these studies and from these journals and from these autopsy reports and different things. However, I want to point out, each of these sources that I'm showing you has hundreds, if not thousands, of other cases and studies inside of these books. I'm going to put all the links down in the description where I can show you. I thought about putting photos and different things up on the screen showing you during this video. But guys, they're just so graphic, and I don't know if that would be a good thing for people to see. And if you don't want to see that, and I don't know what the rules are on posting those. So If you want to see those, go to the links in the description. You can see actual photos of deflected rounds that have hit the spine and gotten stuck in the body. Okay, not just 30.6, but rounds that are even far more powerful. We're going to show you some right here, but there's much, much more. Hundreds and thousands of more in these books. Go look at them. This one right here is from De Mayo, 3rd edition. Guys, this is probably one of the best known textbooks on these kinds of wounds. Page 52, 3rd edition. High velocity rifle rounds, including the 30-6, may fragment on striking bone. In such cases, the bullet may not exit the body. Deflection by bone can also result in an unpredictable wound track. Unpredictable, meaning, guys, these people are going out and shooting a pig, and they're saying, well, every time I shoot this pig, it should be exactly the same as if it hit someone's neck. Deflection by bone can also result in an unpredictable wound track. Because this means that if you took a pig out there and you shoot their bone 1,000 times, it's never, ever, ever going to deflect in the same exact direction, ever. This is not duplicatable. It's not replicatable. It's just how it is, okay? Okay, Forensic Science International case report on bullet deflection. Bullet deflection in the human body, an underestimated phenomenon. Quote, even high-powered rifle bullets may fail to exit if they strike dense bone. Deflection and fragmentation of the projectile or secondary bone fragments can prevent an exit wound. Okay, it's not saying that it's going to go through the spine and then travel 5 more feet and then deflect. It's saying that if it strikes dense bone, then it's going to deflect. Not 5 feet later, not 5 inches later, it's going to deflect if it hits that bone. American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology. In several cases involving high-powered rifle rounds, bullets failed to exit the body after striking the scapula or pelvis, fragmenting and creating multiple secondary wound tracks. Okay, we're just going to keep going really quick, just reading these quickly. A 30-6 Springfield bullet fragmented on striking the humerus with no exit wound. The wound path was markedly altered due to deflection by bone. Despite the high energy 30-6 cartridge, several cases demonstrated no exit wound when bullets struck dense bone, fragmenting and depositing all energy without the body. Spitz and Fisher, medical investigations of documents cases where rifle rounds striking the clavicle or ribs deflected 20 to 90 degrees, guys. And because there's hundreds and hundreds of these, you can see right here that we're only like partway down this whole entire thing. You could go all the way down here and read hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more studies and reports that show that deflection is possible. And according to what happened with Charlie Kirk, that is what we have been told. And it's not out of the question ridiculous. All right, guys, if we look at Shockwave, this guy was in Afghanistan and he was hit in the side. Basically, it hit his spine and then deflected 90 degrees. And if you watch this video, you can see his helmet camera as well as other camera of him during this incident. We're not going to play it on here because it takes too long, and also, I don't like to do that unless we're going to do a whole review of it, journalistically or whatever. But you can come to his channel. I'll put the link in the description down below where you can see this. All right, guys, at this point, we've covered, I think, enough information to pretty much prove and show that this does happen. We've shown people on hunting forums debating whether you want an exit or if you don't want an exit. We've covered stories of people being hit, whether it was in the neck or other places, and the bullet not exiting. We've covered so much information. You can go to that website for yourself and go through thousands and thousands of studies, thousands of stories, thousands of testimonials, and see for yourself that this is not 1 in a 5 bazillion chance your hunter friend is not telling you the truth. I don't know if he's necessarily lying to you either. He's probably just telling you off his own experience, and he's probably only using the only round that he's ever known. And he probably is a great shot. He's sitting in the same location every single time with that same ammo. And, while every single trajectory is not going to be guaranteed, right? Every single round when it hits is going to do something different, like we've already talked about. There's certain rounds that are just way more powerful. And if you're hitting in a certain spot every single time, you're less likely to see any deviation, even though there's deviation always, right? But we don't know what round was used. We don't know what type, and we don't know which one. So it's hard to say, and we don't know exactly where it hit. And guys, in the neck, you're for sure going to probably most likely hit a bone because you have the spine back there. And you also have the collarbone right below, basically where he was hit as well. You have a lot going on. You have shoulder blades back behind. You have a bunch of different things where it could possibly hit in that location, okay? If he was hit right above the hip bones where all you have is the spine, the ribs are a little bit higher, yeah, I'd say, okay, well, what's the chance of hitting a bone when you hit there? Probably about a third of the time, maybe a fourth of the time, maybe even less, right? Depending on how big the person is and how big their spine is. But in the neck is almost made up entirely of the spine, right? Like, you're not going to hit through the neck and not hit a bone. And we know from that up to 20 to 90% deflection. And even if not that high of a percentage, we saw all the other informations, all the other studies showing deflection when hitting bone. And guys, this is part of the problem I have with all these experiments that are being done, where they're being related as this is completely relevant to a human neck. I wish that people would state their experiments a little bit differently so that, they weren't trying to be so literal, because like I said, in my water bottle experiment, I literally tell you this is just meant as a proof of concept, not as a literal representation of a neck. I really appreciate these guys going out and doing these experiments, because maybe we're going to learn some stuff from them. Maybe it is useful information. Okay, guys, and why is this relevant? Those fluids are huge in stopping any kind of shot. If you look at these slow motion camera shots, they're shooting through water, and guys, some of these rounds are only going through 4 or 5 inches before they're completely tumbling out of everywhere. And that's just water. It's not hitting the spine and all this stuff, okay? And so that water is massively important. If I went out in my video earlier that you just saw, if I went out and I shot a bunch of water bottles empty of water, instead of going through 3 or 4 of those water bottles or 2 or 3 of them, I could probably shoot 400 feet through a whole row of water bottles emptied of the water. That water is incredibly important. Shooting a steak that's also been meat tenderized, so it's easier to chew through, and you don't think that's going to be easy to shoot through? It's been drained of all the fluids. It's been meat tenderized so you can chew through it better, probably. What I wish would happen, though, is I wish that they would go out there and get maybe get 2 of these water bottles or 3 of these water bottles. I don't know how many. One, even just one, right? Maybe 1 is enough. I don't know. But I think 2 would be fair. And go put that water bottle in front of the piece of meat you're about to hit, and then see what happens. Does it still go through? Is that water bottle enough to tumble around enough, and then it hits the meat and it stops in there? Or does it still go blasting through everything? And how many water bottles would you need? If you need 5 or 6 for it to stop happening, okay, well, maybe you're onto something. But even then, here's my problem, okay? Even then, my problem is we have thousands and thousands and hundreds of stories from firsthand accounts of people being hitting a bone. It doesn't matter what bone that is, and it deflecting and going down and shooting out the hip, or hitting the bone and deflecting and being found somewhere else in the body hundreds or thousands of times. So it's to me, no matter how many experiments are done, when you have the actual real world data, how do you discount that? That's the question I have. You either have to think that all of these datas are made up and faked, or you have to accept that you're missing something in these experiments that's there in real life that's causing these things to happen thousands and thousands of times in real life. And I just can't discount these real stories and say, they don't exist, and just block them out of my mind, because they do exist. It would be like saying someone sees a bear, and 100 people who've never seen a bear before go out into the forest and they can't find the bear. They're walking around for 5, 10 hours, 15 hours. They can't find the bear. They don't ever find any bear bones, nothing. And they're like, nope, we didn't see the bear. We didn't find the bear. We couldn't even find any bear bones. Therefore, bears don't exist. Yet, there's scientists all over the world who have photos of the bears, have videos of the bears, and they even have bears in zoos. Yet, because 10 people go out and film a YouTube video looking for bears and they can't find them, and doing experiments trying to bait them, but the bear never comes, and that could be for several different reasons. Maybe you're in the wrong area. Maybe there's not even any bears there. Maybe you're looking for bear bones, but maybe you're looking for bear carcasses, but you don't realize that the coyotes and the wolves and the whatever else have already come and pillaged them and dragged the bones around, scattered them, eaten all the meat and scattered all the bones. I don't know. The problem is, guys, when you have real world evidence like this, I can't just overlook that and say, well, none of that ever happened. I'm just going to ignore it and only focus on these experiments. Okay? A lot of times experiments are to prove things that we don't know if it's possible or not. But when we actually know that thing exists, experiments aren't really necessary. They're helpful sometimes, I guess, but in cases where we actually know this happens, doing an experiment does not disprove all of these things that have historically happened hundreds or thousands of times to both humans and animals. Just to kind of give you an analogy, let's just say that a dentist comes out and he says This person got 5 cavities. They drink a lot of soda, and I suspect that is the culprit. Now, let's just say that we get a bunch of YouTubers going out and buying like 50 sodas, and they guzzle the sodas. A couple of them leave it in their mouth for 10, 15 minutes. A couple of them maybe even leave it in their mouth the whole entire day. I don't know, right? And then the next day they go to their dentist and they say, do I have any cavities? And the dentist is like, nope. No cavities. And then they go post all these YouTube things all over YouTube, and other YouTubers see it, and other podcasters see it. And pretty soon there's like 10,000 articles and 10,000 videos out there stating that sugar does not cause cavities. And then they're accusing, all these other people of causing the cavities instead of the sugar. When in reality, there's hundreds and hundreds of studies and cases of that being recorded in the past as being what causes cavities. One of the reasons that cavities can get caused, right? But they're also missing the actual main factors of what cause the cavities, which is the timing, how long it takes. It could take, months and months and months for these cavities to develop because of the soda, not just because of the soda. Maybe it's a soda that has way more sugar in it. Maybe it's one that's way more acidic that they're using that they didn't know. Like all kinds of different factors that they're not putting in these experiments that they really would need to actually have it be relevant. Okay. And I think that's similar to going out and shooting a steak that doesn't have fluids in it. And guys, these fluids that are missing are way thicker than just water or soda. Okay. Like the viscosity of these fluids is way thicker. Like maybe go stick a bottle of corn syrup in front of the steak. Maybe, like I said earlier, guys, maybe instead of soda or water, maybe go put some corn syrup or 2 bottles of corn syrup in front of the steak instead, because that would probably be much more accurate than just the soda bottles. And guys, I really do appreciate these people doing these experiments. I sound skeptical and I get a little bit sarcastic sometimes, but I really do appreciate them doing these experiments. I just wish that they would be like upfront about how it's not an actual like representation of exactly what would have happened. Okay. And guys, I would actually go do this experiment. I just don't have like all the money in the world to go do this. If I did, I would totally do it. If you guys want to donate me, I don't know how much this would cost. I will totally go get some corn syrup or some like dulce de leche or maybe some caramel, and mix it with water. Try to make it the same viscosity and thickness as that fluid would actually be. And I would totally go do this. Maybe one of you guys who disagrees with me can go do this. Who has the funds to do it, because I don't. But that would be amazing and awesome, and I would love to do like a collaboration with you guys even. That would be awesome. And guys, if you want to do a collaboration on anything in this video, about this video, I'm totally down to talk to anyone. So yeah. All right, guys, we got to cover one more thing about this incident. A lot of people are saying, well, there's no way you could stick that down your pants and walk at all. Well, we're just going to cover this because I think it's kind of a ridiculous claim. I think it's very, very ridiculous to claim this. All right, guys, this is Kester again. He's done a lot of work on this, and he's an awesome, awesome dude. Whether he's doing the audio forensics or whether he's doing this. And guys, what he's showing here is if you put the rifle down your pants like this, and then you put the barrel down this side, on here he still has the scope attached. Guys, I'm fairly certain that when he went to campus that first time with that backpack, I'm fairly certain that he actually put the scope in that backpack. Maybe some more supplies to make it easier to get there the second time. That way it was even skinnier than what we're seeing here. I don't know. That's just speculation. I could be wrong. And if I find out for sure, I'll tell you I'm wrong. Because what we're going to see is what this would look like if you were to walk up some stairs. Because what we're seeing is people are saying this is impossible. Because if you look at this compared to this, this looks exactly the same. Okay. All right, guys. Now we're going to look at, is it possible to walk upstairs like this? Does it look comfortable or easy? No. Does it look impossible? No. You can definitely lift your leg up high enough to get up those stairs with that in your pants. Anyways, guys, I think we can move on from this. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at this roof video one more time, because people are saying as proof that there's no rifle here. And I might as well show you that there's for sure a rifle here, or there's something here. And we know this is not AI anymore. We've covered that now. Guys, what is that? Did you see that? What is that? What is that, guys? That looks like, to me, it actually looks like it's almost out of the towel, but it looks like a buttstock to me. But even if that's still wrapped in a towel, what is that thing? You know, did he find a sandwich on the way out of here? That's like a Subway footlong. He's running across the roof and he sees like a bundle of flowers and he picks it up and he just has to jump off the roof with it. Was he running across the roof and he saw a pile of money and he wraps it up in a towel and just has to take it with him? Guys, this is a long stick-like looking thing. You can't tell exactly what it is. It's kind of like the broomstick that I show you in my video about the dynamic range. It's just hard to tell what it is, but guys, you can clearly see there's something very long, very rigid, very stiff right here. And you can see that's you can see how long it is, guys. Look how long that is. Okay? And then he jumps off the roof with it. You can see him with it right there. And then, guys, he's kind of walking along with it. He's kind of running with it. And then he kind of, I think he realizes there's a lot of people around. And so he kind of starts to put it next to his leg and use his leg to kind of, because you can clearly see. Like, what is that? What is that? That's something. So now he kind of puts it next to his leg and he's kind of walking with it next to his leg, trying to hide it from people. Guys, you would not believe how oblivious people are to the world around them. Go to the mall, go to Walmart, next time you're anywhere, just pay attention, guys. Nobody pays attention to anything around them. Everyone is just so caught up in their own world. 99% of the times they're just looking at their phone and not even paying attention to the world around them. People are saying, oh, this is impossible. How could you walk through there in broad daylight? Guys, this is not something crazy. This is not something insane. People do not pay attention to the world around them. It would be very easy for no one to even notice what's going on, and guys, the decibels, like we've seen earlier, the decibels from that shot from far away aren't that loud. People over here, probably, they might have heard it, but it probably sounded like a garbage can getting dropped by a garbage truck or something like that from over here. Okay, first of all, they're about the same distance away that we hear it at the event-ish, but the shockwave is going this direction. You're going to hear some bounced around noise over here, but you're not going to hear it as the same as if it was over here. All right, guys, I'm going to make my final case for the 30-06 real quick, because I think this is one of those things where it's been used as kind of a clinch pin for every other conspiracy that's out there, right? So people will say things like, well, if it wasn't a 30-06, then it has to be Israel. If it wasn't a 30-06, then it has to be the Chinese. If it wasn't the 30-06, it has to be the French Legion. If it wasn't the 30-06, then that's evidence that it was TPUSA. If it wasn't a 30-06, then that's evidence that it was the aliens from Timpanogas. If it wasn't a 30-06, then that's evidence that it was the Republican Party. If it wasn't a 30-06, then that proves that it was this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. First of all, guys, this isn't like a this or that kind of a thing. It's not like you're saying, well, if this one's better, then it has to be this one, or if it's this one, it's better than this one, right? Like, I can understand that. If you were saying, hey, what's better, this soda or this soda, and you tasted one, and you said, well, this one isn't very good, therefore it has to be this one. Okay, that's a relatable situation. But like, this could have been anybody. But the truth is we have evidence that it points to one person. And that is, there's fingerprints there, and there's DNA there, and all this other stuff. It's not like they're not saying, well, it wasn't a 9mm, therefore it's proof that it was Tyler Robinson. Like, that's what people are saying, though. They're saying that the fact that it's not a 30-06 means it has to be something else. Okay, that is ridiculous. It's not true, and it's not proof of anything. Okay. Even if you could prove that it wasn't a 30-06, it wouldn't be proof that Israel or French Legion or Erica Kirk or TPUSA or the Republicans or aliens, or it wouldn't be proof of any of that. It would just be proof that it wasn't a 30-06. And then they'd have to go gather actual evidence, not motives. They'd have to go gather actual evidence to find out what the truth was. They'd have to find some of their gun somewhere. They'd have to go find some of their device somewhere to prove that that's what did it, and find out whose fingerprints and whose DNA was on that thing to find out who actually did it if it wasn't the 30-06. If a prosecutor said, I have enough to prosecute Israel for this, I have enough evidence that they did this, and they took it to court, and the judge is sitting there, and the defense is sitting there, and the prosecutor is sitting there, and the judge says, okay, prosecution, make your opening statement and present all of your evidence that Israel did it. And that prosecutor stood up and said, Your Honor, my evidence that Israel did this is that it wasn't a 30-06. The judge would immediately laugh hysterically and dismiss the case, and it would just be over. Okay, that's what's going on here. And guys, the reason this is important is because that's been used as a clinch pin. It's been used as the ultimate. Well, nothing they're telling us is true because they said it was a 30-06, and if it's not a 30-06, that means nothing's true, and that proves that all these other theories are correct. And which one does it prove correct? Does it prove that it was France? Does it prove that it was Israel? Because it can't be both of them. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, and guys, and that's why it's important to kind of cover this in detail thoroughly to show not only is it possible, but I think it's highly likely. Okay. And what we have seen in this video, what have we seen? We've seen hundreds of hunters talking about not only does it happen, but how often it happens. One guy had it happen 20% in all of his shots. That doesn't sound like a 1 in a bazillion. That doesn't sound like 1 in a 5 million. That doesn't sound like it's impossible. It sounds like it happens in 20% of every single deer that he has hit. It doesn't make any sense to say, well, I know a hunter and he says it could never happen ever in the history of ever. Like, really? Like, that's just bizarre. Okay, so we know it happens. We know that people are even debating on it if it happens. We have these people in these forums, some of them that I've showed you going all the way back to 2005. As I promised you, I didn't make up these forums and go doctor everything and make up forums and make up hundreds of people talking about it. Go on the internet, look it up for yourself. I don't have power over that. I did not make up all these forums and people talking about it. It's true. It's there. Go to these forums, do your own research and find out these people are in fact talking about it. It's true. Happens all the time. Okay, so your deer hunter friends that's telling you that it never happens. I'm sure that he's a great shot. I'm sure that he's a great hunter, but he's probably using one round that he always uses. He's probably always aiming in the same exact spot. And it's probably a really high powered round that's really heavy and it passes through probably most of the time when that round probably does that, right? We don't know what kind of round it was though, like we've talked about. And even then guys, it's possible if you did hit the bone, it would actually deflect and it wouldn't deflect. And it would actually deflect quite often, but he's probably shooting the lungs, the heart. He's probably a great shot. He's probably not hitting these areas. If that makes sense. Not only do we have these animal examples, we also have human examples, and we have countless books, studies, researches, case studies showing that not only sometimes, not only just once in a while, but thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of cases where people are getting hit in the spine and it's deflecting down. They're getting hit in a bone and it's deflecting down. Guys, here's the thing. They're saying that if it hits the spine or it hits a bone, it's most likely going to deflect, and quite often, sometimes up to like 30% more likely to. And if it's at an angle, right, even more. And we have evidence we have soldiers getting hit in the neck and it going all the way out, hitting the bone, deflecting and going out the hip. We have people getting hit in the neck and it staying in the neck or deflecting down. We have stories of soldiers getting hit in the side, hitting the spine and it going down. We have stories of criminals attacking people where the same thing is happening. It's not something that's 1 in 5 million zillion chances, guys. It's something that's happening quite often. And we have the studies and the experiences, testimonials, and all these things that show it's possible. Go do some actual research. My point is, guys, is now we have the evidence. We've seen all the people talking about it. We've seen all the people, we've seen a bunch of case studies. And guys, there's thousands of more case studies showing that when a bullet hits a bone, it's highly likely to deflect, go down somewhere else into the body. And guys, I mean, think about it. The neck, your spine is just at the back of your neck right here. If I hit you in the neck, it's most likely going to hit you in the spine. Is that agreeable upon? And if it's at an angle, and you have around a 35 to 55% chance of staying in the body at an angle, and then you add if it hits the bone, and another 30% on top of that, guys, that's a high percentage of it staying in the body. And we see all the studies showing this. We see the hunters talking about this, debating whether it's possible or not. I think we can conclude with all this information that we have at this point that not only is it not impossible, not crazy, not ridiculous, you shouldn't be laughing at your friends for believing that, but it's actually not just likely, but highly likely, highly probable. All the evidence, all the case studies, all the medical journals that we're seeing say that it's highly probable. And guys, in the beginning, like I said, I was with you guys a little bit. I was kind of like, oh man, this is kind of like a little bit weird. Like, is that really possible? Like, you see all these people shooting these things, like I said, and you don't really think about it that much. It isn't until you go out and shoot the water bottles yourself and then realize that water makes a huge difference. You see these slow motion cameras shooting these things and you're like, wow, that water makes a huge difference. That's not really relatable. And you go, wow, maybe it's not just likely, but highly likely this happened. Because not only do we have that, we have the actual round supposedly, right, from the autopsy. There was an autopsy, guys. The conspiracy there's not an autopsy is not true. Then we have, on top of that, we have video of him on the roof with the rifle. We have video of him running across the parking lot with the rifle. They have video of him putting that in the forested area with the rifle. They have his DNA on the screwdriver. They have his DNA on the trigger. They have DNA on the rounds. They have DNA on the casings. They have DNA on the rifle. So to me, all the evidence from all the hunters, from all these journals, from all the studies, from all the case studies, from all the medical studies showing that it possibly and likely deflects and all this other stuff, plus all the evidence that we have from the crime scene, to me shows that it's most likely this rifle. Guys, not only do we have all this information that we just presented, we have all the rings, the timing of the rings, the shockwave analysis. We know that it wasn't an exploding microphone. The shockwave analysis matches up. The frames per second matches up. Everything we did in this whole entire video, guys, matches up with that rifle from that location. And guys, I think this is why these rings and these feet per second analysis were so important and so awesome is, guys, it confirms just a lot of the stuff that we know. First of all, that it was supersonic, and then where it came from, where all the DNA and stuff was found. But guys, this just confirms that. And guys, everything has to match up. Like, if it's supersonic, it means that it has to be around at supersonic, okay? If it couldn't have hit him from anywhere else except for that location, it has to be a rifle that is capable of hitting from that location. That means like no pistols, no palm guns, no exploding microphones like we just talked about, and just everything matches up with this, guys, and that's why this ring is so incredible. I think even without any of this other stuff about doctors and studies and case studies and examples after example of it actually happening to people, to me, these rings are just almost good enough. But it's just like we have so much more on top of that. This is pretty much undeniable at this point. I think we have overwhelming evidence here. Now, am I saying the narrative's completely true? I think that Tyler Robinson is most likely the one that did it, and we're going to go into that here in just a second and do the case for Tyler Robinson being the actual one that did it. I believe so. I believe that it was highly likely that it was this rifle. I believe that it was highly likely that it was Tyler Robinson that actually took the shot. I don't see why not, guys. It was 143 yards. This isn't like some sharpshooter crazy shot that's never been done before. He even claims that he hit something at 400 yards one time. His grandma says, oh, he's never touched a gun, but that's contrary to what we know now, what the actual truth is. But guys, what's the actual truth? I think that, and guys, I think the 30-06 thing too, I think, like I said earlier in the introduction, I think that the fact that it being a 30-06 is highly, highly, highly unlikely for some professional hit team to bring the wrong kind of rifle, and then they're going to hit him with something else and then say that it was a 30-06 and make it an unbelievable story and all this stuff. They would make it clean, believable, and even if they used the wrong rifle, they had 10 days to clean it up, and then the coroner or the autopsy guy would come out and be like, oh, we said it was a 30-06, but we got it wrong, guys. It was actually 9mm. Calm down. This is possible. I just don't see it being one of those things where, like, it's just to me, it's just ridiculous if a professional hit team was to do something like this and then bring a patsy and then have them bring the wrong kind of around. It kind of contradicts logic. It kind of contradicts how intelligent some of these foreign agencies are, especially if it was like Mossad or something, like that supposedly have like the best snipers in the world, allegedly. Like, really, they're going to be, you know, supposedly want to use a 9mm or something that would supposedly be believed that it wouldn't pass through, but then they're accidentally going to use a 30-06, and then, I don't know. Anyways, guys, let's move on. I think that we can confidently say that not only was it not crazy, it's not hysterically crazy, it's not ridiculous but now, after everything we know, that it was highly likely. Now let's move on and let's see if it's possible Tyler Robinson did this.
Charlie Kirk gets shot and people are celebrating. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. You want people to die that you disagree with? Like, where are we right now on the scale of 1 to Civil War? Where are we? Are we at 7? Because I thought we were at 5. I thought we were like 4 or 5. But after the Charlie Kirk thing, I'm like, oh, we might be like 7.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events.
He would go and take a bullet for you to save America for your kids and grandkids.
Guys, now we're going to make the case against Tyler Robinson. I think now that we can get rid of this crazy weird thing about the 30-06 and the obsession about how it can't be the 30-06, and we can see that there's like thousands and thousands of pieces of evidence that says that it could be a 30-06 and that it's highly likely a 30-06, and this isn't like it can't be Tyler Robinson because it's not a 30-06 thing anymore. We're going to make the case that it is Tyler Robinson. And guys, even if there's some other bigger conspiracy, guys, even if it was Israel and even if it was the Foreign Legion and all these other people, there's still no proof that it wasn't Tyler Robinson, and all the proof still leads that it was Tyler Robinson, whether or not he was working with a group of deranged people or whether he was working with the Foreign Legion and all these people. It doesn't really matter. There's no proof that he didn't take the shot, right? No one's been able to prove that, take the case, and all the evidence points to him. Okay, before we get into this, it's important that we look at where his mindset was at this time, where he was living, how he was living, and how that could have affected this whole situation. All right, guys, there's a video called The Charlie Kirk Discord Logs, and also another video by Turkey Tom called The Man Who Charlie Kirk. And these videos are very, very important to understanding where Tyler Robinson was at this point of his life. He's basically living with this guy named Lance Twiggs. Lance is extremely troubled. He's building nests all over their house. He's doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Here are some photos from the supposed place. And guys, these are just notes and things that he would just write on notes and paper and stuff and just leave them all over the house in piles in the nests and everything. Just very strange. Okay, just very, very, very weird, strange, something you'd expect in like a serial killer's basement, right? Okay, so he's living in a very weird situation. This Lance guy would apparently invite a bunch of friends over and put them in the living room and then take Tyler into Tyler's room because Lance's room was full of mushrooms and mold that he was growing as well. And he would grow that mold all over the house and mushrooms all over the house, doing all kinds of drugs, hallucinogens, and all kinds of crazy stuff. And they would go off into Tyler's room because it was cleaner and do affectionate things together super loud on purpose, just for the sole purpose that the people in the living room would hear it, among a bunch of really weird, random, weird stuff, okay? Tyler had been living there for about a year, maybe more than a year, it seems like. He had known Lance for about 6 years. The same friend that disclosed this information had also known them for about 6 years. And this guy discloses all kinds of information. And guys, these videos are very, very interesting. He talks about how Tyler would call Lance Twiggs my love all the time, which kind of shows that those texts aren't that weird because this is how Tyler referred to this guy. And then also just a bunch of other weird stuff, guys. Apparently Tyler and this guy would just like cuddle on the couch all day long while Lance like cried to him about all of his problems. And pretty much anytime Lance was upset, Tyler would go take care of whatever was the problem or try to take care of it if he could. And pretty much Lance was pretty much home-ridden, it seems like, and Tyler was pretty much his like caretaker, from what it sounds like. This guy was pretty much non-functional in society. That's what it seems like, allegedly. I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm hearing allegedly. I'm not making these claims. I'm just referring what I've heard from these other sources. And, you know, it makes you wonder, did this guy get an obsession with Charlie and get all upset about it? And that's what, you know, prompted Tyler to go take care of the problem? I don't know. But it seems like it could be part of the reason why. All right, guys, then we have other notes like this one that kind of tells you where Robinson's political standings were. We have other evidence from his family and other people saying that he become pretty much radicalized to the left over the past few years. The friend says, I wish there was a simple solution against fake news, but there isn't. I have my own opinions, but that's it. Robinson then replies, pretty much if there are any sources cited and check the accuracy. If any of it's not true, then it's fake. The friend replies, I understand freedom of speech and it's cool, but it makes it so media can lie about anything. Then Robinson replies, and I'll read this part slower because it's the important part. I wish at least this wasn't protected under freedom of speech because it's speech that actively harms people. So he's not for freedom of speech if it's something that actively harms people. Like this is the average mindset of this kind of a people. And just like my theory shows, this is the kind of person that's on this different side who wishes that people would just listen to whatever they're told and do whatever they are told. Because there's also evidence that Tyler Robinson did have experience with guns, because he also, one time at work, when a coworker brought his new pistol to show off, he perked up and volunteered that he had once hit a 400-yard shot. One friend says Tyler liked guns and thought they were cool. Said one friend who recalled Robinson rattling off facts about various weapons. Guys, this goes to show that the people out there that are like, oh my gosh, there's like a 143-yard shot. That must have taken like the best marksman in the entire world to take that shot. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Guys, people hit shots up to like 2,000 yards. But we know right here from experience, this coworker is saying that he had bragged about hitting a 400-yard shot. That's almost 4 times farther. So if he can hit this, then he can obviously hit a 143-yard shot. And then this friend is saying that Tyler liked guns. All right, guys, now we're going to look through the timeline and see step by step how the event went down. And we're going to look at video of Tyler and other evidence that from Tyler Robinson, or supposedly Tyler Robinson, right? Because this is backed up by DNA and all this kind of stuff as well. And then after that, we're going to look at the charging document. All right, guys, this website was the best breakdown of the timeline that I could find. And I'm just going to go off this because it seems like it checks out with everything I could also find off other places, but this is the best overall breakdown. September 10th, 8:29 a.m., Tyler arrives allegedly on campus in a gray Dodge Challenger. We can see this right here, gray Challenger coming into the neighborhood at around 8:23, and it lines up with the timeline. He was wearing a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, light-colored shoes, and a black hat with a white logo. And here he is, guys, on security footage, walking with that description of clothing. All right, guys, around 11:50 a.m., he's spotted walking in a grassy area with a distinctive gait. And guys, at this point, he has changed into a different pair of clothing. And here we can see him walking with that distinctive gait with something down his pants, allegedly the rifle. At 11:53, Robinson pauses and pulls out what appears to be a cell phone, puts the cell phone back, keeps walking, and made his way to the Losi Center, a building west of the courtyard where Kirk was speaking. It's my understanding that he parks in that neighborhood, walks through the neighborhood like we just saw, walks through the tunnel, and then up to the parking garage. And that's where we get these photos right here. Okay, then he walks along here, and there's several ways he could go. He could go up this way and then go up here, or he could go up this way and walk up these stairs and then get up here. Either way, it is said that he is seen around the north side of this building, and then he makes his way into the Losi building, and then over here and up these stairs. Okay, 12:15, Robinson was observed walking up the stairs towards the roof. Robinson allegedly climbed over a short wall and crouched down on the north side of the roof. He's observed going up these stairs right here, and then he goes over this railing, and he's hiding right here. Okay, Robinson at 12:22 stands up, runs across the roof towards the west side, and appears to scoot as he got closer to the edge. Investigator says that his limp was noticeably gone. He laid down facing toward the courtyard area in a position ready to... So basically he sprints over here and then he scoots along the edge into this position right here. And guys, we can also see that corroborated right here with a video of someone in that exact position. At 12:23, allegedly Tyler takes the shot from this location and then is immediately seen by not only this camera, but the other camera from the school security system running off the roof. They say the suspect placed a dark colored item on top of the roof and proceeded to lower himself. The affidavit states, the shoe impression is consistent with the shoe sole characteristics of a Converse Chuck Taylor shoe. So 12:23, as you can see from this timestamp here, that is what we see, him running across the roof. Or whoever this is, guys. But we have evidence on the roof of him having a screwdriver with his DNA on there, and his DNA is also on the rifle, so that is evidence that he was up there. As well as the fingerprints, the palm prints, and all the rest of the fingerprints that they have on the roof that I showed you earlier in this video. This is where they say that he places the item on the roof before grabbing it and jumping down onto the floor, leaving those shoe impressions, which they also have recorded as evidence. Okay, then at 12:24, it says Robinson was seen running north across the Campus Drive Road and appeared to be carrying an item. He crossed over a grassy area with trees on the edge of campus where investigators claim to have found a .30-06 rifle with the scope mounted on top, wrapped in a dark-colored towel. So guys, basically they're claiming that, obviously we see someone running with a dark-colored towel running this way towards this street here. And then guys, this camera is like one of those huge like 360 type cameras, so it's going to grab the whole area around it. If you want to see the whole area around it, it's pretty expansive. Not the right quality camera, but it does get quite a bit of the area. And so what it's going to see is him crossing the street here, and it's going to see him going into the wooded area just over, which is just over here out of view from what we see on the security footage. All right, guys. And then after the incident, Robinson is texting his friends on this game. I think it's called Wordy or something like that. And he's saying, you see the news? Utah gets a national headline for the first time in a while, and it's someone sliming Charlie Kirk. This friend says, yeah, I heard he got attempted on. Robinson then says, no, like an hour ago. He also says he's reported, and the footage looks bad. Guys, he's also making phone calls in Discord chats and asking people about it with heavy breath and just very weird behavior. Then friends are seeing this photo here and reposting it in Discord chats that they're all in. Okay, I'm not sure how many people are in these chats, but people are posting this, and then they're posting things like this. Tagging Mr. Robinson's username on Discord, a messaging platform, the acquaintance attached the images and wrote, where you at? Meaning, where you at? With a skull emoji suggesting that Mr. Robinson looked like the man being sought. Guys, his own friends are recognizing him from this photo. So all these people on the internet that are like, there's no way anybody could tell who that is from that photo. Like, his own friends, guys, in his own Discord messaging are making jokes saying this looks like him, right? And then Tyler responds within a minute saying it's his doppelganger and that he was trying to get me in trouble. And then one of his other friends says, Tyler killed Charlie. But guys, his own friends recognize him from this, okay? It's ridiculous. Okay, in some of these lower chats on this Discord, he's also saying, I heard the ammo had something about stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room. And then a few minutes later, he joked, I'm actually Charlie Kirk, wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death, and now I can live out my dream in Kansas. And guys, then he's also releasing stuff about the rounds having stuff written on it before those things even came out. What's he say right here? Look at what he says right here. I heard the ammo had something about stuff on it, but they aren't releasing the photos or exact quotes. Guys, they did release the photos through, I think it was Crowder, right? Steven Crowder released those photos shortly after. No one had released these yet. This is like right afterwards. This is kind of like what we talked about in the keeping crime scenes secret thing. Only the person who commits that crime knows the information. How does he know this information before that stuff comes out? And then not only that, guys, in this same Discord chat, he comes out and he says, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything. Guys, this is like before he turns himself in. This isn't while he's in custody. This isn't while someone else has his phone. This is him before everything. This is like, why? Like, why are you going to go do this and confess if you didn't do it? Okay, I think already we could probably just turn this off and not go any further, but we're going to go over the charging document now. And guys, real quick, the other thing that I think kind of shows that Tyler Robinson is not a patsy of some sort is why go arrest two other people? Why go create that confusion? Why, right? They went and they tried to arrest George Zinn, which was weird. Okay, and then they also went and they like arrested some other guy like a few hours later. Maybe it was really quick after that. I don't remember exactly, but it was either like a couple hours later or just a few minutes later. Some guy had a rifle in his trunk or something. I'm not sure about that whole entire story, but why go arrest those two people and then release them? To me, that doesn't make any sense. If this is some well-orchestrated thing by professional, people that set this whole thing up. Especially if you've already planted Tyler Robinson's rifle, if you're going to plant all of his handprints, if you're going to plant all of his fingerprints, DNA, shoe prints. You've had this whole thing planned from the beginning. You have all the text messages. You've supposedly gone and confessed to all of his parents. You've supposedly confessed to everyone in the Discord. You supposedly have all the stuff you've set up specifically to target Tyler Robinson as the patsy. If you believe this whole thing is a conspiracy from the whole entire beginning and all this stuff's a setup, why are you going to go arrest two people and make the whole thing questionable? Your job as a professional setup people is to set up this whole entire thing in such a way where it's not questioned by anybody, and that you remain credible, and that the government is completely non-questioned, and everyone just nods their head and falls in line with the narrative. Why go arrest two other people and be wrong about it? I don't know. Could be nothing, but I feel like that's another thing that kind of points to him not being a patsy, and that Tyler Robinson is the actual person. All right, guys, now we're going to go through the charging document to see what other evidence that they have in this case. Guys, I know a lot of people won't believe this, or they don't believe this, and their whole basis of that is the 30-06 thing. I think that now that we can see that was actually highly likely that it was a 30-06, maybe people can get over that and actually read this with an open mind. But even if you don't agree with it, still read it to see what the other side has to say about it, because it's always a good idea to have what the other side says so you can have a better opinion of what you think anyways. So let's continue. Guys, we're just going to paraphrase. This would take hours to go through if we actually went through it line by line, so we're not going to do that. And because this first part is just an introduction, and then the counts that they're trying him for, each offense. And then down here is the probable cause statement, basically the evidence that they have for trying him on those things, and just a brief little description. This part here just describes how an officer hears the shot, hears that it comes from a certain roof, finds evidence of someone being prone on that roof, and then it goes over how they followed surveillance camera to find all the way down to finding him going off the roof, and then finding the rifle in the wooded area. It then details what was written on those casings, and then it talks about how there's DNA consistent with Robinson's on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casings, and 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the dowel. All right, guys, this gets to the most important part. Please come read this. I'm going to still kind of paraphrase. Basically, this just basically says, guys, that the mother recognizes the son. She contacts him. He says that he was sick that day. This is on the 11th and at home. And that he was also homesick on the 10th. Like, it's kind of weird. If my mom calls me and I say, hey, I've been sick. Oh, how long? Oh, the last few days. I'm not going to be like, I was sick today, September 11th, and also yesterday at home, stuck all day at home, September 10th, 2025. It's like he's trying to make himself a little bit of an alibi right here, right? She shows the photos to the father. The father agrees. The mother also explains that over the last year, Robinson had become more and more left, been in a relationship with a biological male who's transitioning. And then there's been some discussions. It seems like there's some kind of friction, and the father and Tyler have most of these conversations. One time, Robinson mentions Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU and said it was a stupid venue and that Charlie was spreading hate. Robinson's father then agrees that when his wife showed him the footage, it looked like his son, and that he also believed that the rifle was a gift that was given to their son and recognized the rifle. He then contacts the son, tells him to send a photo of the rifle. Tyler does not respond. They speak on the phone. Tyler says that he's going to plan to take his own life. They convince him to meet at their home. As they discuss the situation, Tyler implies that he was the person who did this. And when asked why, he says that there's too much evil and the guy spreads too much hate. Guys, what do we see this matching up with? It matches up with exactly what he told his parents a couple weeks ago about Troy spreading hate and then it being a stupid venue. It also matches in the text where he says, I've had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. So we see 3 times his motive for doing this. Then the family convinces him to talk to a deputy sheriff who's also a former family friend. They meet. He confesses to that friend, and they go turn himself in at the sheriff's office. Police then interview the roommate, who is the one that's transitioning. That dude is Lance Twiggs. He shows them texts from September 10th showing that Tyler said, drop what you were doing, look under my keyboard. The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. And police found a photograph of this note. As what we have so far, we have all the stuff we've already talked about earlier in this video, all the surveillance footage, all that stuff. The screwdriver and all that kind of stuff, and all the footage of him going on campus. Now we have a confession to his mom, a confession to his dad, a confession to the family friend. We also have several confessions in these Discord chats as well as to Lance Twiggs. And we have him turning himself in. You don't turn yourself in because you want to spend the night at jail. You don't turn yourself because you want to go see Bubba. You don't turn yourself because you want to have a great time behind bars. You only turn yourself in because you did something wrong. Okay, not only do we have that video footage and these 4 confessions, now we also have the evidence of having that DNA on everything, pretty much, all over the rifle, the cartridges, the casings, all those things. We have it also on the towel, and then we also have the handprints on the rooftop and that screwdriver. That's a lot of evidence. All right, now we're gonna look at these texts, guys. Just briefly, we're not gonna go over this for super long because we could go over this for also a long time. There's just a couple things I want to go over this with because I don't think it's worth spending any time on these texts really because they were just kind of stupid and ridiculous. And I think I have 3 reasons why they're actually legitimate. Okay, let's go over those reasons first. First of all, Tyler says my love right here. Apparently that is something that he often talked to Twigs and used to refer to Twigs when he talked to Twigs. That's like his term of endearment for Twigs. Okay. So why is it in here if this is all some ChatGPT made up thing, you know? And I guess it's possible they use ChatGPT to kind of like maybe make it so a forensics expert couldn't track it or something. But maybe he still edited that part and put my love in different parts in there. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me that it would be ChatGPT, but I mean, it's possible. But even if so, it would still have to match the cell phone records, which we're going to get to in a second. Then down here, guys, he's asked about why he did it, and it's about the hatred, which he told his parents twice, which matches what we see up here, guys, where Robinson accuses Kirk of spreading hate, and also when he confesses, the reason why is because he spreads too much hate. Okay, so not only do we have those 2 things that match, we have another part right here where he asks how long he's been planning it, and he says a little bit over a week. Right here we have an article that has evidence of someone being on that roof twice in the last week or 2 before the incident. A professor and a student saw someone, guys, on that roof twice before the incident. Someone was there planning. Is that Robinson? They're going to have whoever this is on video footage and on camera, and they're going to be able to identify him. That's going to come out in the court case as well. I highly suspect that it's probably Robinson, if not one of his co-collaborators. So not only do we have that, we have him talking about it being his grandpa's rifle. How would they know it was the grandpa's rifle? If he's just some patsy or whatnot, they would have just planted a rifle and said it was his, put his fingerprints and DNA on it. How would they know the history behind that rifle? All right, guys, let's just say that 20 years ago, my grandpa gave me a baseball bat, and I have that baseball bat in my garage, and someone wants to frame me, so they go grab that, and they hit someone with it, and now they put it in my car, and now I'm going to get framed for it. They wouldn't know to, fake the things and say that it was my grandpa's baseball bat. They would just say that it was my baseball bat. I don't think that makes any sense at all either, okay? Guys, this has been debunked like 1,000 times already. I'm going to debunk it in a little bit of a different way. What we do know is that now we know that it was for sure the same rifle that they take a picture of in the box. But people are still stuck on, well, it's a stock photo. Well, guys, even if it was a stock photo, I'm going to show you right now why it doesn't matter, okay? Let's just say that someone used a Rugen American 270 rifle. They left it in the bushes somewhere. And guys, let's just say that the police used a stock photo, this being the stock photo right here. And this stock photo, guess what it is of, guys? It's of a Ruger American 270, meaning it looks exactly the same as the actual one found in the woods. Well, done. It's done. It's over. The same thing, same result. It doesn't matter that it's a stock photo or not a stock photo. The person still can recognize it because guess what? The rifle is the same rifle. That whole argument, I don't understand what the importance of it is or what the people are trying to say. It doesn't matter if it's a stock photo or the actual photo. If someone releases photos of that suspect and then they release the stock photos of this rifle and then people go, oh, that looks kind of like this person and that rifle looks exactly like his rifle. Well, it is that rifle. It's the same exact rifle. It's just a different picture of it because it's a stock photo of that rifle. Like, right? If I see for example, if I see a blue jay flying through the air and I take a photo of that blue jay and it's a little bit blurry, but then I go on the internet and I find a stock photo and I say, hey, guess what? To all my friends, I just saw this bird, and I send them a stock photo. People aren't going to be like, hey, you didn't see that exact bird. It's a stock photo of that bird. I'm talking about the species, the exact species. That other bird looks exactly the same. It's the same thing. Anyways, guys, we can move on from this one. It's ridiculous. Plus, it wasn't even a stock photo. It was the actual real photo anyways, but just in case you're still stuck on this, there you go. Then right here, he's confessing and saying, hey, remember how I was engraving these rounds and then how it's a meme and these things? He's saying that his roommate had previously seen him engraving rounds, and now he's saying that in the text. How would they have known that without having collaboration from the roommate? Anyways, guys, there's just a bunch of things in here that prove that this is actually legitimate. But even if you don't think that they're legitimate for those reasons, the cell phone companies have this information. They may even have the actual text. We know that Edward Snowden says that they have more information than we think they do. But even if they don't have these actual texts back and forth, they're going to have the timestamps. So if this was sent after he was arrested, and this is true that these are all made up and they're all planted, they would have to have both phones. And those timestamps are going to show that they're after the arrest anyway, so they're not going to be legit, right? And the defense is going to have them thrown out. They're going to be proven fake, and we'll find that out during the trial. However, if the cell phone companies have these sent on September 10th, when they were supposedly sent, that's not fakeable. Down here is just kind of the end, just the different counts again, and then the signature of the Utah County attorney. And guys, if you don't think that's enough, and you still think this is crazy, crazy, weird, and funny, watch this.
Good chat. Let's lock in. Propane prepared. Now, I know it's giving to Lulu for this chuggy boomer to speak in such skibbity brain rot.
Really? This is weird? This is what people are speaking in this generation of this guy, guys. This is supposed to be super crazy weird?
Put the fries in the bag in just a second. I have of tomorrow. That's.
But guys, this is normal?
It's an infinite money glitch that slaps.
Okay, that is very weird to me. I don't think that this is normal, but this right here does not seem super abnormal, especially when you compare it to this. And guys, this is one of the first pieces of misinformation that started coming out, was this video right here. I'm not sure where I first saw this whole entire thing, but they started using this video as evidence that Tyler Robinson never uses the word vehicle. Only crazy weirdos use the word vehicle. And that he uses the word car, and therefore he always uses the word car and never would ever use the word vehicle.
She's gonna be a minute. She's gonna shuttle over from where she's at to her car and then drive over.
Gotcha. What they forget to show you is 5 seconds later.
There's a vehicle in the lane.
What?
There's a vehicle in the lane.
So guys, we can see that he uses both the word car and vehicle, and this got put out there, and it was like used as proof and evidence, even though it's not. Anyways, these aren't crazy. They're not weird. They're not that strange. You guys remember, this is coming from a generation that says skibbity doo dah, Riz, Ohio. And also, this dude here is living with a dude, Lance Twiggs, who these texts are back and forth with, who he always says my love to. And also, this guy is building nests, growing mushrooms, doing constant amounts of crazy drugs, and writing serial killer notes all over the apartment. So this is probably the least weird thing you're going to find them talking to each other back and forth with, right? Guys, this is my final argument as to Tyler Robinson being the alleged person who did this. And I say alleged because, innocent until proven guilty. He hasn't been through the court system yet. You can't say for sure that it was him. This is my case that it is him. And let's just get started with the fact that, guys, how many crimes are on camera? How many crimes are caught on camera? I was looking, I couldn't find that much data on this because there's so few crimes caught on camera that there really is not that much data at all. So the fact that this is caught on camera, guys, this is an actual crime caught on camera, is very rare. And the fact that we have him on camera doing it, okay, we have him arriving on campus, we have him in his car, getting out of the car in one pair of clothes, going back to the car, changing, coming to campus again on a second pair of clothes, shows that he was planning, shows that he was doing stuff in order to plan this. Then he goes on that roof. And guys, not only does he go on a roof, he goes on the only roof that is within this ring that we discovered earlier, which is the only spot that it really could have come from. There's very other few spots that it could have come from, like we looked at in our overview of campus. That's the only spot, guys, really, that matches up with anything logically, with the viewpoint like we saw, but as well as matching up with the feet per second rings, as well as this ring right here from the sonic boom analysis ring, okay? So that pinpoints him right there. It's within that ring, within these rings. It's a possibility, and not only a possibility, but only the real possibility, it seems like. And guys, not only that, they're going to have him taking the shot on camera. That's not for me or you to see. That's for the court trial. Maybe eventually you'll see that, but that's not for us at this moment. Then he runs this way off the roof. They have his fingerprints and his handprints on this roof right here. Then they have his footprints down here below where he jumps down, and then he runs across the street into the wooded area where they then find the rifle, and they have his DNA not only on that rifle, but on a screwdriver on this roof, and then on that rifle in several different places, the casings, the actual rifle itself, the rounds that are left in the rifle, and on that towel, okay? So what do we have so far, guys? We have him on video pretty much doing the whole entire thing. Okay, we have him arriving on campus. We have him doing the whole entire thing on video, which is pretty much all you really need. I mean, if someone takes a video of me punching somebody and then that guy wants to charge me for assault, they don't really need my fingerprints on his chin. They have the video of me doing it, right? I mean, come on, right? Okay, not only do they have that, the video, they also have, like I said, the fingerprints on that screwdriver. They have the handprints on the roof, the fingerprints on the roof, the footprints here, the DNA all over the rifle, the fingerprints all over the rifle. That is just the video by itself would be good enough. Just those fingerprints and just those handprints by themselves would be good enough. But guys, is that all they have? No, they have more. They have him telling his dad before that UVU is a really bad place for a bad venue because he doesn't like Charlie Kirk, that he spreads hate. What else do we have? We have him telling his friends that he did it. He confesses to his friends in Discord. Not only does he confess to his friends in Discord, he tells his roommate beforehand with a note that he was going to do this. He said, I have the opportunity to do this and I'm going to do it. Then what does he do? He also texts afterwards confessing to the same roommate that he did it. So he confesses to his friends, and then he confesses to his roommate twice. Once in an admission that he's planning this, and then he was actually on the way to do it pretty much. And then a second time after he did it, he confesses to doing it. Then he's in Discord messages also talking about it and joking about it and asking things and knowing only things the person who did it would actually know. How does he know those things if he's not the one that did it? Okay. Not only is he confessing to all those friends, not only is he confessing to his roommate twice, not only does he know stuff that he shouldn't know unless he was the person who did it, he then talks to his dad, who his dad and his friends and his mom all recognize him. Not just his mom and dad, but also his friends. We saw that. But not only that, he's confessing to his mom. He's confessing to his dad. He confesses to both of them. Then he confesses to the family friend. Then they get in a car, I suppose, or a truck or something, and they drive to the police station, and he turns himself in. Guys, you don't go turn yourself into the police station because you want a comfortable night on a jail cell bed. You're not going to just drive there and be like, I'm here because I'm turning myself in for wanting a free night sleep in the jail cell. He's turning himself in for a reason. What reason is that? Well, he's already confessed to like 5 people at this point. So I think we can assume that he's turning himself in for that same reason that he's confessing to his friends and his dad and his mom and his family friend. And he turns himself in, which pretty much says, I'm turning myself in for a crime, which pretty much is, to me, that's pretty much an admission of a crime, right? Turning yourself in for something. I wouldn't drive by a police station randomly and be like, Today, I would like a tour of a jail cell. I'm just going to turn myself in for, let's just make up something and just say I did it if I didn't do it. So now we have like 3 separate things that are good enough, okay? The video of him doing it, in my opinion, is good enough just on its own. The fingerprints and the DNA are good on its own. Now we have all these confessions, which to me are good enough all on their own. If I came to you or you came to me and you said, hey, I just slapped this person, I would believe you. Okay? If that person comes to me and they show me their cheek and it has your handprint on it and it's the same size as your hand, I'm going to be like, okay, this is pretty legit, especially if you just told me that you did. And if someone has a video of you doing that, just from the video itself, I'm going to believe that. And if you have a video of that, plus your handprint, plus you confessing to me that you did it, I'm for sure going to believe that you did it. Okay. And guys, I really think that 90% of the people that can't believe this, the main reason is because of the 30-06. And I think now that we've covered that and we've shown that not only is that likely, but it's highly likely, and that it's not some weird, crazy, impossible thing that like all these people are trying to make you and psyop you into thinking. I think that we can actually get to the truth now, and you can see it is Tyler Robinson that did this, okay? Just 2 more examples, guys, and then we'll end this video and go to the conclusion of what I think about this whole entire situation. But basically, guys, it's like if Joe breaks into your house and steals your TV and he leaves fingerprints on the wall. Maybe he cuts himself trying to get it off the TV mount and there's some DNA in there. And then he takes your TV to his small Corolla and he drives away. And your neighbor saw him do it. The police get a description that matches Joe from the neighbor. The security camera from your camera matches that it's Joe. Joe calls his mom and says, hey, I stole some guy's TV. I feel really bad about it. Joe drives to the police station, turns himself in. And you have the video of it. He's confessed. You have the DNA. You have the fingerprints. Joe gets arrested. It's all over the news that Joe stole your TV and threw it in Corolla. But some random YouTuber sees that Corolla is a certain size. And it's really unbelievable that he fit a 75-inch TV in that Corolla. And even though all the measurements and all the studies shows that you could actually fit that size TV in the Corolla, but not only that, it shows like the logs of like the last 100 years of shipments, and thousands of that same size TV have been transported in Corollas. This YouTuber is out there screaming that how is this possible? How is this possible? It cannot be that Joe did it because you can't fit a 75-inch TV into a Corolla, even though you can. And then like $500 YouTubers come out and they start, trying to shove 85-inch TVs into their Corolla to prove that you can't fit a 75-inch TV into a Corolla. And pretty soon nobody believes your story because they can't get over the fact that you can't fit a 100-inch TV or an 85-inch TV into a Corolla, even though what they're trying to show is not relatable to the situation. Or maybe they are even trying to fit the right size TV. Maybe they are trying to put a 75-inch TV in these demonstrations, but maybe they're not opening the door all the way. Maybe they're not putting it at the right angle. And regardless, it doesn't matter. Even if their experiments fell every single time, it wouldn't matter because there's some element missing. Because guess what? We have all those records. We have the records of 1,000 of these TVs being fit inside that Corolla. Just like we have thousands and thousands of records of a 30-06 being stuck in the body, whether that's in the neck or some other place. A lot of the times in the neck, there's records of that. There's records of it getting stuck in other places of the body. The same thing. Even if they were trying to fit this TV, the same size TV in there, and it wouldn't fit, the experiment isn't even necessary because we know that it's happened thousands of times in reality. Guys, I actually wanted to show you the x-rays of these rounds stuck in the body. I just don't know if YouTube would allow that, and I don't want to get my account, suspended over posting something inappropriate or gruesome like that. But guys, there are hundreds and hundreds of x-rays where the 30-06 and even more powerful rounds are stuck in the neck, in the ribs, in the skull. Like, I wanted to show you those, and you can go look at them. If you actually care about the situation and you care about Charlie Kirk and you care about the situation, don't just watch my video and stick your fingers in my ears and be like, no, he didn't show them to us, therefore it doesn't exist. Go look. I'm going to cite all of those resources in the description down below. Go look at those. Go scroll through those. You can scroll through 22 rounds. You can scroll through 9mm rounds. You can scroll through 45 rounds. You can scroll through all the different kinds of wounds, all the way through like 50 caliber. And you're going to see x-ray after x-ray of 30 caliber rounds, 30-06s, 300 Win Mags, 338 Lapuas. You can go down there and look through those records and see for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Even if I showed them to you here, you might say I photoshopped them. Go look for yourself. They're there. They're there. Like, I don't have to convince you. If you actually believe, if you're actually in this for the truth, if you're actually in this for the right reasons, and you're just not trying to prove your theory right, go look. Go look for yourself so you know the truth. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of x-rays in these files of 30.6s in the neck, in the lungs, in the ribs, in the skulls being stopped in the body. And I just didn't want to show you that because I don't know what the rules are as far as showing that. But go if you actually care. I believe if you actually care, you'll go look. Now, if you go look and you still don't believe it, then that's fine. But at least go look. That's pretty much what's going on here, I think, guys, is people are being misled by thinking it's impossible that a 30.6 could do this, and therefore they won't believe any of the evidence that actually is evidence. And not just evidence, guys, overwhelming evidence. His own defense attorney said that they needed more time because of how voluminous the evidence is. And what that tells me is the evidence that I presented to you, they have a lot more. And I think what I just presented to you, basically, guys, all the videos, all the DNA, all the fingerprints, all the confessions. Guys, confessions to like 5, 6, even more people, because there's more people than that in the Discord chats. To me, every single one of those on their own would be good enough to convict this guy of this crime. But all combined is pretty much a slam dunk. It's probably one of the easiest, most slam dunk cases in the history of any case. Like I said earlier, guys, usually most crimes, it's like one fingerprint can solve a crime. One piece of hair left at a crime scene can solve a crime. And in this case, we have like videos, fingerprints, DNA, confessions, evidence of him planning it, telling people the same thing that he didn't like Charlie Kirk, and the same reason why he actually took him out, to both his dad and also to his roommate. Guys, it's overwhelming. There's just so much overwhelming evidence to this. The only way you could possibly believe not is that if you are so overwhelmed with it being a conspiracy that you don't believe that any of this evidence is legitimate. All the videos are fake. All the DNA is fake. All the fingerprints are fake. Everything else is fake as well. Like, all the confessions are also fake. And in order to believe that, you're going to have to believe that this guy's dad is going to stand up in court and willingly send his son to a punishment that is punishable by the deletion method in Utah. And you're telling me that this dad thinks he's innocent and he's not going to go stand up for his son? He's not going to go, you know, if this was your kid and you had a gag order, even if this was your best friend and you had a gag order, let alone your own family, friend's kind of hard because you'd have to know for sure that they were innocent. Even if it was your own kid, if you thought they were innocent, you'd have to know for sure that they were innocent for sure. But if you knew they were for sure innocent, let's just say that you were with your kid from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. one day, and then the next day they come scoop him up and they say, well, yesterday at 10 a.m. he was robbing a bank, and you know that you're for sure he was innocent, or even if it was your friend and you were with him and you know that he's for sure innocent, guys, the right thing to do no matter what gag order they gave you. And I think it would be so hard, especially if it was your own kid. You would violate that gag order in a second to come out and be like, my kid is innocent. You would scream it in the courtroom. You would go find any podcast you could get on. You'd go find any news agency that would take your story, and you would shout, my kid is innocent. They are still manning him into jail, basically. He's a patsy. This is a massive cover-up. You would be screaming it from the rooftops. You wouldn't be turning him in and then staying silent about it. At least I wouldn't. And I think if you loved your kid, you wouldn't either, right? And if they were guilty, you would hopefully do the right thing and turn them in too, and that would be terrible, 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 and very hard, and I feel really bad for this family. But the fact is they did. And that's my case against Tyler Robinson, guys. And the only other option, guys, is the whole thing is such a crazy conspiracy that I'm not going to go into it too much detail because I want to end this and get on to the conclusion of this video. But you would literally have to think that like 500 to 1,000 people are in on it, meaning, you know, all the hospital staff, all the police officers, all of TPUSA, all of the hospital staff, like I just said, like meaning like, you know, the secretary, the nurses, the doctor themselves, and then the staff of the coroner office or whoever did the autopsy, all those people, the FBI. You'd have to think that Kash Patel was in on it, Donald Trump was in on it. You'd have to think that the staff of all of Air Force 2 was in on it. Guys, this would be the biggest conspiracy that ever happened. And guys, remember, it's literally impossible to fake that sonic boom sound. It's specific to where you're standing, okay? So if all of these recordings are somehow faked, that means that the FBI, TPUSA, the government, whoever was all involved in on this, had to know exactly how many people were going to show up, and not only how many people were going to show up, they would have had to know exactly where they were going to stand, or exactly when they were going to walk by. Remember, guys, classes were also going on during this time period. It's possible someone would have just walked out of class, walked up to the event, seen this happen, and then walk away. They would have had to know exactly who was going to show up, who was going to stumble upon it, who was going to record, and from which place. And then they would have had to sit in a lab or an audio studio or something and doctor over and over and over again. They'd have to bring a rifle, and then they would have to like go to every single different step, and they'd have to fire the sonic boom 3,000 to 4,000 different times for each distance that someone was standing. And then at the event, they'd have to go up to each person and then be like, hey, we're going to take your cell phone now and we're going to upload this file to it. Is that okay? Like, people actually think that's what happened. I mean, that's what would have had to happen to have all these sonic booms happen at different timings and different distances. Every single person would have had to have their phone grabbed, and they would have had to have their file replaced with someone else's file, depending on where they were standing. So you're telling me that the shot went off, and then some government overlord descended in a helicopter with a loudspeaker and said, everyone freeze, don't move, give us your phones. And they sat there while the government uploaded different sound files to their phones so that it would match the profile. That's the only way you could have faked this, guys. I don't know. I don't believe that. I don't believe that happened, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's what happened. And there'd be whistleblowers coming out, and there'd be leaks. There would, the leaks always happen on big conspiracies. You see what happened on January 6th, how many leaks came out of that. Moon landing leaks. You have people, commenting on the moon landing, saying that it's not real. People who supposedly actually flew to the moon will admit now that it was not real. People always leak on these things, especially on the big ones. It's not possible to cover it up and keep it sealed. If that was the case, guys, we would know about that, and we don't have anything like that. This is Tyler Robinson. It's not some crazy conspiracy. It was a 30-06. It came from that roof where the 30-06 matches up with those rings as well. And it matches up with Tyler Robinson as well. Guys, this is the person on that roof. This is the person in that video. We have the fingerprints, the DNA, and all the confessions, all of the video, and all of the DNA, and all the fingerprints. It's Tyler Robinson. Let's move on.
Nothing irritates me more in modern American culture than the glorification of victimhood. There is nothing admirable or virtuous about being a victim.
All right, guys, now that I've made my case for the 30-06 as well as it being Tyler Robinson, what I want to ask you guys is, if it wasn't the 30-06, which we know now happens hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of times in the past, it just has. That's not something that's speculation. That's not something that's like, well, could this happen? We don't need to go out and do a bunch of tests about it. Like I said before, guys, that's like doing an experiment to find out if black bears exist. Like, even if you've never seen a black bear, even if you've never encountered black bear remains on the ground, even if you've never seen black bear footprints, you don't have to go out there and do all kinds of experiments to try to find out if a black bear exists, because black bears exist. They're in many zoos. There's many studies about them. There's photographs of them. The same with the 30-06 wounds. The same exact situation. We've seen that in the past video, okay? So I don't think we have to speculate. I don't think we have to keep wasting ammo and doing all these tests to find out if it's possible, because we know it is. All these tests that have been done, I don't know what's missing in them, but there's some kind of a factor missing, because it's not coming out with the same solution as what we know is actually possible from all these reports, medical reports, autopsies, all that stuff we've already covered, okay? We've covered and made the case that it's Tyler Robinson. Guys, I guarantee you that they have video of him. People are out there saying, well, we don't know if it was for sure him on the roof, blah, blah, blah. I guarantee you guys that they have higher quality video and photos probably that we have not seen, and they're not going to show us. Maybe we'll see them during the trial, but I guarantee that those blurry photos that we have seen, they're like 10 times sharper when you take the actual SD card out of the camera, and it's not just a broadcast from the internet, and they can probably clearly see with their eyes that it's Tyler Robinson, okay? So I don't think we can really debate that one too much. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't. We'll probably find out during the trial if they do or not. It's too early right now to say, well, we don't know for sure if it's him or not. Because if they have higher quality footage, and guys, they probably have other footage they're not even showing us. I'm going to ask you my question in just 1 second, but guys, also remember his friends, his own friends recognized him just from these blurry photos. And not only his friends, okay, but others and also his parents. His own mom and dad recognized him so clearly just from these blurry photos with enough confidence to turn him in for what he did. And guys, remember, this is a capital case. They're going to put him down for this. This isn't just like, oh, my kid stole a candy bar, let's take it back to the gas station and turn the candy bar back in so they can slap him on the wrist and tell him don't do that again. If you're this guy's parents, I mean, tell me, if you had a kid, for example, if you had a kid and you saw a blurry photo like this of him or her, and you were like, it's too blurry, I'm not sure if it's him or not, I can't really tell, I don't know, I can't tell if it's them or not. You're not going to go and just call the FBI and be like, I know for sure this is my kid, we're going to turn him in tomorrow, that, you know, or whatever. You're not going to do that, okay? If you suspected that was your kid, maybe you would call the FBI and say, hey, I think I know who this person is. I don't want to give you any information until I can confirm for sure. Can I see some sharper photos? Which I guarantee they have sharper photos, guys. You might ask for those sharper photos just to make sure before you turn your kid in for something that they're going to end him for. Like, you're not going to just call the police on a blurry photo and turn them in for that unless you know for sure. And my point is these blurry photos were good enough for his friends and for his parents, his own parents, to turn him in for something that they know is going to end him. That's how much confidence they have in these photos. And if they have that much confidence, I think we should have that much confidence as well in these photos. His own parents were willing to end him based on these photos. As sad and as terrible as that is, that's the truth, right? So I think anyone out there still saying, we don't know if it's Tyler Robinson that was on that roof or in these photos, I think that leads a huge amount of credibility that it actually is, okay? And guys, this is the same person that's on that roof. They're going to have better photo and better video of him on the roof as well, like we talked about. So, guys, yeah. Also, what do we know? We know that it came from that spot on the roof, okay? So whoever that person is, if they have high quality footage of that is exactly Tyler Robinson and that's him on that roof, case closed, right? But even if it isn't, we know it came from that roof. From all of our tests and experience we've done through this whole entire video, the rings are on that roof. They all intersect on that roof. The other rings from the speed test, they all show that they intersect on that spot on the roof. That's where it came from. So whoever they have on video right there, we know that's where it came from. Okay. We also know that it's not a microphone explosion. We also know that that's not possible either. Okay. So what I want to ask you guys is, if it's not Tyler Robinson and it's not the 30.6, what is the exact mechanism, okay, that they used? Because I keep hearing all these theories. I keep hearing, well, it was Egypt, it was the Foreign Legion, it was TPUSA themselves, it was the Republican Party, it was Mossad, it was like, okay, but what's the mechanism? I have not heard one single mechanism except for the microphone, which we've pretty much debunked, and we know it's not possible at this point. What is the mechanism? That's the only other mechanism I have heard, okay? And that's what I want to ask. What is the mechanism? Okay, because if you think it was the French Foreign Legion, okay, great. How did they do it, and who did it, and where did the shot came from? We know where the shot came from. We know it came on that ring somewhere, whether it was that roof or somewhere else, but from our walkthrough of campus and our software usage, we've pretty much pinpointed that's the only place where it could have come from, okay? So what I want to know is, did French Foreign Legion land a helicopter up on Mount Timpanogos up here, and then did they parachute down onto that roof, take the shot, and then they're the ones that jumped off the roof and ran into the bushes and left the rifle, and they somehow had Tyler Robinson's rifle? Like, what's the mechanism? Was it an Israeli that went up onto Mount Timpanogos, parachuted down? Was it an Egyptian guy that snuck through campus, went through the sewer system, popped up, went up to that roof and did it? Like, what's the mechanism? Because I keep hearing these theories, and what I keep hearing isn't really theory. What I keep hearing is mostly motive. I keep hearing motive. I don't even hear theory or evidence yet. I have not heard one piece of evidence. Like, what I want is actual evidence. Evidence of a mechanism. Present me with a mechanism. Okay, besides the microphone, which we've debunked, provide me with an actual mechanism of what happened. Okay, and with evidence. Not Harpole was at Huachuca, therefore somehow he's the one that did this. Okay, if you want to say that he was at Huachuca, okay, provide me evidence that that's why he was at Huachuca. Give me the audio recordings of the plan that they were discussing. Provide me with, that's why he was there. There's a lot of reasons why someone like that would be there, and I don't even think he was there. There's so many things you can Google research about that whole thing that just disprove it right off the bat. For example, there's this whole thing about people saying that Huachuca is the only military base in the United States that does drone research. If you do a simple Google research, just type it in. Do it right now. Pull out your phone. Which military bases do drone research in the United States? There's like 15 of them, and Huachuca isn't even on the list of one of them that does it. So it's not only is it not the only one that does research about drones, it's not even on the list of any of them that does drone research. Does that make sense, guys? And I mean, that doesn't disprove the whole entire Huachuca narrative, but why are people coming out with things like that? If that's not true, it kind of makes me think the whole thing's not true. And even if they were there, which I don't think that they were there, what does it have to do with anything? There's no evidence that that's why they were there, except for that it was like the day before. It's similar to this whole entire thing that's coming out recently that says like, that's saying that Erica Kirk was in some video of her being a sniper like 10 years ago in some movie because she was like a beauty star. She was Miss Arizona, I believe. Like, it's not uncommon for these people to get like acting careers or acting gigs or even commercials or just whatever. It's not something, it would be like if Tom Cruise's wife went missing and they were like, Tom Cruise was in Mission Impossible. He's an expert at making people disappear and taking long shots and doing crazy acrobatic things. That's kind of a leap, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's not evidence that Tom Cruise made his wife disappear just because he was in Mission Impossible. Like, people like to latch on to things because they're cinematic and they're epic, but there's no evidence behind it. So what I'm asking for, guys, I'm just giving you examples because I know people are going to come out and say, well, he texted that he didn't want to support the Israel cause, and in fact, he was going to go against Israel from now on. Okay? That's not evidence. That would be motive. I feel like I have to give all these examples because people don't understand the difference between motive and evidence. And I think we've done a good enough job at this point. So all I'm asking for, guys, is one more time, I'm going to try and make this video a little shorter. Give me not the motive, not the coincidence, not the hearsay, not somebody said this about this, about this. What I want to hear is the actual mechanism, because the only mechanism that we have so far that's possible, according to all of our experiments and tests that we've done in this whole entire thing, and guys, this isn't because I believe the government. Okay, I'm not saying, oh, I believe everything the government's telling you to believe everything they say. It's because it's the only thing that matches up with all the actual truth that we can prove. And it's not proving the government true. It's not proving the government right. I believe that they are still lying to us. I think there's a lot more people who are involved with this that they need to investigate and catch than they're leading on to. Maybe they are. Right? But I think the whole entire mechanism that they say was used is the only thing provable that's being used, meaning someone went on campus, went up to that roof, used a 30-06, took the shot from that location, and then got off and escaped. Okay? That's the only mechanism that's possible at this point, according to all of our experiments. Now, are you telling me that it was someone else and not Tyler Robinson, or there was someone else possibly up there with Tyler Robinson at that same location? Okay, great. Who? How? That's what I want to know. And if you think it's from a different location, provide me evidence that it's from a different location. Don't just say, well, the government said it's from that location, therefore it has to be a different location. That's not evidence. That's just speculation. Okay? So what I want is hard evidence, meaning if you think it came from the computer science building, provide me evidence. Show me a video of somebody up there. Show me evidence of somebody up there. Show me the footprint. Show me the fingerprint. Show me the rifle casing that got left up there. Show me the confession of the person that was up there. Show me the video of that person leaving that building and running away. Show me the evidence of that person turning themselves in, for example, and giving the confession that they did that. Okay, right, that could be some sort of evidence. But until we have evidence purporting to the otherwise, I feel like this is the truth. Whatever presented Tyler Robinson, 30-06, from that location, all the evidence shows it, all of our experiments show it. And if you have an alternate theory and you have the actual mechanism, what rifle did they use? What device did they use? From what location did they use it? Not, oh, it was Egypt, not, oh, that it was Israel, or all this random stuff. Get down to the actual micro level. How did they get on campus? Is there a video of them getting on campus? Show me that video. Show me those fingerprints. Show me where it was. Show me the actual weapon that was used. Because so far we haven't heard any other alternative theory. Not one. We just hear who it was, but not how they did it. Tell me how they did it. Anyways, guys, let's move on to the conclusion. I think at this point, we know who it is. We know where it came from, and we know what was used. Provide me the alternative, and maybe I'll believe you if you have the evidence. But it has to be evidence, not hearsay, not circumstance, not motive. Let's go.
The cultural paradigm right now is a rebellion of the men of the West. It's happening in every major country, where young men are finding podcasts like ours. They're finding other information conduits that believe in nature, believe in God's design, believe that men should have to stand up for the vulnerable, create a family, provide for the family, have to protect the weak, to fight the battles of society, to go on an adventure. This is very appealing to young men when they hear it.
All right, guys, it's been about 3.5 months of hard work, dedication, investigation, sacrifice, a lot of time. Guys, this video is many, many, many hours of times sitting there researching, and just as much time editing, cutting clips, going out, doing the experiments. And I did this all for you and for myself to gain clarity, because in the beginning, guys, I was also having all kinds of questions. I went out and I actually did the experiments and took the time to do this for you and for the movement to hopefully bring clarity once and for all to what's actually happened. In the beginning of all of this, I mentioned that I had a method of closing all the doors, and let's go over some of the doors that I've closed, okay? We've closed the door on the idea that it was some kind of an exploding microphone. We now know that is impossible, not just from the experiment. The experiment proved that without a doubt, guys. If 150 joules knocks off that magnet, blows a hole through that shirt, blackens it, makes a whole explosion, a fireball in that shirt, I think we can reasonably say that 5,000 up to 3 million joules would definitely do more than that. The microphone would not be intact. It's impossible. But not only from that experiment, we can also tell from the sonic boom analysis, where the ring has to be at least around 140 yards away-ish, as well as all the timings of how long it takes a round to reach a certain area. That has been debunked. Close the door. We don't ever have to look at the exploded microphone ever again. The same principle also applies to palm guns, someone up really close, really closing the door on anything up to like around 200 feet away. And really, guys, it's even up to 200 feet, even though it's somewhat possible, really we have to be around 400 feet away to really make this at least realistic and really possible. It's also a sonic boom capable round, which means it has to be faster than the speed of sound. And using our charts, using the sonic boom ring, it really has to be in that 400 to like 450 foot range, around 140 yards. Okay, so we can close the door on anything closer than that. Case closed on that one. I think using some logic, we can also close the door on it being like French Legion, Israeli secret soldiers, and TPUSA. I think we can reasonably say it's definitely not any of those. Can we prove it? No. But guys, not only do we have these doors closing, we also have other evidence that supports better, much more intact, much more reasonable theories that aren't space aliens from the top of Mount Timpanogos and all these bizarre things that people want to believe because they want to make it some cinematic, epic movie type thing because their mind can't just comprehend that it was some dweeb that hates freedom and freedom of speech, and also that it was probably a conspiration of others who are the same. And guys, we can pretty much disprove this using not just logic and not just common sense, which I think we can, just using those two. But as we learned earlier, motive is not evidence. And so no matter how awesome or how great the motive sounds like for Israel to be the one that was behind it, or how great the motive would have been for TPUSA for whatever reason you guys think that is, or how amazingly epic and cinematic the motive would have been for the French Legion to parachute off of Mount Timpanogos, land on a secret building, put a crazy drone up in the air, like no matter how much their motive would have been to do all those things, there's absolutely no evidence. Okay, as we know, as we have talked about, motive is not evidence. And so therefore, even if someone can prove that they had the greatest motive of all time to do this, if they can't show any evidence that they actually did it, then that theory is mute and void and pointless unless you can find evidence. If you guys have somebody has great motive, go find the evidence and present them evidence. Do not present any more motives until you can find the evidence. Okay, that's super important, because if you're going to say that motive is absolute proof and motive is absolute evidence that someone did this, you also have to extrapolate that and say, well, every time someone's parent dies, it's automatically one of the sons or daughters that did it because their inheritance was the motive that they did it, you know? So you pretty much have to, you know, next time somebody around the corner dies, you run to the police department and claim to know who did it because, you know, obviously it was their son because he's going to get something out of the will. That's the best motive of all time. All right, guys, now that we've closed a bunch of doors, what theories remain that are possible? And what is the most likely one? I think we can see from all the experiments that we did in this video that not only can you tell where a round comes from or where a sound comes from in an amphitheater, like all of the people in that amphitheater, like 99% of them look right in that direction. Because I had like 4 or 5 friends there, and all of them said the same thing right from that direction. We can reasonably conclude that they're not lying to us, their reactions aren't lying to us, and the videos are not lying to us. They all look right in that same direction, or at least most of them do. Okay, we can conclude from that, plus the sonic boom analysis, that ring that can only be on that certain location concludes, and they all intersect on that roof. That concludes that the shot came from that roof, as well as the rings from the timings of the rounds of how long it takes a round to go from one spot to another spot. We can conclude from all that information that it did come from that rooftop. That's a possibility. The rings all intersect there. That's where everyone looked. That's where the shot came from. We now know a little bit more about crime scene investigations. We now know that that crime scene is not some crazy 20-day, 20-year, 50-year investigation that needs to take place. It's probably one of the simplest crime scenes that any police officer that has worked a crime scene or any detective has worked on in their entire history. Literally, guys, there was nothing at that crime scene. And there was an officer that me and Stephen Gardner talked to, as well as Gary from Paramount Tactical and Gray Hughes Investigates. That officer went through some certain things with us that he didn't really want to disclose, so we're not going to go into those details. But let me just tell you guys, they did do a very thorough investigation. They used various technologies. They spent a lot more time than necessary on that crime scene. When you have something that takes place from far away, and there's not a bunch of stuff right at that spot, it doesn't take 50 years or 5 weeks or 10 weeks or 3 months or however many times you think it would take to go over that crime scene. We went over this in detail. You now know what a crime scene investigation looks like. After they've picked up everything, after they've taken all the photos and done all the processing, what else is there to do? They can't just sit there waiting for something else to happen. It's already over, right? So we now know, and guys, even the one that we did, even that fake one was pretty complicated. And even that one would only take a few hours to probably process and then give them back to the owner to do whatever they wanted with it. Just like they did at UVU, and UVU decided, hey, this is probably something we should probably change a little bit so that people can move on, get back to class, etc. We now know a little bit more about that, and we can conclude that that's not something super abnormal, and it's not, guys. It's not something super abnormal. That is normal. Okay. Because the other thing we also know now is that not only was it not like some crazy 1 in 5 bazillion things that the 30-06 could hit and stay in the body, we now know that not only is it likely, but actually most likely, especially if it was at an angle. We've seen all the studies, all of the case reports, all the forensics reports, all of the hunters talking about it. I think we can reasonably say that it's the 30-06, and we also can say that it was most likely Tyler Robinson. Why? Not only do we have all of his chats from before the incident, talking about Charlie and how he spreads hate and how he wanted to take him out and all this other stuff, we also have the confession to his roommate, to his mom, to his dad, to the person who helped turn him in. We have him turning himself in. And while that's not legally a confession, guys, that's not legally a confession. You don't turn yourself in for nothing, right? And the fact that his parents aren't coming out and screaming it from the rooftops that he's innocent and that they lied about it and everything, I think we can reasonably conclude that it is Tyler Robinson, okay? Just from that. Because not only do we have all these confessions, we also have him on video going into UVU once, scouting it out, then going in and committing the incident. Guys, they have that video. They have the video of him taking the shot. It's in the charging documents. They have that. Maybe they'll release that during court or after the court. Who knows? But they do have that, okay? Then they have him running off the roof. They have him going into the wooded area and putting the rifle there. They have that all on video. Okay, so we have all the confessions. We have all the video. Not only that, they have also all of the fingerprints on the roof, the footprints in the grass, the DNA all over, and his fingerprints all over that screwdriver, all over the rifle, all over the casings, all over the remaining rounds. Guys, any of those 4 things by themselves in most crimes would be enough to convict pretty much anybody. The video of them doing it, their fingerprints, their DNA, and then all the confessions would be enough pretty much, you know, at least those first 3. The confessions, those can be a little bit shaky sometimes, and people do make false claims of things that they've done for fame and whatnot. But guys, if you combine all 4 of those together, it's pretty much guaranteed. And any one of those first 3 is almost a guaranteed conviction just on those 3 things. But guys, not only do we have that, we have everything combined. We have everything else combined. The location, everything. I think this is a solid case. I don't think we can go off onto all these conspiracies. I don't think there's anything fishy about this. I think after all we've learned in this whole entire investigation, what we're being told, even though it was fishy in the beginning, now that they have the person, the investigation, I think, is ongoing. And I think what we're going to find out is just what I speculated in the beginning. The real conspiracy here is not all these Egyptian planes and foreign legions and TPUSA and all these people. I think we can totally exonerate all of those people off of this. Okay, I don't think I don't see any evidence pointing to Charlie Kirk. I don't see any evidence pointing to TPUSA. I don't see any evidence pointing to Israel, Egypt, all this stuff. We hear a bunch of motive, but we have heard no evidence. Well, I think we're going to see in the next few months, or maybe a couple of years, depending on how long this trial takes and how long their investigation takes, we're definitely going to see more about outside collaborators. You guys, what else can I really say about this? I don't really know. It's no matter how much you look into this, it's hard because we don't have all the information. We don't have the tools. I don't have the tools to do this. I just hope that the FBI and the police and everyone else is doing their jobs correctly, because, guys, we do know that people knew about this before it was going to happen. And I think that's where the real conspiracy lies. And I think that if people who have more resources than I do, like Candace Owens, it would be awesome if they would turn their focus and laser beam it right on these people who knew about it. Okay, and if the FBI are not investigating, using their power, using their responsibility, using their influence, we could force the FBI to actually look into them. Maybe they're not in on it. I don't know. Maybe they have nothing to do with it. I don't know. But it should be at least investigated. And then if it's not being, these people who are claiming to care and claiming to be the investigators, because there's no investigation going on, should try to influence that side of things. I think at this point, the people who did this, the real people who did this, have earned their goal. They have gotten what they've wanted. You go look at AmFest, it was a train wreck of speaker after speaker just screaming at the other speakers before them that we should censor certain people. Other ones saying that we shouldn't censor other people. Like, it was just a mess of ununity, infighting within the cause. And it's the exact thing that's happening that I predicted in my introduction to this video that I made just a few weeks before AmFest. So where do we go from here? Like I said, guys, we need to investigate. We need to encourage those people who have the power, have the influence. Clearly, I don't have that influence, guys, but we need to influence them to actually produce good investigations that provide facts, evidence, and can actually influence those at the top to push things forward.
But some people say, Charlie, Jesus wasn't political, okay? Jesus, he never really liked politics. I just do the gospel. I do evangelism. I don't care about what happens politically. Now, I talked about how the church could be closed down, but I asked a question. Can anyone tell me in these 66 books of the Bible, the Word of God, can anyone find an example in Scripture where God encourages us to ignore what's happening in the world around us? Can anyone find a scripture where Jesus told us to retreat from the evil? He tells us to lean into it and to be not afraid. You see, in a time when you look at the odds against you, is it the time to go just kind of cower and act as if you have nothing to say? Or is it that we now have the Word of God and we have the wind at our back and we have momentum, we're going to do more than ever before?
All right, guys, so where do we go from here? What can be done? I think there's three things that are most important, and they're short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And I think this is important because the place that we are in society right now is we're almost hanging off a cliff. The Overton window has been shifted so far to the left for decades and decades by dedicated communists and left-wing lunatics that we're pretty much hanging off a cliff where they're about to win their goal. We're in a place in society right now where a lot of people have woken up, in large parts to people like Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk is doing the job that fathers should be doing and inspiring young men to realize that it's not evil to be a man. It's not evil to be the person that you are. It's not evil to be the culture that you are. And it's not evil to be who you want to be and to be a good moral person and to stand for something. Okay? That is something that the communists have been trying to erase for decades. Any sense of morality, any sense of identity, any sense of anything, right? And we're at a turning point right now, ironically, to where we can actually take back things and win, and that is why they did what they did. Okay, so what can we do about it? One of the fastest ways we can get things changed is by getting this information to really influential podcasters, people who have a lot more subscribers than I do. Guys, this is a brand new channel. I hope you guys subscribe. I hope you like it. I hope you share it. But I'm a new channel, guys. I don't have the influence to go out there and to influence the higher-ups or the FBI to really force them to investigate anything. But if we can get this to higher viewed podcasters and stuff, maybe we can spread this message and get it to places where the information that we've discovered in this video can actually influence things and get things changed and get things investigated, guys. I think the FBI is probably investigating all these people. We've seen that Lance Twiggs has disappeared. I'm pretty sure they have him in custody. They're probably using him as an informant on all these people in the chats. We know that he was in chats, these same chats, and that Tyler Robinson was in the same chats as all these people that knew about this, at least some of them. So there is some kind of a connection there. People did know about this, guys. And I hope that they're investigating that. But if we could get this to bigger podcasters that could actually help influence that and point them in that direction and hold them accountable to actually investigate for sure, that would be a great thing. So whether that's people like Theo Vaughn or people even as high up as like Joe Rogan, just guys, if you have contacts, get this up to people who have contacts or those contacts themselves. Get this to people like that who can use this information. I don't care if they splice it up. I don't care if they cut it into little pieces and share it and share the information that we've learned from these experiments. I don't care. As long as the truth gets out there, I think that's one of the fastest ways to get the truth out there is to get bigger influencers in on this. I think that's one of the fastest ways. The second way, guys, is in your communities. And guys, I'm tired of people sitting on their couches complaining and saying, oh, I'm not going to even vote because the government is all rigged against me anyways, and that we're owned by foreign governments, and that it doesn't matter what we do, the president's going to do whatever he's going to do, and the Congress is going to do whatever we do, and the people are always going to suffer. While that is somewhat true, the reason why it's true is because men have become weak. Okay, and we're going to get into something in here in a second that can fix this. But men have become weak, and they'd rather sit on the couch watching football games, watching basketball games, drinking their beers, sitting there complaining that they're going to get the short end of the stick, when in reality, guys, your local government has the most power to influence your life, has the most effect on your life, and the children that get raised in your community are the future. And if you let the children become tenants of the school, tenants of the state, and let the school brainwash them into being future communists and future left-wing crazy people, then that is your fault. Okay? You can't sit there and complain that the government's never going to do anything for you if you're not willing to step up and do something, okay? And there's several things you can do, okay? First of all, go join the school board. Kick off some crazy person that wants to put books of, you know, the bad kind of content that I'm talking about and allow all this crazy stuff into the schools, identity politics and all these, you know, things that say your kid could be a certain thing even if they aren't. Go join the school board and start influencing your community that way. The second thing you can do, go join the city council. The third thing, you can become a teacher. If you don't have time to become a full-time teacher, you can become a substitute teacher and start doing something for your community and start changing things in your community. Because guys, no one's going to do this for you. Nobody. And the only way to change the future is to change the children and to influence the children in such a way where they have a lasting effect and we can move this window further and further in the right direction. The Overton window to what is acceptable matches up more with the truth. Because right now, guys, the truth is way over here, and what is acceptable is way over here. And we need to do that by influencing society over time, and it will take time. It's not going to be overnight, okay? The third thing you can do is, no matter how old you are, start a YouTube channel, start sharing your own information, start sharing your own thoughts, start sharing your own beliefs. Let people out there know that you believe what you believe and you're not ashamed of it, and you are going to do your best to share that and spread that everywhere. Become an inspiration to people, share the truth. Even by sharing the 1 or 2 videos, you're pretty much telling the system, I don't care what you say, I'm sharing the truth and I'm not afraid and I'm not apologetic and I'm unashamed. Okay, that is very important, because the more you do that, more and more people see that, and then more and more people will do the same. And that's what we need, guys. We need a revolution. We need an uprising of the truth. We need an uprising of those who are unafraid to share the truth. And we need an uprising of truth seekers, truth sharers, and people who bring light to the darkness. For too long, people have sat in the shadows, afraid to be criticized, afraid to be ostracized, afraid to be canceled for just saying things that were normal for every human being 20 years ago. Guys, it's just insane. If we brought Bill Clinton from 20 years ago and ran him against Kamala Harris, they'd be accusing him of the same thing that Trump is. They pretty much have the exact same policies, which is kind of sad, right? And people think that Donald Trump is some far right-wing lunatic. Guys, Donald Trump is basically a Democrat from the 1990s. That's where we're at. We're at the point where things have shifted so far this way that Donald Trump is called a right-wing lunatic when he's basically Bill Clinton in the 90s. Go watch their speeches. Go watch Bill Clinton's speeches from the 90s about the border, about the economy, about tariffs. They're the exact same person. Not that I'm a fan of Bill Clinton by any means, but I'm not. But you get what I'm saying, okay? By influencing the future generations of children, by getting online. And guys, if you're too afraid to actually, get on camera and speak in a certain way or whatever and tell people your thoughts and whatnot, just share content. Share everything that is true. Share things that are good. Don't be afraid to share a clip of Charlie Kirk talking about family and a marriage and about Jesus Christ. Don't be ashamed of that. Be proud of it. Go throw as much content up there, share it everywhere. And by doing that, everyone else hopefully will have the courage and be inspired by you just doing that to start sharing good things around the world, and not just in the United States, but the world overall. Maybe we can make the whole world a better place. All right, guys, so that is like a medium-term solution. The third way, guys, is probably the most important and the most influential. And guys, this is what created Charlie Kirk in the first place. The world has been emptied of strong men. We had like World War I, and then we had World War II, and then we had the Korean War, and then we have had war after war after war. And guys, a lot of the strong men did not make it back. A lot of brave men did make it back, but guys, the bravest of them all did not make it back. That's just a fact. Guys, one of the biggest conspiracies that I believe in is that our country gets in some of these wars and some of these things on purpose, so they have an excuse to ship the best men and women that we have overseas to fight wars for rich oligarchs, and for no reason other than to cull the best men in our society and hope to get rid of them so that we're left with the weakest men. That way, the evil men, the wolves and the sheep, can come in and can take control of society and urge it towards communism and tyranny without the strong men that would have been here to resist. This isn't nothing against the military. I think the military has some of the best people. This is actually a compliment to the military. I just think that they use it as a mechanism to get rid of some of the best men and women that we have, when if they had survived and had grown up and raised children of their own, the population of freedom lovers and freedom fighters on our own soil would be much higher than it is than when we send them over to foreign places. Anyways, that's a topic for another day. And guys, the amount of weak men that have been raising the new men is the reason why Charlie Kirk and other men like him are even possible, even necessary, and it's what formed these men to be what they were in the first place, to be role models for children that their own fathers should have been. There never should have been a need for a Charlie Kirk. There should never have been a need for Michael Knowles or Steven Crowder to go out there and do what they're doing on college campuses. There should never have been a need. Their own fathers have failed them, and our fathers have failed us. And guys, there are good fathers out there, and there are good grandfathers out there. I'm not saying that all men are weak, okay? I know I've had a great upbringing. I know many people who've had a great upbringing from great fathers. But there are enough weak men out there that have been so weak that it was necessary for Charlie Kirk to go to a college campus and say, hey, this isn't right. This is the truth. And it was working. It was working. It was changing society. He was bringing so many young men to the right cause, to the truth, to liberty, to the message of freedom, to Christianity even, that the other side had to take him out because he was having that big of an influence. But like I said, guys, that influence should never have had to be an influence. These people's own fathers should have been good enough role models that they never went off the deep end and started thinking that they could be whatever they were going to be, or started thinking other immoral adventures were the correct purpose of life. Their own fathers should have been good enough, okay? And that's what made Charlie Kirk so awesome, and these other people so awesome, is they're willing to actually go out there and not for us. I mean, it is for us as well. Their messages are inspirational for us, for sure, if you're already on the right side. But they were going to the other side, putting themselves in that position to bring people to the truth when they don't even have to. And that's what's so admirable about these people, is that they're so strong and they care enough about society to put their own lives on the risk and to sacrifice their lives, like Charlie Kirk did, to help bring not us to the truth, but the other side, who spits on them, mocks them. And we see them doing the same thing to Erica Kirk and TPUSA right now. Even people on our own side are being tricked by this other side into doing the same thing that they do to our own. And Charlie Kirk and these other people go out there and they care enough about these other people to risk their lives to help bring them to the truth. All right, guys, not only did the older generation of men create weaker men by not teaching them correct principles and guiding them through life when they should have been inspirations to them, but instead let them do whatever they wanted and were lax and complacent. They've also let down the newer generations of men by letting society go as a whole completely, guys. Things that are happening right now should never be happening, especially with the freedom of speech. And if we look at the founding fathers, guys, we see what they did is they gave us the First Amendment first for a reason. And I think that the founding fathers, they knew something. And what they knew was that in a place where there's a marketplace of free ideas, where anybody can say whatever they want and they're not restricted and not controlled. It's like in Game of Thrones, like when they say, like, you know, if they tear out your tongue, it doesn't prove that they're right or prove that you're wrong. It just means that they're afraid of what you might say. Because even the other side knows if you say the right things and if you say the true things, they will lose. And I think the founding fathers knew this, and they put that in as the First Amendment. Not the second, not the third, not the fourth. They put that one in as the first, and then there's the reason they put the second one in as the second as well, right? But I think that the British were probably imposing and censoring them just like we have seen recently, in recent years, the conservative side being censored, and they realized... Because, guys, what did the revolution tell you? Like 9-10% of the population or something? The founding fathers, in secret, with good ideas, were able to rally just like 10% of the population. And they realized if they gave the freedom of speech to the whole entire population, that it would be unstoppable. Okay. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness have been able to creep in and take over freedom of speech, censor the right ideas, censor good ideas, and impose bad ideas at the end of a gun because of the older generations of men who are too afraid, I think, to offend people, too afraid to stand up for what was right. They didn't want to be offensive. They didn't want to be mean. They didn't want to do all this stuff. Okay. So now, unfortunately, we are where we are at. And the truth is, guys, is that these older generations of men should never have allowed any of this stuff to happen. They never should have allowed freedom of speech to be censored. They should never have allowed the communists to enter our schools and to take our children's minds. They should never have allowed woke politics and identity politics into the schools. They never should have allowed schools to censor the conservative speech. It should never have been necessary for Elon Musk to buy Twitter for the good ideas to finally have a root again. And it never should have been a thing where Charlie Kirk had to go around doing what he did. Luckily, we have people like Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk who are powerful enough and strong enough to buy Twitter, give the right side a platform of free speech. And guys, what have we seen since Elon Musk took Twitter? The good ideas are winning again, okay? There's a lot of bad stuff on Twitter too. But guys, that's the point of a free marketplace of ideas. The good ideas will always win. Bad ideas can only win when they're the only choice or if they're the ones that are forced at the end of a gun. And guys, this is why you see masculinity influencers completely bashed on all the time in the news, in communist circles, in social media. They're called things like misogynists and bigots and racists and homophobes and all this crazy stuff, when all they're really saying is take responsibility, get married, have a family, be a good father. The reason these people are so bashed, and I'm not saying that there's and I'm not saying, guys, that there aren't people who are all of those things, but it's gotten to the point where by saying be a good father, take responsibility, be a strong man, that people are accusing you of those things falsely. And the reason that is because the communists know if strong men rise again in this country, they will lose forever. So what do we do with this, guys? We need to become better men. We need to become such better men that Charlie Kirks and Michael Knowles and Steven Crowders, and I could name 10 other ones, are never even necessary. Because they shouldn't have been. That should never have been necessary. You should be able to send your kid off to college and not worry that they're going to come back thinking that they're a raccoon. You should be able to send your kid off to college and they come back a scientist, and they come back a doctor, they come back a world-renowned dentist or a surgeon or something. Scientist, whatever, scholar. You shouldn't have to worry about sending them off to college and they come back thinking that you're evil and that you should donate all your money to to PETA or Planned Parenthood or something stupid, right? That should never have been a thing in the first place. And guys, this is why the most long-term solution to this whole problem is that you need to teach your own children and do such a good job that no matter what college they go off to, no matter what elementary school they go off to, no matter what high school they go off to, they know the truth, and they are so well taught it that they are not touchable by the evil, by the darkness of this world. I have a couple recommendations, okay? I think every single person would become a better man better woman, better mother, a better father, if they were to listen to just a few of these people on this list. There's many more, guys. This is just the people that I really like to listen to and really admire. And I think that they have things really correct when it comes to politics, morality, and just things as a whole. But everyone should listen to like Jesse Kelly, Dad Saves America, Michael Knowles, Steven Crowder, and last but not least, our Lord Jesus Christ. I think if everyone was to follow these people's examples, especially the last one, and not the weak, wimpy version that the world tries to push out that this person was, but the brave, steadfast warrior version that this person came to earth to be. Guys, remember, a sword to divide, not a peacemaker. And the reason why you divide is the truth. The truth divides the good from evil, the light from the darkness. Everything that is good has an opposite, and you should not be ashamed to stand on the side of good. You should never tolerate evil just because you're afraid you're going to offend somebody. You need to stand tall, stand brave, become a better man, do your best to inspire the younger generation, and by doing all three of these things, guys, joining your school board, joining your city council, helping to raise your own kids, but also inspiring other children in your community to the right side, we can stop what is happening, stop this movement that has been so evil and marching on us decade after decade. We ourselves need to become stronger men, and if we can inspire our own children just as much as Charlie Kirk did to other children that did not have strong fathers, we can move this over to the window from where it's not falling off the edge, but to where it's matching up with where truth actually is, where the right side actually is, and the light actually is. And that's how we do things long term. Guys, just real quick, I had a couple more suggestions that are actually really useful. If you live in a blue state, perhaps one of the fastest ways to change things is to move out of that blue state, move into a red state, and by doing this, you're going to get the population numbers up. We're going to get more electoral votes. We're going to get more representatives. All these kinds of things can be affected by that. But not only that, guys, your kids are going to be safer. You're going to be safer. And it's just a way good thing to do just to get out of these garbage places, remove the power from your population, and move to a place where your voice actually matters and counts. Okay, by doing this, like I said, we remove the electoral votes from these places, add them to these places, and get more representation. Because right now, I guarantee where you live, I used to live in California, guys, probably the worst garbage can place to ever live. Beautiful place, but it's been absolutely ruined. And it's like 40% conservative. Can you imagine if all 40% of those conservatives moved out and went to Texas and Florida and I would say Utah? But for some reason, the voters here in Utah vote for people like Governor Cox and John Curtis, who are basically Democrats in sheep's clothing. And this is why I say that the sheep are more dangerous than the wolves, because these people think these people are conservatives, but they do everything that the liberals want them to do. So therefore, they're not. It's terrible. Utah's a great state, but the leadership and everything, I don't know how they get elected. Okay. And that's where the second thing comes in, is make sure you go vote, guys. Go vote in your local elections. They're much more important than national elections. But what we see in the statistics is, unless there's somebody running nationally that people are super excited about, for example, like when Trump's running, voter turnout for conservatives is huge. However, when Trump's not on the ballot, nobody even shows up. And this is one difference between the conservatives and the communists, is the communists will crawl over broken glass to go vote. And the conservatives are like, my local election doesn't mean anything. I'm only going to vote when the president's up for grabs. And it's the dumbest thing possible, because your local elections are what's going to affect your kids, what's going to affect your local community, and all this other stuff way more than who's the president. So guys, get out there and vote in every single local election. And then guys, just two more things. Consider donating to organizations like TPUSA if you can, if you have the extra funds, because guys, these guys need your help, especially right now when they're under attack. Support TPUSA. Whether that's donating to them or going on their website. I actually bought a couple of things, but apparently demand is so high, which is awesome. I'm really glad that demand is so high. Apparently the stuff I ordered won't get here for like 11 to 12 weeks, but I'm glad that it's overbooked. I'm glad my stuff's taking 12 weeks, because that means that they're getting the support right now, right? That's awesome. And then another thing I think everybody could do is, if you have some sort of a talent, if you have something that you've been planning to do, if you have something that's been on your mind and you've been working on, maybe it's like a YouTube channel, a podcast, a book. For example, I have a book that I've been really slacking off on. I've been working on it for like 2 12 years now, actually. And it's like this crazy, awesome book. It's a liberal dystopia where the liberals and the communists have gotten everything they've ever wanted, and society's basically on the verge of collapse, like it would be if they did get what they wanted. Anyway, I'm not going to go into the whole plot, but basically, like, I've been really slacking off on this, and because of what happened to Charlie Kirk, I've been really inspired to start working on that again, and I've actually been writing and working on that again. Guys, use this as motivation. Use what they have done to you and us and Charlie Kirk and the country as a whole. Use it as motivation and inspiration to get out there. And if you have some kind of a talent, whether it's writing, singing, making videos, podcasting, whatever it is, use it for good. Use it to bring others to the light and to motivate and to inspire other people. Okay. But guys, right now, the most important thing is we need to come together and unite, because if we don't, we are about to be swallowed by the darkest darkness we've ever seen in our entire lives. The other side did this to Charlie Kirk. They did this to us. They did this to you. And if you need to watch the video of what happened to him every morning, every week, however long it takes to get that anger back and focus that anger in a righteous cause to make sure that that never happens again, to make sure that they don't win. You're going to let that happen and you're going to let them win. You're going to let that happen and you're going to just blame everyone else instead of the actual cause of what caused it. They took out one of the best people of our generation, and you're going to go blame Israel. You're going to go blame French Legion. You're going to go blame TPUSA. You're going to go blame the Republican Party when the people who did this to you are standing right there on the other side of the river laughing at you, putting all these conspiracies in your head. And if we do not see the truth and awaken others to the truth, they're going to win. And in 2 years from now, you're going to lose power, and you're never going to get it back again. Right now is the time to stand up. Right now, we actually have a chance. They were losing. They were losing so bad that they had to do this. And guys, that's why it's so important right now. We need to unite. We need to message everyone this video, as well as other truths. I don't care if I get famous. I don't care if this channel gets 1 million subscribers. I'm not monetized. I have 0 subscribers on this channel at the time of making this video. I'm not in this to grift. I'm not in this for that reason. I'm in this to help you, to help save you, to help save us. I don't want to live underneath a tyrannical government. I don't want your children to live underneath a tyrannical government. And I think right now is the time we need to stand up, unite on our side. I'm not saying unite with these evil people on here on the other side that did this. They're the ones that did this. And people are not seeing it. And it makes me so angry, and I'm getting a little bit angry right now because the truth is right in front of us, and I think I've helped expose this. Now it's your chance and your opportunity to take the information that I've given you in this video and to go out there, spread the truth, because the enemy is not across the ocean. The enemy is across the street. And I'm not saying... And what I'm not saying is we should go conquer them with like a sword or something stupid like that. Charlie Kirk went and he conquered them with the truth. And he brought the enemy to our side. And many of the prior enemy that were enemies of light are now friends of light. And the only way to conquer this, guys, is to spread this message and do those 3 things, guys, like I just mentioned. Influence your community. Influence the children in your community. Be a better father, be a mother, raise your own children so that in 20 years, this mentality that creates this enemy, the mentality of tyranny, the mentality of being like a mind virus, of just doing whatever you're told and never to question anything, the enemy of light, just the darkness that just swallows everything, the laziness, the ones that just want the government to take care of them all, communism, socialism. If we raise enough children to be warriors of the light and of truth, these people won't even exist anymore because they'll have all been converted to the right side. And that's the only and best solution that we have right now. If we keep doing what we're doing right now, we're headed to a very, very dangerous and dark place. And eventually there's only going to be one solution. And hopefully it never comes to something like that. And by doing and following truth and spreading this message and becoming an influence in your community, we can stop that. We can move to a bright, happy place. And we can solve all of these issues. And that's why this video, guys, is not just about the Charlie Kirk incident. This video is about society as a whole and moving us in the right direction where we can hopefully become closer to the truth together as a whole, put a stop to these crazy things that aren't the truth, focus on where we need to be focused, and let's go, guys. Remember, you are the only ones that can do this. Remember, it's your responsibility. Remember that no one else is going to do this for you. No one else is coming to save you. And remember, the sheep are always more dangerous than the wolves.
The worst thing we could do for Charlie's legacy, the worst thing we could do at all, is to quit, is to surrender, is to let the left win, the violent left that took Charlie away from us.
All right, guys, I would also like to thank everyone who made this video possible and all of the new friends and people I met along the way, whether that is Paramount Tactical, Diligent Dennison, among many others. I really appreciate the hard work you guys are all doing on this, getting out there, doing the research, doing the hard work to get to the bottom and the truth of everything. I would also like to thank everyone else who came out and participated, whether that was you participating in the experiments themselves, helping me do them, and all of you guys who came out and let me use your rifles and your other guns. It made a huge difference in making these tests and experiments much more accurate, much more precise, and I couldn't have done this without you guys and without the use of those tools. Unfortunately, I could never find anyone who had a 30-06. That was just a bummer. I think I came very close to that 308 and that ammunition that I used with the 308. If you have a 30-06 and you want to go out and do 144 and 148 yards and do that shot and record it with a high quality microphone, that'd be awesome. Go do it. Go do the test and compare, or send it to me. That'd be awesome. Also, guys, to all the citizens of the United States that are dedicated to freedom and truth and the fight against tyranny, stay with it. Stay awake. Stay aware. Awaken your friends. Share them this video. Share them other videos that show truth and to help people become better cognitively as well as become better investigators and truth seekers. And guys, thanks to all the other investigators that are out there doing a good job, whether or not I agree with you or not. Thanks for being out there. Thanks for following your heart, following your mind, helping the United States and the world become a better place, become more free, become more critical thinking. And guys, stay safe out there. And again, I'll say it one more time. The sheep are always more dangerous than the wolves. See you guys later.
In the ashes of a broken land, where the truth was buried in chains, there he wrote the names of heroes and taught us silence was right. Fathers fell for forgotten words, mothers bled for tyrants' lies, but the fire never left our bones, it just learned how to hide. They said the past was dangerous, that hope was treason too. Try to burn, let it tear the dark apart. Freedom isn't something given, it's earned with the bravery of still hearts. We are more than what they told us, more than fear, more than just a name. We will stand where legends once stood and remind them who we are. They built their walls from obedience, their thrones from quiet shame. Turn brothers into numbers, turn justice into a game. But somewhere in the mountains, under stone and ancient flame, the old words waited patiently for someone brave to speak their name. Not for power, not for crown, not for vengeance or pride, but for the right to choose our fate and the courage to decide. But then they took a hero, they tried to send a message to silence me and you, afraid he would light the flame and our fight would never they try to burn, let it tear the dark apart. Freedom isn't something given, it's earned by those who don't return. We are more than what they told us, The patriots stand on the tyrant's neck. Their lies burn to ashes, and when the night is finished and the lie has lost its breath, they'll remember freedom lived because someone chose it. Because someone lived and died. Because their last breath was for you.